Welcome, duelists from around the world, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Richmond. Not just any YCS, though. This is a special one, and it is the 300th YCS. I am your host, Steve Kangas, and I'm joined on stage today to kick things off with an incredible lineup of guests. We have up first, Jesse Cotton. How's it going, Jesse?
Doing all right. How about you?
Happy to have you here.
Excited to duel. I'm going to duel. Excited to watch them duel?
Excited to watch you duel.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We also have joining us Jerome McHale, a legend in the scene.
Great to be here again.
I noticed you're not wearing a yellow tie this time.
I made the entire shirt yellow this time.
Okay, all right, but at least it's still iconic. And we also have the legend himself, Billy Brink.
Yeah, super excited to be here. Milestone events are always epic, and I can't believe we're already at the 300th YCS.
300, an incredible achievement. And we want to start off the show. So we're going to talk a little bit before getting into the actual main event with just a history lesson. 300 is a huge number. And I actually have a list of some of the notable YCSs in the past. Because if we go back all the way to the first one, it wasn't even called a YCS at the time. It was called an SJC, right, Billy?
Yep, Shonen Jump Championship. The name changed after the 75th. That first one was like in 2004, I believe.
Yeah.
Like right there at the end of 2004, going into 2005. But you know, my biggest memory from like these historic milestone events would be the 75th that took place in Edison, New Jersey. I mean, a lot of people are probably familiar with that format. A lot of nostalgia for how epic that game was, and yeah, I came in third place that tournament. You know, it should have been me, not him. Shout out to Jeff Jones. You know, no, he deserves it going on to. But yeah, we've had so many milestone events, so many historic tournaments, and it's incredible that we're going to make more history here today.
And I believe the 75th was even the last of the SJCs, because then we transitioned to them being proper YCSs. And Jesse, the 100th YCS, we want to talk about that one, because I hear that this was a big one for you in particular.
This was a big one for, I think, all card games. It was
Yeah, it was huge.
massive tournament. How big was it? 4,300
4,400,
players? 4,400? Absolutely incredible. This is my first time flying to a YCS, was this YCS. And back then I was still in the younger age section, the Dragon Duels. And I managed to get first place in the Dragon Duels for the 100th YCS. I will never forget that tournament. It was a really cool one.
So even when you were young, you were still collecting trophies. And
Oh, yeah.
How many people were in the Dragon Duel tournament at that time? Do you remember, like, how many?
So there's 2 days of Dragon Duels. There's a Saturday and a Sunday. I think one of them was over like 120 players.
Ooh.
Which for Dragon Duels is a lot.
That's a lot. That's
Yeah.
a lot, yeah.
Very good.
Incredible, yeah. So a big one for you, of course. Then we have the 150th, which, Drum, this was the first streamed YCS
Yeah,
ever,
this is
correct?
the first streamed YCS. It wasn't the first Yu-Gi-Oh! Event streamed. The World Championship had been streamed for the past couple years. So my first event actually streaming was the World Championship in Vegas.
Okay,
The year prior,
interesting.
which was pretty fun. So I had a little bit of experience going into it when we started streaming the YCSs overall. And my broadcast partner for that was, a lot of people probably remember him, Jason Grabermeyer, who did event coverage the written style forever for the YCS,
Yeah.
like from the very beginning. He was my editor for a while I was writing about Yu-Gi-Oh!
Okay.
As well. So it was a lot of fun to get to work together with him on the first streaming YCS.
I hear we even have a photo, like a still from
do
that
we?
first stream. So if
Yeah,
we can
let's
take a
see
look
it.
at that. Yeah, so this is what it
wow.
used to look like. Look at that old background. It still looks incredible back there. I love the
11 years ago, right?
yeah, the
that's old
GX
school.
love there.
And I think this is the finals, too. That's TJ Kinsley, who actually ended up being the winner of the whole tournament.
Wow. Wow, but you can see the humble beginnings for the YCS streams, and now it's turned into what it is today, so incredible to see. Next up, we have the 200th YCS, which, Billy, was the first ever global one, where multiple happened at the same time, correct?
Yeah, really epic to have like a YCS take place in 3 different locations all around the world. You kind of feel like unified with everyone in the tournament. Really incredible moment in the Yu-Gi-Oh! History.
Yeah, and then that leads to the 250th, which was also a global one between Los Angeles, Bogota, and London. This was my first YCS that I went to. I had been to an SJC as a kid, but then I joined kind of the Konami production team around that time. And I remember, Billy, you welcoming me there and showing me around and kind of like seeing what a YCS looks like. That was also a huge one. Does anyone know the attendance for the 250th globally?
250th, I think, was
Close to 3,000, right?
it was 3,000 in
Yeah.
LA.
Yeah, it just in LA.
I think it was like
Oh,
close to
right.
8.
Yes. 3 events.
Over 8,000 worldwide is what I'm
Wow.
hearing. Yeah, that's crazy. So, yeah, a lot of history for YCSs. But I actually wanted to take a deeper look at some of the history because the 3 of you on stage today have been through so many YCSs. So up first, I want to show off. This is Jesse Cotton. Jesse, do you remember when this
why do you
photo
have
was
that
taken?
picture?
A young Jesse Cotton.
Yeah, that
the
was-
Dragon Duelist, right?
No, that's not the Dragon Duels picture.
That's not the Dragon Duelist picture.
No, that's my first time ever making top cut at a tournament. right after the 150th, there was the NEWCQ 2015. That's the Ascension Sky Dragon, the prize card.
Wait, so you went straight from Dragon Duel to prize cards, like bam?
Yeah, instantly.
No, there's a 3-year break, right? Because it was 2012 was Long Beach, and my first success in the main event with adults was in 2015.
Ah, okay.
All right. Well, if you had a message for that version of Jesse, what do you want to give him right now?
Oh, I mean, back then I never thought I'd be able to do some of the things I did now. So just keep doing your best and don't give up.
All right. Well, we're not going to leave Billy and Jerome out because I also asked for a cutout of the two of you from an early stream. I don't remember exactly what year this is.
I think
this
it's the 200th YCS. Yeah.
Oh, this is the 200th, yes. Jerome, the classic tie. I like that. And then Billy, the two of you have been together for so many YCSs. So.
Yeah, I used to do kind of the Yamayugi Battle City look with the short sleeves and the gold tie. I like that one. That's a great one.
All right, well, I just wanted to show off some of the history. It looks like, here we have one more photo, actually, from production. So I don't know what this one's going to be. Oh, okay.
Oh, right.
That's my senior year graduation photos right there.
Where did the hair go?
I've been asking that question, actually. If anyone's seen it, please let me know.
It's a mystery, man. It comes for us all.
All right. Well,
That's a good picture.
Thank you. Thank you. YC has a lot of history, but this event historic in its own right because it's the first time we're going to have Genesys as a main event. We have the Advanced and Genesys running concurrently. And Billy, if for anybody that's not aware yet of Genesys, give us the high overview of what Genesys is.
Yeah, so it's just a completely different way to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but still get to enjoy the same cards that you know. There's going to be no Link or Pendulum monsters. That's the biggest change. Alongside the Forbidden Limitless won't be used. Instead, we have like a point system, so certain cards are going to be assigned points, and depending on the point level, that's how many you can include in your deck. The most common standard point level that we're having for our Proto-YCS, 100-point cap. So you're going to have to find a way to build your deck with a different kind of style than you would in the regular event.
But there's prizing for this event, as you can see on the right there as well. It's an incredible opportunity because a lot of people have been excited about Genesys. This is a big opportunity to actually compete and show off what they got for big prizing. And Jerome, now I want to talk to you because this is a unique opportunity that we get to pick the brain of somebody who helped develop Genesys from the ground up. So what do you feel like people need to know about Genesys? Either kind of the beginnings of it or where you want it to go?
Well, first I want to thank everybody who's playing in our Proto-YCS today. I know it's really hard to turn down the opportunity to be in like the main event of the 300th YCS, but we really appreciate it. And playing this is important to developing the future of the format as it goes to regular YCSs and even the Genesys Championship at the WCQ that's going to be coming up. And players will be able to play both day ones, by the way, coming up for the Genesys WCQ. So it'll be Genesys on the Friday, main event
that's
Saturday.
super
That's really cool, yeah.
This is a reveal, by the way.
I didn't know
This
that.
is
Yeah,
a
no one
reveal?
did.
Did I miss
Wow.
this?
It was confirmed today that we can do this.
Oh, that's so cool.
So I just wanted to get that in there. So if you're thinking about playing Genesys at the WCQ, you can play both. So start working on your deck right now. So basically, the way Genesys works is when we do the Forbidden and Limited list, we only have 4 knobs that we can turn to balance the game. It could be unlimited, it could be semi-limited, limited, or forbidden. With the point system in Genesys, we've got 101 different knobs that we can turn to make a more interesting, curated, and fun game experience. And by removing link monsters from the equation, you make it so that the cards you actually put on the field the input of them at least resembles the output of what you get. So if you're playing a bunch of level 3s, it's probably going to be a rank 3 Xyz monster, maybe a synchro monster that can take 3s. It's not going to be literally anything possible in the game, which is what you could do at Advanced right now. That's why it's Advanced. You can do all these advanced combos that unlock the sun. In terms of the point system itself, kind of the way I visualize it is, I'm a big sports fan. I think of it as like a salary cap for your deck.
Yeah,
so
basically.
if your deck is
like a
your
fantasy
team,
draft.
yeah, if your deck is your team and you have to pay the players to play for your deck. We use a lot of sports terminology, actually, like free agents and that sort of thing when we talk about cards. So if you think of the point cost to adding cards into your deck as the salary for that player, well, as more players want this particular player on their team and they succeed more, well, then obviously the price of having a player on your team is going to go up.
Yeah.
But if it's falling off, if people don't want to play it, well, might be willing to take less to play for your side.
So that means that, like, if, say, at events, you're paying attention, and if a certain deck is doing really well, that means the next points update, there's a high chance that those cards that are highly
If a
played
lot of people are playing
raised.
the cards and they're succeeding, then it'll go up faster.
Interesting.
There is a genius exception, of course. If you are the one person in the room and you've come up with this one amazing deck that only you can play, then the card specific to your deck won't go up.
Okay.
The generic staples and that sort of thing will.
So if I win a Genesys tournament with a unique deck, I might be safe.
Yeah, like let's say you play Triamids.
Yeah.
And you're just destroying everybody
Good luck
with
with that.
Triamids.
Digital bugs.
Well, you're the only one. Digital bugs, you're the only one. That's going to stay as is.
One of my favorite parts, too, is even though the points go up for the popular decks and strategies, it doesn't make the deck unplayable. It just changes the way you might have to approach the deck.
Yes.
You can still build your deck differently. Maybe your power card is now harder to incorporate in your deck, but you have to rely on some of the other cards that your strategy contains. That's one of my favorite points about Genesys is the adaptation, and your deck's still growing.
And one of the things that's really fun about it is that as you adapt, you have to start learning about more and more cards that exist in Yu-Gi-Oh! We have all of these cards over decades, and you're going to learn about more of them than you've ever seen before if you pick up Genesys.
Yeah, fair enough. Jesse, any final thoughts on Genesys? Because you've gotten to experience it a little bit.
Yeah, I've played a fair bit of Genesys. I think it's very cool that the every card is legal aspect of it.
Yeah.
While some cards that are problematic, let's say, are very expensive and they are not viable for competition, some cards which are exceedingly powerful but interesting are a viable option still. So something that I've been wanting to utilize is I think as of the latest list, Triple Tactics Thrust is 13 points, but then 2 unique power spells are Soul Charge and Dimension Fusion, 2 of the strongest spells in the game's history, are both I think around 40 to 50 points. They're different. I don't remember which one is which exactly, but you could play 3 of your thrusts and then 1 of that power spell, and now you have 4 copies of that card when you're going second trying to play into a field. And that's something that you would not even dream of in advanced Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah,
So
I'm looking
that
forward to
aspect's
seeing
cool.
the deck list
Yeah,
for
could you imagine?
Proto-YCS to see if somebody's actually doing that.
Yeah, Soul Charge, 4 copies of it. That'd be crazy.
But yeah, one last thing, though, for Genesys, though, is that it's really important that we get the deck data from people who are playing. So if you're playing locals, and you can choose whatever point value you want, just make sure to ask your locals to run that point value for you. Make sure you're sending in your deck lists and submitting them through Neuron, which is available now to submit your deck lists. We need all of that data because that's what we use to help shape the format.
Awesome. Yeah, and for the team that helped shape the format, thank you. First off, it's a really cool format, and help them out, everybody. But with that being said, that's going to be part of this big 300th YCS. We also have the advanced format. So, new format, Burst Protocol just came out. Let's take a quick look before we talk about it.
And welcome to the 300.
The wait is over. It's time for my divine wind to blow throughout the world. Behold, Boral Shroud Dragon! Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Burst Protocol, available now.
As we get a look at Burst Protocol, we're hearing that we're starting the next round here soon. So already the Duelists are getting ready to start off. And Jesse, I got to start off with you. Burst Protocol, new format. It's always exciting whenever a new set comes out. What do you see as the big changes from this set?
Well, there's several, but I think the biggest ones to me are the tools that Draco Tail gets, via not directly, but via the different Branded and Albaz cards, and then the Magistus cards as well.
Okay, yeah. There's a lot of different ways to play Branded right now, right?
Yeah, there's these fusion decks have so many different options to work with each other that you can go so many different ways of deck building, and even though they may look only slightly different, the way they function is very different.
Yeah, absolutely. Billy, what about you? I want to get your thoughts on Burst Protocol, because there's a lot of things. I think obviously the Branded Draco Tail stuff is going to be on a lot of professional players' radars. What else do you think people should be paying attention to?
So I love the new Dark Lord cards, but I'm going to look at that generic card that's kind of Dark Lord adjacent. Forbidden Crown, I think, is a great card that we're going to see incorporated into main decks, maybe side decks, that's going to be able to help you with Forbidden Droplet. A timely Forbidden Crown can be absolutely devastating for the opponent, so I'm waiting to see how many copies of that card we see in the top cut.
Yeah, are you a believer in Forbidden Crown? Because I'm a believer in Forbidden Crown. I know that's been a big debate is it going to be a staple? Is everyone going to be playing this card at this tournament? Or is it more going to be on the fringes and not as popular? Do you think it'll be a popular one?
Yeah, I think anytime you have a card like that that's so versatile and can work in a lot of different situations, and you can use it offensively and defensively, I think it's going to find its place.
All right. Jerome, final thoughts from you on Burst Protocol.
Burst Protocol?
Yeah.
I would be on the lookout for the Radian Typhoon cards. that are coming out.
Yes.
In the set. Just from my experience at Genesys, I know how powerful Radian Typhoon is. And with the new cards and Burst Protocol, I think we're going to start seeing that coming over to the advanced format as well. The Link monster is extremely powerful. And Sheena, the Twin Tempest, it's the card you can play for your hand and just bounce everything.
Yep.
Has some protection from destruction in there. It's an incredibly powerful card, and if you're not ready for it, it's going to get you.
That is one of the strongest cards I've read in a long time. And it's not a Radiant Typhoon card, but it's very clearly
Yeah, you need
going
it.
well with it. Yeah,
It reads like a Radiant
immediate
Typhoon.
include in the deck, yes.
Everything but the title, yeah, of course. Well, we actually submitted our predictions ahead of this panel of what deck we think is going to do best in the format. So I want to take a look at them to see who we think is likely to take the entire YCS Richmond for the 300th. We'll have that up on screen in a moment. I went a little fringe on mine, I would say, because I'm going with an old classic in that I think it's going to be Yummy Tri-Brigade. There was new Tri-Brigade support. I think this one is sleeper strong. It's respected for sure, but I also think that Yummy as a whole, I think people assumed would get weaker with the Snatchy hit, but with the Tri-Brigade support coming in, I think that this deck does so much and can just play through so much interaction. But Jesse, what do you think?
Yeah, so I do think it's a deck that, while people know about it, is less on the radar than the other core strategies from Burst Protocol, and it did get new tools. Of course, the most recent Forbidden and Limited list, which lines up pretty neatly with Burst Protocol, did have pretty profound hits to the deck. So,
but I see that you predicted Branded Draco Tail as yours, so just Branded Draco Tail.
yes, I am not a fan of the Magistus cards. I see their value, but I really dislike how many extra deck spaces it takes up, and thus lowers the utility of the rest of your engines. Sometimes you can cook too much, and then your cards don't do exactly everything you want them to. So I'm keeping it just the two engines for now.
Okay, just the two. Jerome, what about you? Let's see what you predicted here.
Yeah, I went and took Canine Vanquish Soul, which has been a really strong deck over the last few months. It came back in a big way after people thought that the Rosin limit and the Stake Your Soul limit were going to take it completely out of the format. It comes back to 2 wins in 3 tries, and it was in the finals of the 3rd. So great deck, just overall. But also after the flip, gets its Roses and Stake Your Souls back. It's going to be a little weaker on not drawing Holly Sue in the opening hand so often. But I think in this particular format, there's a lot of graveyard effects, especially with the Draco Tails running around. I think that Izuna and friends are going to be working a little bit of overtime this weekend.
All right, and Billy, you're the last one. What do you have? I'm
going to keep it short and sweet. It's 2026, and it's time for Mystical Space Typhoon to win a YCS. Radiant Typhoon is going to be the deck that's going to come out on top this weekend.
Okay.
Someone's going to get got by Sheena on stream. I can tell.
It's going to be brutal.
4 different decks, though. I want to point that out. Thank you so much, all 3 of you, for being on here. Jesse, I know that you're going to be getting ready to compete here soon. Jerome, it's always a pleasure to chat with you. And Billy, you got to get ready for our first feature match because we are ready to kick off YCS 300 here in Richmond, Virginia. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody, to the pre-show. Let's get into the YCS.
Long ago, the world was ruled by spells and monsters.
Your move, your move!
Thousands of years have passed, and the world needs a new champion. Who will be crowned champion? We will know your name.
Friendship. Honestly, as long as I've been playing this game, I've made the most best friends I could have, and I've traveled the world with them. And honestly, if they weren't around, I'd have a lot less reason to play the game. Yes, it's enjoyable. Yes, it's fun to win. Yes, it's fun to travel. But if you're not traveling with your best friends, it's not really worth it. So I really, really enjoy all the friendships I've made through the game, and that's truly what it means to me.
What does Yu-Gi-Oh mean to me? To me, Yu-Gi-Oh means an outlet. It's a way to express myself from when I was a kid. I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh when I was like 7 years old. My brother is 8 years older than me, so he was playing. He was teaching me how to play, and it was just a way for me to actually be social, learn a new hobby. It was probably like my first hobby when I can like think back to what I used to do when I was a kid. It was like video games and Yu-Gi-Oh. Those are the two. So, I mean, it means everything to me. If I could go back and tell 10-year-old me that this is what I'd be doing with my job in the future, I don't even know how I'd react. But just thinking about all the time I spent looking at cards, building decks. Everyone's like kind of in 2 categories. Either they like playing or they like building decks. I'm definitely on the building decks category. So Yeah, it means everything.
Honestly, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like one of the most encouraging things in my life. It's a great competitive game that brings people together, and honestly, it's just a great community overall that's created by a very fun competitive aspect game. And I think it drives everybody to be like the most competitive and strive for the biggest goal, which is winning everything.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Means to me literally everything. I spend so much time on this game. I'm a child. I balance it with schoolwork, but like obviously, I spend so much time on this game. I have hours and hours on playing with my friends, playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, Genesys, Edison. I play so many different formats. I love this game. This game's amazing, and it means everything to me.
It's just a game that kind of helps you relax, and I've been playing the game for 20 years, so just nostalgia and just really like helps you keep thinking and problem solving, and that's what I really like about Yu-Gi-Oh! Just the complexity of the game and being able to create strategies to keep yourself creative in a way.
So what Yu-Gi-Oh! Means to me is community above all else, because the people who show up here, the work, the determination, everything they do, they put into their deck. And then they just hang out and they're friends with everybody. And you don't know that vibe until you're here, but there are so many people whose lives are practically saved by this game, because after school, they know what they're doing, they're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! After work, they know what they're doing, it's time to duel. And when you meet a whole fleet of people like this, it's something really special. So all the friends I've made that I've kept since the first SJC I went to like 20-something years ago, Yu-Gi-Oh! To me means community. Absolutely.
YCS is about to start. You see the Duelists out there beginning their first round of this historic milestone event. And it was so awesome to hear from those Duelists and talking about what Yu-Gi-Oh! Means to them. Asala, I'm going to ask you the question. What does Yu-Gi-Oh! Mean to you?
Well, Billy, you know how long I've been in this game. We've been in this game for such a long time that it's no stretch to say this game raised me. I've had a lot of life lessons. I've made a lot of friendships throughout the years. And I just owe a lot to Yu-Gi-Oh! So I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, it's about the friends, the memories. It means everything to me as well. And I hope everyone watching at home also can take a minute to think about what Yu-Gi-Oh! Means to them and kind of reflect on that, because it's just such a great game that's brought so many people from all around the world together. And this weekend is a special one because we have Duelists competing all around the world at the 300th YCS. We have them here. We have the Mexico event as well, and in EU, which is currently going on.
In Germany,
the time zone change. So even though we're all in different time zones, we're all going to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Around the world. So let's go ahead and take a look at the YCS format that we're going to be playing here today. This is going to be day one. It's going to be 9 Swiss rounds. Each round is going to be 50 minutes, best 2 out of 3, of course. Then day 2, we're going to come back for 6 more rounds of Swiss before we cut to the top 8. And eventually, after that point, it's going to be single elimination, untimed from top 8 on. And then we'll have our top 4 and finals. So that will be fantastic to see who's going to come out on top of the 300th YCS.
Yeah, absolutely. So many rounds to be played. You're never really out of the tournament until the very end there. And even though it cuts to the top 8, they're still prizing all the way down to, what, top 64, top 32?
Yeah, it goes all the way down. Even if you're not in that top 8, you're still going to get your hands on some awesome stuff like that Card Trooper and then the Effect Veiler as well. We do have also especially a lot of prizes for first place. While it goes all the way down, you want to come in first place. So talk to me about what first place can walk away with here at Sala.
Along with that ultra rare YCS prize card and other rare strategies, you get the special exclusive 300th YCS trophy, and then of course you get the Steam deck, the Steam code, the 300th YCS premium messenger bag, 300 YCS metal dice set, 300th YCS sleeves, and of course the 300th YCS game mat. Of course, this also comes with the King Ice Millennium Ring Necklace, and a giant card of the winner's choice for them to have made at the next WCQ. And of course, invite in WCQ status at the WCQ.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a really big fan of the giant card. And there's that beautiful 300th YCS trophy. The milestone event trophies are always quite epic, and this one is living up to that hype. You can see that beautiful necklace, the Millennium Ring there, along with the prize cards you're going to be able to win just from competing. The whole top 8 will be able to get that Millennium Ring necklace as well. It's going to be really nice to see who's going to make the top 8 and be able to walk away with that Millennium item. But of course, that beautiful trophy. All these Duelists are competing. This is only the first round of 15 total rounds of Swiss if you make it to day 2. So I hope you're ready for some Yu-Gi-Oh! Because we have a lot of dueling action coming at you this weekend. And it's basically a brand new format. Since you last saw us, we had the Forbidden Limited List. We have a brand new set in Burst Protocol. So many different things that are going to come into play for this tournament.
Yeah, it's really exciting, especially when you do, as you mentioned, get a fresh list along with a new set. Going into a milestone event like this, the players are so excited. There's so many new ideas. People have expectations as to what the best decks are, but anything could really come out on top.
Yeah, now I was on the pre-show and I got to give my prediction for the deck I thought was going to win. I went with Radiant Typhoon because I'm a big Mystical Space Typhoon enjoyer. I love that card is now meta-relevant. I mean, maybe the Radiant Typhoon mandate has something to do with that a little bit, but I can't wait to see how that's going to do this tournament. What is the deck that you think is going to walk away with it?
I've really enjoyed Dracotail pretty much throughout its existence, and I think branded Magistus Dracotail might come out on top here. I don't necessarily think it's better than just a more tried and true branded Dracotail. It's already gotten a boost with the new branded cards, but I think that extra ceiling might just come out on top here.
That's right. And the cool thing about this weekend is we're also debuting the Proto-YCS for Genesys. That's right. It's going to be a Genesys main event taking place for the first time here this weekend. So you could play in either the 300th YCS or the Proto-YCS for Genesys. Either way, they're both epic historic events because it's the first Proto-YCS we've ever had, and so we have players experiencing that as well that's going on. So we're going to be able to go in and have feature matches for that throughout the day, and we're going to be having feature match for the advanced format main event as well. So there's going to be so much different ways to enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! This weekend.
Absolutely, so much dueling action to be seen, but we are still going for round number 1 here of the 300th YCS.
Yeah, and it's going to be an epic one. So do you think branded Dracotail is going to be more popular than the Magistus one? I mean, you might think the Magistus one's going to walk away with, but which one do you think maybe have more entries into the tournament? With Magistus or without?
See, I think this was a debate we've been having a lot back here, and I don't actually know. I think it's going to be really close. I think it's going to be pretty even between the two, because I think a lot of people want to choose the safer strategy, which is to cut the Magistus cards, because you are allowing for a lot more things to happen by playing those extra cards. You're losing a bit of engine. You're adding more ways for your opponent to interrupt you. But I think it'll be pretty close to 50-50, if not maybe a little bit more of people choosing to not play the Magistus stuff.
And it's also just like a little like scarier for the Magistus stuff, because while it gives you more power, it's a little more complex. Like it might be something you have to like spend some more time learning and mastering the combos. I'm excited to see that deck because I want to see what the players have cooked up and like what kind of combos they're doing with those cards, because there's so many different ways you can kind of go about it. But if the name is Zorora, there's a lot of good things that you can do with those cards.
There's a lot of good Zoroas out there. We'll see how many of them they're summoning.
Yeah, but going back, so that is the deck to beat for the weekend, I think. I think everyone going in this tournament, they're looking at branded Dracotail or branded Magistus Dracotail. Both the things, those are the top deck, right? And then second, I think a lot of people are looking at Radiant Typhoon because it can side cards like Dimensional Fissure. Maybe if you're bold enough, maybe you can main deck Dimensional Fissure if you think you're going to play a lot of Dracotail. But that's like their key counter card to that strategy. Is there a way that you think branded Dracotail has adapted to try and deal with Dimensional Fissure, knowing that they're going to probably face at least a few throughout the tournament?
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of players already, and they seem to be on the idea that they don't need to side anything for Radiant Typhoon, they just need to side cards for Dimensional Fissure. So even if that means just siding copies of Crusea for themselves so they can add a copy of Mystical Space Typhoon to go after, and not just one, two, because they get the quick play spell to search another copy of Mystical Space Typhoon so they can play around the opponent's mandate, but if they have Totem Bird, it doesn't work. Right. So, it's a bit of give and take there, but I think there's a lot of options that players are trying. Spiritualism is another one that is getting really popular here.
I didn't know if you were going to say it, but yeah, I've heard like whispers about that card being played this weekend.
And that card has always been bait in previous years, but I think this time it's the best it's ever been.
It kind of lines up really well because Spiritualism, it can't be negated, so it can get by the Totem Bird and return that Dimensional Fissure to the hand. While it doesn't deal with Dimensional Fissure forever, it at least gives you that turn, and that's sometimes all you need.
All you need is one turn.
Definitely. But we are finally ready. Round 1 is here. Our first feature match is underway. I'm going to go ahead and throw it to Kangas so we can meet our Round 1 feature match duelist. Take it away, Kangas.
Up first in the blue chair from Chattanooga, Tennessee, he's a singer in a metal band, Corey Pettit. And his opponent today in the red chair, all the way from Sydney, Australia, shout out the homies back home, Aussie, 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 Luke Campese. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, we got a meta matchup, round 1. Vanquish Soul K9 taking on Branded Dracotail. This is going to be without the Magistus card, so just Branded Dracotail. But let's talk about, VS K9. After the last Forbidden Unlimited list update, there's been some changes. Some more K9 cards got limited, like Jokul. Vanquish Soul Rosin, Stake Your Soul back to 3, but at a cost. Vanquish Soul Holisu limited to 1.
Yeah, I think Vanquish Soul kind of just took a loop, right? Where it didn't really get that much worse. They got cards back, but it lost a lot of cards, like Case of K9 and Jokul, as you mentioned. But I think it's one of those situations where it lost a lot of its high roll. You're not going to be resolving Holy Sue on your opponent's first turn very often anymore. And I think a lot of the potential for VSK9 to be the best deck was based on Dracotel being the most popular deck. And I think now that's still kind of true. Dracotel is one of the most popular decks, if not the most popular deck. But I think it's also a lot stronger, right? It has more ability to play through boards. So with the addition of Fallen of the White Dragon, I might just be able to power through the new Vanquish Soul field, especially since if there's going to be less K9 to it. So I don't know how this matchup goes anymore.
Yeah, I think it's still tough for Dracotel. Like everyone that I've talked to, day one that told me they were playing Vanquish Soul K9, the main reason was because they felt like it had that good matchup against Dracotel, as you mentioned. And like Dracotel, some of their interactions got limited as well. Ketu being at 1, Malulu is one of your best normal summons in the deck, also going to 1. So you lose some of those options, but as you mentioned, Burst Protocol, gaining that Fall into the White Dragon gives you more pushes without using your normal summon. But it's going to be interesting to see how this matchup plays up. As you mentioned, Holy Sue being at 1 makes it a little tougher going second. And because now it's more of a Vanquish Soul deck. Before it was felt like K9 heavy, less Vanquish Soul, but now I feel like it's kind of rotating back the other way.
Yeah, there were so many games we saw where no Vanquish Soul cards were summoned. You just played off the K9 cards, and a lot of the time that is enough, especially against a deck like Dracotel. You are constantly having Azuna just turned on because Dracotel has to use effects in the hand or graveyard.
Looks like our duelists are just about ready. I mean, and you see Luke here coming all the way from Australia. That's a long way to come to Richmond.
Yeah, it's actually going to be his birthday tomorrow as well, so this is going to be a match that he's going to want to win. He wants to make it to day 2 to try to win on his birthday.
Hey, happy early birthday there, Luke. But now that's pretty incredible to have your birthday line up on a day 2 of YCS. I think someone else has a birthday tomorrow, but we'll leave that tomorrow.
I don't think we have to worry about them.
Yeah, but yeah. So it looks like we are about ready to duel, and the game is underway. We just have to roll the dice and see who's going first. Wishing each other good luck.
That's 12.
Right. Luke's pre-birthday day, not off to a great start, losing the die roll, but that's okay. And Corey will start things off with his Vanquish Soul K9 strategy.
I mean, the Dracotel strategy obviously prefers to go first, but it has a lot of options going second. It tries to take advantage of a lot of effects in the hand because it can recycle them with the effect of Dracotel Ethereal.
Stake your soul.
I see a lot of green cards in Luke's hand, which is not what you want to see.
Oh, no.
Chain Shifter.
Stake your soul, reveal Dimension Shifter, Chain Dimension Shifter is not where you want to be as Luke. That's not the first card you want to see activated in your YCS. Well, we're off to a good start here.
Corey telling Luke it's not your birthday yet. You don't have any gifts here.
So since he revealed it dark, he gets to summon the Mad Love. The Mad Love gets to add the Vanquish Soul. Start from the deck to the hand.
Looks like we're going to be playing the start, going to be able to target the Mad Love, add a Vanquish Soul with a different attribute. Because he has a normal summon yet, he could go for Rosin, but maybe he's going for Holy Sue here. Try to preserve his normal summon. It looks like it will be a copy of Vanquish Soul Rosin.
Yeah, I mean, you really couldn't ask for a better start here for Corey, but this is only game number 1.
Summon Rosin and Effect Search.
Yep, okay, Rosin looks like it's going to be able to resolve here. Can't activate anything along the lines of Effect Failure because of that Dimension Shifter.
Now, Dimension Shifter is not going to hurt Corey as much as it hurts Luke, but it does kind of cut you off from using the Rock of the Vanquisher to recycle your cards.
But I think
definitely a fair trade.
Yeah. Vanquish Soul tries to preserve the Rock if it has to anyway. Looks like we're going to be using the Caesar to put the Dark Mad Love back in the hand. Holy Sue is able to hit the field now. It's going to be able to reveal Fire Dark.
And you can kind of see the writing on the wall where this is going. Holy Sue is a level 5 monster. Xiaolong, also a level 5 monster. So getting those 2 cards onto the field will give Corey access to the rank 5 engine in his deck.
So this is going to be the 5th summon, whatever comes off this Holy Sue. So if there is a Nibiru the Primal Being, that is what could save Luke here, but not necessarily the most popular card in the current meta. And if it has to happen, it's going to happen now before he's allowed to go into his extra deck.
And he does indeed summon that Xiaolong from the deck with the Holy Sue.
Opting to preserve the Xiaolong in the hand here, because it could have triggered as well to summon itself.
Overlay.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, keeping the attribute in hand, potentially.
To Ripper.
And here comes the K9 Ripper.
Effect.
Ripper's going to be able to add a K9 card from the deck to the hand.
Maybe getting that singular copy of Jokul now to get that Jialong out of the hand. Or just a copy of Azuna to have for the following turn.
Looks like he's looking at case for K9 potentially. Nope, now
add the force release.
Oh, that's going straight into the force release, opting to not get any of the monsters having the interruption on the opponent's turn. He's already under shifter. Doesn't have to do too much else.
That could be what he's thinking. Yeah. I think this is the first time I've ever seen it add force release on that effect, honestly.
Playing conservative, I like it. Yep, now Luke gets to draw a card here. That looks like a lot of spells.
Yeah, that's what I saw from the beginning. Just so many spell cards, which they have powerful spells, but when you're going second with Draco Tail, it's not really want to be. And yeah, that Dimension Shifter is going to shut things down for Luke, and he's going to concede, so he's going to be able to dive into that side deck without having to reveal what he's playing just yet.
Yeah, this is round 1 of the tournament. It's very unlikely your opponent knows what you're playing. Given that Shifter has resolved and that was enough to potentially end the game, I think it's pretty likely that your opponent knows that you're probably on Draco Tail. A lot of these decks, as you mentioned, are playing cards like Dimensional Fissure, but it's pretty much every deck is playing Dimensional Fissure for the Draco Tail strategy.
And I know for me, when I'm like playing in a tournament, if I like win and my opponent concedes without revealing information, the only thing when I'm side decking, I want to side deck like general cards, but you can also kind of assume that maybe they're playing the most popular deck, and you'll find you're just playing the numbers game at that point, a percentage, because probably the most popular deck has the most entries in the tournament, so that's maybe what you can side for going second. But maybe not want to go like too overboard with the hyper-focused cards that you might have. So maybe go for like more general things like Harvey's Feather Duster, Lightning Storm, just some good like going second cards in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the context of the board that he made, it was just a Ripper. He had the Rust on the field, and he did not, I mean, Hollysuit was still under the Ripper, so it's not like he had any more like strong interactions coming from the hand. So the board wasn't necessarily that strong. It was Shifter that was doing most of the work. So if that was enough to like force a concession,
Yeah, I would at least eliminate Radiant Typhoon. I would assume my opponent is not on Radiant Typhoon because that field would not have been enough. I mean, Dimension Shifter hurts Radiant Typhoon. They do bring back cards from the graveyard. They have to shuffle back to draw with Mandate and everything, but they at least have ways to play through that card. But yeah, with Dimension Shifter shutting things down, I'm assuming Brand and Draco Tail.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, when you're going second, like the spells are so powerful, and you want to draw them when you go first. When you go second, you want to see the Draco Tail find mana. You want to see Draco Tail Pan, like those interactive cards that you can use to actually disrupt your opponent during their turn. But unfortunately, Luke just didn't have those cards there in game number 1.
I mean, this is one of those like secret, or not secret, but like the hidden losses of getting rid of those Malulus. You have less monsters, which means you're going to rely on 5 mana less. Also, the meta doesn't necessarily track for you to go for 5 mana as much. You're not playing potentially as many Molcharmies in your deck anymore. So you will end up having these hands where they're not as functional going second.
Yep, and that happened to be the case here for Luke. But the best part about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that it's best of 3. So you get to dive into that side deck, get to prepare for the counter strategies, and then you have an opportunity to win games 2 and 3.
Yeah, this is one of those things where if you're playing the Branded Draco Tail deck and you're going second against VSK9, you kind of expect to lose that game, game 1 anyway. So if you're going to get shifted, you might as well get shifted there.
Yeah, let's let it happen game 1, not game 3, please. All right, let's see what Luke's going to be able to do. Let's see if we can see any of those awesome new cards out of Burst Protocol that everyone has been asking for this weekend. Is there a shifter?
Not yet. Okay, so far so good.
So good. All right, Rahu Draco Tail is a great way to start.
I will change.
I mean, I don't know if it's a great way to start.
No, not like this. This card is just glued to Corey's hand. I promise you it's limited to 1.
And on Rahu specifically, I mean, there is no counterplay to that. You are losing cards here to resolve this Rahu. Oh, and Urgula from the hand.
And Rahu's so good if you have Urgula in hand because you can just basically search any spellcaster from your deck by sending it to the graveyard, adding it back to your hand. Oh, brutal, brutal start to the birthday weekend for the birthday boy.
But, I mean, that's a long tournament, right? 15 rounds.
That's why we're playing Swiss rounds, Asala. Even if you happen to get shifter twice round 1, you got 14 more rounds of Swiss to hopefully that doesn't happen again. I mean, sometimes you just, the days start hard. I mean, it's not over yet. Let's not count it out yet. He does still get to get the Gulamel on the field. So if he has like a Draco Tail trap already in hand, he'll be able to use the Draco Tail trap. You don't have to have a Draco Tail card in your graveyard for the traps. So he'll be able to have that effect. And as long as there's nothing chained to the trap, he'll have the Gulamel to be able to destroy a card on the field. And a deck that's known for not being the most consistent always is Vegas.
Oh my god.
But Holly Sue too? Holly Sue too? No.
Oh no.
Reveal Rosin, Mad Love.
I mentioned that you can't really high roll as much anymore, but sometimes there's that 1%, that, like less than 1%, where something like this happens.
Never tell me the odds of solid. Never tell me the odds. That makes it worse. Just an absolute monster hand here for Corey in games 1 and 2. Padded by the shifter, the one Holly Sue. I mean, yeah, just concede here from Luke, and that's it for our first
Mandate of Heaven
round feature match. Just absolutely brutal start to the tournament for Luke. Coming all the way from Australia. You can sit straight back.
Sorry about that.
Nah, you're good.
You hear the apology. That's the last thing you want to hear your opponent say is, I'm sorry.
That's probably the most offensive thing that happens is when they say, I'm sorry, it was that bad.
Like, he's not sorry. He can't even get the smile off his face.
I told you, I don't have the best luck.
Dude, I mean, maybe this is Corey's day. Maybe we'll see Corey again in the finals, opening up Shifter, Holly Sue going second. You know, Shifter, Stake Your Soul going first. Just absolutely incredible hands there from Corey.
I feel the same coming
but
from
this
me,
is why we have best of three,
it's totally
multiple
fine.
switch rounds. Like, yeah, what are you going to do? Like, you can't get too upset. At least at the end of the day, you have, like, a little consolation prize. Like, you didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
You didn't make any misplays.
You really had no opportunity to make a mistake there.
I mean, I guess you didn't shuffle well enough for your opponent's deck.
Yeah.
Maybe you could have cut just, like, a few cards differently and everything would have been different. But you can't, like, rack your brain with those kind of things. But an exciting start to day number 1, I would say. Just absolutely incredible. I think we probably have, like, more matches to watch. We're not going to cut away just yet. That was a quick one for sure. Not what you want to see if you are Luke, though.
I mean, at least from his perspective, it can't get any worse.
Right? It can't get worse.
It can only get better from here.
I mean, you know, this reminds me of, like, my own personal memories. Like, there was the NAWCQ where Necros was, like, the deck. I sat down to play. You know, I practiced months leading up to it. I sit down. The first card that gets activated on me, mistake. And I was like, well, okay, I guess this is how the tournament's going to be. And it was a rough one from that point. And same thing that kind of happened here for Luke, where sometimes that counter card to your deck is just in your opponent's hand. At least mistake was at 3.
Yeah.
It feels a little worse that the Holly Sue, the Shifter being limited.
If
and then
it was
having
just, like, Shifter's already pretty bad, but the Holly Sue, there's one Holly Sue. There's not that many Vanquish Soul names, man.
I know. I was trying to, like, look for some consolation there for Luke, like, because I saw that he had a Draco Tail Trap. He has the Gulamel. He can maybe do something there as long as there's not like a Rosin or a Holly Sue or a Mad Love on top of that. But unfortunately, his opponent Corey had all the pieces. You know, sometimes it's just your day. Maybe it'll be if Corey continues to draw like that, we will see him in the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, there's no stopping him.
I don't think there's like any deck that's going to be able to beat those kind of hands, and that's just how it goes sometimes. I mean, but that is like a little bit of a reward for Corey for playing that Vanquish Soul K9 deck. It's not the most popular deck this weekend. A lot of people have said, you know, it's not as consistent as other decks, so a lot of people have overlooked it. But you get rewarded when you have those cards in your deck. You can't draw Dimension Shifter if you're not playing it.
Absolutely.
So definitely shout outs to Corey for having that strong deck selection going into this tournament. I mean, if you asked me before it started, I would say like that there would be a few K9 Vanquish Souls in Top Cut, but if they're all drawing like that, we might see more than a few.
I mean, it's very improbable, but like it's one of those situations where the cards are in your deck, so you can find them.
All right, but yeah, we keep talking about how Corey drew amazing. Let's see what he has to think about it. Kangas, take it away.
I'm here with Corey Pettit after your round 1 feature match win. Congratulations on that. And I got to start off with that last moment of the last duel, D-Shifter Holly Sue, and you were smirking about it.
Listen, okay, don't put me on the spot like that, but yeah, I know. I looked at my hand and I was like, I got the Mandate of Heaven on this one. What can you say?
Sometimes you just draw the right cards for it, but your opponent would seem like a good sport. You mentioned that you found out it was his birthday weekend, right?
Yeah, you know, I thought I'd send him off with a nice birthday present on stream. No, he's a great guy, super nice guy, great opponent.
It was a fantastic duel. He took it in stride. I want to talk about your deck choice now, because K9 Vanquish Soul, everyone has a different opinion of what's going to be good at this tournament. What made you think that this was the right choice?
So up until the last moment, I was actually going to be playing Radiant Typhoon. I was testing it until 2:30 a.m. the night before last, and then when I went to registration, they said, you didn't put your deck list in. And I said, do VSK9. I have to believe in my deck, and it'll believe in me. And here we are.
A last-second pivot into a round 1 feature match win. Great story right there, Corey. I see that there's a couple of people in the audience supporting you. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give?
Absolutely. I want to give a shout-out to everyone in chat, YGO, my roommate right now, James. We got the Goo Gamers from Knoxville, all the fellas. Thanks for showing out. Appreciate y'all.
Lots of claps, lots of hearts in the audience. Thank you so much, Corey. Congratulations on your win. Back to the casters.
All right, that's interesting that you pivoted last minute and got rewarded. It's like a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is deck choice, card selection for your deck, and then having it come to fruition in the first round has to feel good. He must be feeling just so confident right now.
Yeah, the circle of events didn't lead to that point. It was really just meant to be, at least up to this point, right? We got round 1 done, but again, 14 more rounds to go. Very long tournament. He just has to keep it up.
Yep, definitely. We're gonna maybe see. I mean, if he keeps drawing like that, he will definitely be on day 2. But this is the 300th YCS, so there's some special stuff that happens when we have like a milestone event. We have this really cool game mat that you get when you enter the tournament. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. We mentioned they're happening all around the world. Every participant will receive an exclusive game mat based on the 300th location. You can see they all have a little bit of a different color to them. But something that's also special, since Duelists can only attend one of the 300th YCS, we have limited quantities of the other 2 participation game mats available on the prize wall. So you actually have a way to get your hands on all 3 at each 300th event taking place around the world. And they look absolutely beautiful. They have all those events, all those YCSs on that monument right there.
Absolutely. These are something that you want to collect, and having the opportunity to collect them at whichever 300 that you're at is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's definitely awesome. And I know I want to get my hands on one of those, but unfortunately, I'm stuck here behind the caster desk with you guys. But we do have more Yu-Gi-Oh! We're going to jump into our bonus feature match since that first one was a quick one. But we don't want to stop. We want to keep the Yu-Gi-Oh! Flowing. So let's go ahead and jump into it. We have Alexander taking on Yassine from Canada.
They're already going to game 3. That's kind of a lot of fast games here.
I mean, I'm so surprised what Yassine's playing here.
Yeah.
I did not think Yassine would be on Lunalight, but I love the pick for the weekend. I think it's a little more on the radar than it has been in the past because people have to be weary that Liger Dancer is a problem. And I think the World Championship really kind of showcased that because it came in second place and people are like, wow, if you're not prepared for this deck, it can just take the tournament. And it looks like that's what Yassine's trying to do here this weekend with Liger Dancer.
Yeah, I picked this match as one of our backups for a couple of reasons. Mainly, I knew a lot of Master Duel players really wanted to just play Lunalight because they've been playing it a lot in Master Duel, along with the Magus' Dracotel. But I've been asking a lot of Radiant Typhoon players, so like, what are you going to do when you play against Lunalight? What is your specific out? And they're like, I'm not going to run into it.
Hopefully not. I mean, yes, if you don't have the out to Liger Dancer in your deck, you just have to hope they don't get there. Like, you have to stop, like, the Gold Leo, hopefully. I mean, because that's the one way Lunalight can fall apart is, like, if you have something like Droll and Lockbird can be absolutely devastating. So you can have, like, those options that will prevent them from getting there. But once it comes down, sometimes you're just like, well, that is what it is.
Yeah, the method to stop it is to prevent it. I mean, if you're looking at Radiant Typhoon as one of the best decks of the format, it's not playing a lot of ways to prevent anything.
Yeah, especially going second. If it goes first, it has some tools. You can, like, Mystical Space Typhoon, Lunalight Masquerade or something. But when you go second, they're more reliant on the spell cards, so they're not going to have a lot of those monster effects from the hands that are notoriously good against Lunalight.
Absolutely. It kind of brings it down to 50-50, but I mean, I think Lunalight takes those chances.
I do. Yeah, I'm a Lunalight duelist myself. I'm a big fan of the deck, so I'm really excited to see someone of, Yassine's player caliber using something here. He always tries to find like a unique strategy. He was one of the first players to do well with the Crystron deck, with K9 Crystron, and now it doesn't surprise me that he's on something cool like Lunalight.
I wonder if there's some spice in the list as well, something to really accommodate for the format and the popularity of branded Dracotel. Because, I mean, I was comparing it to Radiant Typhoon earlier, which has very few interruptions from the hand, but branded Dracotel typically has quite a lot.
Definitely. I mean, even like a timely find mana and do an Arthur Lion to like return some cards could be absolutely devastating. There's ways you can, like, there's the one lock, I did air quotes, you guys can't see it at home, around lock, is if you summon a monster with Lunalight Silverhound, you can't special summon anything but Lunalight still, so you're basically locked into fusions. All Lunalight monsters are fusions. So if you can get that monster stuck out there by itself, that can kind of prevent their turn if they can't go into like Xyz monsters or anything like that. So there's definitely some timely interactions that branded Dracotel can interrupt.
Yeah, if you want to lock them into fusion summoning with no access to actual fusion spells, it can essentially end their turn.
Yeah, we'll the big one you want to stop is Black Sheep. Because Black Sheep being able to add polymerization is sometimes their only way to fusion summon.
Typically, they only play the one copy that they get to recycle a bunch with Kaleido as well as Masquerade.
Yep. So if you're thinking about, should I Ash Blossom this Black Sheep adding the polymerization? Probably. But I mean, that's if you didn't Ash Blossom the Gold Leo.
I think in most situations, if you have a way to interrupt a Lunalight effect, you do it.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see who is going first here in game number 3. Looks like the Duelists are shuffled up side deck.
I think they're just waiting for the go-ahead here. And
do you think we're going to see Lunalight in Top Cut? I mean, I think we'll see a couple at least.
Well, okay, so top 8
day
or
two.
I think there will be several in day 2. It's just one of those decks that has something that's able to exploit in a format that's not necessarily ready for it. Like people aren't talking about Lunalight as the deck to beat, right? I don't know if people are giving it the respect, and if that's a deck you don't respect, it will just creep up on you.
Definitely. So maybe like 1 in top 8, I think would be what I'm looking at, just based on like how many people enter with the deck. But we'll have to see if Lunalight is the winning strategy. Thank you for everyone watching here, at home. This is the 300th. It's Valentine's Day. Make sure you say Happy Valentine's to all those that you care about. Happy Valentine's Day, Asala.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Hit me with the thank you. That's cool. Appreciate it. I'll remember that tomorrow when it's your birthday.
Oh.
Just kidding. We like to have fun here. But, yeah, so this game is about to start. Just waiting for a moment. So what's really going to be the tall tale of this game is who's going first. If the branded Dracotel Duelist, Alexander, is going first, I think he's going to have the advantage because Lunalight, it struggles going second outside of one card. Well, two cards, I guess. You want to count Triple Tactics Thrust. But heavy polymerization is absolutely phenomenal going second. We just want to stop the Liger Dancer from being summoned. Well, this is like a one-card Liger Dancer, depending on like how many Lunalight names you draw. You do have to take the damage of all the materials you use from your extra deck. But if you can use like 2 from your hand, 2 from your extra deck, not too bad. And as long as you have 1 life point, that Liger Dancer can carry you to victory. So if the Lunalight player Yasin is going second, he's definitely going to be looking for heavy polymerization.
It definitely puts the Dracotel player in a bit of a weird spot because you want to use all your interactions as early as you can against all the Lunalight effects just to try to cut them off, but you have to save at least one that can respond to that heavy polymerization, so you just have to respect it at all times.
Definitely, yeah, it is an incredible card. And looks like we're finally about to start game number 3 with the handshakes. It's time to duel. Who's going first?
I think the Brand Dracotel player drew quite a few cards there, so I felt like he would be taking the lead.
Ooh, if he's going first or second, I think he's in decent shape. I do see a Droll and Lockbird in his hand, which is really... As a Lunalight player, I can tell you Droll is the scariest thing. Because it takes you a minute to get to the Black Sheep if you start with Gold Leo, because you have to go through so many searches to get that effect to add it back from the graveyard.
Yeah, I think it's almost, not necessarily impossible to get to Liger Dancer through a Droll and Lockbird, but it's
tough.
Just very, very difficult.
But Alex is going first with the Droll in hand, with the Ash Blossom. But Yasin has an Ash Blossom for Rahu Dracotail, so you know Yasin's hoping this is going to end Alex's turn.
I mean, if you lead with Rahu, as I mentioned before, that's not really typically the one you want to start with. It's really weak to a lot of interruptions, and if it gets met with Ash Blossom here, it could be ending Alex's turn.
And if there is any card you want to Ash Blossom, it's that one. You don't want to Ash Blossom Ketsu Dracotail. You want to save it for the Rahu almost always. Because with the way the Dracotail cards work, no matter if you have like an Urgula in hand or you send an Urgula from your deck, it's going to be able to add back a card again later on. You're going to be able to fill up your spell and trap zones. Rahu just kind of snowballs into so much.
Yeah, the only one that imitates Shadal Fusion by sending a monster directly from the deck to the graveyard. Just immediate advantage and just getting access to a name you didn't already have. Seems like there might be an issue with the headset here.
You see Yasin having a good laugh about it. Well, I could hear the judge on the player mic. Sounds like they're talking to protection. There might be an issue with their headsets. There's something they're trying to fix. I heard Yasin say a little better,
okay.
Which isn't really what you want to hear, because a little better usually means
it's pretty bad.
I don't want to tell you this, but no, it hasn't gotten better. But you see Alex kind of looking through his extra deck. What do you think he'd be looking for? Maybe he has a Fine Mana in hand, seeing if he can make something. I don't know what he could be checking.
Like Fine Mana with no Dracotails, probably.
So like, what can I make? Nothing really. I mean, I guess Droll and Lockbird's a spellcaster, so if you have a dragon that's not a Dracotail, maybe there's something there. Well, it's just going to be a few more minutes as they figure out the situation, and yeah, this is kind of, I think, if you're Yasin, like, how are you feeling right now? I think if they start with Rahu Dracotail and you have the Ash Blossom, you have to be feeling pretty good, because I mean, this is usually a turn skip kind of interaction.
Yeah, of all the ways to start a game going second into this matchup, I think this is pretty much as good as it can go.
There's no falling of the White Dragon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
You wouldn't expect it, right? Because I think in most situations, if you have Rahu, you want this card to resolve. So you're throwing everything else out first.
Yep. And those are the ways, like, the little skills you can pick up in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's about being able to read your opponent and know, like, based upon the order they play their cards, what else they could possibly have.
Yeah, it's one of the really important parts of just understanding every deck instead of just your own. Obviously, it's really important to know the ins and outs of your deck, but if you know the ins and outs of your opponent's deck, it's much easier to figure out where to stop it.
Okay, there was a pass, right? Yasin just drew. I think we're back in it, and it was an Ash Blossom in the turn. But we do know Alex has the... Another thing you can infer from a situation like that is that if they don't have any other ways to play, those cards are going to be interactive cards from the hand.
Yeah, typically, as the game has progressed, it's always been one starter and then a bunch of cards to make sure your opponent cannot play.
And now we're leading off a Tri-Brigade Fractal. This card is absolutely amazing. We're going to see a lot of it this weekend in many different decks, and it's going to send the Lunalight Silverhound, which will try to special summon a Lunalight monster from the deck, and Alexander has the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
All right, one interaction down here. Let's see if Yasin has any more ways to start. No cards on the opponent's field for that heavy polymerization. A lot of cards that typically would be in the deck going second. Kind of cut off. You played around it by not having a playable hand. Does Yasin pass back to his own Ash Blossom?
He's thinking, and now he's shuffling his deck, so...
Oh, that's a good sign.
A good sign for Alexander.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say a great sign for Yasin.
Unless he's going to activate a card like Pot of Prosperity now.
Ooh, that would be a good one. I think with Lunalight, if you're building a deck, the best thing is to focus on, like, hyper consistency. Like, your deck does one thing really good, and you want to make sure you do it as often as possible, but it is just a pass back. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring shutting down both players' turn ones. Now let's see if Alex is going to draw into a Dracotail monster.
It is a 5-mana, so, okay, Fualis, we take those. We can accept that.
Yeah, Fualis is a lot stronger on, like, turn one when you can't get attacked for game, but there's still going to be cards that Yasin can draw into with that Fualis, but I think...
When you have a battle phase against Lunalight, you're just going to go for it. Yeah,
you have to go. I agree, big time.
We'll see what monsters he can fuse with. Does he have any other Dracotail monsters in his hand? If he doesn't, that could be a huge detriment, especially into a Fualos. I mean, this is not an easy decision for Alex here.
I mean, he needs to figure out what he wants to fusion summon, see what the materials are going to be, and we'll never know.
It looks like it's a Frixel and...
the Nibiru, or... I see the circle. That's the only reason why... Or is that the Frixel?
I can't tell. Is it another 5-mana?
We'll maybe be able to... I mean, as long as it's a Dracotail name, he'll be able to access a Dracotail Speller Trap from the deck.
I mean, he's really contemplating what he's summoning. At least
I mean, he's already used the materials. Yeah, this is a... He's got to be careful. I wouldn't be surprised if he got a warning here for just slow play.
Okay, so there was at least one Dracotail monster involved because Arthelion has hit the field. All right, let's do chain links here. At the very least, he can add a copy of Ash Blossom back to his hand.
And that is the first
Yeah, it looks
target.
like it's another 5-mana.
Okay, so he's going to add back the Ash Blossom 5-mana. Arthelion gets to add back as many cards from the field or either player's graveyards as materials used from the hand. Since he used 2, he'll be able to add back 2, and one Dracotail name, he's going to be able to set a Rahu Dracotail.
All right, not the most ideal here. You would want to have at least one more just so you can have some more flexibility, but maybe you're taking the trade 1-for-1 here. As you mentioned, he still has that Drone Lockbird in his hand. So not necessarily having to give up any more cards, but he does probably want to activate this Rahu, which is going to be met with Dominus Impulse. I mean, that's just another card that Yassine will take away from his hand. Not getting any more cards off the Flawless. We're going to be able to trade for some damage here with the Arthalion. Now Heavy Polymerization will be more live. And it looks like it's going to be a pass back to Yassine.
So just being able to stop Rahu Dracotel is the name of the game. It is the strongest card in the deck, and you can see Yassine focusing on that with the Ash Blossom and the Dominus Impulse.
I mean, the only thing is he had to pass to an Ash Blossom before. The Ash Blossom is now back in Alexander's hand. And okay, he has another Fractal at this point. Let's see if he has that second copy of the Silverhound.
This is where that consistency can kind of get you. If you have too many consistency cards and you draw them all together, but they're not like varied, like multiple copies of Fractal,
I mean,
you end up in this situation.
It's going to get ashed again, the same as the first time. Will he have to pass back? There is a monster on his field now, so Heavy Polymerization is live. But I don't think he has enough materials in his hand to even try to do it. But he can start with the Perfume Dancer to at least get started. There's a Kaleido Chick normal summon here. Not going to be able to do too much on its own.
You can send like a Yellow Martin.
A
He's
Gold
going to
Leo.
send a Gold Leo. Maybe he has a Lunalight Perfume in hand.
Yeah, Perfume in hand could be extremely strong here.
And
there
he
is
does.
a Perfume.
Okay, so Lunalight Perfume is going to be able to special summon back the Gold Leo. Kaleido Chick's really like the heart and soul of this deck too, being able to access all your Lunalight names. It's able to send a Lunalight from your extra deck or deck to the graveyard, copy the name, but the big thing is just getting those cards into the graveyard.
Yeah,
I mean, the name matters if you want to use the like fuse for Liger Dancer on the field and it copies the Leo Dancer name, but
it absolutely matters for the combos. And then, of course, its effect in the battle phase is important as well, where when it's banished, your opponent cannot activate cards' effects in the battle phase, so you can have those potentials to go end the game much faster and safer. But now Yellow Martin is able to go to the grave from the hand from Leo. Leo adds the card to the hand and then discards it. So then Yellow Martin will be able to trigger its effect when sent to the graveyard by card effect. But we're going to be chaining Drone Lockbird to cut that off as well. And now Yassine has to be able to do stuff without accessing the deck anymore.
yeah, this is the exact moment where Droll feels the worst, because that Yellow Martin is going to access the Masquerade, which not as strong here since both Silverhounds have been used. But yeah, you don't want to see Droll. But he at least has like rank 4 access now. He can use the Yellow Martin to return one of his monsters to his hand, or actually neither one was summoned by Silverhound, right? So he could just go into a rank 4 with these two, potentially. Maybe like Baguska or something. But yeah, if he uses the Yellow Martin to return the Gold Leo, he'll have the follow-up for the following turn.
Yeah, so he has some. Well, I mean, I don't know how much follow-up it'll be. I don't like. It depends on how many Yellow Martin he plays. I assume he doesn't play any more copies of the silver.
Doesn't really matter, honestly, because I'm just gonna
Okay,
fuse them
Kaleido
off.
Chick is the one going back to hand here. I think he identifies that there's nothing left to do with the Gold Leo at this point. And it is a Heavy Polymerization!
That is the card he needed! He only has 5,000 life points, so that's why he has to use as many Lunalight monsters from the field or hand as possible.
I mean, there's only one monster on the opponent's side of the field, too.
Yeah, so he's going to only be able to use one monster from the extra deck, but it's the important one. It's the Leo Dancer, so it's the final name. And Liger Dancer has come down from Yassine. Somehow, some way, he found a way to get there. We talked about Heavy Polymerization being key when going second. It also works on your fourth turn of the duel as well. But you know, Alex has to be sweating a little bit, because this is going to be a lot of damage right away. He's going to use Liger Dancer's
76?
effect in the battle phase to destroy all of his monsters, and then 2
So he's at
attacks
400.
For 38
from
each.
Liger Dancer, and Alex will only have 400 life points remaining.
Even after the Drone Lockbird, I didn't think Alex was in such a great spot. He would have the Arthalion belt. He didn't have a whole lot of cards in hand because, I mean, he had to use the Ash Blossom. That was the only card he got back off the Arthalion. And now down 2 cards into a Liger Dancer, Silverhound in the graveyard, going to be able to. Actually, there is no fusion.
No, he dumped 2 fusions. One with Liger Dancer and one with the Heavy Polymerization.
Oh yeah, and that is enough. Yassine is able to take it away.
And yep, the Liger Dancer came down and he held on. What a brutal game 3.
A war of attrition here, yeah.
A scary one for Yassine, but Heavy Polymerization making the difference.
If you drew a spell or trap, it just would.
I just have to wonder, like, okay, so he set the second Rahu, but yeah, it was the Dominus Impulse on that second Rahu that really sealed the deal for him. Yassine's game plan, since he couldn't like play too much, he didn't have a lot of starters, or he had too many starters, we got met by that Ash Blossom.
He just needed to stop the Rahu. So if you're out there kind of struggling against Draco Tail, since we mentioned Malulu being limited to 1, they have less monsters to play with. Malulu is one of the best normal summons in the deck. You kind of just have to hope they don't draw Fall into the White Dragon. That card's incredibly powerful, and there's not a lot of ways to stop that. But if you can hyper-focus the Rahu, that might be enough just to give you another turn so you can fight back and find your way to your boss monster like Lunalight Liger Dancer.
Yeah, both players kind of just had really strong ways to interact with their opponent with these hands and not a lot of ways to start, or at least the only one way to start per turn. And both these strategies are trying to choke out the opponent here. And whatever way you have to stop Draco Tail from fusion summoning, especially if it is something on the lead Rahu, which means that there's typically not anything else that allows you to fusion summon, you just want to cut it off immediately. And both players were able to identify that, and then unfortunately, fortunately for Yassine, he just had more ways to play.
Yeah, and we're talking about like reading your opponent based on their actions, right? When I play pretty quickly, right? That's because I don't want any of my time for my plays to give any extra information to my opponent. And I think there's some information that Yassine could have pulled from Alex there. Like when he uses the 5 mana, sends the materials, but he's like looking through his extra deck, thinking for a long time. The indication I would get from that is the position he's in doesn't feel great, and he's looking for those answers. So maybe Yassine could smell a little bit of weakness in there, follow the trail of the weakness to capitalize on that. I think that's what we saw.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty easy to identify when you had to lead with Rahu regardless, but it's one of those things where he had to choose between the extra deck monsters there. That means, was he considering just passing with the Gulamel, or is he going for the Arthalion to get cards back? I think that was the consideration there.
Oh, yeah, having Gulamel with a trap is a lot safer of a play, probably.
Because he's only going to give up 1. Like, if he was opting to not have to fusion summon again that turn, just get a trap, have the Gulamel, and then but you just don't get to add any value back. And when you're already giving up like only 1 Draco Tail, so only 1 card replace itself, I think going for the Arthalion there makes sense.
Yeah, I think so too. It's especially because you're being able to add back the Ash Blossom that just ended your opponent's last turn. You have to assume that this will be enough on the following turn. But yeah, what really seemed like happened is that Yassine just didn't have enough Lunalight names. Maybe he had the heavy polarization. Maybe that was the draw for turn that really turned things around. But like, if you showed me both of like their opening hands, the way that game played out, I would have thought it would have been in Alex's favor. You had Rahu, Ash Blossom, Droll, and Lockbird. Like, you can't ask
if
for
the initial
more.
Rahu resolves, he's for sure winning that game. But it really comes down to getting that initial Rahu to resolve.
Yep, that Ash Blossom and that Dominus Impulse were just absolutely incredible for Yassine. And I wonder if we're going to see like more Lunalights than like intended. I thought it was going to be like an outlier, but if someone of like Yassine's caliber is playing it, I'm sure there's so many more Duelists out there that brought it this weekend trying to catch our Duelist off guard.
Yeah, I do think it is an outlier in the tournament. I don't expect to see a lot of them, but the people that are choosing to pilot the deck, I think, are very confident in their Lunalight strategy.
Yeah, definitely. It's a deck that I enjoy playing for a long time, and yeah, I still get to play it on Master Duel. But we're going to hear from Yassine himself and maybe why he brought that Lunalight strategy here this weekend and how he thinks he's going to do. Kangas, take it away for our interview with Yassine.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Yassine. Congratulations on your side feature match win. We only got to hop into your duels going into that third one. So I want to get from your perspective, what was the story of that match?
Yeah, so game 1 was interesting. Sorry, I won the dice roll and I lost that game because I got triple hand trapped and my hand was a little sketch.
What were the cards? Because we saw like Ash Blossom, we saw a lot of things like that.
Yeah, I drew double Ash with Lunalight Perfume, Foolish Bill Goods, and forgot the 5th card. It was a heavy poly going first. And like this hand technically loses to Ash on either my Serenade Dance or Foolish Bill Goods. But he didn't Ash that, so I thought I had a chance because I can go Serenade Dance, discard Lunalight Perfume, and then summon Gold Leo as effect. I got Veiler, that was like, that's fine. He let me discard the Perfume so I can still play the game. And he Ashed my Perfume, so I couldn't really play much. And then for game 2, I went first. Things were a little better this time. I was able to play. And then game 3, that's where I was going into, I don't know, not much of a board really. I just double hand trapped him. I mean, I Ashed him on the Rahu and that made him pass. And yeah, after that it was kind of like a grind game because he also had a hand traps for me.
I was going to say, we saw multiple turns where really nothing was happening on the field. What's going through your head as a competitive duelist when you're like, well, hopefully I get to see another turn, you know?
So the thing is, I have a lot of starters in my hand, but they all do the same thing. It's like multiple Fractal, which only really sends Silverhound, and every single turn it just gets Ashed every time. So I'm not doing much because my normal summons are cards like Kaleido Chick, which doesn't really do anything by itself. If I had a Gold Leo too, it would have been a different story, but I still had the cards to win at the end, so I'm not complaining.
You're able to pull it off. Lunalight as well as the deck that you're piloting. Not everyone's kind of confirmed as to what is going to be the best deck here. What made you want to play that one?
I like Lunite because I have a lot of experience with it. Obviously not as much as Christian. I wish I was playing that deck, but I think Lunite is a good deck just because people are not really prepared for it, and if you don't have very specific cards for Liger Dancer, you will lose 100% of the time against it. So I'm just preying on people's, I guess, ignorance of the matchup, really.
Not having the right side deck options or the right outs?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
All right, hey, sometimes I can get you the win, and hey, you got to win today. So congratulations, kicking that off. Back to the casters.
All right. That was an incredible interview to hear from Yassine. Give us some details of how the match played out. I wanted to hear more about like why he played Lunalite for the tournament. But I mean, I think we all know Liger Dancer.
Yeah.
But that's absolutely incredible. We're going to be back right after a quick break for our first round of the Genesys tournament. That's right, the Proto-YCS for Genesys. So don't go anywhere. It'll be very quick. Stay tuned.
Nani? トラバルのデータちゃんはこのビルの中ね。オッケー。よし。闇データの運び屋。
アラートレベル3の執行案件が発生した。通称 IP マスカレード。運び屋として数々の犯罪に関与し、このままではさらなる災いのトリガーとなるだろう。ラッパの死者千代丸よ、名約に基づきこの者の執行を命する。
よし、終わり。お名はごめん。はあ。あれ。あれ。逃してしまいました。敵ながらあっぱれです。楽勝。
And welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series and a very special event, 300 YCS. Can you believe it, Joe?
It's really hard to believe that this game has been going on that long, but it's really a proud moment to be part of an event like this, celebrating so much Yu-Gi-Oh! History.
Oh, I know. We were talking about some of our Yu-Gi-Oh! History, right? I didn't realize that some of my old content was featuring an illustrious hero duelist like yourself. My goodness, my goodness. My first one was the 24th. Do you remember your first one?
Oh, it was actually in Boston. It's been a while since we've gone to Boston for a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, but I remember all the way back in 2006 it was the first one. It was about 20 minutes from where I grew up, and then that really just sparked a love that I already had for a game, but love for the competitive scene in a way that I couldn't even imagine. And from there I've been through just dozens and dozens and dozens over the course of the game's history, and the fact that now we're all the way up to 300, it's really just an illustrious moment.
Yeah, I guess we'll be old grandpas by the time the 500th comes up, but maybe it'll be here before you know it. But it's just so neat to see the community really come together and have all these stories. And some competitors who were here from the Wayback Machine, and other competitors like our current world champion who's only been here for like 2 years. This is like when worlds collide. It's just such a cool event, such a cool event.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Billy mentioned it earlier, but the very first actual YCS by that name was in Virginia itself. So it's really iconic to come back here now, from the 76th YCS all the way out to the 300th in the same state.
That's right, because we did have a name change, but we're also still keeping the count. So the first event was the first event, but the 76th YCS is technically also the first YCS. But yeah, a lot of history here in Richmond. Actually, this was where the first time I ever got up on stage with you guys was right here in Richmond, Virginia. So I guess this is just a fabled town for a very legendary game. Good stuff.
And in addition to just the history, here we are about to commentate some of the first games of the Genesys format at the YCS level.
So we are calling it the Genesys Proto-YCS, but it is really a YCS. The vibes are the same. You know, we saw all of the cool deck lists, so many different decks throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history that are actually being represented here. And that's what we really like about Genesys is some people think it's like, oh, you know, it's just the decks that can't make it. No, there's some really, really good stuff here. And strategies that we haven't seen in a while, too.
I know we looked over some of the deck lists and just the names of the decks, and the pie chart for this particular event is going to be overwhelmingly diverse.
Well, let's talk about the duelists we have here. We are seeing two decks that actually really can do well in the main event, the advanced format. Dirac Fire King, we've seen not only Master Duel, but in the advanced format. And then Paleozoic, haven't seen it as recently, but obviously a great control deck. So this is going to be a battle of Dirac Fire King trying to clear the board and Paleozoic trying to hold on for dear life and keep things under control.
Yeah, obviously we've seen Fire King recently. Typically we see Fire King incorporated with Snake Eye cards. That's really what it was at its max potential over the course of the last couple of years. Here, as you mentioned there, they'll be combining the strategy of the Fire Kings. Well, Diracs.
It's neat to see the Diracs, because really what you get from the Dirac, because this is a small Dirac package, but the whole goal is to try to get Dirac Astro either on the field or into the graveyard, because you can, of course, banish it with another Dirac and bring out Dirac Meteor, and the comment is coming for those dinosaurs. That Dirac Meteor destroys all cards on the field and will special summon a tuner, so you can get another combo going from there. And who loves cards being destroyed more than Fire Kings?
I know, it's a great synergy. And especially against a deck that's really playing to the field, right? Some decks try to maintain hand advantage. Paleozoic's the complete opposite of that. An ideal opening turn for Paleozoics is truly to set 5.
And just pass, yeah. It's really neat to see Genesys come alive like this. You know, obviously, if you're unfamiliar with the rules, just as a quick reminder, you might notice our field is different here. No links and no pendulum, so there is no extra monster zone. Of course, the cards are pointed here, so I'll probably pull up the points list so we can figure that out. It looks like these duelists haven't completely used all their points, though. Looks like Adrian over here used 98 total points, whereas Graylin went fully in with 100. I'm not going to spoil any surprises, but we'll see where those points were spent soon enough.
Yeah, it's not just Paleozoic. I'm going to kind of wait to see us all note what that face-down monster is, because there's an array of old-school frogs in Adrian's deck that I have some affinity for, especially if you have gone throughout the history of this game and been playing for decades. There are some OG frogs in this deck.
Yeah, there are. And it makes sense, too. I mean, they're all level 2 Aqua monsters, so it kind of helps. But let's go back to the dinosaurs here. We're activating Fire King Island. And probably going to try to destroy something. I mean, with Adrian, you've got so many options. You can banish cards, you can flip stuff face down. The Paleozoic Trap lineup has a lot of options here, but let's see what we do first with Graylin.
He has no hand, so something like Dinomischus wouldn't work.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're not going to be able to drop anything from the hand here. But speaking of dropping, get rid of Grunix there. And what are we destroying? It's good to see Low. We love Voiceless Voice.
That is a deck we could see this week.
We actually could. There's some weird stuff out there.
Looks like we're going to get Ponix, though.
And a gorgeous Ponix it is.
Yeah, recently upgraded. I believe that is a Starlight Rare from the tins. So the interesting thing about watching and preparing for Genesys is you might be so familiar with some of the play sequences from a couple years ago. Things are just going to look a little bit different here.
I do love that, because it lets old decks kind of have a breath of fresh air, and it also lets new strategies that weren't possible before really come to life. Because, I think with the frogs, that's a great example. Some of these frogs hit the Forbidden List pretty fast, and being able to combine them with cards that have really proven themselves, because Paleo did great things at its time when it first released. But it looks like we're just going to go ahead and...
Looks like it's one of the Paleo Trap cards. It's really sometimes hard to tell from the image. Looks like this is going to be one that sends it to the graveyard.
That does kind of get the combo started, because you really do need to take advantage of the fact. And so it's going to be Paleozoic Morella.
Wow, he's sending Elemental Burst.
Wait, what?
Talk about being able to dig through maybe what cards you would call at home kind of the bulk pile, just this big bin of cards. I know everybody growing up probably had one of those, to find Elemental Blast.
Well, he's not going to have all the different attributes to be able to activate that card. To me, that signals that he's probably using transaction rollback in order to pay half his life points in order to use that trap from the graveyard. But he also now has a Paleozoic Morella in the graveyard, so the next trap he activates is also going to get him a tiny little level 2 monster unaffected by monster effects. And that's important, considering the Fire King certainly has a lot of monster effects here. It looks like we'll use the Ponix to go ahead and search. Typically, this is Fire King Sanctuary, but maybe since Paleozoic does a lot of banishment, you just get something like Fire King Skyburn or the Circle. See what he grabs. It's also wild, too, because in Genesys, any card is legit. There's no... People talk about not seeing things in the format, but obviously we're going to see that, so... Oh, we're doing Barong, too. Another great card, being able to search out another Fire King on the next standby phase after it was destroyed. And Barong is not somebody you see that actively in, recent Fire King lists. But Genesys has a different tempo. I like to say everything resolves in Genesys, right? Because you have to spend points on things like Ash Blossom, Joyous Spring if you choose to use it, even Max C if you choose to use it. Yep, La Cucaracha does exist here.
And of course, there was the increase to the Droll and Lockbird as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it gets,
I want to say Droll and Lockbird is at 25 points now, and that's another tell as you're playing in Genesys. If they have cards that stop you, they probably don't have any pointed cards that like do something to you, so they have to make that trade-off. So it's really great for the deck-building geniuses out there.
One thing is that
it is kind of interesting. You previewed this matchup and talking a little bit about Jirak's ability to wipe the field with Stereo. It's actually funny now that Elemental Burst is in the graveyard, that Adrian's kind of threatening that with the transaction rollback.
We'll just have to rewind back to...
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we're just going to have to
Okay, so it does look like we got to rewind a little bit.
Okay,
yeah.
Genesys is a little interesting too because you're going to find yourself in these unfamiliar play lines like you were suggesting. It's not like people have 300 YCSs of Genesys experience. This is basically the first major for this tournament series.
Yeah, this one goes back, and then that's going to activate in separate chains. So, but we're still going to rewind back to.
Oh, so it's just when this is activating. Gotcha.
So,
Okay,
we're just going to rewind to those triggers.
These are still in hand. That's in the extra deck.
Yeah.
So now,
So
this is still set.
Yeah, exactly. And that's
so that's major. Just Duelist at work here.
Just choose basically.
So this is chain one.
Yeah, that can chain one, and it's just the chain.
They're rewinding a few steps here.
Yeah,
you're good.
All right, so
and still then I'll still do the Morella chain.
Yeah, so then summon.
So you're good there.
Okay, and then on summon, add this stand.
You're adding that. Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
It does not look like you did search Skyburn.
There you go.
So it looks like it's just going to be a procedural error minor, right? Ponix and Garunix can't be both triggered on the same destruction. It's one of those effects where it's a private knowledge area typically is like the unified theme of that. If it's two cards in a private knowledge area trying to trigger off the same thing, they typically cannot. Great example, and kind of for my own Genesys deck building, you can't do the Divine Emperor, the Heavenly Prison, and Amazement Administrator Arlecchino at the same time. You got to pick and stick between one of the two.
The Ponix, or destroying Garunix.
Destroying Garunix?
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to destroy Garunix to bring out the Kieran. But that Jirak Megalo is already starting to get stuff set up.
It's not cost, but no.
It is unfortunate for Adrian.
Also,
He is going to try to combine transaction rollback with Elemental Burst. He's playing against probably one of the worst decks.
Do you have anything else on that?
Port wipe like that?
Sorry, still in chain on that.
You might try to have to position it such that a lot of the Fire King effects have already been activated and take advantage of that.
Yeah, but it'll be interesting because, again, he can send a Jirak monster from his deck or extra deck, and we did see there's the Synchro monster. So he basically has the setup now for Astro being the one that you send to the graveyard, and then you just banish those two, and all of a sudden you got Meteor. Nibiru the Primal being maybe not as good in Genesys, but it's nice when you can basically call its little brother.
We'll destroy Aviator.
Do you mind if I read this one?
Oh, and Arvada, too. You know, it's funny because you almost, like, remember these cards as they first hit the field, and being able to have a monster effect negate that also destroys one of your cards, basically progressing your strategy even further. I don't know if Paleozoic's going to be able to hold in there, but it's got all the cards it needs in the sense that just face downs usually mean negate, flip, banish, etc.
On new chain, I can activate.
I mean, there's
Aviator.
Over 30 trap cards in Adrian's deck, and I don't want to spoil too many of them. There's some really spicy ones, so you know, any single card could really just totally shift the outcome here. So we'll kind of watch as Adrian decides to sequence. Does that look like an Ice Dragon's Prison?
Oh, it does actually, which is kind of weird because you don't necessarily have that much of type synergy within the Fire King strategy, especially with the dinosaurs too, right? Because you've got Beasts, Beast Warriors, Wing Beasts, and now you have dinosaurs in the mix, so it's going to be a little difficult there. And this is kind of a, you know, we always make the jokes about Yu-Gi-Oh players reading, but it is funny to see, you know, a lot of these cards just are going to be unfamiliar with because I'll tell you, this Genesys event is wide open in terms of format. Representation from every era of the game and representation from eras that didn't even exist.
So which is this one here? Is this Trapaholic?
It does look like Trapaholic, so he's going to be destroying his own trap since he has 3 or more spells or traps. So he'll get to set a trap that can be activated this turn, which is huge for this deck too. And you get wow,
there's
look what
the
he
transaction
destroyed.
rollback. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I mean, he's feel like he's threatening transaction rollback, even though it wasn't evident that the.
But I didn't know he already had
there.
it. That's huge, and so that means Elemental Burst in the year of our Raw 2026.
It's just a matter, again, of sequencing it so that you don't trigger the Fire Kings.
Yeah, because
it's hard to do.
It's a good card, but you almost don't want to destroy all cards your opponent controls.
Yeah, it really needs to kind of be one of the last things that you do when you have full hand knowledge. And some of the Fire King effects have already been activated.
Timing will certainly help there.
I'm curious what he's going to set. Again, there's just so many different cards in this deck.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the sky's the limit. This is such a powerful card. 14 points, well spent. And the transaction rollback taking up 21 points as well. And so you can start to see that his combo gets used up pretty fast with those cards. I love the point value system too, because you do get to play anything you want. You just can't play an unfair version of anything you want. So I guess if you want to play unfair Yu-Gi-Oh, sorry friends. Still fair games here.
Skyburn destroys these 3.
Or does it? It doesn't go off now, right? Because the target's gone.
No, it does. So sorry.
So we're still going to destroy with the Skyburn. Judge explaining.
On the field.
Is that
okay? Well,
it's
balance of judgment?
Destroy them, not destroy those targets.
Yeah, it's like he may have said a balance of
gotcha.
judgment.
That is so exactly you'll destroy these
from the art.
Your chicken will summon.
That's another one that's a blast from the past.
Totally is.
And then just the effect of Kieran goes off now. Destruction.
Sorry, 1 second.
I mean, even just saying the classic Runix, which doesn't make every Fire King list
so
still,
these 3
still
get
popular
destroyed,
though, but
resolutions. Kieran's other.
So you're triggering Kieran? Okay. I will.
Oh, I think we're about to do it.
Am I just setting the balance?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
He's considering that transaction rollback. Pay half. Grab any trap card effect from your graveyard that's a normal trap. A lot of pressure too, right? You want to win the very first Genesys Proto-YCS.
Chain Magical Idol Soul.
Oh, Magical Idol Soul.
Since a monster was summoned through an effect of my trap card, I can special summon him from the grave.
Okay.
Or Magical Idol Soul.
Yes.
So that also, if I recall correctly, is a level 2 body, but I think it's also a tuner monster.
Oh, wow. Okay. Cool.
Very curious to see how he set up his extra deck here.
So that goes. We'll go.
Did you resolve the effect of Sacred Grenades? It was to send, like the on summon effect.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was about
yes. It just took. Yeah.
Just making sure.
No, you're fine. Yeah. Thank you.
Even the judge is like, there's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh happening here. No, we've got it under control, friends.
B-A-R-O-N-G.
And then we'll go ahead and with the following, we'll go and destroy this.
Oh yeah, because Kieran does special summon and destroy a card in the field, and that's very helpful when it's your own card you want to destroy.
I'm sorry?
Enter battle.
Enter battle.
Yeah, battle's fine.
Battle phase, sorry. We'll just go attack into the soil.
Adrian taking a second to think here. Haven't used up all their effects, but we're doing it. Banish transaction rollback. Paying half your life points, 4,000.
Every
it halves. Ice Dragon's Prison.
It halves, right?
Yeah, so it is banish, copy the effect of a trap card in my graveyard.
Okay, gotcha.
So I'm going to target the Ice Dragon's Prison, and I'm going to use that to
Oh,
target
interesting.
Okay,
So
yeah.
all the hype over the Elemental Burst is
so
almost
this will summon,
misplaced
and
because
then
he's
add
just
target
using
spell
Ice
plus
Dragon's
damage.
Prison to just banish both of them to protect both.
forget,
So
this
pay
is
half to
half,
put
right?
yourself in
It
a good
also has-
position,
Yeah,
but also
yeah,
stop
gotcha.
those effects because he didn't destroy anything.
And he banishes them, which I think is advantageous in the long run. I think, obviously, clearly, once you realize you're playing against Fire King, Elemental Burst is not going to necessarily line up quite as favorably as
Doesn't help quite as much as you'd help.
All right. You said end phase is good?
Yeah.
All right, living life on the edge. Adrian draws.
Standby phase, yes. Ponyx effect goes off. To add to hand.
This is going to be a big standby phase, though. I believe it's going to be
And,
Garunix,
continuity.
Barong, and Ponyx.
I will.
Oh, maybe we just
Set
sent
one.
the Barong to the graveyard. We didn't
Sorry,
actually activate its effect.
Set one.
So we're just going to set one and pass.
Set one right now, so it shouldn't. Pass.
That's a trap deck for you. Oh, here it comes. We were talking about this behind the scenes. I really wanted you to see the Dirac Meteor come down because this is such a cool vibe with this deck.
We'll use a Asteros effect.
Yep.
Quick play effect.
It's banish it and a Dirac to blow something up, right?
Just summons out a Dirac Ash Meteor.
Well, Adrian's ahead of the game because he's going to blow something up either way.
And counts as.
Oh, not that one. That one.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's the last.
No, you're
effect
good.
on
You're
it,
good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's okay.
All right, so here we go.
These two.
And this is something that's very legit in the advanced format too, and even Master Duel. I've been seeing a lot of Dirac Fire King hybrids.
Then,
This is a very narrow package that he's done, but he
anything
gets
on
it
the
done.
summon, and then activate the summon effect. Draw all cards on field.
Oh no, we get to see what the face down was. What was Adrian using to protect themselves?
And then the effective when
His
it's
balance of
destroyed,
judgment's not gonna
special
net him.
summon
Oh, it's just the
after
monsters.
mirror
That's right.
cards.
I got too excited.
Yeah. So and then good. Yeah. All right. Oh, discard two.
Oh, is Nibiru's little brother after all? No, it is destroy all cards on the field. No, destroy all cards.
Gotcha.
So yeah, there's the traps. Okay. Thought it was
All right,
hallucinating
Micah?
there, but
You're still summoning, aren't you?
It's special summon tuner from the graveyard. So,
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, there's no tuner in his graveyard. Great for
draw.
pulling out Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but in
Draw
Genesis
phase.
format, not seen as
Standby.
often.
Anything. Main. We'll go normal summon Ponix.
Yeah.
Activate on summon.
You're good.
I feel like he's got to be able to get to 4,000 damage pretty fast in a Fire King deck. You know,
Fire King
just two
Sanctuary.
bodies on the field that are the main boss monsters of the deck. That should be enough to close it out. And so that was the tempo we came into, you know.
You're good. You're good.
Adrian all about controlling the field and putting a lot of cards
the
there.
effective-
Graylin all about explosive Fire King dinosaur plays. And we're seeing this deck can still compete.
It just seems
We'll go,
unfortunate looking at the matchup.
Fire King
Adrian
Ponix.
didn't go for the elemental burst, but that seems like a really great sub plan that he has that any point doesn't line up all against Fire Kings, and then Graylin has a board wipe that lines up really well against trap-based strategies that he can time out of his graveyard. It's not like one of those that you would have to go and do in your main phase, for instance.
Yeah, it's not telegraphed. The opponent doesn't get to like play against it and be like, okay, you've done the thing, now I'm going to play. And there are going to be very interesting matchups we see. This almost is like the anime where you just don't know who's going to walk into Battle City here at the 300th YCS.
Format competitors, paper pairings are posted.
And so we use the Ponix, get the Fire King Sanctuary, and then we're going to destroy Kieran here.
Less than 3 minutes.
Trapaholic, certainly a great card, but could not close things out.
We'll go activate Kieran's effect.
Yeah.
Summon Avatar.
So Arvada hit the field here. And he's pretty close. Might be worried about something in the graveyard there that I'm not seeing, but I mean, from this perspective, Adrian's got no hands.
Use the other effect to destroy. So it special summons and destroys a card.
Oh, so he's going to fully resolve the Kieran to destroy his own card to get the additional effect of Arvada.
Avatar's effect to special summon Kieran, but negates its effect on field. We'll go enter battle.
Yeah.
So swing for I'll attack directly for 2,400. Yep. And then this does get the because I did destroy.
It's game regardless. I'm at 4K.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My bad. Sorry. Raylan didn't see it. Like Adrian knows what's going on. That's so funny.
Don't need to calculate the exact attack strength of an individual monster that's attacking per game. Adrian's just wanting to see if he does it.
The math is bigger. I'm bigger than you.
Yep. And that is the drawback of transaction rollback.
Pay everything to stay in the game, but I think if he didn't, I mean, you're still kind of getting hit the same way by the Drac Meteor. So I don't think Adrian did anything wrong. He just played the hand he was dealt.
They pause when we send the players ready.
I do like the ability, though, to... It's a 2-card combo, but Morella plus rollback, it's an interesting 1-2 combo.
A lot of options you got there. Just because, you know, any of these cards I'm pointing to behind the scenes, Trapaholic can turn into.
We're 2-time world champion and 6-time world's competitor, Ryan Yu.
But great action here again in our first Proto-YCS. Duelist accessing the side deck. Now the side deck is another strange thing because, again, if you're not familiar with Genesis, the standard is the 100-point cap. And some cards have points, most cards don't. But your side deck is included in that overall 100-point cap. And I don't see both Duelists using points, but one of them, I won't say who, has some cards hidden.
Yeah, one of these Duelists has allocated a pretty good chunk of the 100 points to the side deck. The other has not allocated a single point, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
So that is
Tune in to find
interesting
out
see.
soon, right?
NAWCQ 2025 top 8.
Right, Duelists getting set up here.
Mario D'Amico,
certainly historic. You know, we were talking about our early YCSs. You know, maybe at the next major event they'll be talking about, like, well, I remember in 2026, back when I was a kid, you know, I won my first Genesys YCS with either Paleozoic or maybe Dirac Fire King. It's just history in the making, every one of these matches this weekend.
You know, 100 YCSs from now, we'll be talking about 100 Genesys Proto-YCS equivalents.
Brian Peterson, the first person to register for the 300 event.
Both duelists seem pretty locked in. Yeah, Adrian had good sense about it. You know, hey, I'm already at 4,000. I know this isn't going to go well. I have no cards. You just have to put something on the board. Grayland, a little bit of tunnel vision there. You know, lost track of the fact he was already winning. Still won. Didn't drop anything. But,
maybe he wasn't 100% like on his mind aware of the transaction rollback cost.
Yeah, that's fair, because, you know, it's not a card you see that often anymore. Labyrinth played it a lot in the advanced format when it had access to things like Dimensional Barrier. With Dimensional Barrier forbidden, we're not seeing as many Labyrinth decks.
Yeah,
I'll let you guys know.
Labyrinth has taken a pretty
leave it face down. It's fine.
steady drop because of that.
Players are ready.
Oh, too many.
Still a good deck. Shout out to Labyrinth
still a
fans
good
out
deck,
there.
absolutely. I just think if that's your game plan, the Apothis strategy, I think, lines up a little bit better currently.
Yeah,
if
that's
fair. Just the nature of the game plan that you're going for a given YCS. So I understand the shift in popularity.
Timer's paused, so you guys are not losing this game.
Looks like players are ready to go. We're just waiting for the green light. We're ready. And in a moment here, we'll see if Grayland can close out another fiery duel, or if Adrian's going to make the comeback with the tiny little aqua monsters. I guess this is kind of a fire-water matchup. We don't get those every day.
Oh, this is true.
Although they're on the wrong sides, right?
Yeah.
Unless that's a clean burning flame.
Thinking about this from Adrian's perspective, you know, it seemed like Ice Dragon's Prison was definitely one of the better cards for him.
Yeah,
in the
I was
game.
totally wrong when I thought that it was going to be mismatched because of all the different types. That really saved his life multiple times.
Dino-Miscus can be good. Vanish, right? That could be good. I'm trying to think from his perspective what type of traps he's going to prioritize. A card like Magmatic Punishment is a pretty common card in this. Might not line up as well.
Looks like we're getting back into it.
You're good. Main phase 1.
Is that a spell card I see?
I think it might be Tune.
Trap Tantalizing Tune.
Trap Tantalizing Tune.
Wow.
Discarding a Rise of Full Height. A Rise to Full Height, rather.
Looks like he's rising now, drawing 2 cards. Card seeing a lot of play in Duel Links, actually. Traptrix is huge in Duel Links right now in a way that's just mind-blowing. So is B-Trooper, actually.
Yeah, Traptrix has had its time in Advanced Constructed before.
Oh, yeah, we talked about the history of the YCSs. Man, 2014 was a good year for Traptrix.
Yep.
But taking a moment here. Adrian peering into his hands. Probably is some version of set 4 pass.
Yep. The question here is, if he keeps a card in his hand, it could be an indicator that he actually has Dino-Miscus.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so he actually keeps 2 cards in hand, so there could be an indicator there, as I mentioned, that he has Dino-Miscus.
Okay. My go? Yeah. All right. Draw?
Yep. You know, for a Paleozoic deck,
standby.
we sure did not see any Paleozoics in the field last duel.
No, only in the graveyard.
Or by activating Fire King Sanctuary, anything on activation.
Stop Sanctuary's access to the Fire King Island.
You're good.
We're not. Alien grabbing a powerful field spell here, protected from destruction by the Sanctuary. Adrian just kind of locked in here. Life is on the line in the sense that he loses this duel. It's going to be, it's still a Swiss tournament. It's not the start he may have wanted.
We'll go.
Looks like he might
go activate Fire King.
end up destroying the
island. It's
yeah, it's a fact. It's not.
So this is going to probably be the Dino-Miscus that I mentioned. As I said, the fact that he kept cards in his hand was a strong indicator that he had Dino-Miscus set.
Good read, Joe. Good read. So which card is he going to drop here? And this helps your strategy, too, considering you have transaction rollback. But it looks like, actually,
Poison
frogs.
Draw Frog. That was one of those iconic old-school frogs that I mentioned looking at Adrian's deck list that I'd be curious if he actually put onto the field. Again, the fact that he would have kept it in his hand, an indicator here that he needed something to pitch with his Dino-Miscus.
I'll be curious if we get an interview with either of these players. You know, did they pick this because they thought it was good or because they loved the deck from that era?
Yeah.
Here.
For what it's worth, when Poison Draw Frog was finding its way into the YCSs, it was not combining itself with very many trap cards. It was
Yeah,
finding
that's
itself
fair.
Usually with 0 trap cards, a whole lot of monsters, and maybe some mass drivers.
Yeah.
Though I will say, Poison Draw Frog did make it into the very first YCS Top 32, the 76th one in Virginia. There was a copy of a frog-based combo deck, and of course it had 3 copies of Poison Draw Frog as an integral part of that deck's combo.
Well, you are the master of Yu-Gi-Oh! History, after all. That's cool, though. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you would send it off of Swap Frog.
Oh,
Like,
that
actually
makes
off the field physically.
Yeah.
And you'd be able to draw.
Well, actually getting to use the effect of the Poison Draw Frog.
Yes, you would actually draw all 3 times off of the Poison Draw Frogs, because you'd bring them out with Substitute and Ronintonin. So you'd have all 3, and then you'd bring out your Swap Frogs one by one off of your Substitute, and you'd get to draw 3 cards.
And the
so
send is from Mass Driver, too, right?
Well, the point was, if you ever drew Mass Driver in the deck, you would just win, because you'd have enough frogs to banish with Ronintonin. But in order to increase the likelihood of drawing Mass Driver, you'd get all the frogs out of your graveyard, then go through your Poison Draw Frogs. When there are no more frogs left in your deck, it was all just cards like Murray of Greed and hand destruction cards that enable you to draw, or just be Mass Driver itself.
Set 2.
Well, speaking of historic turns, I don't know if this one's it. We're just going to set 2. I think Grayland's just going to pass.
Yeah, Dynamiscus lines up really well against any strategy that inherently needs cards to be destroyed. Not that, Fire Island in and of itself at that point in time really mattered in terms of its destruction. Sometimes its destruction effect comes up, but certainly not as first game action.
Yeah, when I play against Fire Kings, you have that temptation to get rid of the Fire King Island because it will self-destruct the field. But a lot of times nowadays, that's a good thing for them. So it is tricky to play against this deck, but I think Adrian's timing was perfect. But I did see what appeared to be a Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill in the hand there from Grayland.
Yeah, it's an interesting inclusion. He might not have a lot of great options.
That makes sense.
And also be somewhat unsure what Adrian's trying to do. I mean, it is not inconceivable that you do go into the extra deck with multiple Paleozoic traps becoming monsters onto the field. So maybe having a monster negate is potentially useful.
Adrian may think that most people would side deck those out against him, so that could catch him by surprise. But we're going to Skyburn here.
We'll go ahead and do so many options.
Is this an end phase or main phase?
It was in main phase 2 before.
Main phase 2, yeah. Main phase 2.
Oh, this is main phase 1, right?
Main phase 1 is no
Yeah.
battle.
Oh, yeah, then main phase 1. My bad, my bad.
You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good.
We'll go this
What
one.
if we'll go after the
Let's just
set
go with the new
monster
one. Yeah.
or
Sure.
the new spell and trap card?
So it looks like the spell trap.
All right.
I will say that
Paleozoic hits the grave.
All right.
battling 1-for-1 trap to trap is actually something that I think favors Adrian, because if we don't see any of the more high impact Fire Kings hit the field, then those traps in the graveyard just become potential resources for Adrian. Because if that's a level 2 monster set, which it very likely is, it could conceivably be something like maybe Duke Frog. All it takes is one activation of a Paleozoic, and now you've got the 2 level 2s on the field, and we can actually really start to see Adrian's strategy incorporate cards like, for instance, Totally Awesome.
Well, I don't think a huge threat was lost on Adrian's part because, the only thing that particular Paleozoic does is return a banished card to the graveyard, and while that's helpful for the Paleozoic player, it's not determinative of the entire duel, so he's probably, well, hopefully in Adrian's case, has 2 decent options still face down. We don't know what that monster is yet.
Yeah, I guess we'll I don't know.
But he was able to at least cycle through his Ponix through that play.
Gotta get something
Yeah,
going.
from
Is that
Grayland's
a
perspective.
second Sanctuary?
Yeah, he actually is playing the full package of Sanctuaries.
Wow. That is not something you see every day. Usually it's just like 1/1.
I certainly recall when Fire King was being incorporated with Snake Eyes. I guess even there was a period of time where Fire King itself was a somewhat top contender. Sanctuary was not a card that you'd be terribly enthusiastic about drawing.
Yeah, but here we are. I guess because the grind game inherent with Genesys, again, like I said earlier, everything resolves because all your typical breaks take points. So usually a lot of duelists want to spend points on gas. They want to spend points on cards they can play or dominate the field with. So you use the second Sanctuary just to set more cards, and he does have a lot of Fire King cards here, more than most.
The Overroot, targeting Fire King Island,
What?
Fire King Island, and
Yeah, this is what Terror of the Overroot, I believe is this one.
And then this would get set on your field.
So he's going to reset, essentially, in exchange, one from the graveyard to one on the field.
what a wild trap card to use, but I guess just with all the options you have and hopefully getting access to your Paleozoic monsters too, like it's safe to try a lot of different things as a Paleozoic duelist in Genesys.
Okay, so this gets set, and then this gets sent, and then this gets set.
It is,
okay.
you know,
We'll
it's
activate,
somewhat an indication of weakness if you have Overroot as your only
destroy
interaction against Fire King Island.
True.
Because you have to set
This is in chain, right?
Yes,
the
in chain. Yeah,
Sky
you do
Burn
main
in
phase
order to
quick
make
attack.
this play.
So
So you're
Burn's
giving
good.
them a quick play.
And special summon it.
Taking a second to assess his options. I really wonder what those last two face-down cards were for Adrian, because they could spell the difference between life and 0 life points.
This is still on the
Oh
field.
yeah, sorry.
It's not a.
Yeah.
But.
I think he's using Kieran, yeah. It was shifted over to the other side of the field too quickly, but we have Fire King High Avatar Kieran that's going to actually be able to destroy his Ponix.
Still in chain to that. Okay. I'll Daruma.
Oh.
So this is put everything on the board
And now we
face
have
down. Sorry,
Daruma
all monsters
Cannon.
on the board face down.
Okay.
And then anything that remains face up gets sent to the graveyard.
Anything? Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
So you do need to actually have it face up on the field for it to be indicated as a fire monster, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to resolve his Kieran now because his Ponix is going to be face down.
We'll go.
Really?
We'll go DD Crow.
Okay, DD Crow.
Yeah. Sure.
So the reason you DD Crow is if you allow the chain to pass back to Adrian, he can then activate a Paleozoic from the graveyard.
So this gets
So this is a way of chain blocking the Paleozoic effects.
And then Fire King when it gets sent to grave.
It's
this
a
gets
really
destroyed.
important key detail if you were to play against Paleozoics from years ago, or even still today. Certainly, if you go to sign up for a Genesis tournament, very likely actually.
Yeah.
But you want to know that you can essentially
I'll go
chain block
interface.
the Paleozoic effect. So a card like DD Crow, which might seem like a somewhat lower impact, because you could pick one out of the graveyard, but it can actually just be used to manipulate chains really well.
You can continue.
Does some great stuff in the advanced format as well. I think Duelists familiar with that pace of play, Labyrinth in the old days, but more recently Draco Tail Gulamel. You're always just activating weird stuff to keep that Gulamel from destroying another card.
Any good on Kieran?
You're good there.
All right, so we'll destroy Ponix.
Yep.
Summon Kieran.
Yep.
Still on.
At least we're not on half-life points this time for Adrian's sake.
Yeah, you're still in the phase, yeah.
So activate
Yeah, then
Skyburn.
we're gonna go Skyburn.
Kieran and the
Medusa.
Yeah, you're good. All right.
All right, so
This
we're
will
gonna
allow
use
him to
those
special
cards.
summon a Fire King from his graveyard.
Go special
get
summon
back
Ponix.
Ponix.
And then destroy one card on your field. Yeah.
Another Paleozoic
And
Marilla
Ponix
Falls,
off.
and there's a Magicaloid
Good.
Slime.
Right.
Magicaloidal Slime, excuse me. No nicknames for him.
He is an interesting card.
Oh, yeah.
Being able to summon himself back from the graveyard,
We'll just add
conduct the equivalent of a quick seed or synchro. We haven't really been able to see Adrian take advantage of the fact that he's incorporating this level 2 strategy. It's really just been exchanges with trap cards that I think Raylan is genuinely happy about because of how much his deck can take advantage and be grindy of 1-for-1 exchanges. So Adrian's really been put on the back foot, not only in game 1 but here again in game 2. It's wild just to see Grant very slowly just Kieran Ponix, search, over and over use cards like Skyburn. So it's just incremental advantage, but it is whittling Adrian's traps down and making it so that as of at least right now, he might need a lot to get back into this.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I see the vision of Adrian's deck, but against a matchup like Fire King that's just coming at you, and its backup plan is to keep coming at you, it is going to be rough. And unlike other decks, you're not off to the races by just drawing this one-card starter, because this isn't, Tomb Keeper. You're not going to see the man with the mark just show up and save the day.
Nor are there you can play them if you wanted to. Adrian has elected not to, but some of the pot cards that trap-heavy decks typically have used in the past, he could draw a Pot of Extravagance off the top, and next thing you know, there's 2 cards, and then that can really snowball. That's just not something that Adrian was able to do underneath the Genesis, point restrictions.
Because that's the thing, the transaction rollback package that we saw, that's very expensive, and then you got your Trapaholics, that's another tick there, and that's what I love about the deck building, because I don't know if you played any like the old Yu-Gi-Oh! Game Boy Advance games, but we did have like a point cap. We did basically have like a power level for your deck here.
This is
Speaking of power levels,
card leaves the field. I draw a card.
Gotcha.
Frog time.
Time to go to battle phase.
Oh.
There we go. Poison Draw Frog, the icon himself.
Wait a second.
I mean,
he just said it.
times.
Yeah,
Desperate
times. Yeah, well, yeah.
Tactic Kieran for 23.
23, yeah.
This is genuinely speaking not what you would want to do with Poison Draw Frog.
Effective draw.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
It's a very expensive Upstart Goblin-esque effect.
Sad. No, no.
And you use your normal summon, and now the frog is gone.
Okay.
Set a card.
Oh, that better be the best card in the world.
I'm gonna have to. Oh, he did have another.
No.
That's what I was saying.
What
Just
is
do
it?
Skyburns just over and over.
Oh, okay. So he didn't have much anyway. Adrian, a great sport there, but
Balance of
sometimes-
Judgment would have drawn him.
Oh, yeah.
6 or so cards right there. I don't know what if you've been able to do with those 6 or so cards.
Oh, yeah. I remember many World Championships ago, Ryan Yu showing us the power of that particular card and just drawing into everything. And my goodness, as we make history here,
yeah,
this is a wild format because nobody knows what it could be. This isn't like, no, don't worry, it's not just dominated by Paleozoic and Jirac Fire King. There's a lot of weird stuff in this, and so each Genesys feature match is going to be its own unique story. But cool stuff, really cool stuff. So yeah, at least we got to see Jirac Meteor make an impact.
Yeah, you definitely predicted that before walking in, that card would have a big impact. Basically, regardless of the matchup, it certainly did.
Yeah.
A little bit disappointed that I wasn't able to see Totally Awesome hit the field. I feel like if you're going to commentate a Paleozoic matchup in Genesys, you really get to be excited to see that card. Just didn't line up there for Adrian, though.
Yeah, I know it's weird, too. One of the things that's really cool about Genesys is you get to see these forgotten faces that used to be some of the villains of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game.
Yeah,
People,
Poison
when they
Draw
play
Frog was
against
a
Totally
villain.
Awesome. Oh, my gosh. And all the Poison Draw Frog combos you were telling us about, that's just some insane stuff. Gosh, but it's interesting to see, you know, we got a little bit of a peek at the entirety of the format. There's so many different decks represented. You want to just tease some of the stuff you saw off the list?
I think I saw one Dragon Ruler deck, which is a little disappointing because that's one of my favorite Genesys decks. So maybe we can get that on the stream. I really would hope that player does well enough. Beyond that, there was a bunch of Archmage, which I thought was a really cool deck. There was plenty Cool Tune, which I think is a great strategy. A Pearly was a strategy I saw on the list a few times that I'd love to feature. I'm always partial to Pearly.
Well, it's funny you mention a lot of those heroes of the advanced format because, as I hear correctly, we've got advanced format for you right now. So why don't we shift gears, get out of Genesys, and tune into an advanced format match.
Looks like here we have Joseph Bogley, who was actually my player to watch going into this weekend
Go
against
for the Grand
Christopher.
Wignall Chainlink 1.
Okay, so branded Radiant Typhoon, I kind of get it, but Psyframe branded.
Yeah, Psyframe branded. I imagine it probably just means that
The
he's
Gamma package,
incorporating
everybody?
or Delta. Let's see here.
And with that, I will attempt to.
We are tuning in at the beginning of this
Go
pretty
to the
much. Again, only a few
Unfizz,
minutes
and
off
I
the
will
clock
bring back
here. It
the
looks
Ecclesia.
like Christopher has basically set up some standard
then
branded
go
combos, bringing back
for
Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon.
the
And such a
Cartesia in my
great
graveyard.
card,
Back
you
up
know,
that
really
hand.
giving you access to Blazing Cartesia,
And
but it looks like
then
he's already done this. This must
we
be the
will go for
longest
the
end
Dragon
phase in the
Devour's
world.
Dogma. Yes.
Yeah, so it looks here. So I guess as a talking point, we weren't able to actually physically see this, but I'm going to make an assumption about what happened. I assume earlier in the turn, the Fallen the Virtuous was activated,
You're fine. Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
and Dogma was sent to the graveyard.
Yeah.
As opposed to actually sending Albion, and it's an interesting decision there because when you send that to the graveyard, as opposed to actually sending Albion, the Fallen ends up going to your hand, and then you actually have to activate it again so that you can destroy one of your own cards and then send the Albion there so that during the end phase you get to set the Fallen for the following turn, and that hedges against your opponent having something like a Zuna, Holisu, anything that could be activated in the main phase once your plays are over. That way, if you do have to search the Fallen the Virtuous, you can still use it as a quick play from your hand, and it's not just automatically set. So you'll actually see a lot of players this weekend put the Dragon that Devours the Dogma first as opposed to Albion, which can be a little bit surprising to people if you're not familiar with that interaction or that just sequencing.
We are quickly seeing the impact of Burst Protocol here, and I feel like
the
the Fallen
Allure
and the
and the
Virtuous
Fallen
is
of the
ever,
Void.
but so is Radiant Typhoon because
Go
so
for
many people are
Lubellion.
throwing quick play spell
Then I
cards
will
on the field like
go
they're going out of
Chainlink 1
business,
Lubellion,
and
discarding for
you know
cost.
the Fallen and the Virtuous is a quick play spell card, and so is Brandon
suppose
Red. There's
just
so
another
many, so I'm
Cartesia.
very curious to see
Then send it
Joseph's
back.
turn. If he's your player to watch, Joe, this is gonna be a good one.
Yeah, one thing I will say that might be unfortunate is it did look like Christopher sent Archlord Christia to the graveyard at some point this turn with his Bring and all. That's typically one of the most common outcomes, or Invader of Darkness, which, knowing that Joseph's playing Radiant Typhoon, that's certainly a card he doesn't want to see. So it is possible that Christopher here is going to be able to set up a sequence where he's able to special summon back exactly Archangel.
Oh, and he's just using the Monster Reborn style effect
Yeah.
of the Fall of the
This is an
Virgin. There's
interesting
no
pathway.
combo here. You don't even need Albion.
Yeah.
That's wild. Okay, so Duelist, let's imagine you haven't lived through Arc Lord Christia. No one lives through Arc Lord Christia. Neither player can special summon monsters.
Draw face? Nope.
Well, let's see what
So
he's
the
got.
hope would be is that he has Forbidden Droplet or his copies of the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Taking a look at
There are ways around this. It's not a complete. It's not like Gimmick Puppet. I'll put it that way.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Because Gimmick Puppet added that lingering condition. At least Arc Lord Christia is on the field, and you can have its effect negated. You can destroy the monster, banish it, return to the hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, if it's destroyed, sent to the graveyard, it does go back to the top of the deck. So kind of a soft little Yatagarasu time seal, stymieing your opponent's tempo, right? They're going to draw that same card, so they're not getting anything new to their arsenal.
It also means that if you were to get it off the field, he wouldn't be able to revive it again. There are, ways that this deck can just revive from the graveyard. For example, if you were able to get Sanctifier Dragon on the field.
Well, we've got our Fallen of the Virtuous. Looks good in Branded. Also looks good against Branded.
Target the Archlord Christia. Yep.
I really want to watch Christopher's reaction here when he first used the Radiant Typhoon cards.
So it actually looks like he has, Bogley here has both of the cards that I would have wanted him to have to get through this board.
Thinking on resolution.
I'm a little partial here. He is my player to watch for the weekend here. But he has Droplet in his hand. That's why he paused there.
Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon effect.
That's fine.
So banishing Ecclesia the Dark Dragon. I assume we're going to bring out a Blazing Cartesia from the deck here so we can threaten the Fusion Summon, but maybe not. He, Oh, just the Mercurial to banish from the field for the negates.
It's on the field too, it can negate, right? Yeah, as long as I control a fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz as a material. Okay.
Great job there, Bogley, just double checking, because typically you see Mercurial sent from hand to the graveyard as a hand interaction, but its on-field effect is also applicable here. And that's also something useful to watch just for anyone at home that your Ecclesia can actually do that.
Look at the face. He's considering, okay, this is a Radiant Typhoon deck too. I got to stop that immediately.
It just negates.
Yeah, that just negates. So I like to negate the first action against Radiant Typhoon if it's a monster.
That's fair, because that kind of tells that they don't have, like, Ascendance or Chant or something like that.
No response. Okay.
Like Vision, I'm not going to negate a lot of the times. This deck, I think, sometimes only has one true starter. And even though drawing two cards with Vision could certainly dig into more, I think this deck has one of the higher chances that if you stop first action, that it's actually unable to play through.
Well, you talked about starving the opponent out of options. Would you use the Mirror Jade here to prevent Link summoning the Varroon Link 2 monster?
No, I don't necessarily think that that's where I would consider doing it.
Okay. Well, let's see what the other Joe decides. He added Crochet into the hand there. Plenty of options. And should this space up in the graveyard? Yes.
It triggers on a quick play being used, right?
On the resolution of the quick play, yeah. On either side.
Sounds good.
So both players just deciding, okay, it's going to trigger on the resolution of a quick play spell card. We added, so it's already ready. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and use the Mirror Jade. And we are sending...
Okay.
I'm thinking on cost.
Abelanatus.
Been a while since we've seen him.
Well, he's a pretty big piece this weekend with Fallen of, like the actual OG Fallen of Albaz.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
You can, we're playing against a format with a lot of Draco Tail everywhere. You can turn into that pretty abruptly.
No response.
Remember the first time
with the new one as well, but in the theory, you could set and bluff against Draco Tail fields that you might potentially have Abelanatus in your extra deck.
Remember the first time that happened to me while I was playing a Dragon deck? It feels weird. They set, and then all of a sudden your field just disappears. But more special summons coming down from Joseph, the full complement of low-level Radiant Typhoon monsters, and now doing Call by the Grave on top of it.
I was thinking maybe one of the reasons he kept the Droplet in his hand earlier, not that there was necessarily even a need to use it, was that he needed the quick play for this.
Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2 Megala.
Yeah, look, this is a great chain block now.
Keeps the Crocea well protected, no response there from Christopher. Just the tempo of this deck is incredible. And I feel like it snuck up on us. It came out first in Doom of Dimensions, and Duelists were interested in it. It was playing a lot in Genesys format.
Yep. Or was it when a Radiant spell?
But then, I think people started respecting. Obviously, new cards have come out.
I apologize.
Having the Radiant Typhoon mandate being added into the fray. Finally, it's no longer a joke to wonder if Mystical Space Typhoon negates or not.
Okay.
Yeah, just a clarification there that Magal needs it to be a Radiant Typhoon quick play spell, not just a Radiant Typhoon effect.
That is correct. I'm going to grab Radiant Typhoon Chant out of the deck and
Mystical Space Typhoon.
Resolution. No.
Is that like an original ultra rare too? Man,
It looks like it actually may have been one of the dual terminal sets that have come out. It didn't necessarily look like an original. I will say though, the fact that this deck is
add a monster?
where it is in our competitive scene. I've had a playset of Ultimate Rare Mystical Space Typhoons for what seems like a generation, so we'll be able to dig those back out.
Yeah.
But now we see him activate and search out. Looks like Swen.
Oh, and there's Phonics.
There's Phonics, yeah.
Everybody's here. This almost may be enough just if he's able to get rid of the Mirror Jade or react to it. He does have that Forbidden Droplet in hand, so at a moment's notice he can activate another quick play spell card.
Yeah, I really love now he's just maintained Droplet in his hand this whole turn as well. So now he's been building up resources both on field and hand.
Is that a Forbidden Crown there too?
I don't see
I can't quite see the art. It looks like he's about to play whatever I think he's got.
Activate
Okay, no, it's just another Droplet. My bad. There's Mystical Space Typhoon. Okay.
Sure. Effect. Target. That's fine. Shuffle back.
All right, now he's shuffling them back. Yes, very good here.
Big bodies on the field shows you why this deck is so strong. And
see, now we're going to go into Maroon.
Bararoon, here she is, the only one we don't
have.
have.
The Great Fly. This is a cool one. This is an out sometimes to Liger, just with the attack threshold changes that happen.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
Here, he just might be able to put in enough win monsters on the field and attack for game.
Great Fly put it in work.
Yes.
That's history there, and it shows you why Radiant Typhoon really is a deck to be respected.
Yeah, so that's really impressive, right? You think about, he had Archlord Christie on the field, he had a Mirror Jade activation, he had a Mercurier, clear lines of interaction, but then also the Archlord Christie effect. And Joseph Boglier was able to sequence through all of it, keeping those quick plays in his hand so that later on in the turn, he'd be able to use the Phonics like that and then be able to bounce the 2 monsters on the field back to the extra deck and then attack for game. So it's really impressive sequencing there.
I got to say, what's impressive, Joe? You picked a good player to watch because, look, there's his first game on his first round. Oh, and his opponent, though, has that beautiful... Have you seen the inside of that blue deck box, the new regional deck box?
I have not.
Oh, my goodness. So, when you open it up, there's a full Blue Eyes White Dragon embossed inside of it.
Wow, that's impressive.
There's a lot of duelists I know who traded that away, and they were like, there's a Blue Eyes in there, right? And he's like, wait, what?
Well, because it was probably in its original
It was in the little packaging, yeah, it was sealed,
wow.
but it started getting out, and it was a nice little surprise for the duelists to see the swag here is leveled up, that's for sure.
So another thing to talk about, you're mentioning just Radiant Typhoon in general heading into this event different than maybe previous. What are your thoughts on Sheena, Twin Tempest of Celestial Thunder?
So it's so cool because you and I lived through the Giant Trinade era, and we know what it's like when a card doesn't destroy, it picks cards off the field. It's a little difficult, but maybe not as much considering all the quick plays. So let me really slow this down for you, duelists. Sheena requires you to have a wind monster on the field to quick effect special summon itself, and then you can pick one of 2 cool effects, either return all the monsters on the field that I think are not wind to the hand, or return all the spells and traps on the field to the hand. And what's cool about that is, obviously you can use it on either player's turn, but you're like, okay, Pharaoh, how do you actually use that? How do I get a wind monster on the field? Well, with everybody playing quick plays, and the resolution of a quick play spell card being a condition to bring out some of your wind monsters in Radiant Typhoon, you could bring that out pretty easily. So I think it's cool. I haven't seen it yet. There's a lot of people that think maybe it could jam up your hand a little bit because it does require things to happen. Think about the setup that I just mentioned. That is a little difficult. But obviously, you can hear the energy in my voice. I really think that card is going to cause some of the greatest upsets of Yu-Gi-Oh! history.
It's all monsters on the field except itself. So sometimes if you do have to put a wind monster out, as you were mentioning on your opponent's turn, you can actually just get that back to your hand for future usage as well. So it even kind of protects your own wind monster that you potentially have to put on your opponent's field, onto the field, so you can activate on your opponent's turn.
That's smart, honestly. I like
Still so cool, though. Returning all spells and traps. Giant Trinade, I mean, it's legal in Genesys, but it is forbidden and has been since many duelists hear my voice, maybe even before they were born, right? I mean, Giant Trinade's been there for a while. But it's so cool to have these effects that, that's cool for Radiant Typhoon now. What does that do for other wind decks? What does that do for Speedroid in the future? What does that do for some other wind deck that, they're just cooking up and we'll see in a future set next year? So that's a really cool card. Really cool card. But speaking of really cool, let's get into a next duel here as game 2 of another round match here.
I'll be taking Fur. Good luck. Good luck.
So one thing here about Christopher, we are going to see Fallen of the White Dragon all over the place this weekend. I think many duelists have decided that it should be incorporated into Draco Tail. Here we see Christopher, though, just loyal to sort of the original branded, Despia, with some Bestial strategy. So this is a little bit more of a flashback relative to what you would anticipate seeing. It's using new cards, but it's going back to a deck strategy that had been around for a period of time prior.
I'm a big fan of go with what you know, and I've entered tournaments sometimes too where it's the first weekend that a new set is legal, or the first major tournament where a new set is legal. Maybe you don't have the cards, just play what you got. Maybe you'll do okay. It's just like, well, I didn't see it this duel, but I still won. Same concept. And Fallen of Elbaz is obviously very powerful. It has lasted for years and really never gone out of style.
If you are a master of Branded, I think you can easily top 8 this event, because when that deck is played to its absolute ceiling, it is very challenging to defeat.
Well,
and here we see one of the more iconic plays from even a couple years ago, sending Lubellion to the graveyard, getting out Albion. Now you can use Lubellion. This is going to place the Branded Lost on the field. You have the Albion now that's going to resolve during the end phase. So this is kind of one of the more iconic opening plays that we saw years ago.
Well, you mentioned the branded mirror matches or playing pure branded, running into all the stuff. First off, branded loves branded. That's always a good mirror match for branded, and being able to use those materials or super polymerization. But usually the duelist who manages to win is the one who gets to brand loss, because you get that extra advantage. So the fact that he's playing some of the classic staples and it's not quote unquote watered down by Draco Tail, yeah, I actually think that Christopher or decks like his are going to make it all the way to the top.
Yeah, you get to play cards like Branded in Red, which is, for instance, one of my absolute favorite cards in the Branded strategy. It was a card when this deck was first, years ago, even before Branded Fusion was printed, integral.
Can be
and then you would
whenever,
combine it with Guardian Chimera for a period of time as just a super control-based and replenishment card. So if you're playing Draco Tail, you probably are not including Branded in Red. If you're playing the more dedicated Branded deck, as we're actually seeing here, Christopher said it during the end phase with his Albion effect, you get to include that card. So it is, a push and pull.
No shade on the Draco Tail players. That's a great deck, too. It's funny, every time you said dedicated branded, it's like, well, they're not dedicated. They're just using just the branded cards. Pure branded. Well, they're not pure. Draco Tail's still good, but...
Draco Tail is plenty good. I'm just saying that Christopher has gone in a direction where he's incorporating...
are good to go.
Whether it's the Courier, the Bestials, Branded Lost, cards you just don't get to fit, really, into the
Man, what a
the Draco
weird
Tail
field,
variation.
though. Reset, Branded Lost, 2 in hand.
He was playing under Fualos, so it is clear that he ended up making a decision to go a little bit lower to the ground. So here we have a Mystical Space Typhoon. So he's going after what is considered one of the blind ones, right? He knows where the Branded in Red is, and he knows the Branded Lost is clearly on the field. So he's going after one of the ones that he's unaware of. Must mean he's not afraid of Branded in Red.
Trigger's fine.
Or Branded Lost, and this is now obviously going to allow him to activate Crusea. I have to imagine all of this is happening in the draw phase.
Probably the safest way to be, although I will say he has just great accuracy, great aim hitting that solid warning there, because that would have stopped the Crusea dead cold. And now he's burned off the Crusea for his Forbidden Droplet, which allows him to, of course, since he's adding Radiant Typhoon cards, he may have just triggered himself another one. But
it should be noted
here. Oh, go ahead.
That just with Crusea, there's a few ways that you can play around cards like Infinite Impermanence, Ghost Mourner, these types of cards with your Fallen and your Forbidden Droplet, though they don't always necessarily line up. Crusea has an interesting effect where it cannot be destroyed by card effects while your opponent controls no spell or trap cards. So if you actually were to activate Infinite Impermanence, that puts a spell and trap card on the field. So certain of those hand interactions don't line up quite as well, depending on exactly the situation. Droplet kind of trumps all of them, though.
My side.
But if you were, for instance, trying to protect your Crusea with Fallen and the Virtuous, it depends on whether or not your opponent activated Infinite Impermanence that will put a spell trap card on the field, or something like Ghost Mourner, which obviously there would be none on the field.
Joseph definitely taking a different tempo here, by the way, adding the Rara Rune from the deck to the hand. Of course, that is the big body negate of Radiant Typhoon, and that quick play just triggered it.
Yep, so that's 2 games in a row now. We actually had Call by the Grave, which has always historically been a really great counter to Branded. You can use it potentially against a target for Sanctifier, or like the target that is the most scary in the graveyard, like Archlar Christia, or here on Branded in Red.
Special effect.
Yep.
Looks like we're going to use the special effect. Seems like we have run out of cards here on Christopher's side. He's got his hand set face down, defense mode, as he basically watches his opponent do a lot. And we know that he doesn't really need that many monsters on the field to close this game out. So Joseph may be on his way to winning round 2 here at the YCS. 2 of 15, by the way. It's going to be a big tournament, right? 9 rounds today and 6 tomorrow of Swiss, and then we got our top cut.
And I just love the pace that Joe is playing at, too. It's, it's really indicative of his understanding of his strategy. We saw him really break a very challenging board in game 1 and do it at just a fantastic pace. Sometimes when the boards get complex like that, play can really slow down. That really has just not been the case here. He's been very fluid the whole match.
It is certainly difficult to internalize the whole game, but no, he definitely knows his stuff. And so now he's brought out his Great Link Monster here and is going to go ahead and add even more Radiant Typhoon cards. Of course, Mystical Space Typhoon, an honorary member among them. I love that that's the direction the game has gone, right? Soon we're going to have Call the Haunted be back on the field. That's going to be exciting, too.
Someone from Grave? Yeah.
So now he's going to try to summon back from the graveyard with Ascendance.
It's got to be 6 or lower, yeah, so there we go.
Shilling 1, Shilling 2.
Summon from his deck, and then now he's also going to be able to place the Mandate face up on the field. So this is really the snowball effect that the Radiant Typhoon strategy can implement.
We haven't seen the Radiant Typhoon Mandate on the field yet, at least this duel. We'll probably see it throughout the tournament, but having that shuffling back the quick plays effect kind of reminds you of True Draco. We know how good the grind game of that deck is, too. But having that secondary interesting effect that when you activate Mystical Space Typhoon, you can target a card on the field and negate it, that's different. That's I don't think there's a lot of effects that we have that change things other than like Labyrinth, where it kind of adds an extra effect on there, too.
It is great, though, how many quick plays synergize well into the deck as well, just by virtue of allowing him to draw by putting back cards like Droplet. So now we're going to see him bounce the Lubellion back into the deck. He still has the Monster Negate with Vortex on the field. Are we going to do some Great Fly math
from a Great Fly? Yeah, that's where my mind went.
Here
oh my gosh.
We're all getting 3 and 5, so getting 800.
Look at the smile on Christopher, though. He knows it's coming.
Enter battle.
Yep.
Top game.
Great Fly Brigade.
There's the handshake.
2 games in a row.
Called by Fab, plus called by Drop.
Who came into this tournament respecting Typhoon? You came in this tournament respecting Joseph. Both great calls as Joseph wins with Radiant Typhoon and branded Radiant Typhoon, no less. Great stuff. Happy guy, obviously.
Yeah, that was really impressive. In the first game, he didn't have Fualos, he didn't have any Mulcharmers. He just had his full 6 cards and was able to break through a field with Christia, Mirror Jade, etc. Here, obviously, the Fualos slowed down Christopher. Christopher ended up making a half board. We didn't get to see Invader of Darkness at the field, which is another iconic card. But then Joseph's able to sequence and ultimately end both games with Great Fly, boosting all of his win monsters.
And it's wild, too. You mentioned that Fualos. I wonder if in his tournament run, he's going to have a moment where he has to commit Fualos to the field, because with the Great Fly, the power gets even bigger. It is wind, after all.
Oh,
there's a lot of range in that deck, a lot of pivot that he can do. And so it is just impressive just to see, what this new strategy is about, because I feel like it's been the boogeyman coming into this tournament. It's got great representation around the world, because remember, we are running with YCS Guadalajara and YCS Dortmund, Germany at the same time. And I'm pretty sure Radiant Typhoon was one of the top represented decks there as well.
So one of the reasons why I really like Radiant Typhoon is it's a strategy that gets to incorporate super polymerization better than almost any other deck in the room this weekend.
Oh, you're right.
So lining up against some of the Draco Tail and Fusion-based strategies, you can actually make one of the most brutal super polymerization plays imaginable.
And what is that play?
It can involve you going into Saint Azamina. Then Saint Azamina lets you summon from your extra deck Azamina Ilia Sylvia.
Oh,
so you end up clearing the field, getting an Omni Negate, a negate of anything, and then in addition to that, you can then turn your Saint Azamina into literal Azamina, which allows you to tribute one of your opponent's monsters and your Saint Azamina. So with one super polymerization, you can clear basically 3 or 4 of their cards, put up literal Azamina, and then you can also put on the field the Ilia Sylvia. In addition to that, the actual Azamina itself has an effect that stops it so that the monsters with 0 attack cannot activate their effects, so that you then have protection against all of the Ash Blossom, Effect Veiler, etc. So it just creates this snowball effect that's just unlike anything a single super polymerization has basically ever been able to do.
And, you mentioned Saint Azamina. It's crazy considering the fact that, if I remember that correctly, that effect prevents your opponent from targeting cards on their own field, in their own graveyard, or Saint Azamina itself. Leaving that is enough to just be like, yeah, Draco Tail, hi, how you doing? Oh, that's cool, you can't do anything. So yeah, that's really, really neat. And on the resolution of super polymerization, you're getting all of your triggers. This is a scary deck to see. This is going to be a fun format.
And the reason that other decks can't necessarily incorporate that is the Draco Tail extra deck is
it's so
notoriously tight, especially if you're going to play the new Crowling Magistus cards. Even if you play the traditional branded Draco Tail, every single one of those slots is really difficult to consider switching out for something like Super Polymerization, because this, again, Super Polymerization package isn't 1 card, it isn't 2, we're talking about 3 or 4 cards. And then in addition to that, you're going to probably want Garura, you're going to probably want maybe Mud Dragon. So when you're looking at a strategy like Radiant Typhoon, yes, it's a quick play, but it's also a deck that clearly goes into the extra deck, but they're not more than 1 or 2 absolute necessities. Obviously, you want a couple copies of Garura. Raid Fly clearly is very important, but then you can incorporate 6 or 7 Super Polymerization package targets, play a quick play that has had just such a groundbreaking effect throughout the game's history, but specifically right now, I've almost never seen a Super Polymerization as powerful as when you get to do the Azamina play.
Well, I guess we'll have to stand by and figure that out as the tournament progresses, but speaking of right now, it seems like we're ready to pass things onto the stage for our interview to hear from a Radiant Typhoon master themselves.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Joe. Congratulations on your round 2 feature match win, piloting Radiant Typhoon, a deck that's been on a lot of people's minds. So I want to start there. It's the first time we saw it on feature match. What made you want to play it this weekend?
I've been an avid Sky Striker player for many, many years, and I took a break from the game because of family reasons. And then when Radiant Typhoon got announced, I was like, oh, it's a spell deck? I'm in. Count me in.
Quick play spells. Yeah, let's go.
That's right. Let's go.
So you mentioned you took a break. How long ago, like how long was this break, and how does it feel to be back now?
So every couple years or so, I take like a 5 to 6 month break if the format gets stale or just busy with life stuff. But I recently started playing Radiant Typhoon about 2 weeks ago. So
2 weeks to prepare for this.
2 weeks, yeah. So it's a very complicated deck to play, very technical, very chain link oriented. But the power level, as you can see, it's very high and very consistent once it gets going.
Well, we're happy to have you back. And meanwhile, Sky Striker is still playable right now, so just heads up, think about that.
Another quick play spell deck? I'm in for it.
Now, we didn't get to announce you walking up onto the stage, but we were catching up, and you mentioned that you collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards for family members as well. Do you want to tell the audience a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So shout out to my wife, Michelle, and my son, Eli. Me and my son are heavy into baseball, so I collect Ultimate Baseball Kit from my son. And then for my wife, her favorite card is Ghost Rare Rainbow Dragon.
Specifically the Ghost Rare?
The Ghost Rare because it's pretty.
How many Ghost Rare Rainbow Dragons would you say you have now?
A bunch. I think I have 3 on me today just to try and get better condition ones, but I have a bunch, so.
That's awesome. How many Ultimate Baseball Kids were you able to pick up today as well, or this weekend?
So this weekend I got a couple of the Duelist League rares, the different colors, the red, the blue, and the purple. But at home I have a massive, it's a whole frame I'm putting on his wall. So it's a whole frame of the card. So it's pretty cool, yeah.
I'm going to need to see a photo of that once you have it.
I'll definitely see what I can do.
All right, thank you so much, Joe. Congratulations on your feature match win. Back to the casters.
Okay, so I guess we have to find some Ultimate Baseball Kids. I didn't realize that they came in the different, I love the different fonts, but great testimony there to showcase what it feels like to be a Radiant Typhoon duelist. I love Kangas trying to be like, oh, Sky Striker's the thing. It's like, cool, they have quick plays. I'm in. Oh, wild stuff, wild stuff. And it shows you our upcoming format. But speaking of things that are upcoming, we do have some upcoming events, don't we, Joe?
Yeah, so absolutely. It looks like the next time we'll be tuning into a YCS and following coverage will be March 14th and 15th in Bolivia. It is Team Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Bolivia.
Also got the Team Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Las Vegas. I typically play in there. The Stevens might be getting back together. We'll see. Still early. And then we've got just a classic YCS vibe, right? May 23rd through 24th, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series comes to Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, some iconic places.
Just fun stuff. But I gotta say, this is, anything can happen. I feel like as we went into this tournament, one of the things, I don't know if you saw all the cool regional lists that were coming out through the last weekend where Burst Protocol was first legal, but Magnet Warriors, #1 finish, I think, or maybe top 8. I know that Hekahan's Chimera was out there with the first place finish, and the Invader of Darkness might have been part of the reason there. And then we saw Exo Sisters in San Diego, so there's a lot of stuff that's really viable.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by Exo Sisters. I think you can read the new cards, Betrayal, for instance, and be very clearly shown why that would boost that strategy, because that's always been a strategy that's been potentially towards high-end competitive. It sort of kind of ebbs and flows. That's a deck that's really dependent on what other decks are doing because it counters certain interactions really well. It's the Magnet Warrior stuff that really excited me when I saw that strategy. It's also a strategy that you can play pretty well in Genesys format. You lose the ability to go into IP at the end of your end board, but some of the core elements of that strategy are not even pointed at all. If you actually look at the players in the Proto-Genesys YCS, there are a couple Magnet Warrior strategies that I think are probably taking advantage of the fact about how under the radar that strategy is and the fact that it's just completely free. Because there were some limitations or these point values associated with Burst Protocol cards, not the Magnet Warriors.
Yeah, I think the Magnet Warrior surprised a lot of people, but we do have a bonus feature, so why don't we actually take a look at some of the advanced format and switch over now. So let's see who we got. Yeah, it's for Hire K9 versus Mitsurugi.
So it looks like here these players are siding, and it's a matchup between Mitsurugi and Furhire K9. So let's talk a little bit about Furhire K9 because this is another strategy that's incorporating cards from Burst Protocol. So what we're probably going to see with this is some quantity of the new field spell, Fandora, the Flying, Fighting, Fortress, probably just one copy because you can search it through your combo. Then of course there's going to be that brand new Rex incorporated as well, which is the level 5. Now you can incorporate the Jokal with another level 5 monster. Unfortunately for the K9 strategy, Jokal is limited to 1, so we won't see that interaction quite as frequently, but it is something that excited a lot of players when this deck first came out.
Well, I think what's been really interesting, specifically that Rex Ride for Hire, that was the deck I was most excited to see coming into this event. Mainly just because of the card text, right? It just lets you draw and draw and draw. Anytime your opponent adds a card from their deck to their hand, except by a for hire card effect, or excuse me, card effect for hire, let me correct myself, you get to draw, and that's really cool. But speaking of which, looks like they have gone into their third duel here, so we're playing to figure out who gets out of round 2 with a 2-0 record. And we're going to start off with a normal summon of Aramasa on Connor's side with the Mitsurugi. And so reveal Habakiri, that's going to send out Sanji. Sanji's Tribute, going to go ahead and add Mitsurugi Ritual from the deck to the hand.
So it does look like Connor might be playing dedicated Mitsurugi. A lot of, what we've called the bridges that allow one strategy to incorporate another strategy have found their way into the Forbidden Limited list over the course of the last couple, updates. But the actual just pure Mitsurugi cards, you still have access to that one single copy of Habakiri, and sometimes that's all you need.
Just a fantastic deck, and when you play it pure, you do get access to some interesting things. Like, of course, you have room for the Night Sword Serpent, a lot more easy there. I've seen some people play so into the sort of snake lineup that they're using cards like Lamia, or maybe they're including some of the Ogdoadic cards as well. So we'll see what comes out of his strategy here, but it's very consistent. We know it's a legendary deck. In fact, next month, I believe it's being printed in the Legendary Modern Deck 2026. And, what makes a legend? I don't know, showing up in every top cut for a full year?
Basically. Whether that's being combined with Raizio monsters, Yummy monsters, so many different variations have popped up. You even start with K9 because there's a bridge with some of the more unusual, I think it was a ritual monster you would just search out.
Yeah, the Ashland 9000,
exactly.
yeah. Just some good stuff, but obviously as we're seeing good stuff here, as Amino Habakiri no Mitsurugi is already on the board here, and so is Amino Murakumo no Mitsurugi, and Futsuno Mitama no Mitsurugi. The gang's all here, and that's a difficult board to play through because, in the same way that Rex Ride for Hire doesn't have a hard cap on how many cards it could draw, there is no hard cap on how many cards Futsu no Mitama no Mitsurugi can summon out of the graveyard, right? As long as you have space and cards in the grave and your opponent continues to summon, it almost has that Max C or Fualos-like exchange.
I think it's difficult to compare anything to the feeling of Maxi, but I completely understand what you're saying there.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Limitless.
Not the same thing, but it's like, but I'm doing stuff. I should be winning. Why is he getting cards? That's unfair. But it looks like many of those cards are going to go by the wayside here. And, we are doing some Ogdoadic shenanigans. Or no, that is the Divine Dragon. My bad.
Yeah, go for it.
I wonder what he is going to climb up into here.
On summon, we'll get Mortar.
Oh, we're just going to mortar it. So nothing is the answer. Nothing.
I'm going to make it so either you discard a card or it gets negated.
Going to make it a little bit stronger here. So Amino Murakumo no Mitsurugi's negation effect activated. Shades of Magic Drain, making your opponent discard a card if they want that effect to resolve. Does Jordan take the bait? He's looking at the cards in his hand.
Presumably he's going to allow it to
No response.
push. Oh, no.
Chaotic
Elements. That's an interesting card that didn't necessarily see play initially upon its printing, but as there have been limitations, for instance, to the K9 strategy, it's a very easy way to boost your consistency.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of consistency, nobody's more consistent than K9 Isna. So she's going to special summon herself out. I imagine we're going to send K9 Lupus to the graveyard as well.
Fine. And I will still attempt to pass to you. Okay.
Oh, no, we're not going to send anybody. Maybe Lupus is in the hand. It's a small K9 package.
We'll go standby? Yeah. And then main phase? Yeah.
going to be difficult here. Jordan operating at a card deficit. Connor basically having everything they need. And I imagine, your 2 face downs could be something like Mitsurugi Great Purification and Mitsurugi Prayers. So not a bad start to your last game of round 2.
Ooh, I only have 1 card in hand.
Oh, that is correct.
If you didn't use her effect, I wouldn't have Ash Blossomed it.
That's fair.
Oh, Connor being the teacher here. I'm only in this position because you made me.
Yeah, so he actually has to tribute summon, which is kind of a funny interaction there.
Still totally valid, though. Great value, 1 monster becomes 2 monsters.
The problem is, though, because of this impermanence, he doesn't have both bodies on the field, right? Otherwise, that impermanence, if he was able to normal summon without tributing, he would still be threatening being able to go into the extra deck and make additional plays.
I don't think he's threatening anything other than a concession at this point. I hope Jordan's able to pull out of it, but you're right. Now that he's used up his normal summon here and he's tributed off his other level 5, we're going to droplets, which is crazy in and of itself, but it does mean you would get out another monster from the deck and hopefully use its effect to climb out of this deficit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so Connor allows it.
Looks like he's going to go with the IP for the negation off the droplet.
Droplet's certainly a strong card this weekend. Being able to clear cards off your own field helps against Draco Tail, and lots of other combinations you can use to basically surprise your opponent or get that extra value. It looks like we're going to bring out, is that Joe Poole in defense mode?
Looks like, yeah, Joe Poole.
The result is a double loss. If you need assistance, please raise your hand and call for a judge.
Yeah.
If you have a time extension, it begins now.
Great purification.
Here's purification.
I told you,
for Jordan. This might shut him down here.
Yeah.
Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2.
Slamming the door shut. And there's the handshake.
That's what I was about to say.
Fortunately, K9 is going into the dungeon there this time. As Mitsurugi slams that door shut, locks away the key, and just good looking out from Connor.
Yeah, good thing I negated it.
yeah. It's just to get the XYZ materials in the graveyard. That's the only reason.
Yeah, I think if it didn't discard elements, it might have been fine.
So Jordan having a little bit of buyer's remorse, right? Thinking maybe he should have held on to the Chaos Elements and instead of discarding it, maybe just gotten rid of the Ghost Mourner. But I understand, when you see a big monster threatening an even bigger monster with a range of effects, you do want to kind of shut that down. But unfortunately, Mitsurugi is fine just by itself, so he took the bait, and here we are.
Yeah, I think the fact that he had 1 card in hand there,
it probably hurt,
was really pivotal.
So, as things progress, now we're seeing that Mitsurugi is still good. I think what was so wild about the chatter about the format this weekend going into it is everybody thought good cards were bad and bad cards were good. Not that there is any such thing. It's really about the situation you're in. But people are like, cut the Call by the Grave. It's not doing anything. It's a quick play spell. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. And I don't know that we've seen enough duels to really flesh that theory out, but it's true that weird stuff is happening every duel.
Yeah, I mean, I like Call by the Grave in Radiant Typhoon. I don't think I'd be playing it in Draco.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you have enough space for it, personally.
Still got it done.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Joe Bogle use it really well a couple games ago.
Always nice to just get that one of every time. Strong guys draw strong cards. Gosh, though. So it is wild to see, how the tournament's starting to shape up. Remember, it's very early, so the top 8 may have some X2s, may even have some X3s in there, too, just depending on how many rounds and how many players are still in there. But I can't wait to get out to there and actually go talk to duelists and see how they're feeling. You want to go out there and talk to some duelists?
Oh yeah, that sounds.
I'll tell you what.
Fantastic.
Let's throw it to a break. We'll go ahead and find some duelists to talk to, and then we'll be right back.
It's Steve Kangas at the 300th YCS here in Richmond. Duelists have been registering all day, so let's see how they're feeling about this historic event. All right, I'm here with Tony for the 300th YCS. How's your weekend going so far?
I'm great, man. I'm blessed. I'm see another day, and I'm great playing some Yu-Gi-Oh, man. Let's do it, bro.
Yeah, are you itching? It's a day before the main event starts. Are you playing in one of the main events?
Yeah, I'm playing the main event.
Which one, Genesys or Advanced?
Advanced.
Advanced, okay. What made you want to play in Advanced?
I'm just used to playing advanced tournaments. I'm not as familiar with the Genesys format as much. I haven't really got to dive into it like that, so I don't want to be like, oh, let's just dive into something that I don't really know nothing about. So the point system and all that,
Fair enough. Stick with what you're comfortable with. Well, so it sounds like you've been to a couple. How many YCSs have you been to?
This is my 6th YCS.
6th YCS. So do you feel like you kind of like know the ropes at this point?
A little bit. Still get the jitters like every other event. Like, no.
Does it feel different with the 300th now? I mean, there's a big double zeros.
This is dope. Like I couldn't miss this. This is the 300. I've never been to a milestone one. So this is fun. I can't wait.
Milestone ones are always super exciting, and I've been asking everybody this, and you've been to a couple YCSs. What's your favorite YCS memory so far?
So this was YCS Raleigh in 2024. This is round 3, and I played a Yu-Gi Tuber I watched a lot. Shout out to Super Insane 18. I saw the table number. I was like, this name looks familiar. I walked up. I said, I watch you. Oh shoot, that's crazy. Yeah, I went to game 3. It was fun. He beat me.
Yeah.
I'm a little sick, but it is what it is. Bro,
did you go onto their YouTube afterwards and comment, be like, hey, how was that guy you beat that round?
Yeah. I'll have the comments like, yes.
Are they here? Can we get a rematch?
I hope so. He owed me one, I ain't gonna lie.
All right, watch out for Tony. Thank you so much, man. Best of luck this weekend. All right, I'm here with Zed, correct?
Yeah, we'll go with that one this time.
We've interviewed you a couple times at the 300th, though. How you feeling being at this event this weekend?
Really excited. I know some people playing Genesys. I know some people playing main. I'm personally playing main, and I'm feeling good.
Well, they're technically both main events because this is the first time Genesys is running concurrently alongside Advanced, but how are you feeling about the Advanced format right now?
The Advanced format, I think it's very interesting. There's a couple of decks that have come up and certainly shifted around what everybody was playing before, as well as the ban list coming in, really changed everything up.
It always is fun when it's a new format we're coming into. But you mentioned also Genesys as well. I want to talk about that. How many people do you know that are playing Genesys?
I know maybe half a dozen about just close friends playing it. They really wanted to come over, and Genesys was they wanted that to be their entry instead of traditional Advanced. They just enjoy the format a little bit more, which I can respect.
It's a really cool way for people to hop in and play however they want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! But there's also the public events, all kinds of things to do this weekend, but it is also the 300th YCS. And I know we've seen you at many YCSs before. You're kind of a regular now at this point. So what are some of your favorite memories at YCSs?
My favorite memories at YCSs?
Outside of talking with us, of course.
Okay, yeah. Kangas is my favorite memory, but no, my favorite memory, it might not take place in the event hall, but the night before main event in the hotel lobby, everybody's playing cards. Everybody's trying to figure out just the final where everybody's locked into their deck list and now is just playing games as much as possible for the event. That's unmatched.
The anticipation, the calm before the storm. See, for us on the broadcast side, it's Sunday night after because we have to watch you play Yu-Gi-Oh! All day, and we're we just want to play right now. So will you join us afterwards to keep playing, maybe in the hotel lobby?
Of course.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Zed. Best of luck this weekend. All right, I'm here with Leah at the 300th YCS. How's your weekend started?
It's going amazing. It's beautiful here. I love Richmond.
The weather's great. It's going to get warmer also. I like the cold.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. It's going to be 60 degrees tomorrow.
I know, yeah.
Be inside, of course.
So are you going to be doing any of the main events, or are you doing public events this weekend?
I'm going to be doing some public events. I'm hoping to hit some rivalry.
Okay, I love the rivalry warlords. You just show up, they give you a deck, you get to play, right? What deck are you hoping for? Have you looked at the list for this weekend?
I'm always hoping for Live Twin. But
that's a fun one.
We'll see.
Okay, you haven't checked out any vendors,
I have. Oh, I bought these the new deck box with the Karibo.
It's so cool. Wait, I haven't seen this yet. May I take a look?
Yeah. One of the vendors has it here.
So why'd you pick the blue one?
It's for my friend. She's blue. So.
There's so many on the back. You got to collect them all.
To get all 5 of them. That's the problem.
I was looking at the Moki Moki. I think I'm gonna get the Moki Moki.
Oh,
It's sold
out already. They sold out. I went for them. I was getting all my girlfriends, the Moki Moki, the Rescue Cat, and then they sold out. And I was like, you got to get here early for the good stuff.
Yeah, they put me to work right away, so I was doomed from the beginning there.
We should give it to you for free.
Oh, you know what? Actually, maybe.
You should write a contract. I'm just saying. Konami?
Do you want to represent my contract in the future?
Yeah, I got some lawyers who can help you out.
Yeah, I know you know a couple lawyers. Yeah.
Maybe some judges.
So 300 YCSs. We're celebrating a big milestone here for Yu-Gi-Oh! What are some of your favorite YCS memories?
I think just meeting my friends for the first time in person, because I think Master Duel brought a lot of people together online, and that's how I started Yu-Gi-Oh! So being able to meet all of my friends that I had made for years on in person at my first YCS, which was at Richmond. My first one was the Richmond YCS a couple years back, and just having fun playing some friendlies on the side was, I think, maybe the most fond memories I've had with Yu-Gi-Oh! In general.
So that's poetic for you now that the 300th is back in Richmond.
I'm so lucky.
Well, hey, best of luck with the public events and Rivalry of Warlord. Thanks so much. All right, here I'm with John as you're about to sign up and register for the event. Are you doing main event or the Genesys?
I'm doing the main event.
Okay, so main event, advanced constructed. How are you feeling about the 300th YCS and competing here today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm looking forward to the event. I'm excited to play. A lot of the cards in the format seem really fun to play with, and I'm looking forward to playing them.
Do you, maybe this is too much, can you leak any of what you're playing? What do you think is going to be good this weekend?
I think Branded Dragotail is going to be really good. I think Radiant Typhoon is going to be good. I think K9 VS is going to be really good. But I am playing Memento. I love the deck. It's a ton of fun. It's a great, fun deck, so I love it to death, so I'll be playing that.
How long have you been playing that deck?
Almost, it's coming up, 2 years? Okay. Whenever Creation King came out, so Nats of 24, I think.
So how often are you at a table and your opponent has to just read every card that you play? I feel like that's a common thing for Memento players.
Every single time. Every single time, they the people struggle to know what a majority of the effects are. They know the common ones, like the horse and then the Anguish, but most people don't know the more niche ones.
It's a fun deck. Here, pitch to the audience. Why should they learn how to play Memento?
You should learn how to play it so that way when you play against it, you know what you're doing. So that way you don't misplay and then lose advantage in games that you should have won.
I feel like you should be preaching the opposite as the player, but you know what? Fair enough.
Yeah, I've won enough games that way. I'm looking forward to people knowing what the cards do.
All right, well, best of luck this weekend, John.
Thank you.
All right, I'm here with Danny. Danny, the 300th YCS. How you feeling?
Feeling great. It's really exciting, actually. It's a good year for Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's a great year for Yu-Gi-Oh! Starting off strong. I see that you already got your mat and your packs. Which event did you sign up for? Are you doing Genesys or Advanced?
I signed up for the YCS Genesys event.
Okay, how you feeling about the event? Because this is the first time we're doing an official YCS for it.
I'm feeling great. I'm honestly just here for fun. I'm not trying to go crazy, but it's the first big Genesys event, so I'm just excited to be having fun with it.
Can you leak your deck?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't care. Everyone can know that I'm playing Art Mage.
Art Mage? What made you want to do that one?
I don't know. It's just a deck that's super fun. I love all the new stuff for it. It's kind of the new lore archetype for Yu-Gi-Oh! And I like following along all the silly things that Medius has to go through. He's going through a lot.
He's going through a lot. He's got a tough life, doesn't he? He's just like a kid, just a student.
Yeah, doomed eternity to try and save everyone through across all card boxes. So
yeah, he's keeping us all safe, of course. It's the 300th I like asking people, what are some of your favorite YCS memories? Or if you can think of one that stands out, because there's been a lot of YCSs at this point.
Yeah, no, that's a really hard question, but I think maybe I'll do recency bias. One of my favorites was I've never been on feature before, and I got to be on the little feature for the Genesys at Pittsburgh, and I had a great time playing against a Medolce player. He's a really good guy, and I had a blast. It was the first time I ever got to put the headphones on at a YCS, so...
It changes the whole experience, right?
Oh, yeah, it's super nerve-wracking, so I was like...
Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much, man. Hey, best of luck. We'll get you a feature match again, right?
Oh, I hope not.
Top 8.
Yeah, top god.
I will banish. Can I read the quick spell? Or the spell?
Once per turn, I can excavate 6.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the 300th YCS here in Richmond, Virginia. It's the 300th YCS. We're in round number 3 for the advanced format. Saul's turning 30 tomorrow. It's all about the number 3 here this weekend. We have an exciting matchup coming. Already some awesome matches, but we're ready to jump right into it. So let's go ahead and meet our round 3 feature match players. Take it away, Kangas.
Up first in the blue chair from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, returning to the TCG for the first time since last year's NAWCQ, Shunping Shu! And his opponent today in the red chair from New York, New York. Shout out his OTS Fire and Dice, Kevin Bayona! Duelists are ready on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right. Thank you so much, Kangas. It's been an incredible tournament so far. In round 3, we're going to keep that action up. Shuping, UDS champion, YCS champion, and former OCG player, plays over. He's been, out of town for a while, back home, in China, playing the OCG, but now he's back here with the TCG in advanced format, and he's taking on Kevin from New York. And we're going to see 2 decks that got severely affected by this last Forbidden and Limited list, taking each other on, and both starting off 2-0.
Yeah, I want to say these are both the decks that got hit the most. Some suggest that Yummy probably was hit a little too much, but we're here to see already 2-0, maybe a contender that no one saw coming.
Yeah, definitely. Yummy getting at Yummy Snatchy, limited to 1. Herald of the Arclight, Forbidden, definitely tougher to deal with. So when you're going to look at the Yummy strategy, you're going to want to find out, what can I do to help that strategy? So what Herald of the Arclight used to do for Yummy was, the biggest thing was protection from Nibiru, the Primal Being. You're able to make that before, you can force it out before your opponent wouldn't be able to use the Nibiru, but then you still be able to do the rest of your combo based upon the cards you retained. Well, now with no Herald of Arclight, that's a lot tougher. So by incorporating something like the Fiendsmith engine, which already lines up really well with Yummy, Fiendsmith Requiem, a Link 1, which is where you need to be to get to the Yummy part of the deck. You also get access to DDD High Wave King Caesar. So if you're able to threaten a Caesar, that's another way to prevent Nib. And on top of that, Caesar's just a great card against a deck like Draco Tail, for instance, with the multiple ways to stop the special summoning.
Yeah, the Fiendsmith cards do line up pretty well into the format, as you mentioned, against all the different Draco Tail variants, even just against something like the Radian Typhoon deck. Being able to stop something like Crocea is really relevant. Obviously, a lot weaker to spells and traps, but just being able to facilitate your Yummy engine as well. Being like Engraver is just a 1-card starter, because even if you don't already have a Yummy in your hand, you can just go into Lacrima in the extra monster zone, summon back Lurie, and then go into the Link 1 Gravity Controller, and then you have full combo right there.
Yeah, absolutely amazing how well these strategies work together. But let's talk about the other side. The big Hearts Cryptor in the room. Malice has just been a deck that has gotten hit list after list, and when will the players put the deck down is kind of a question a lot of people have to ask. Red Ransom is still online here for Shuping. Malice Whitebinder, gone. That's arguably the strongest Link monster they have, but there's still some creative ways you can get with Malice, with Red Ransom, to still find your access to the trap cards. You just have to go a little bit of a different route. You have to play TB11, right? You use the TB11 to start your combo, and then eventually when you go into Red Ransom, you can grab Malice in Underground, use the field spell to banish Malice in the Mirror. Malice in the Mirror can banish the TB11 out of your graveyard, and you can still find a way to use that monster to get access to GWC06, which is highly important. The thing you're losing with Whitebinder is you're not going to get that draw on your turn from the Whitebinder, and that free draw on your opponent's turn from the Whitebinder. So you lose a little bit more of ability to dig deeper into your deck for those interactions, but you still have the same combo potential going first with Malice, and maybe even a little more of an edge now that Artifact Lancia might be coming out a lot of players' side decks.
Yeah, I think Malice, what it really lost was his identity in this last Forbidden and Limited list. Losing the Whitebinder just means you don't have that longevity anymore. I think it's more of a glass cannon strategy now, but the potential of the glass cannon is still all there.
Yeah, I mean, cards like Cybers, Wicked, Backup, Adagnister are absolutely incredible. I've even seen some people using cards like Achichi. Some of the other Adagnisters, you can go into the Dark Infant, go to the field spell. You have to play some more cards that aren't so great in your deck. But we're going to see how Shuping is utilizing the Malice strategy here, and starting 2-0 with a deck that otherwise has been kind of fallen by the wayside. We're going to see which one of these duelists is going to be able to move on to get their 3rd win here in round number 3. And here comes the die roll.
That's a 10.
A 10 from Kevin.
Strong, you want to win the dice roll against Malice.
You see him rolling extra hard there. Oh, 6. You know, he was hoping that other die was going off the table.
Try again.
But no, it looks like Kevin has already won the beginning gambit between these two, being able to go first, which is where you want to be against a deck like Malice, though he doesn't know he's playing against Malice quite yet. Now, you actually topped the first event where Malice was legal, right? You made top 16?
Yeah, with Anaheim.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. What do you think about the Malice deck now versus then? I mean, you said it's lost its identity, it's not as powerful, but still strong.
If you're comparing the version of the deck that existed back then to what is right now, I think they are completely different strategies.
True.
The potential to make a stronger and stronger board has only increased, but now the longevity is what we really just focused on in the first list, because that's all I really had. The end board wasn't all there yet. We didn't have the Allied Kotaku. We didn't have March Hare. We did there was a lot of interaction that we just were missing.
Okay, but I'm just going to cut you off real quick because this is a crazy interaction. Lacrima, the Crimson Tier coming down from Kevin, and that's met by the Psy-Frame Gear Gamma. These feature matches are all about the cards limited to 1 so far, and Gamma is one of the most powerful interactions you can have from your hand.
I mean, limited for 1 for a good reason. This is, again, as you mentioned, one of the strongest interactions you can have, being able to negate and destroy, not typical for any interaction from the hand.
Yeah, huge against Lacrima, the Crimson Tiers, especially because if you're able to negate the effect, they can still go into Requiem and continue their plays, but Gamma just absolutely devastating.
Yeah, when you lose access to your normal summon in Yummy, you don't have a whole lot of ways to extend other than essentially like a surprise summoning from hand. But now we do see an Engraver here. Engraver will be able to put monsters on the field, turn back on all the Yummies in hand. Does Shuping have an extra way to get rid of this? No, it doesn't seem like it.
All right, so Engraver is going to add a Fiendsmith Tract.
Imagine we're going to be activating the tract immediately here.
Okay, I could see the rest of Kevin's hand there. Pretty solid. Lots of ways to keep extending. He has the surprise. He has, I think, a Cupsy Yummy.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to have at least 1 Yummy.
Yeah, and then, of course, the Mignon, which you don't want to see in your hand, but it's not like the end of the world.
It's useful. You can do something with it.
What I do like is when you go into Snatchy, you can use the effect to place it from your hand still, so you can kind of try and bait your opponent to negate the Snatchy effect, then you just kind of play the Mignon onto the field.
Yeah, you know, potentially get rid of something from the hand, maybe an effect failure.
But Fabled Lure is discarded, special summons itself back to the field, and now it's being sent to the graveyard for the Link summon of Fiendsmith's Requiem.
Summon good.
Now he has a Link 1 monster on the field.
And there's going to be the Cupsy Yummy.
Yeah, you see,
Shu was so upset.
Shuping reels in his chair. You thought the Gamma was going to get him there. You mentioned the normal summon so important in the Yummy deck, but Shuping knows that now the Cupsy Yummy's coming down. Those interactions from the hand aren't going to be usually enough, and that's not what he wants to see. Just that's one of my favorite things about watching Shuping play is, you know, he's a big expression player.
Yeah.
You can kind of get like what's going on through his mind based on just watching his expressions.
Wears his heart on the sleeve.
Definitely does. Love to see it, and Kevin loves to see this Cupsy Yummy resolving. And he added, it looks like a Cookie Yummy.
Let's see where he goes from here. Is he going to continue with the Yummy, or is he going to activate that Requiem?
He's going to go ahead and special summon the Cookie, it looks like. Oh, maybe not. Special. Yeah, you want to go ahead and special summon the Cookie just in case something goes wrong. The kind of downside to using Link ones that aren't Snatchy, so he's going to go into Yummy Snatchy, so he is valuing putting the Yummy monsters in his graveyard before he goes into Cupsy Yummy way, because you want to be able to have the 2 monsters to summon back. When you use stuff like Hornet Drones or the Sky Striker engine, you're not always going to be able to tag back out with your Yummy Synchro monster.
Absolutely. And now Snatchy is going to be activated. Oh, looks like he's going for a second copy of a field spell here.
He's going to go for a Croaky.
Yep. A Croaky from the deck here.
I guess there's no harm in like putting it out because you can replace it with the Mignon later on, then use the Croaky effect to put it back into the bottom of your deck.
Yeah.
So you can place it during your opponent's turn.
It also suggests like Shuping would not play around the Mignon in hand, right? So you maybe potentially thinks that that interaction is not there, that extender.
Mm-hmm. Could be. Could be. All right, so the Requiem is going to tribute itself off the field, a special summon of Fiendsmith Engraver. So now this is the opportunity for Kevin to either go into sequence to try and look at something like Desiree, or if he's still mindful of Nibiru, could just be that High Wave King Caesar. Fabled Lure back into the deck.
Yeah, we'll see how cautious he's going to be here. I imagine he will just be going for the Caesar, because if it is met with Nibiru the Primal being at this spot, he has enough to play through it. But I guess if you're threatening at this point and he doesn't do anything, you might as well go for Desiree, right?
I just like Caesar so much. I mean, when you see a Gamma, you really don't know what your opponent's playing, but you would assume they're playing something
with a lot of spells.
Yeah, a lot of spells, yeah. So it could be a Desiree option. That's definitely what Kevin is considering.
I mean, Caesar is also very good against Branded, so if you had to pick something for a deck that's playing those cards,
it is going to be an Xyz summon. He's going to overlay the 2 level 6 monsters for the myth, the man, the legend, DDD High Wave King Caesar. Has both of these yummy extending cards in the hand. Next up is going to be a Synchro Summon.
Yeah, both these cards in the hand are typically cards you do want to access from the deck. So, but they're still functional, right?
Oh, yeah. That's the best part about Yummies. Even if you draw the cards that you want to, like, search, yeah, they still work. Like, drawing Yummy Surprise, which is why you see some people play more than one copy sometimes, not the worst thing in the world. Because if something goes wrong with your first summon, it can special summon from the hand or graveyard and continue to extend your plays.
Surprise is, I honestly, a lot better to open, because that just means Cupsy can search anything.
Right, exactly. Sometimes that's the problem. It's a problem of success where you just have too many Yummy cards that when you get to the Cupsy Yummy Way, you have nothing really to even add. You're just adding more of the same. But looks like he's going to go into Lollipo Yummy Way before going into Cupsy. Brings back the 2, and then now this will probably be the Cupsy Yummy Way. No, it's going to be a Link Summon for SP Little Knight. He's just not going to.
He just doesn't need anything else from his hand. Like, he just doesn't want to go into it, I suppose.
Interesting.
Doesn't want to access Marshmallow, which, you know, is a choice.
Yeah, no. The Yummy with only one Snatchy, you got to play a lot more conservative nowadays. If he's not playing something like IP Masquerena in his extra deck, which he's probably not because he has all the Fiendsmith cards, even though you could do plays that get more monsters onto your field, you're not really netting any advantage if there's nowhere to go with them.
Yeah, choosing to play conservative, hold his cards here. It's going to be a little bit difficult to immediately. Oh, he's going to be able to summon Cupsy on his opponent's turn, surely.
True, yeah. But Allure of Darkness coming down here for Xu Ping. Definitely going to probably send alarm bells in Kevin's head.
I mean, it's definitely a tell. It looks like we're going to be chaining the effect of Lollipo to summon back 2 from the grave. It's going to be met with Dominus Impulse. That's extremely strong here, cutting off all the Yummy cards.
See, this is where if you had the Cupsy Yummy Way and the Lollipo Yummy Way, you kind of have some more insurance. So, like, it's a tough call.
Being able to resolve Gamma and Impulse in the same game, that feels pretty good.
Definitely. Those are 2 powerful interactions from the hand. Allure of Darkness is going to draw 2 cards from the top of the deck.
And discard his whole hand? Question mark?
Question mark? Kevin's definitely waiting. He's like, so...
All right, it's not an immediate decision here. We'll see if he has a good Malice Monster to banish.
Yeah, the High Wave King Caesar makes things a little difficult here for Xu Ping. Because if he banishes a certain Malice name, he doesn't have a way to deal with the Caesar. And we're showing the power of incorporating the Fiendsmith cards with the Yummy strategy. If something goes wrong with the Yummies, you can always fall back on that Fiendsmith strategy. Absolutely amazing.
Lots of interaction from Xu Ping here to try to stymie Kevin's field, but it wasn't enough. He didn't have enough to get going, and doesn't necessarily reveal what he's playing, but Allure is pretty telling.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously probably why he decided not to banish a card from his hand before conceding. Just, keep the information close to the chest. But Allure of Darkness, like, I'm going to think Malice immediately. I don't think there's really any other deck over the past while that's incorporating that into their main deck, especially from a player like from Xu Ping's caliber.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's like a big Despia package that's potentially possible.
True. I remember Allure, Destiny, and Tragedy. That was incredible back in the day.
Really high value, but I don't know how many people are like. I guess you do still play Tragedy if you're playing pure branded, but I don't think you're playing Allure to facilitate it.
Yeah, going into this weekend though, like one of the things I wanted to keep a close eye on was how pivotal the Fiendsmith cards might play a role in this event, because that last Forbidden Limited list did hit a ton of decks, and when there's holes in your deck, a lot of times those Fiendsmith cards can really fill it up, because DDD High Wave King Caesar are very easily accessible and very strong against a lot of decks in the meta currently, and even off-meta decks like Malice, which is kind of weird to say that it's off meta now, but
I mean, this is the first event to really decide it, but
yeah, well,
Mal's been holding strong for quite some time. Is it finally over? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's definitely lost plenty of tools and consistency options throughout all of these lists, and maybe that's why he wasn't able to have enough going second, but that hand was pretty incredible from Kevin.
Just multiple ways to start. You start with a normal summon of Lacrima. You don't think your hand is necessarily that strong, but definitely a lot of ways to extend. And that's, again, part of the why Fiendsmith works so well with Yummy, is it gives you ways to keep extending past your normal summon.
Definitely. Yeah, I really am a big fan of the Fiendsmith cards in general. They do so much. But now going into the side decks, we're going to see Xu Ping going first here in game number 2, which is where he wants to be with the Malice deck.
She was able to side extremely quickly here. Mainly, he knows the matchup. Kevin does not have nearly as much information. He is just trying. I mean, he gets to go up a game, but playing with a lot of questions. Do you even have anything for Malice in your side deck at this point?
Nothing direct. I mean, like the Mulcharmies, like Fualos, but you probably don't even have Meows. I think Fualos and Perilia are the more go-to ones for this format in particular, just because decks like, VSK9 are back into the meta. Radian Typhoon summons from the hand a lot. So yeah, I don't even know if Meows would be something that you just have in general in your side deck.
A lot of the generic interactions from the hand, Mouse is very good at playing around if it has the tools to do so. So if it opens something along the lines of Chessie and another name, if you met with Fualis, you can just give them one draw and then end on Cryptor with an MTP set.
Yep, I mean, that speaks to why Malice has been so strong and dominant for so long. The flexibility. Like, it's a hard deck to stop, and then once they get their field, it's a hard deck to break. So it has both things going for it. But we're going to see if Xu Ping's going to be able to bounce back here in game number 2. I mean, this is the part where all the limits and restrictions and forbidden cards come into play because it hits the consistency of the deck. Yeah. But as long as he has cards like Backup Ignister, there will be options.
Yeah, I think Malice still has a lot of ways to go into consistency, mainly because it is in the Cyber's reign. Like, you just get so many cards that search Cyber's cards and summon Cyber's bodies. So that's how you make up for all the cards that you lost. The only thing is that you lost the longevity, right? If they break the board, there's not much left.
True.
I'll start.
We can see what Xu Ping is doing for his turn 1 combo here with Malice, if he does in fact draw some Malice names.
Stand by Memphis.
It looks like a potentially strong hand from Kevin here. Lots of interaction that I saw.
Let's see what Xu has.
Can we normal summon Dormouse?
It's definitely in his hand. I don't know. You guys probably can't see it, but there is a Dormouse in the hand. But he also has a Chessie Cat, so that could be even better.
Okay, this is pretty ideal. Chessie for Dormouse.
Lancia check?
I mean, if you have Ash, you definitely Ash this.
We'll see if Kevin agrees with your assessment.
There's not many good places to Ash. Ashing Chessie, I mean, you're denying 2 cards and potentially a body.
Yep, and the Ash Blossom does come down, but called by the Grave from Xu Ping is going to stop the Ash Blossom in its tracks. And he banishes the Dormouse. Devastation for Kevin.
There's no such thing as limited, apparently.
It's like Master Duel. The card's limited. It's going to be in your hand. It's the name. That's been the name of the tournament so far.
All right, off to the races here. 2 new cards in hand. Dormouse will be able to activate its effect. Get rid of the White Rabbit. White Rabbit will be able to activate its effect. Come back to the field. And now will we be getting MTP or will we be getting TB11? How much more are we going to...
Interesting you wouldn't say GWC. maybe Xu Ping's not using it. That'd be an interesting take on Malice.
What are you even trying to summon back? Yeah,
yeah. I mean, you can still access, as I said, with like the Malice and Underground, banishing Malice in the Mirror, and then Malice in the Mirror banishing TB11. So there's still ways to get to the traps you need, but yeah, what are you summoning back is a good point. And you can also use March Hare for a lot of the same interactions, like banishing Heart Scriptor from your graveyard to summon it out. You don't actually need the GWC06, but here comes the Red Ransom.
Ransom is met with no response here.
Imagine it's going to add Malice and Underground. Yep. Now we're going to see the TB11 banishing Red Ransom.
Yep, everything as you described up to this point. The TB11 is going to be able to put up a Malice monster on the field. It's going to be March Hare. Not able to use its effects on the field currently, but as long as it hits the graveyard, it'll be able to be used again. And then Ransom, because it was banished, is going to be able to summon itself back and then banish another card. It's going to be a copy of Chessie that hasn't used its effect yet either, coming back for another 300 life points.
It hasn't used the banishment effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 3 down, 1 to go. I guess 4 down.
Yeah, he still has the March Hare.
Yes, March Hare and Cryptor left.
This is the classic, the Cyber's Wicked into Ling Karibo. It's going to trigger the Cyber's Wicked, so you banish from the graveyard to add that Dark Cybers.
Yep.
There's going to be that backup secretary.
Yep. Backup Agnister and March Hare to the hand. March Hare from the banishment. Backup Agnister from the deck. And then, yeah, this card is the one I think just makes Malice still so good as Backup Agnister. It just gives you so many monsters onto the field and gives you access to all the materials you need for something like Heart Scripter into Allied Code Talker Agnister.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what's happened in this turn so far, you wouldn't imagine anything's changed.
Yeah, I mean, I think the things that changed are not noticeable in like the terms of the combo, but like the vulnerability to the interactions. Like Droll and Lockbird was notoriously a card that wasn't so strong against Malice because they could just still set the trap card with Whitebinder. But now a Droll and Lockbird would have been huge. Like say he like changed it to the Chessie Cat, not getting access to the Cyber's Wicked. I mean, maybe he still would be able to play through it as much, but maybe some more interaction. Nibiru also could be something that would be in the hand of Kevin that would be pretty pivotal at this point.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that could happen, and we're going to have to see how much recovery there is, right? Because we can get to this point, but is there any way to get our resources back without access to Whitebinder?
Yeah, definitely going to be the case. But for all you Malice duelists out there, be taking notes, seeing how Xu Ping's doing it. Even though the deck's not as strong as it once was, it still could potentially be an option.
We know he still has the March Hare and Mouse and Underground in hand. Looks like we're going into the Heart Scriptor now. Going to be linking that and the Wicked away into
Transcode Talker.
Okay, Transcode is now going to be able to summon back a Link monster into its arrow. It's going to be summoning Red Ransom.
March Hare.
Finally going to be activating that March Hare now. Likely going to banish the Heart Scriptor to access every single name that's currently legal.
Yeah, interesting. But now he won't have a March Hare in his hand at the end phase. I don't think there's any way to really get it back or search for another one.
Opting for as much presence on the field as possible.
See, this is where the limits and forbidden cards come into play because you have to invest so much more into your field. Oh, and IP Masquerena. Okay.
Okay, and now we're going to be going into Allied Code.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So while this is strong, it is nowhere near as strong as a final like infield as what Malice used to have.
Okay.
Like this is a negate in IP, right? Like there's not much else.
Yeah, the Cryptor is still in the graveyard.
Oh, and the Cryptor.
Well, I don't know how we're getting the Cryptor back on the field currently.
He would have to IP into SP banish itself. Yeah, because he lost the March Hare from his hand and has no way to get it back.
So now he's going to go
for
Mouse
Mimir can get the March Hare.
Yeah,
okay.
So he's opting to not go for MTP right now. MTP can be accessed by a way to... okay, so we're just going to banish the Chessie as a free card in the graveyard. Just random banish here. That's going to add another copy of March Hare. Will he find a way to banish both Cryptor as well as White Rabbit on the following turn?
See, that's where the Whitebinder being gone is really brutal because Whitebinder could do both of those things.
I mean, he has access to SP. SP can banish Ransom. That
but that's giving up one of his, you're trading your SP for a Cryptor at that point.
The Dimensional Fissure might just do it all, though.
True. The Dimensional Fissure is the cherry on top of this field. But like, I know if you've been playing Master Duel and played against Malice, you'd look at this and be like, oh, this is like, I mean, let's ignore the Dimensional Fissure right there on the field. But this is like breakable. Like, it's not as powerful and overwhelming as it once was. And like, you honestly couldn't ask for like a better hand to get the field that you want. Like, it was Chessie Cat, Banished Dormouse with the Called by the Grave, right? Yeah, this is not overwhelming.
Standby.
That's a card he wanted earlier. That would have been able to stop the Red Ransom from coming back. Oh! I see a really powerful spell from Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon in his hand, but he's going to have to find a way to force out the Allied Code Talker Agnister first, but looks like he's going to force it out with the Regeki.
Yep, that's going to be step one here. We'll see what Allied Code decides to get away. I imagine you just get rid of the Red Ransom to protect it, and then that'll trigger the Red Ransom, banish White Rabbit.
Chilling 2.
Yeah, I think Malice is a much weaker deck now, but not out of the count because you're not facing down cards like Artifact Lancia every single round. So while it isn't as impressive as it was before, still a decent option. I like this. It's way more lower to the ground.
Plus.
The White Binder being gone is just so brutal because you're losing that. You mentioned the follow-up, the card advantage, the mass banishing that not only will summon your monsters, but could also cut your opponent off from their cards too. The Regeki's not banished.
It was banished off the effective ally code.
Oh, he used ally code to banish. Oh, okay. I thought he was just doing it for the Dimensional Fissure.
Yeah, it's very awkward, right? There's several things banishing it right now. But I guess that is the Malice deck.
Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see.
Okay.
That's a concession, it seems.
Only had the Regeki, not going to be able to play through it. The Dimensional Fissure there, I think, really sealed the deal. So it was like an incredible hand for Shuping. First of all, Chessy Cat, Dormouse, Dimensional Fissure, Called by the Grave. Like, that's a 4-card combo.
Well, he had several draws after the fact to get some of those other pieces, I assume.
Yeah, maybe, but they were all in his opening hand.
Yeah,
I saw them. But you lose those draws from the White Binder being gone. But, like, this is a much more reasonable Malice deck. Like,
okay, if your argument for reasonable is drawing 2 instead of 3, I mean, like,
well, yeah, with the Chessy Cat, the White Binder is every turn too, so it's like 2 draws, like your turn and your opponent's turn.
2 and 4 is pretty different.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think so a lot.
No, I do think White Binder's a massive loss. I wrote Malice out instantly, but it seems like it's definitely still holding on here. As long as it's able to have that turn 1 that can't be broken, then you are able to take games very easily.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm almost on the opinion that it can be broken now without having like the extra cards on top, like the Dimensional Fissure, like a negate, a banish, and then potentially another banish. That's 3 interactions. While it's a lot of modern decks can play through that.
Yeah, I mean, that's also essentially uninterrupted, right?
Yeah, uninterrupted. You'd expect more from an uninterrupted combo. Like, if you look at a deck like Yummy uninterrupted, there's like 6 or 7 interactions that you're going to have to deal with along the way.
I think the biggest thing to not count out is how powerful drawing cards from your deck is. You have so many resources, especially in Malice. When at this point, you've just trimmed the amount of cards they can even play in their engine. So the only thing they can draw is not an engine.
That is very true. Very, very true. Yeah, we saw like Allure of Darkness in game number 1. Chessy Cat still finds ways to access cards deeper in your deck. But maybe this is like one of those things. Sometimes I used to have that thing where I would play a deck for just a little bit too long because I'd always want to prove it like, right, like, oh, okay, I know that these got limited, so I can adapt it and still find a way to make it work. And sometimes that just isn't the case. But that's what I like about Genesys. Like we mentioned, we've already seen so many feature matches for the Proto-YCS for Genesys. As the point updates happen, some of the powerful cards in your deck become more expensive. It doesn't stop you from playing the deck. You just have to adapt and adjust and find a new way to rely on other cards that you may not have looked at before, which is my favorite part about Genesys. And I think that's what Chuping is kind of doing here with Malice. Because this is a different looking Malice deck. A lot of the same things that we've seen before, but having to incorporate things like Gamma, maybe cutting down on some of the trap cards. It's quite different.
Yeah, finding your focus is definitely important, right? When you're deck building for these decks.
But yeah, it is definitely an interesting thing to take a look at. Both players seem focused, stoic. Yeah, this is the most stoic I've seen Chuping probably like ever going into game number 3. He knows he's going second, which is tough. But I'm sure that his side deck is going to accommodate with for a lot of decent going second cards. But Kevin going first, the main thing that kind of slowed him down there was that Dimensional Fissure, and that is not a card you have to worry about going first. He does want to keep an eye out for that card we saw round 1, Dimension Shifter. But even then, like Yummy, while they rely on the graveyard, they can find a way to still set up some forms of interruption without needing the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, with one Snatchy, it's a little bit riskier too. And the Fiendsmith card.
The Fiendsmith stuff makes it tough. You don't want to draw those cards into a Dimensional Fissure.
There's still a lot that you can rely on. If you can avoid the Dimension Shifter, then you can definitely make a pretty reliable field, especially since it's just very hard to completely cut down Yummy.
Do I see a last-minute swap there for Kevin to the side deck? It looks like he was going to side in 3 Mistaken Arrest and then decided to swap those out for Ghost Bell at the last minute. Pretty interesting. Do you think that might have something to do with like seeing the Gamma in game 1?
Yeah, I mean, just having as many ways to play through your turn as possible. Yeah, just resolve your combo. Because I do think if you're resolving your combo against current version of Malice, that will be good enough. And looking at Chuping's deck, he seems like he has a lot of tricks for going first and like just getting those games when you are able to go first. But I don't know if he has the tools to stop specifically Yummy going second. He has a lot of ways to deal with the top 2 contenders. But I think a more monster-heavy strategy like Yummy tools are missing.
Yep, and the reason why Yummy is so strong is a lot of one-card starters. There's pretty much every monster in your deck you can draw will get you going. Like, even if you draw some of those interactions from the hands, like the Ghost Spells, the Mulcharmies or something going first, which won't happen in Game 3, but you can normal summon them. Go into like Salamangreat Almirage, and then you have a Link 1, so you can start special summoning your Yummies from your hand. The consistency of Yummy is why I gravitate so much towards it, and you got consistency with Yummy, consistency with Fiendsmith, and now we're going to see what Kevin opens up with here in game number 3. And I see a Cupsy Yummy.
I mean, that's good enough. I see a lot of cards he does not want to see in his hand, but there's a couple other really good ones.
He's got the Wombo combo, Asala. It's the talent called by... At this point, he's hoping Shubing has Ass Blossom.
Yes, please.
Please shifter me. Please shifter me in main phase 1. He is in main phase 1.
We're normal summoning Cupsy. Oh, it looks like that's going to be resolving. He's like, oh, all right.
You see a smile from Shubing. Cupsy Yummy. This is my icon in Master Duel. I have a Cupsy Yummy with like the Christmas wreath around it, so it's like Christmas time, Cupsy Yummy. I love the personalizations in Master Duel.
It's February.
It's Christmas year round. Ask Jesse. He loves the Christmas music. Shout outs to Jesse Cotton. Thanks for joining us on the pre-show today. That was absolutely incredible. And now the Link summon for the one Yummy Snatchy coming down. That's going to be able to place the Mignon from the deck. Yummy Amusement Mignon.
Will we see another monster from hand, or are we going to be immediately activating Mignon here to go for the Cupsy?
No Ghost Spell, no Ghost Ogre. Now a Synchro Summon. Now this time I'm sure we're going to see Cupsy Yummy Way.
Cupsy hits the field. It looks like this is going to be met with an interaction.
And here's the bad news, Shu. Well, he could chain the Cupsy Yummy and then chain the Call By, but decides to leave the Cupsy Yummy on the field. I like tagging it back out, but
just getting the free monster while you can.
He could just be excited that he has Call By down.
Yeah,
also,
he's just happy enough to resolve it this way.
Yeah, you don't need the other monsters on the field. I'd rather have 2 than 1.
I think maybe he is actually trying to play around Dominus Impulse right now.
Oh, it actually is going to pay off.
Yeah.
If he has it in the hand too. Oh, that could be smart. I'm not smart. He's smart.
This guy's a professional.
He's a professional. And then you
discards
get
a Paradise.
Oh, so nice. I mean, the discard from Cupsy Yummy really helps. But here it is, triple tactics, talent. Let me take a look at your hand.
It's 2 limited cards.
He's about to spit on his water. He got called by talent in game number 3. We're gonna get a spit take. Oh man!
And that impulse is gone. Out of here.
I'll pick Dominus Impulse. Still not a bad hand. Terraforming, Backomatic Nister, and March Hair.
That is a lot of engine. Yeah.
This is a heads-up play for Kevin not tagging out that Cupsy Yummy because it would have been hit by the Impulse, and that could have potentially been devastating. Waiting, patience is a virtue, and it's going to pay off. So now we're going to activate the
just leaving the hand face up. No interactions here.
I love the Shu leaning back in his chair. He knows this is the Kevin show now. I love having Shu being up there. He's just shaking his head. He knows what's going on.
Yeah.
He knows how this is probably going to end. So now a Synchro Summon for Lollipop Yummy Way. Bringing back Marshmallow and Cookie. We're having a great time here. Those 2 are going to go to the graveyard. Probably for an IP Masquerena.
No,
Reaper Duckus.
They're going to turn into a Light Fiend.
I forgot. This is the combo. I got to take notes. This is the deck I want to play next. I have pure Yummy built right now, and I'm looking to build Fiendsmith Yummy.
Okay, well, so he's going straight into the sequence here.
And the sequence into Requiem? Because he values the Caesar. I mean, you can look. Caesar stops every card in his hand.
Yeah.
So, yeah, why not?
This is going to likely summon Lacrima here, the Crimson Tears.
Shu maybe making the best play here, taking a quick nap so he can get ready for the next round and have his brain completely refreshed.
Think about where it all went wrong.
What did I do wrong? I mean, it's a bold choice to bring Malice into a tournament, but I mean, okay, let's be real. Today has just been the day of cards that are limited.
Yeah, every single turn has been 2 limited cards activated.
Called by talents. Like, even when we go back to like Snake Isle format, I remember us talking like that was like the dream always is to have called by talents. Like, it's just an absolutely.
The game does end almost immediately.
It's an absolute because they lose the interaction from the hand, and then you rip another card, so they're only going to draw to 4.
They know exactly what they have to play around. They know what they have to beat.
It's brutal. But this is why called by talents are limited to 1.
You're not supposed to see the improbabilities that we've seen today alone.
Never tell me the odds, Asala. All right, we're going to continue with a summon of Necroquip Princess. Since the Requiem was equipped to that Lacrima, you can send those both to the graveyard for the fusion summon of Necroquip. And now we got the 2 level 6 monsters we need to perform an Xyz summon for DDD High Wave King Caesar.
And now I imagine he's just going to activate Surprise, summon back the Marshmallow, get back the Surprise.
It's just so free. It's like it's hard not to want to do that every single turn. It is just a free monster. And he has the Paradise in the graveyard as well.
He is established here.
I don't know what. Chupin giving his opponent the Marshmallow out of his graveyard. I mean, he knows that there's no card he can really draw here. I mean, unless he has some really spicy Pot of Desires into something else, it's not looking good.
We're just going to hand him the deck to cut, see what Destiny draw he can grab here.
From my deck.
Is he going to just put it face up?
My turn. Yep.
That would be hilarious if he drew it face up. Oh, no, he's going to like take a look.
He's leaving the other 3.
Huh, does this change things?
I mean, with his current hand, it's either normal summon backup or activate the terraforming. Terraforming is going to...
I mean, Cupsy Yummy effect. Or maybe you do nothing because maybe you're worried about drawing talents? No, you definitely use the effect.
We're just going to get all the advantage back here. I imagine it's going to summon the Lollipop Yummy Way as well as...
a Snatchy.
Yeah, just getting the Snatch on the board already.
You could go for Cupsy to try and get that draw. Just insult to injury. Maybe he wants to draw in another interaction from the hand.
Yeah, just draw a Stroll or something.
Anything, really.
Not that you'd keep Droll in this match. Oh, like he's just going to grab a guaranteed card here for follow-up.
Yeah, usually when you have no cards in your hand, sometimes it's safest to... Oh, no, he's doing the Snatchy effect to place a Croaky. He's probably still going to draw a fresh card. But you always want to do Chainlink 1.
That makes sense,
Cupsy Yummy, Chainlink 2, Snatchy, so you get that field spell out of your deck. Get yourself a little bit closer to drawing something like Ash Blossom or Ghost Bell. And it's a Ghost Bell. Why not?
Sure.
Why not?
Now, Tactics could be potentially really strong here.
Take a moment to look at his face down card. Just the Black Goat Last. Just has. See, these are the games where you wish you didn't draw like everything. Like, man, let me get this luck a little bit later on when I don't start with such a strong start. But we'll see if he needs all these cards. Black Goat Last, especially strong when you know all the cards in your opponent's hand.
All right, now we know it's not Tactics to take the Caesar. We're going to be normal summoning the backup secretary here. This is going to be completely fine. It's going to be a net even. You get more information, and whatever he tries to banish, you negate with Caesar.
Any effect on summon?
Yeah. All right, just confirming what its effect is.
It adds a tuner, right? Oh, Cyber's tuner?
Dark Cyber's.
Just Dark Cyber's? Oh, no, it's the tuner. The Cyber's Wicked adds the tuner, and then the Wizard Agnister is the one that you can add with backup Agnister.
Okay.
I imagine you shouldn't respond with anything at this point. There's nothing you're worried about. Looks like we're going to be using Snatchy here.
He might just be worried about Link Karibo, putting it face down so he doesn't have just the trap negate, potentially. I think that's a fair thing to do right now. Or he could just destroy it. He could go into like a Cupsy. Well, you don't want to go in. No, was Cupsy the one he tagged out? It was, right? Yeah, because he's in the Lollipop. So you don't want to go into Cupsy, really, because it can't go back. So it might just be the cookie, just to put it face down. And then save the Croaky destruction effect.
Sure, just cut off as many options as possible.
I love the Yummy cards. It just does so much with so little.
Very high value deck.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of aggression potential as well because of minion. You wouldn't think a deck with so many small monsters is so potent.
It's like Six Samurai. Summon a bunch of little guys that get really big the more you have, and bam, bam, bam.
All right, Dormouse is added to hand and immediately discarded for the effective backup Agnister. Going to be set with the effective Cookie Yummy Way now. Nothing destroyed off a Crookie. Now we're going to be activating the Mouse in Underground. Likely going for probably Mouse in the Mirror here to get as many resources as possible. And then you could just bell that.
And he drew the bell off the Cubsy Yummy. It seals the deal. I don't know if he needed it, but it definitely makes things completely final there at the end. And Kevin is going to take game number 3 on the backs of Cupsy Yummy, Called by the Grave, Triple Tactics Talent.
I mean, just doing exactly what your deck wants to do with all the information possible with drawing those powerful limited spell cards.
Just incredible match there from two excellent duelists playing decks that a lot of people... I think Yummy is a little bit more on the radar still than the Malice deck is. But definitely one of the decks that a lot of people are not as prepared for. Like going in, it's Branded Draco Tail, Radiant Typhoon are the two decks to beat for sure, so everyone's ready for that. But I think you have to expect you'd run into at least some Yummy
version
variant.
of, yeah, there's so many different variants of Yummy in this tournament. And I do think if I was going to choose one of these decks to win, it would be the Yummy one. I think it has a lot more going for it. Malice, I think, is just such a strictly going first deck now.
Just I can't see myself bringing it into to a competition like a YCS. Yeah, like there's a chance you can catch your opponents off guard. Lancias are definitely not going to be staples in everyone's side deck, but yeah, going first is so important.
And there's so many strategies right now that are like just incredible going first, right? The Brand Draco deck is able to do so much. The Radiant Typhoon deck isn't necessarily crazy going first, but it's so strong at breaking boards, and what it does is not small, right? There's a lot of powerful interactions, a lot of spell cards that you have to get through, and then because of how Radiant Typhoon works, it's just a lot of ways to actually negate cards.
Yeah, I mean, Mandate, just absolutely incredible trap card. MST finally negating, but it's even better than MST negate, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just somewhere like on like the chain, like you can MST like a different card, but negate a different card with Mandate as long as you activated that MST.
Yeah.
Mystical Space Typhoon when we say MST. Most people know, but I think that might have been the first like abbreviated name card like in Yu-Gi-Oh history. So it's like a classic one. Even if like there's a card that comes out nowadays that destroys a card, you say, oh,
yeah, that's MST.
Yeah, you MST it. But yeah, Mystical Space Typhoon. Really excited to see Radiant Typhoon later on. But yeah, we saw this matchup between two decks that got so affected on the Forbidden Limited list, and that's something I wish players looked at more. Like, just because a card from your deck gets forbidden, or like multiple cards in your deck get limited, doesn't mean the deck is like out of it. We even saw this in the last format. The Vanquish Soul cards all got limited. The Rosin, Stake Your Soul. Now they're back, obviously. But when that happened, everyone wrote it off. They're like, this deck it was already had consistency issues. Now they're even more. But then towards the end of the format, it started winning all the tournaments because people gave it that opportunity, that chance. And that's what you got to do sometimes. But unfortunately, Shu Ping loses this one. Kevin is the winner, and Kangas is standing by with him. So go ahead and take it away, and let's hear from Kevin.
Thank you very much. We're here with Kevin. Congratulations on your feature match victory versus Shunping as well, a very strong duelist in his own right. And this was your first ever feature match, correct?
Yes, it was. Correct.
What was it like being up on stage and also knowing who you were up against?
It was definitely nerve-wracking. That game one, I was just misplaying left and right. I won't even lie. There were so many things I should have done better, but luckily it was enough, and I was able to bring the win home, you know?
Well, it proves that, you can win against anybody in a game like this if you put in the time. Do you feel like you learned from this experience and going back you would be able to play better?
Definitely, without a doubt.
Well, that game 3, though, that's the one that I think everyone's talking about right now, is the Called by the Grave, the Triplet Tactics talent. You had every answer you needed. When you saw that opening hand, how confident were you feeling?
I felt super confident. The only issue I was thinking about was maybe Gamma, seeing Gamma again. Yep. But besides that, it was good.
How surprised were you to see the Gamma?
I was definitely shocked. I did not expect it at all.
Well, I want to give you an opportunity here because it's your first YCS streamed feature match. You just went up against Shunping. Any shout-outs that you want to give to anybody in the audience out there?
To the audience, we got some people out here watching. We got Chris Kwok over there. We got Sean Rye. He helps you play test a lot and everything. Chris, David, Kyle, all the guys. I can't do much without them, to be honest.
Well, happy they got to cheer you on at the end here in that game 3. Congratulations on the win, Kevin. Back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. Awesome to hear from Kevin there. And I do want to just point out, I did notice like that last-minute swap in his deck when he was side decking. You mentioned he made some mistakes in game number 1, but it's about adapting on the fly. His last-minute swap with him is taking out the Mistaken Arrest and putting in the Ghost Spells actually paid off because he was able to draw that Ghost Spell. If that was Mistaken Arrest, would have been useless. Probably still would have won the game, but it's cool to see, just those little decisions actually make an impact. But let's go and talk about something that's going on in Master Duel right now. Master Duel is a lot of fun, so if you haven't played in a while, you want to jump right back into it. The new selection pack, Strike of Justice, just came out. It's going to be able to summon powerful monsters like Junk Warrior Extreme, Boral's Shroud Dragon, which actually just came out in the TCG as well in Burst Protocol, and of course all the K9 cards, Izuna, Jokul, and the Extract Monster K9 EX Werewolf. He's going to be able to strike a card down. But of course, Vanquish Soul Holisu is a big one in the pack too, along with the Live Twin Lila Suite, which those new Live Twin cards really help that deck out a ton. And the old cards that used to stop the Live Twins, not as good against them anymore. So maybe if you're a fan of that deck, jump back in and check out Master Duel. I play every single day. I'm Master Rank 1, no big deal, I'm not like, Jesse or Ryan Yu or anything. Ryan Yu just absolutely incredible at Master Duel. We're going to see him at Worlds every year for Master Duel. Same thing with, Jesse. He's always been able to make it, even though I'd like to see Jesse on the TCG side. again.
He could try
one
for
of these
either
days.
this year.
Yeah, so maybe we'll get to see him there. But yeah, excellent stuff going on in Master Duel, so make sure you check that out. I think we have a bonus feature match that we're going to be able to jump into, so we're going to get some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Action right now. Oh, this is a pre-recorded match? Maybe? Maybe it's already over? Okay, so this is pre-recorded, so we're going to jump into a game.
Standby phase.
This is just the bonus one for round 2, main event, so it's not Genesys. You can tell by the game mat there. It doesn't have the Genesys logo on it. It's round 3. Oh, it's round 3, my bad. We're in round 3. That would make sense. We're not going back in time.
Sounds like
well, technically we're going back in time, but not all the way back. Not too far back. All right, I got to work on my time travel.
It's a little bit of a spoiler. It means the match probably ended pretty quickly, but this is one of the decks I've actually been on the lookout for throughout this tournament. It's Fiendsmith Magnet, or not Fiendsmith Magnet, just Magnet. The Magnet Warrior cards are extremely cool. I was really interested to see what people were doing with it. I didn't have the time to really take a look at how far it could go, but I know there's a lot of potential there. And let's see if somehow these players found something to do with them.
Yeah, definitely some brand new cards. We know the Fiendsmith cards really well. So we see the Blurry turning into a Requiem.
So far, so good. We saw Requiem able to take it down just this round as well. Lacrima's going to hit the board. Engraver's going to hit the graveyard.
You know, I was talking about the Fiendsmith cards. I knew they were going to be in a lot of different strategies this weekend. It's cool to see them. There's something cool that you can do with the Fiendsmith cards now that, I mean, not a lot of people are doing. But being able to access Invader of Darkness with the Fiendsmith engine is also really, really cool because it's such a strong card against Radiant Typhoon. Because you can go into like Fiendsmith sequence, fusion summon Aerial Eater. Aerial Eater can send Invader of Darkness to your graveyard, and then you can summon out Muckbreaker with your 2 monsters left over. This card's supposed to summon back the Invader of Darkness.
I mean, that goes to show how respected Radiant Typhoon is in this current meta. There are so many different ways that people are trying to target it down.
Yeah, but more importantly, DDD Highway King Caesar just lines up really well into the meta.
The Caesar now hits the board, as you mentioned. It's going to be able to insulate from card effects like Nibiru the Primal Being, and then going into his secondary engine. We'll see what it starts with. And there, I believe that's Beta the Electromagnet Warrior? Or, well,
yep.
look at,
Well,
it disappeared.
It.
Yep.
One of the ones from the starter deck. Yep, there's Beta.
Thank you.
Beta's going to be able to add a level 4 or lower Magnet Warrior.
Effective fuse, yeah, that's fine.
All right, using one of the new ones, effects to fuse from hand now. This is Magnet Warrior Sigma Minus. It can fusion summon using itself in the hand as long as it's for rock monster.
Chain link 1 to add a magnet spell or trap. Chain link 2, target the special. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
This summoning out the brand new Conduction Warrior Plasma Magnum. Turns all face-up monsters on the field to Earth. And if it's summoned, it can add a Magnet normal quick play or field spell from deck to hand.
Nice, nice.
Using his other effect to send... See just how far this goes. Yeah, I understand this one needs to read every single one of these cards. These are all pretty much brand new.
And then the old ones are not like well known really, so definitely want to make sure you know what all the effects are.
New chain link on summon to dump a magnet. Yeah, great.
So we'll see what he grabs now. Okay, so this is one of the most powerful new cards from the set. Magnet Bonding is going to use... Each one of these effects are once per turn, so you can resolve this card potentially 3 times. It looks like he's using the effect of Fuse right now. You can fuse by shuffling rock monsters from your hand, field, or graveyard, or banishment into the deck as material.
Nice.
Using this.
We'll see which one he's going for now. He already has a copy of Plasma Magnum on the field, which, keep in mind, does turn all your opponent's monsters into Earth. Very strong in something like Radian Typhoon.
Yeah, definitely. Anything that requires you to have that certain attribute on the field, that turning into Earth can be devastating.
Well, on Fusion, something like a spell check, rock from hand or break. Yeah.
We see new cards every day, Billy.
Dude, so many rocks. It's like an avalanche of rocks right now. I'm just enjoying this. I mean, yeah, if you definitely don't want to write magnets off. Anytime like an old deck gets new cards in a recent set, sometimes they're just quite strong enough to really push them past the point. And Gallant Granite is a classic rock card that's going to be able to access the Adamancipator part of the deck. Probably going to go to add Adamancipator to your Researcher.
Yep, Researcher does hit the hand here. Now, Flux works really well with the other Magna Warrior Fusion that turns all monsters into rocks, because it has an effect kind of like Zodiac Dryden. You can target an Earth monster you control and a card your opponent controls and return them to the hand. I suppose not like Dryden, more like a Pegasus.
Oh, yeah, they want to. Oh, yeah, my bad.
Unicorn? The Researcher looks like, did it miss here? It missed. No rocks available for it to summon.
Unfortunate, but I don't think it's like a necessary thing you need to hit. You can still continue on with your plays. Looks like a Synchro Summon for level 6.
It's 5. Naturia Beast, okay.
That's a good level 5 Earth monster.
Again, very strong in this current format. Against, looks like his opponent is actually Mitsurugi, a deck that, famously needs to Ritual Summon. And now we're going to be activating Bonding one more time here. He cannot Fusion Summon anymore, but he has 2 other effects that he can use. He's going to use the effect to add a magnet. He's adding the level 4 lower here. Was that Delta? I couldn't really tell.
It went too quick. We'll see it when Connor passes it back. I think it's Epsilon.
So it's looking great to me. Set 1.
At least that's what it looks like.
Run 2, draw for turn.
All right, looks like turn has passed here. We have Naturia Beast on the field. We have Flux. We have Wave King High Caesar. The Gallant Granite is standing there ominously.
Menacingly. Dude, Naturia Beast. Hey, you remember Naturia Beast? You beat me with Naturia Beast once upon a time. I remember that. Naturia Beast deck dev.
Hey, look, that's a spell card.
It was good. There's Pot of Prosperity's being activated. Yeah. He's like, all right, you're going to have to pay two cards on the top of your deck.
You're going to run out of cards eventually, right?
Hey, it's going to force it's going to turn on Triple Tactics Talent so he can send another 2 cards on the top of his deck.
I have to assume there's a Forbidden Droplet here. I just have to.
That's a good question.
We like to have fun. Oh, no. No, I'm sure it's a Droplet. It's 2. There's no way.
There's no way you haven't read Naturia Beast.
Do anything on my turn? I could target
Oh, no, he didn't read them prior.
Target an Earth monster on my side of the field and a card on your side of the field for cost. The effect is that bounce. Return it to the hand. Okay, gotcha. I'm going to chain Forbidden Droplet.
Okay, there is the Droplet.
Okay, yeah, you got to give him the benefit of the doubt there. It would have been pretty funny. Had there not been a Droplet. He's like, oh, that's what Naturia Beast does. That's why. Okay.
I've heard of this one before.
Yeah, it is.
All right, looks like we're sending a spell on the monster.
New X-Saber card's coming. Shout out to Naturia Beast. All right, so the Pot of Prosperity resolving.
There's Habakiri and pre-prep. I imagine you will take the pre-prep here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just more value. You just get the Mitsurugi Mirror. If your opponent has Droll, either one's not a great option.
You've already lost access to Kusanagi because it looks like that was the card discarded for Droplet, so it will not be able to be accessed from the deck here.
Okay, gotcha. I'm going to activate pre-prep.
I don't think there was no Droll and Lockbird. Pre-prep is potentially able to resolve.
I guess if he has Ash Blossom, I mean, you wouldn't have used it because you're just going to use the Naturia Beast on the first one, but yeah, no Ash.
I mean, at this point, you kind of have to hope the last card doesn't do much. You still have to deal with that Caesar. Oh, well, no, I assume...
He dropleted the Caesar probably, too.
Yeah. Like, well, he only sent 2 cards, right? So which one did he leave online? I assume the Flux, I guess? The bounce isn't as... Oh, okay. Oh, sure.
Oh, no! No! Connor, no! You should have sent the Imperm with the droplet. No, Connor.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, just get rid of all 3 at once. Like, why?
No, not like this.
And then he couldn't respond with anything. Not even judgment.
Oh, no. You held the Imperm, and then you got punished.
And now you have to deal with Caesar.
You had to think Jamarlin was thinking, like, man, I don't play droplet, so I can't cross it out. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But Connor opening the door again, and the Caesar's just going to negate the mirror. And that's just absolutely devastating for Connor.
He still has Habakiri.
I don't know if I've ever seen Droplet and Imperm activated in the same turn before. Unfortunate turn of events. And he had to, it's not the worst thing in the world, but he had to have the one cross out for it actually to be able to be punished by it. But he did force out the 2 materials.
I mean, we were talking about limited cards.
Aramasa's going to come down to be able to add... is that Amenomura Kumo? Mitsurugi.
Well, see how good... I mean, if he has Mitsurugi Ritual as the last card in his hand, he can get pretty far. The pre-prep essentially just traded with 2 cards on the field.
That is interesting. They could have just resolved. But you can't think about the past. You got to look towards the future.
We learn something new every day.
He won't do it again. And now Typhon is going to come down to try and clean up this field.
I mean, it'll at least get rid of 2 cards.
I'm going to bounce the Gallant right now.
Okay, just get rid of the Gallant.
Give it back to him so he can grab a rock next turn. I mean, there's a chance they play multiple Gallant Granites anyway.
Yeah.
So now I assume... Okay, is he just conceding? He is just conceding.
Connor is? Or?
Yeah. I don't think he was conceding in that position.
That did not work out the way he wanted. Unfortunately, it was within his grasp, I would assume.
Yeah, it was just right there.
Right there, just...
You have to resolve the Habakiri.
It's just like one of those things where, like, you drop it and you're like, okay, I have an Imperm and Droplet. I don't need to use all my cards, like, at once. I can just Imperm this later on. And you just... The thought of Crossout Designator just doesn't, like, cross your mind, potentially.
Draw face, main face.
Do you think he knows? Do you think he... Oh, so this is pre-recorded, so we're already in game number 2. We don't have to waste any time side decking. We're starting with the Perilia, and it looks like Connor has the Called by the Grave.
How do they always have it?
It's the day. It's the 300th.
Called by's at 6 today.
It's everywhere. And then is that a normal summon of Aramasa? I believe so. Mitsurugi no Mikoto Aramasa? I'm better at saying the full name of the ritual monsters than I am the regular monsters.
I feel like the regular monsters don't stay on the board too long.
Exactly.
It looks like Aramasa will be met with Ash Blossom Joyous Spring, and that's going to be a set 2.
2 cards face down.
Oh, Mitsurugi not holding on very strong here. Neuron able to take another turn.
Yep, that's good.
Those interactions from the hand are just magnetized to Jamarlin's hand.
Oh, Feather Duster first 2-pack row.
Different dimension ground.
Okay, different dimension ground. That could be pretty strong here. We'll see. It seems like there are a lot of graveyard focusing effects for the Magnet and the Fiendsmith strategy.
What's the trap cipher aim? Is it a
Epsilon?
Epsilon? Does he have it? Nope. That'd be funny if he played it though, because then he'd have 2 Epsilons in his deck.
Yeah.
The Cypher version and the Magna.
We're just playing the whole language here. Oh, was that? Okay, it's another Imperma. Okay.
If I'm Connor, I'm siding those Imperms out. I don't even want to look at that card right now.
Looks like we're normal summoning Lacrima. I imagine not using the effect.
This is the battle of the just regular monsters.
I mean, if you send Fiendsmith in Paradise, DDG only works for monsters, right? You could just put Fiendsmith in Paradise in Grave.
Oh, yeah.
But it looks like
no,
we're just
is DDG just monsters? Yeah.
I imagine it is.
I'll pull it up real fast. It's been a while.
DDG, of course, being different dimension ground.
Yes. Yeah, any monster for the whole turn.
Looks like Lacrima is able to go over the Aramasa here and then pass turn with just 1 set. Are there any ways to continue playing? Mitsurugi famously needs access to its starters. Habakiri now being freshly limited, there's not that many ways to start.
Look into the graveyard for answers. There are none there. 1 Spell and Trap card to the Spell and Trap zone and a pass back to Jamarlin. So that different dimension ground saving a turn, but not giving him what he needs. I mean, yeah.
A fresh normal summon here. Didn't opt to lead with Lachrima turning into Requiem, but we're going to be normal summoning a Magnet here. Going to be able to send, looks like Beta from deck to grave.
Oh, he's special summoning the new one that came out in Burst Protocol. You send 2 of the Magnets to the graveyard, 2 Rock Monsters, I think. They might have to be Magnets, 2 specials from your hand, so kind of like Mathematic Circular.
Oh yeah, this is the card that really makes this deck shine, being able to send 2.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's do, okay. Conduction Warrior, Linear Magnum plus minus.
Level 4 lower. Yeah, that's fine.
With an original level of 4 or lower from your hand, deck, and or face-up field to the graveyard to summon it as cost. Well, not really cost, it's a not an activated effect.
Yeah, just a summoning condition kind of thing.
So now that gets the effects locked and loaded. Beta hits the field.
Effective fuse.
The other monster sent along with the Beta was Sigma Plus, and then when it's sent to the graveyard, it can target a level 4 lower Magnum Warrior and summon it back. That's how the well adds it to hand, and then you can summon it, which is how the Beta came back. What was Dominus Impulse to?
I'm not certain. It's the card on the top of the graveyard.
Oh, okay, yeah. So we're using Impulse on the effect of Magnum Warrior Sigma minus to fusion summon. Still has the Lachrima on the field. That could turn into Requiem at any time.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get 7,800 points of damage on the field as easily as possible.
Yeah, not try to play into anything else. He knows that, I mean, well, the Impulse was set, so he still has access to light monsters. Have to respect the Nibiru, the Primal Being. You know, as a rock strategy yourself, you have to respect other rocks.
Always got to have an eye on the rocks, especially the ones falling from space. It looks like he's just going to battle phase and getting some damage across. It won't be quite enough.
If you don't mind, just put on the headsets. We could mic check first.
All right, we'll see. Are there any battle tricks here? Can we fusion summon in the battle phase, perhaps?
We have a calculator, Judge. I'm sorry.
Is Magnet Bonding a quick play?
It is.
Ah, he could have enough damage to come across.
It should be 16.
1650. Okay, thank you, Judge.
Awesome. Perfect. All right, test 1, 2. Do you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right.
All right, but it's a quick play spell, but it says during the main phase.
Yep.
So okay. Had to double check. I feel like there was a reason I couldn't do that.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you can't get fooled again. So let's see what he's going to go to next after getting the damage across, leaving his opponent at 1,650 life points.
I mean, just having a way to prevent a ritual summon is really all you need. You know his opponent's hand is weak.
Perfect.
Looks like we're going to be linking away the Sigma Minus as well as the Lachrima into IP, just really forgoing the rest of the Fiendsmith line.
I love it. I love an IP pass into an SP. Like, just when your opponent's passing the past couple turns, just a limited interaction, has no playable cards. Ash Blossom and Joy String, Night Sword Serpent, not going to get the job done. And if I'm Connor, it's hard to not think about that game number 1.
Yeah.
Just unfortunate kind of turn of events. It's just one of those things where, like, maybe in his head, like, I go through that a lot. Just like going through my plays, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to droplet the board and continue. And then, like, when I go to activate the droplet, you know, you look at your hand and you're like, oh, I mean, I have Imperm. I could just, like, wait and do this later. Like, not a big deal. But then, like, your brain just doesn't have the synapse connect that there is a counter to Imperm.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it could have been Forbidden Lands, but, you know, Crossout Designator is a pretty big one. And it must have, the change of emotions was, like, Jamarlin probably was just like, oh, man, he has the card I can't cross out. The one answer, the droplet. What are the odds? And then when he doesn't negate the Caesar, he's probably like, what?
Yeah.
And then the Imperm, and all of a sudden it's all back to him. Just an incredible game, number 1 and then 2. And we see Magnets moving on 3-0. But we will be right back with more dueling action. We have a quick commercial, so stay tuned for more YCS 300th here in Richmond, Virginia.
My name's Mike Kohanem, and I am here at the 300th YCS in Richmond, Virginia. I have 5 cards with me. Let's see if you can guess them before the Duelists here. I'm here with Daniel. 60 seconds, go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a... Does it have a level?
Yes.
Is it a level 1?
No.
Is it a level 2?
No.
Is it a level 3?
Yes.
Is it a fire?
Yes.
Is it Ash Blossom Joy Spring?
Yes.
Did I do that too quick? Should I do another card?
I'm here with Yasir. You have 60 seconds, go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a normal monster?
No.
Does it have a quick effect?
Yes.
Is it dark, light, or wind?
Yes.
Is it dark or light?
No.
Can it be? Does it have an effect that activates from the hand?
Yes.
Is it Droll and Lockbird?
No.
Is it a card from the most recent set?
No.
Does it have an attack greater than 1,000?
No.
Is it a Fluandereese monster?
No.
Oh no, I'm not gonna get this. Man, what else is there? Oh no, oh no, oh, Ghost Mourner.
No.
Oh no. What else is there? It's not Ghost Mourner, it's not Drone Lockbird. Wind Monster, very little attack. I'm so stumped. I have no clue.
You were on the right track. It's Mulcharmy for Wallows. I'm here with Patrick. You have 60 seconds. Go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Can this spell be played? It's a quick-based spell.
Yes.
Can this spell be used to make fusion monster?
Yes.
Is it super poly?
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you. This is my first YCS, so I'm happy. Got the W.
Off to a good start. Keep winning like that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I'm here with Carlos. You have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Was it printed before 2012?
No.
Was it printed in 2026?
No.
Was it? Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it a synchro?
No.
Is it an Xyz?
No.
Is it a Link?
Yes.
Is it a Link 1?
No.
Link 2?
Yes.
Is it... Is it part of the branded lore?
No.
Is it banned?
No.
Is it at 1?
No.
Is it at 2?
No.
Is it SP Little Knight?
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm here with Andy. You have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a main deck monster?
Yes.
Is it a level 4 monster?
No.
3.
Yes.
Can it be activated in the hand?
Yes.
Is it fire?
Yes.
Is it Ash Blossom Joy Spring?
Yes. Incredible.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome back to round 4 of the 300th Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. We're here just moments away from our first round 4 feature match. What are your thoughts so far this weekend?
It's been incredible energy here. One of the things that's kind of unique to this particular YCS that I haven't seen before is, when you go into the crowd, they've got the same stream feed you guys are watching at home, but actually the sound is like pumping up. Don't worry, the duelists have headsets on so they can't hear us talking about what cards they have in their hand. But it's got like this huge community vibe of like just people just sitting in there and saying, he should have done that, I would have done this, oh my goodness, I can't believe that happened. So it's a very live event, maybe more so than it's ever been before.
I mean, especially when you have players like Shuping really even physically exhibiting his emotions. That
Oh,
match
and
there
he was all the
so
way back in
profound.
the chair. That was so funny. And technically, he was telegraphing at nothing in his hand, and then we got to see that triple tactics talon. There was a Dominus Impulse, so you can't trust anyone here, right? Just kidding, just kidding.
I know that hand looked pretty nice, both Dominus
Yeah.
Impulse and I think it was a Molcharmi that he had, unfortunately, with Call by the Grave and Triple Tactics.
Yeah, well, we are getting kind of later into the rounds here, and as we start to see things sift to the top, we are seeing a lot of branded Draco Tail, we are seeing a lot of Megistus, we're seeing a lot of things. But why don't we go ahead and just check out what we have here for these two duelists on our stage.
Up first in the blue chair from Sutherland, Nebraska, in his first YCS and has been playing for 4 years, Ashton Yoakum. And their opponent today in the red chair from Glastonbury, Connecticut, at his second ever YCS and has only been playing for 1 year, Nicholas Maglio. Duelists are ready on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
I love the story of seeing all these different duelists who haven't been playing that long coming here and dominating the top tables. It's a reminder that anybody who can hear my voice right now, if you've been playing this game for 1 year or less, you could even be our world champion, right? Julian Cajon is that story too, but this is going to be a great matchup considering it is K9 Vanquish Soul and Sky Striker with a little Brandon sprinkled in.
Absolutely. So if you've been actually probably not only paying attention to what's going on here, but actually overseas at the 300 YCS in Dortmund, you actually see that Sky Striker has been performing really well overseas. So it's not surprising to see a Sky Striker deck undefeated so far 3 rounds into our event here in the United States.
No surprise at all. A lot of famous European duelists, Nkapui, Joshua Schmidt, lots of people on Sky Striker. And I think it's because, you know, we know that there's all these quick plays out there. Obviously, Radiant Typhoon benefits from that. But if you can just keep playing cards and surgically destroy the board, you actually have a really good shot here. And so many people are betting their entire historic ability to top the 300th on this deck, and it's paid off so far.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see decks that have incorporated in Radiant Typhoon vision, strategies that may not have any other Radiant Typhoon anywhere in their deck list, but find the ability to essentially sift through 2 cards and discard a quick play. We see that in some runic strategies. We now obviously will see it this weekend with Sky Striker strategies as well. So seeing a card like that that's unique to the Radiant Typhoon strategy, but also then be incorporated outside of that, I think is one of the most interesting developments over the last month or so.
Well, I wonder if after this tournament we're going to see more things like the top deck we were talking out of Oklahoma City that was Hekahan's Chimera using Invader of Darkness, right? People are starting to see that quick play spell cards are good, but that's not the only way to stop that. There's Magical Deflector, there's Spell Cancel if you're playing K9 Crystron. So this tournament not only being historic unto itself, I wonder what it's going to mean for the rest of the year.
Yeah, this is still relatively early in a new format, plus we obviously have a new set in Burst Protocol, so a lot of what we see this weekend will probably determine what the upcoming regional scenes look like.
Certainly will, and there are plenty of regional championships coming up as the Burst Protocol season is just kicking off. And another quick play, we haven't even really talked about the impact on the format yet, is Forbidden Crown. You know, it hasn't splashed on the stage yet, but it's still out there.
Yeah, I think one of our Duelists this round is actually going to be main decking copies of Forbidden Crown. What are your thoughts on that card?
So I'm playing Forbidden Crown a little differently than a lot of Duelists are. The last tournament I entered a week ago was with Rescue Ace, and I'm using Forbidden Crown more not to stop my opponent, but to protect the important Rescue Ace Hydrant. And for those decks that are fragile, it actually adds a layer of protection with the unaffected by card effects, can't be destroyed by battle, you know, can't be used as material, so they can't even link it off, for instance, if they were trying to make Underworld Goddess of the Closed World. So the protection effects are great. Obviously the stopping is good, but I haven't seen these game-breaking plays where stopping a monster but leaving it on the field has been that advantageous.
It happens from every now and again, but I do agree that the ability to essentially guarantee that you get another turn in some strategies can be especially pivotal. I think in card advantage-based strategies, Sky Striker being one of them, you know, guaranteeing that you get another turn and allowing you to reset some of your Sky Striker cards, play more engages, etc. Probably a fantastic game plan and a reason why we're going to see that here in this round.
Well, let's get into it. Game 1, round 4. Ashton rolls the dice. We got a 7. Can Nicholas beat it? That's 3, I think, based on the symbol there. Beautiful YCS dice. Let's see some beautiful YCS gameplay.
Draw face.
Ooh, an interesting hand there. You know, both of these decks are very high spell count.
Yokel effect reveals
maybe no traps, but Ashton starting off with the Jokul reveal.
Effect?
Yeah, the one copy of Jokul revealing Azuna. Azuna is now going to allow him, I presume, to put a Lupus into the graveyard.
You're right.
It's funny how many
search.
one-ofs we have been seeing at the top tournament tables, right? These cards aren't restricted to one in the hands of the strongest duelists. They just draw them.
Call by the Grave, Triple Tactics Talent. We've seen a lot of that this weekend.
I'll add.
It's nice to be lucky, but it doesn't guarantee you a win in the duel. But now Ashton is going to go ahead and search an additional K9 card here with the Chocool.
Noroi.
Looks like he's considering Noroi. He obviously still has his normal summon
effect.
and now he'll be normal summoning Noroi. This will now allow him to add another level 5 to the field.
I imagine he's got to go for the hand reveal here. You can almost see Nicholas getting ready as he places his hand just face down on the field, kind of spreads it out.
It's always nice to get the hand reveal before the 5th summon. Not that Nibiru is overwhelmingly popular. I guess this is another option
Ripper?
here. Is just
I
to go
just
into
K9
Ripper, of
Ripper.
course. Or summon Ripper before the 5th summon.
Search. Yeah.
The Ripper's ability to insulate
Lantern.
so many combo-oriented decks,
Lantern
which we've
effect
now
target.
seen for
Lupus.
ever since K9 honestly has hit the scene,
Lantern to search.
is one of its biggest strengths, whether it's with Crystron, whether it's in prior to the recent Forbidden Limited list, some of his other strategies. So just Ripper's ability to insulate, so powerful.
Case the hand.
Well, you would imagine that the K9s are able to sort of investigate, anticipate what their nemesis are doing, but little do they know, there's a werewolf among them. But we're going to go ahead and link for it. This has got to be Saryuja. It is. Oh, that's so cool. So the idea here is you draw 4 cards, and you're just hoping to see some Vanquish Soul names when you're playing K9 Vanquish Soul.
Yeah, this is basically just a way of guaranteeing that you're insulated with your Ripper, but then the odds now of drawing a starter from the Vanquish Soul side of your deck through the roof, and we see that he absolutely did that. We see a copy of Reinforcements of the Army. You saw him very quickly put one of the Molcharmies that he drew off of that effect back into that pile that I presume he'll return back into the deck. Obviously, Molcharmies not so great going first. So it's just an unbelievable way to filter through your deck, and certainly if you had other Molcharmies in your original opening hand, see, look, he had multiple copies there. It's just one of the best ways, quite frankly, in the format to make it such that the potential disadvantage of going first and opening Molcharmies is just completely mitigated.
Yeah, a lot of decks like to discard it, but it's even better to put it at the bottom of the deck because maybe you actually do get a chance to use it there. And speaking of using, we are using the effect of Saryuja, special something the Vanquish Soul Razan, and then using that to add Holly Sue to the hand.
Yep, so now it's been revealed that we are in fact looking at a K9 Vanquish Soul strategy. Right? There's a lot of other variations of K9 floating out there, but now it's clear that we're seeing what was really a powerhouse over the course of the last, I'd say maybe about 6 months or so.
Susha Raisin. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the variation now where there's only one Holly Sue but a higher density of Raisins and Stake Your Soul?
So I feel like it makes Holly Sue obviously important, but you're not seeing it as often. The idea is that you as the person sitting across from the Vanquish Soul Duelist, they don't just always have Holly Sue, they have to work towards it. But as the Vanquish Soul Duelist, you have lines into it, getting Razan, getting those reveals, it certainly helps. But it does feel like this is like the correct version of it, right? I don't anticipate it changing on the Forbidden Limited list anytime soon, unless something crazy happens, right? We've seen Stranger Things. But this feels like the right balance for it. And yes, it is the 1 level 5, but I mean, K9's doing the same dance. It recently had Jokel limited to 1, and it's still getting along just fine. So I think Duelists have found a way to pilot this deck and continue, and I don't foresee too many more changes in the future.
Yeah, so we see here the field spell Vanquish Soul start, hit the field.
Oh, wait.
What's interesting about this is if you actually look through Ashton's strategy, I see no trap cards.
Yeah, we got to see his. We got to see his whole deck as he was cycling through there. But, usually you set a trap card at the end of your turn based on controlling those Vanquish Soul monsters, etc. But he's just using it for the extra, search power, get a different Vanquish Soul monster, and keep on trucking.
No, I got nothing in here.
Players having a little conversation with the judge there. I'm sure we'll find out a little bit more about that, but just making sure everything
cut out
is
once earlier, and then
good to go here. If you're
out.
in Nicholas's position, I feel like this is just Sky Striker's natural habitat. You just watch your opponent play, and you're like, okay, well, I'm just going to have to play through that like I do any other deck.
Yeah, I feel like there have been variations of Sky Striker, maybe those that incorporated something like Shared Ride, which we saw, honestly, at this point years ago, that have a high density of hand interactions.
I can hear. Yeah,
I don't think that's really where the deck is suited right now. I think you're really leaning into more of the board-breaking quick plays, which is one of the reasons I think you would actually bring this strategy this here weekend. I mean, for instance, we didn't have the Fallen and the Virtuous years ago. We didn't have cards like Forbidden Crown years ago. We didn't have cards like Lemnis Gate years ago. So now we have all of these different tools that potentially help you break established fields. So I think when you're looking at a Sky Striker deck, you're more likely to see that high density of spells designed to board break as opposed to those hand interactions. So yeah, you're absolutely correct. I mentioned a lot of the games that Nicholas is going second this weekend. He's just kind of watching.
I can't hear anything.
It's been interesting, too, because we've gotten to see, this has been a good year for this deck when you think about it. Obviously, you know, the year's still young. We're only in February here. But starting from Duelist Advance, when all the new Sky Striker cards came out, it's made top cut appearances all over the place. And it's done significantly well in the Swiss rounds, whether you're running it with Sky Striker RB, maybe you're just doing pure Sky Striker, maybe there's some sort of variant. Obviously, it's snuck into all the yummy decks once we got Justice Hunters. So if you're a fan of Ray, man, it's a good time to be alive.
Yeah, Ray is positioned well right now. As well as it's been in a while, I think.
I think maybe like Toss format was the last time Sky Striker was this, not invincible, but just good, just solid.
So there was that pocket of time where Engage was at 1, where I thought the deck was actually pretty solid, and then there was also that period of time where you'd play it with Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer.
Oh, that's right.
Where I actually think it was right up there. I don't know necessarily the #1 best deck, but that's a subjective question anyway. But it was right up there in terms of its playability in that field.
I'm going crazy too,
so I think there have been pockets of time where Sky Striker have been interesting choices. And then, of course, if your name's Ryan Yu, it's always playable.
Oh, yeah. Certainly a lot of good streams that we've watched of his. I just kind of doing some stuff. Speaking of which, we're just going to take a brief little pause here as the judges are fixing some gameplay issues there on the screen. But again, you know, that gives us a chance to just kind of yap about Yu-Gi-Oh! And man, this format is looking bright.
What's the max rarity for this?
Yeah, a lot of variety.
It's
really
the Raisins and
really a testament, I think, to just the nature of this format, where we see K9 incorporate in so many different strategies. We see players making decisions about their Draco Tail decks. Most players, I think, are incorporating the branded package, but are you going to play the Majiski stuff? I don't think we've actually seen that yet. On the feature match area, no, but I'm telling you, walking around between the rounds, it is definitely out there. I'm really curious to see which of those two strategies, specifically within the Draco Tail subcategories, end up rising to the top, because there's a lot of debate going into this weekend. If you're going to play a little bit lower to the ground and want more variety in your extra deck, stick with just Branded and Draco Tail. If you're willing to go for higher ceiling because you think that's necessary in a 15-round Swiss tournament, cut to top 8, well, then the Magistus cards are there. Do you have an opinion on which you would have preferred this weekend?
Yeah, if I had to enter with the Draco Tail deck, because who knows what I would enter, there's a lot of great decks out there, but the Magistus stuff, you know, discarding a Spenta gives you access to so much, and it reminds me of like a spellcaster version of Fiendsmith, because we all know what Fiendsmith typically ends on, whether you're going to Desiree or you're going to Triple D Wave High King Caesar. But the idea to me is you're almost tripping every wire. You're like, where's the Ash Blossom? Where's the Nibiru the Primal Being? Where's this? And Spenta's doing a lot of that. The issue is if you run into Droll and Lockbird, that's just a heart attack right there. Many decks suffer for that, and there's only 2 Droll and Lockbird now. But I think if you've got the right reads of your opponent, or it's game 2, or it's game 3, Zoroa being able to lock your opponent out of all of those different monsters in its own very unique way, you know, they can't activate the effects of monsters that a Magistus monsters in the spell and trap zone. That's strong. So I'd probably play that, but I might end up getting hit. So one lucky Magistus player will make it out alive.
Oh, I definitely think there will be. I'm just curious which of the two take more slots, let's say, in day 2 or top 32, depending on exactly where you want to cut it off. I honestly think the Branded strategy without the Magistus will be the more popular. So it's not necessarily comparing apples to apples if you're comparing 2 deck strategies that have different quantities. But I am curious to see, generally by the end of the weekend, where that debate settled. Because I know going into this weekend, that was one of the biggest debates is, do you go for the ceiling, or do you go for a little bit more low-to-the-ground utility? And the lack of a bridge, right? If you draw just the Draco Tail cards, if you're not playing the Magistus cards, you're kind of just playing the Draco Tail cards.
Yeah.
The Magistus cards also give you all of the bridges across all of the different strategies.
So I usually refer to it, it's like a spectrum, and there's consistency over here, and there's explosivity over here, and you got to find where it is the right spot. And it's different every format. Sometimes the best format is, no, you need to play the least cards possible, you need to play the most consistent deck possible. But if you do that, and then somebody explodes through you, you just lose, right?
Yeah, I think a good illustration of that would be when Kashtira first came out. You could go all the way to try and do the full board lock, but we actually found there were pockets of time where maybe Double Arise Heart was a little bit better, which was a little bit lower to the ground, not quite as flashy, but maybe just actually the correct thing to do because it lined up better into, well, if your opponent's going to play a Book of Moon, for instance, well, I'm just going to have 2 Arise Hearts on the field. That doesn't really affect me as much. So it is interesting to debate. Do you go for the absolute highest ceiling, or do you play a little bit more lower to the ground, more mid-range?
Well, I think it's time to find out when we can tune back into the duel to see what our players are doing, what their answer to that question is.
I'll have you cut here.
So it looks like not too much has changed here. We still have, sorry, Yuja, just look a little issue there, not related to gameplay at all, actually. So no penalties of any kind here. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and reveal the Heavy Borger, grab our Vanquished Dr. Madlove, return to hand, reveal, and draw for a dark.
I do appreciate obviously it should be done, but
New
Ashton
chain.
every single time is pointing to a Saruja every time a monster is summoned underneath it.
Oh, he is remembering to sort of flag down to his opponent that 300 attack boost. It is a mandatory effect, but still good Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Good Yu-Gi-Oh procedure, good Yu-Gi-Oh etiquette.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So reveal 2 fires here for the Xiaolong. Xiaolong certainly had a long journey too. I mean, it went from being like an okay Vanquishal card to being the best card in Mimigul ever to then becoming, you know, something that's a lot more consistent here as we see the Nash Knight. Remember, it's a level 5. Obviously helped by the K9. We're going for the Masquerade line here. Interesting.
So you see Nash? Yep.
Maybe destroying the spell or trap?
Yes.
Because what you can do with the
Masquerade.
CXC's Nash Knight here is get into the C107 Umbral Horror Masquerade, and he's doing exactly that, destroying a case for K9 and getting to grab your K9 X forced release.
Yes.
Yeah, so now he's going to have the Rock effect, he has the Heavy Borger abilities, he has Umbral, he's got the Ripper still on the field, and now he's established the quick play. Maybe this is one of the reasons he feels that he doesn't need to main deck copy of Snow Devil, because you're actually going to see during the end phase that he's not going to set a trap card.
Pass. For pass.
Yeah, pass.
No
yeah, and look
reason
at the opponent's like, you sure?
the hand is not known
okay.
because of Saruja Shuffle Back. The only thing you do know in my hand is this Madlove I showed, this Raisin I showed,
revealing,
this Ash I showed.
dark,
And I guess Valleys.
fire,
Fire.
Oh yeah, so just showing all the known
ends.
cards before the turn ends, and that private knowledge is, well, private.
Anything in draw phase.
It'd be really great if he could, maybe, even if in this particular game Nicholas doesn't win, I really think it'd be advantageous to see if he can see both of the set spell and trap cards, because he probably assumes that he naturally drew the soul Snow Devil, but if he can actually find a way of baiting out the unknown set card, it would be revealed to him that it's just simply not in his deck going first, which could be interesting to note going into maybe a game 2 where perhaps his opponent would be going second.
Now, this is interesting from Ashen's perspective. You see Foolish Burial Goods this early into duel, you really don't know what's happening. Could be Lunalight.
Could be Lunalight. Yeah, I was just about to say, could be Lunalight.
Okay.
Probably not if it's Metal Foes Fusion. But
Yeah, good card, but not anything you prioritize in a Lunalight deck, that's for sure.
I'm going to set one.
Going to go ahead and set there, flagging Malice. I mean, we at home know what's going on, but now it's time for some Sky Striker plays here. So Cat is out of the bag.
Extra. Thinking. It's an release target.
Yeah. So it looks like we are going to go ahead
pops
and
as part of
first
the
release.
effect, right? Yes.
Oh, bring out the werewolf.
And that'll allow for the destruction of 1 card. So I don't know that we have resolved the chain yet.
That's tough, actually.
Maybe we've got one more thing we want to do. Kind of scary, but...
And he knew about this release restraint, so
He
this
did.
is not an unknown, or this forced release, rather.
Droplet.
Okay, so going for the droplet here, places another card on the field, which is going to make it harder for the forced release to just shut this play down, and discarding the Forbidden Crown as well. So maybe using that to get rid of the Umbral Horror Masquerades effect on resolution.
Rock to add from grave to hand.
Because it's got the material, so I mean, we could see somebody lose half their life points at a moment's notice.
Abexu. Yep.
Oh, but then chaining the effect of Rock of the Vanquisher, since we haven't actually sent any monsters there. But yeah, we are going to go ahead and negate the Umbral Horror Masquerade. Probably a good idea.
I'll send this.
That's funny, by the way, from the perspective. You know, you're thinking you're Nicholas. You're like, I made this big deal to protect this card, and he needed if he was going to completely resolve his linkage.
Exactly.
But put the Black Oat Laughs in the graveyard. You're like, oh man, I fell into it. I stepped into a trap card.
We'll try. Yeah.
Yeah, the reason why he chained the release in the first place was to try and make it so that linkage didn't have a card to destroy. So if you were kind of unsure why he would interact in that specific point, it was actually potentially a counter if there wasn't something that could be activated in response.
Love to see Sky Striker Ace-0. We talked a lot behind the scenes about how powerful this deck is and really how good it is across the world right now.
I'll banish it land phase.
So now we see Werewolf's effect that allow him to banish a card, obviously in Nicholas's hand. His hand happens to just be a copy of Hornetrones.
That's an important card, though, for sure. So many different combos, obviously, with Kakari from that. But you've already got your Sky Striker Ace-0 on the field, so it doesn't feel as bad. But we're going to go ahead and draw 1 from the Metal Foes. Did you get what you needed?
Yeah, we'll go next.
And I think he's...
Oh, it conceded, yeah. And that is difficult. So here's the real question.
Crazy board.
Is Nicholas going to go first or second? He's got the choice.
The hand. I just messed up my line.
I think going into this weekend, in game 1, he's going first.
Really? Okay.
But, well, I just see cards like Crown that I think can be used in both ways. I could just be totally wrong, but I feel like, for instance, he's main decking the Black Goat Laughs.
That's true. That's true.
If you main deck the Black Goat Laughs, you don't expect anybody to make you go first. So, in theory, if he gets to choose, I have to deduce that he is choosing to go first. He's playing Thrust, which obviously is a good card going second. But if he's going to go first, it obviously gives him that target. So I think he's choosing to go first with this strategy.
Okay.
Based on the inclusion of the Black Ghost Laughs specifically. Looking at his side deck, I will say his side deck is swayed pretty well towards going second. I don't want to reveal too much about what's in there. But I will say it is swayed pretty well towards going second. I honestly think he's going to go first, but I could be wrong.
If you see my eyes getting wide, wow. That card, this, yeah, I think he's going first now too. My apologies.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That card, I don't know if we should really, but this card wouldn't be in his side deck if he was choosing to go second every time.
Wait for him to show that surprise, but it feels good to have a Millennium Eye right now. That's for sure.
So, again, we haven't spoken to Nicholas. Sky Striker is a somewhat popular strategy, but one where there's definitely some debate about going first, going second. So it is one of those where what we're assuming from his deck list is only just that. It's an assumption based on the logic of including a card like the Black Ghost Laughs in his main deck, which we were able to see there in game 1. But we don't know definitively what he's decided to do going into this tournament. Because, for instance, he might feel like against a deck like K9, Vanquish Soul, that going first or second actually varies based on the matchup and not necessarily some predetermined, I'm always going first or second post side. So it is really hard to nail down exactly what we think he's going to do.
That is what's nice about playing Sky Striker in a tournament like this, is that you do have the flexibility. It can go first, it can go second. Obviously, after Duelist Advanced last year, it's a lot easier to go first, right? The Sky Striker Ace Zero, being able to surge, being able to tag out in your opponent's turn and destroy a card, super huge to allow you to have that flexibility. I always think of Sky Striker almost as like a lockpick deck. The opponent just presents a series of problems. You're like, okay, I need to turn the key this way with this card, but then I need to shift it that way with this card. And by the end of it, you've cleared their field, and then, well, 15. But with the Sky Striker Ace linkage card and Sky Striker Ace Zero, you're seeing that 15 quickly amounts to 8,000 damage in just that single battle phase.
Yeah, the deck over time, right, very quickly gained unique pieces to deal 8,000 damage, whereas before it really felt like it was Hayate, 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 Hayate. Okay, eventually game, but
warm up here.
Little bites
have turned into big chunks.
I love to see it, though. So many decks from throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history being represented in this tournament, whether it's Genesys or whether it's the main advanced format. And speaking of advanced format tournament gameplay, it's Game 2, Round 4 for our advanced format YCS.
I'll try to go first. Good luck.
And now we get to see all that clamoring. Who's going first?
I see a copy of Heatwave, so that was the card earlier that we were curious about whether or not we would actually see. He has a copy of Heatwave in his hand. So that is the card that Nicholas, I think, illustrated his plan of going first.
Which means he has to be using this Radiant Typhoon card in the draw phase here. Yeah, because you get to the beginning of the main phase with Heatwave. You want to Heatwave.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're using it in draw phase. You're playing your own draw and lock board that way anyway, so I think it's just good strategy to do that.
Such an incredible card, and recently reprinted too in one of the speed duel sets, which is really nice. And linkage on top of that, which means Heatwave hasn't resolved yet. I got a monster, you don't. That's cool, and that's going to be Sky Striker Ace Zero. Okay, this is neat. I'm impressed.
Yep, I like it. I'm sold.
No monsters, but here's the thing: against any other deck, they would be shaking in their boots. But against K9 Vanquish Soul, they're just like, oh, okay, cool. I'll just wait it out, and I'll just play on his next turn.
This is true. Any deck that can play on your opponent's turn is willing to wait it out. We'll look at a beautiful alternate art engage.
Oh, yeah, and he's going to get the draw here, so let's keep counting the engages. One. Although without the ability to summon anymore this turn, that's probably all we're going to see. Unless he draws into engage. Is he that good?
I mean, come on now. It's basically a requirement of a feature match for engage.
I swear he did. I swear he got the normal art engage. Or was that Hornet Drones?
We'll activate engage.
Oh, he just had it. Okay.
Of course.
Guy's good. Guy just has it lined up. So that's 2.
Here he's going to draw the 3rd. I feel like I've seen that in so many feature matches.
I know. And it's just like wild to see it, but
and engage off the top. Ooh, no, it's a Crown.
Crown's good, though. You really kind of need that in order to protect your monsters. So I love that we're seeing Crown being used as that defensive card.
Special.
Oh, my bad.
I don't think
That's
he
so
can
true.
summon. Yeah, I think they just kind of like,
Forgot
hey
my
man,
own
don't
card
forget,
works.
you heat
Look at my
waved.
Depending on exactly right, so he's going to be under Heat Wave.
Sure.
If Ashton tries to use something like Azuna with Lupus, that Crown could potentially be an interesting interaction point to block him from being able to use that on-field monster as a level 5 for an Exceed summon. So that Crown could be an interesting way to stymie an additional turn beyond what we see from the Heat Wave itself.
Crown is such a wild card, but looks like play is passing, and I think I just saw a Spell Canceller in the hands. Perhaps, perhaps not.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen Spell Cancer in a lot of the K9.
Yeah, it's more of a K9 Chris Strong card, but I just thought maybe he was like, no, I'm really going to get him this time. But no, it looks like we're just doing Vanquish Soul Start and a case for K9. And
Get Sky Striker. You'd like a nice Spell Canceller, but it's just not as accessible, certainly, as in a Crestron strategy.
Especially with Joe Cool only at 1 right now. And it's a win, so it is kind of weak into the Vanquish Soul hands you're trying to pile up. Oh, I see who I saw. Okay.
Yep, main phase. Yep. Attempt to leave.
And he did open Holly Sue for what it's worth, the 1 copy.
Sue effect.
This is what we see here.
Yeah.
Summon.
Once that effect is wound down, Holly Sue storming the field. Does he have the attributes to reveal to special summon a non-psychic Vanquish Soul?
This can non-target steal if reveal what
Certainly Nicholas considering that. Treating this Holly Sue as a real threat. Maybe doesn't want his opponent to steal his monster either. Although you could just tag it out. Bring out Rose and Ray back together again.
I think he's just fearful of the Fire Dark.
Oh, we're going straight into the linkage here.
We're still in main. We're still in main. Okay.
So we are going to link off. Not technically link off. Send it to the graveyard to special summon.
We'll go on summon effect target.
Which is actually really important. You know, we mentioned Forbidden Crown. Forbidden Crown prevents monsters as being used for materials for named summon types. But if you're special summoning, you're not actually link summoning, then you're completely fine to use that card. Unless that is the card. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring going to go ahead and stop the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage.
So it is interesting there that by discarding a fire monster that does partially telegraph the likelihood that he has another fire monster in hand, or else he probably would have used that effect of Holly Sue earlier, that maybe perhaps he just didn't have a dark monster.
Sue effect.
And if you don't recognize that card, that's
Reveal
Triple
to
Tactics Talent
special.
with the alternate art from the Fallen the Virtuous Chronicles deck.
But we knew he revealed the Mad Love, so we knew he had the dark monster, so it really illustrates that he had another fire in hand. Not that it ended up mattering. Nicholas there is able to take the game down with, I think, Heat Wave being a pretty pivotal part of his success here in this game.
Well, we've seen Heat Wave before in decks that really love the battle phase and to do a bunch of tiny attacks. First one that comes to mind, Tempai.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Tempai.
Oh, just a deck that loves the battle phase.
Just like, you know, if my opponent doesn't summon any monsters, it surely is a lot easier to attack them directly. A lot of cheers from the applause there, of course. You know, just love to see it. Both of these decks have a huge fan community behind them, but only one of them is going to get out of this round with an unscathed record.
So now we have to presume that Ashton will be going first. I will say, though, like I was commenting on earlier, Nicholas' side deck is really well suited for going second. He's got a myriad of cards here that I could conceivably see him put in.
Well, side deck aside, I mean, Sky Striker just is built very well to go second, right? It's just Ray by herself and all the spell and trap support she needs. But we are seeing both duelists kind of take out cards. Both duelists seem, you know, comfortable and locked in. One being his first YCS, the other being his first year of Yu-Gi-Oh! Period. And they seem unfazed. And just a reminder, you know, this could be you, duelists. You could be up here. You just got to take the time, come on down here. We got a bunch of upcoming events, so maybe next time we'll be commentating about how good your matches were. There's only one way to make that happen. You got to be here.
Yeah, some 3v3 YCS is coming up.
Oh, man, I cannot wait for the 3v3. It's so much fun just to hang out with your friends there and be able to just talk shop, enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! If you don't know, you're actually able to talk to your fellow players as you're having the 3v3. So if you're like, man, I don't know what to do, I'm going to ask a friend. You really can do that.
Yeah, just phone the friend as long as they're sitting beside you.
Yeah. Smiles on everybody's face again. About 31 minutes left on the clock there. And anybody's game. And obviously, you know, there's going to be a lot of X1s here, but when you lose that first or second match is obviously important for your tiebreakers. And nobody here wants to squeak into the top 8. They want to dominantly arrive in the top 8 as the #1 spot undefeated. So this is a big, important duel, as all the duels will be.
I don't know. If you told me I could squeak into the top 8, but guaranteed to get in there at 8th place, I would just accept that proposition right now at any point in time.
Solid run, solid run. Well, Nicholas seems to be chilling out, and Ashton smiles as well. I always love the little micro interactions, right? We spend a lot of time talking about the cards, but the duelists are what make this game so great, this community so great. Speaking about games, it's Game 3 here at round 4.
So I'm curious how much Nicholas is just going to stand by and watch the K9 Vanquish Soul deck establish, as we saw here in Game 1, or if maybe perhaps he has his own hand interactions, because he does have some in his deck list. He just didn't, unfortunately, draw them there in Game 1.
Well, I definitely see some different colored cards here. It's not all spells this time.
Yeah, it looks like a Lightning Storm and an evenly matched. Yeah. And another Jokel summon. Look at this.
It's glued to his hand. I mean, we saw the shuffle, we saw the cut. Nothing fancy, nothing weird here, but some people are that lucky.
It's exactly the opening we saw in Game 1. He did put them in different zones this time, though, I guess.
You got to mix it up,
just
right?
to mix it up.
Wonder if he practices that. Like, this time, I'll place it in the right zones to throw my opponent off guard. And that can come up because, remember, we don't have Moon of the Closed Heaven anymore, but there was a time where the safest monster zone on the field was your rightmost monster zone.
Yep. But we saw the Lupus sent down to the graveyard by the Azuna, and then we saw Noroi come out. That's going to summon, I presume, Lantern.
Like to search? Yeah.
Lantern's going to allow him now to search out a single copy of
Case
for K9.
Beautiful copy, too. I believe that's the Starlight.
And now we'll see Ripper under 5 summons.
Yes.
Gotta love to see it.
As the 5th summon, which for all intents and purposes is the same thing.
And Ibira's a quick effect, but he's not that quick. Grabbing additional Izuna there.
Case.
And it looks like we're activating. Also saw the Ash Blossom Enjoy Spring. This is shaping up to be a really strong start here for Ashton.
Target Noroi. Noroi effect. Yeah. Don't like seeing that.
So he's getting to see. Look at that. Wow.
Oh, man. And you know the evenly match is coming. That does change up. You've got to get to something that can stop that.
No, I show that.
And I don't know that there's just a built-in spell and trap negate for the Vanquishal strategy. Trying to find a rank 5 that stops that may be difficult.
Yeah, the alternative is also not something that I think his deck is able to do. But I don't love evenly matched this weekend because cards like Sanctifier exist, which can put monsters on your field, which we see in a lot of the Draco Tail branded strategies. So I think this might be an interesting game here for Ashton to navigate, where he's thinking to himself, wow, I'm going uninterrupted. This is great. Oh, wait, you have Lightning Storm and you have evenly matched? I can't necessarily establish the full field like I would typically.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to see how he figures this out, but we're going for Saryuja as we drop a few cards. Notice that all those monsters just disappeared off the field as we struggle to find an answer here.
So I'm trying to think, if I was in his shoes, what would I try to do? Well, what you want to try and do is make the field appealing enough to get the evenly out of the hand, but then be able to play with defense position monsters in main phase 2 to play around the Lightning Storm, and then try to win the game on your next turn and make it so the Lightning Storm never deals with any meaningful attack position monsters.
Well, he's certainly trying to establish something. Hold on to your noses as we activate Stake Your Soul. Going to go ahead and reveal, get the Razen. Razen grabs the Holly Sue. So he's still trying to cook, just has to figure out what to do. You wonder if you almost make a werewolf and you just try to banish a card and you just hope it's the evenly matched? 20% chance? Give it a shot? Or it could at least stop the lightning storm.
That is true. Yeah, so you would be able, but he still is going to have his first activation, and it can just be evenly matched. But I guess you are correct. It would be able to stop the lightning storm. So I think no matter what, the lightning storm is probably checked pretty well, all things considered. Sometimes it's the 1-2 combo, right? And sometimes there's strategies that have, as you were mentioning earlier, a spell and trap negate, where it's that second board breaking card that's really the backbreaker, because you use a negate, throughout the game's history, whether it's Savage Dragon or something. There's so many examples of that. But then all of a sudden they follow up with the evenly or the lightning storm that comes second, and that's the one you don't have the negate for. So,
well, or even if he activates evenly and something happens to it, we could see a Forbidden Droplet swap out the evenly away, negate that card, and then you're still at the same differential of cards there. So there's a lot of different ways this could go. So I'm very curious to see if Ashton's preparation here is going to pay off, knowing that he knows his opponent has the evenly matched.
Ooh, drew a Jolt Lockbird there. I am curious what his end board is going to look like. He's got a lot of monsters here. And it looks like a lot of them ultimately are Link monsters.
Oh, and SP Little Knight to protect your own monsters, maybe. This you just assume it's Sky Striker. Maybe it's not going to be able to beat you down in a single turn. So I think this might be the answer.
Do I know yeah, this isn't the worst one, right? So he has Holly Sue in hand. So he has a main phase 2. Okay, well, he's going to use it now. Oh, no, he's just revealing the cards that he knows. So he has a Holly Sue that can be used in main phase 2. So even if he evenly matches, he'll be able to banish the SP Little Knight. And then from there, he can keep, maybe Ripper on the field, maybe potentially Rock on the field. But he also will have the Heavy Borger effect that'll be able to be used earlier than that. So I think this is a pretty reasonable way of getting around some of the concerns of what evenly match could accomplish.
Well, Nicholas getting things started, activating the Radiant Typhoon Vision here.
And then we saw Heavy Borger reveal to draw, so he got at least got some value on that card on his field.
The only issue I see with the SP Little Knight is because you've got attack position monsters now, it kind of invites the Lightning Storm, and then maybe the evenly match isn't going to be as big a deal, and that's fine, but you're not getting out of this one way or the other.
One interesting thing is he didn't set with Soul Start, and we already knew that he was side decking the copy of Snow Devil.
Stay by me. Yes.
So I find that interesting.
Let's see what comes down here. Looks like it's the Fallen and the Virtuous. Try to get rid of the Vanquish Soul Start, actually.
Because I don't think I want to draw Snow Devil off the top right now. So I at least would have cycled it out of my deck, even if I have to banish it.
Nothing.
Agree, because you really, it's either in there or it's not, but here comes the Lightning Storm. We talked a lot about this. Take a look at the graveyard here. Nothing magical in there, nothing in the hand of any value. So soon we're going to see the SP Little Knight try to do something. Takes a look at the hand again. And we're going to just grab the Raw Zen off the effect of the Rock of the Vanquisher. Other than that, goodbye monsters, and not even trying to use the SP Little Knight.
See, alternatively, if he searched Snow Devil and just kept his field with a bunch of Vanquish Souls, he could have protected it there, but then you're weak to the evenly matched. It was just a weird situation to try to navigate.
End of main.
But technically speaking, there weren't a lot of starters in that hand, so maybe Nicholas cleared the field, but look at Ashton's hand. We might just see a full combo in his main phase too. And do you feel like the end of the main phase now is like, okay, now I'm going to start playing, whether you're seeing Canine Vanquish Soul or perhaps you're seeing Draco Tail, that's when a lot of monsters show up. So if you don't have any surprises at the end of your main phase, your opponent basically is getting 2 turns in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're going to see a lot of players this weekend with Fallen of the White Dragon actually send the Dragon that Devours Dogma, which instead of automatically setting during the end phase, allows you to add it to your hand. And what that does is it hedges against your opponent playing at the end of your main phase, because then you can search the Fallen instead of have it automatically set to the field, and then use the Fallen and the Virtuous at the end of your main phase. Now, if your opponent does not play at the end of your turn, you can still then use the Fallen and the Virtuous into your end phase, destroy one of your own cards, which is a disadvantage, but then you can send Albion the Shrouded Dragon, or the Branded Dragon, set another copy of the Fallen and the Virtuous, and you hedge. Really, at the end of the day, you're hedging against your opponent playing at the end of your main phase.
It's a really great format. You know, there's been so many different formats throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Right, we're at the 300th YCS. But seeing that duelists continue to level up, continue to find new ways to use their card effects to the best of their ability is just wild. And speaking of which, Reveal 3, I think that's going to be for destroying one card on the field. Fire, Dark, Earth. Because Earth is unaffected, if I remember right, for Caesar Velios. Nicholas taking a look at his graveyard. I don't know if Ashton's graveyard contains any secrets, but I think we're just going to non-target destroy a card here.
We'll try for a Widow.
Oh, but we have to negate it, yeah. And you've already used one of the effects. You can't reveal Earth for the protection there. Does he take it?
Steal.
I mean, it's only till the end of the turn.
Yeah, I guess there's no harm in taking it.
Stand by main. Good. Thinking.
Interesting. Oh, I guess it's not the end of the turn. Excuse me. That's
one in hand?
Ashton's
One in
turn.
hand, yeah.
Since I saw the little arrow there. We're in main phase 1. So taking the Caesar Valius before it's unaffected, and then the chain resolves and it is unaffected. That feels pretty strong. So at least you've got a 3,000 body that doesn't care about anything. So normal summoning another Vanquish Soul Rosin. Must feel good as a Vanquish Soul Duelist. And you see those two on the field, and you're like, yeah, that's it.
Yes, back to the good old days.
In column.
Now he gets to reveal the Jiaolong that he had with a copy of Mad Love to destroy Caesar Valius. Now we're going to go into a copy of Rock.
I'd like to add from grave to hand. Yeah.
Probably going to bring back the Caesar Valius. Yep, absolutely.
It's pretty good.
Sue effect. Now here comes Holly Sue. I think this is probably going to be enough for Nicholas.
I mean, what would you have to have face down? Threatening Roar at this point?
Like a monster plus crown, like your own monster maybe, but even then, that's just not sufficient. It's actually funny you say threatening Roar because crown, in one of its ways of functionality, kind of is a similar version to the way threatening Roar used to kind of function back in the day, where it would guarantee you a turn.
I do love me some Lifeline cards. Everybody makes fun of me for Mystic Mind, but it was the modern Swords Revealing Light. And anything that'll just protect you and keep you in the duel for another turn feels maybe not good, but safe. Yeah. You know you're getting to that next turn.
So now we're going to see the Nash Knight play that we saw in the previous, I think it was actually 2 games ago now, but in the first game of the match.
Sure. Or is it effect to rank up? Or
Yes,
is it an effect to rank up? Oh, so
we
make
made
of
our
CXC National
XC.
is
So
not-
here's
is
the
not
thing,
that.
you know, we
The
put the Umber
CXCs
Horror
to rank up is an
Masquerade, so we're
effect.
still doing that very standard combo, which means we can
Okay,
go
I think
ahead
yeah, someone's
and
fine.
use the effect of the CXC's Nash Knight, leave the Umber Horror Masquerade, and then get the C104. But that has that inherent spell and
Can I
trap
bridge my
as part
card?
of its effect, so looks like we're just going to chain before any of that happens. Send the Ecclesia to the graveyard.
my card effects. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, that's fine.
So it's still going to happen. Yeah, I think that's what the confirmation is. Like,
Yeah.
you're not getting out of this. Sorry, friend.
Bounce raising?
Oh, when there's Caesar Valius returning one of the Rosen.
Now you got it.
And there's the handshake. Oh, man. Good stuff, though. Lots of applause from the crowd. Love to see Duelists seeing good gameplay. Because for them, they don't need me talking over this. They know exactly what's going on. And then it's just like, oh, man. Wild. Just incredible stuff. And there's a smiling face.
It's interesting. We were talking about all the various things that Ashton would need to do to deal with evenly matched and Lightning Storm and the various options that he had, and it was almost just like, just do it, actually. I'll just rebuild in main phase 2. It doesn't really matter to me.
You're not going to finish me off. I've got more gas in the tank. And that is really the story of the modern K9 Vanquish Soul deck. It doesn't feel unfair because they've gotten the ratios just right, but it always has a next turn. It can always do something more.
Yeah, the deck just has an incredible grind game, especially now that it has access to 3 Staker Souls and 3 Raisin again. It feels like just upping the starter plus extender simultaneously. I think it's easy to trade 2 Holly Sue in exchange for those 4 cards back.
Yeah, because it gives the deck a different philosophy. It's not so much that the deck should never get started, but when it gets started, it can only do that so many times unless they're creatively recycling the cards, using Rocket the Vanquisher to recycle stuff. It feels like banishing the cards is probably a good bet if you're actually trying to fight against K9 Vanquish Soul, but not every deck has access to banishing monsters.
No, I think Mirror Jade's probably one of the most common examples.
Oh, that's true, that's true. And I will say, one of the most common examples of a duelist with a deck this weekend is Draco Tail in some shape or form. So, gosh, good stuff, though, good stuff.
Yeah, I was impressed there by what the K9 deck was able to accomplish. I think it's interesting to not see the trap card in any of those games, which is something that I don't think you typically see in a lot of Vanquish Soul strategies, but clearly Ashton has onto something. He's determined that his end board is sufficient without it, and I think kind of one of the detriments of some trap cards nowadays is you just don't want to open them. So he's deciding the consistency matters more.
Certainly helped him get this far, and one of the things we haven't seen yet, specifically from this deck, because it has access to it, is we haven't seen the K917M. The new one that just came out in the set, which has its own sort of quasi Black Rose Dragon clear the field effect. And it'll be interesting to see if, almost in the same situation, right, if we get these mirror matches, we get these big boards filled with all those traps, if this deck is so flexible now that it can get through that situation where it loses all its resources and builds it back up, but also is a deck that when faced with an unlimited opposition to cards, also clears that out. It can do everything.
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of players would elect to play a K9 Vanquish Soul deck. It is the epitome of a deck that's just a toolbox deck. Right, it has small little interactions here or there, but it also generates card advantage. it's one of those decks that has an incredible grind game, and if you allow the game to go 3 or 4 turns, it's really hard to come back from that deck's card advantage.
And it's so stylish. Okay, gotta admit that, right? I don't know if you've seen. Have you seen the new Canine, or not the Canine Field, the Vanquish Soul trailer they did for Master Duel, where it's like insert coin. It's got like all this fighting game stuff. It's really, check it out when you get a chance. But it's nice to see those decks really shining. Speaking of shining, why don't we go to stage to see a shining Canine Vanquish Soul Duelist?
Thank you so much, Ashton. Congratulations on your feature match win at your first YCS. That was your fun fact coming up on stage. What's it been like so far, going undefeated to this point and also winning here on stage?
It's been fun. All my friends are here. Shout out Team Maui. Yeah! Love them. It's been fun. I picked Vanquish Soul because it's one of my favorite decks ever, and I'm like, if it's good right now, I'm going to play it and try and do my best with it, and I have been, so.
Impressive performance for your first YCS, but you did mention you've had some experience at like NAWCQ 2024. Was that it?
Yes. I played in 2024 NAWCQ, Snake Eye Mirrors all day. So I've practiced with hard matchups and hard decks. So
you're not, it's not a foreign concept having competitive play to this level. What do you think you learned from that NAWCQ experience that you're bringing in that you can attribute some of the success today to?
Play it out best you can. If you're still in it, play it out. Otherwise, don't scoop if you think you can still win. So,
have you had a lot of close calls so far today that you feel like maybe you could have given up, but you were able to tough through it?
Not today yet.
But it's coming. It's coming. It's a good mentality.
I still got that heat wave game just in case, but I know it wasn't one of that heat wave game.
Hey, best of effort though. Any shout outs you want to give? I know you said you had some friends here.
Shout out the boys. Shout out the boys back home in Lincoln. Shout out my family. Team Maui for sure. Shout out Team Maui.
Is that what the shirt's about?
Yes, all the friends at Team Maui wear these same Bucky shirts, except for Matt because he does not wearing it today.
All right, well, hey, we'll get him next time on the shirt, but thank you so much, Ashton. Back to the casters.
Good energy, just great energy. Somebody who has like not the most experience in the world, but still feels good coming in, and I love that philosophy. Just play it out if you still can.
I just love the community feel there, right? It's so illustrative of just why this game is so impactful to so many lives. You have a player who's admitted who's only been playing for a small handful of years, but is already ingrained in his local community. And I think that's just one of the biggest attractions for a game like this, is the local community can just be truly life-altering for some.
Well, if you want to get ingrained in your local community, you might show up to your WCS regional qualifiers, actually, and the prize support for that, oh my goodness. So, not only can you win the top 8 game mat there featuring the beautiful art of Forbidden Crown, but inside that top 4 card case, you might have to look this up online when you open up. It's this beautiful Blue Eyes White Dragon that's embossed on the inside of that. So don't trade that. It's not just another blue card case. It is Blue Eyes White Dragon card case.
Yeah, I love that little quirk, right? People have been collecting all the different colors of the rainbow, and now all of a sudden, the blue one's extra special. I'm curious to see if that'll be a theme going forward. Can you imagine a purple with Dark Magician?
Oh, man.
Or a red with Black Rose Dragon?
I got to go top 4. But touching back on the thread you mentioned, when you talk about the community, regionals are really where it happens. Regionals bring hundreds of duelists into your area, and you still have to go through sometimes 7 rounds, depending on the sizing, sometimes the full 9 rounds. And that feels good because you get to go through the steps, you get to go through the motions and the reps and get that competitive play experience in. But you also make lifelong friends you keep for a while.
So the player to watch that I selected is from my local scene, who I initially met at regionals, Joseph Bogley. Someone who now for probably 20 years, to be quite frank with you, has just been someone that I've kept tabs on, someone that I've been communicating with, someone that I've been texting before events about, someone that I've traveled to events with. So you are so right that it's the regional level and then really your local OTS beyond that, where those local ties begin and that building of community. And then you just start to age and maybe eventually find your way traveling to YCSs and NAWCQs, but with lifelong friends.
And it's funny, too, and I know duelists have experienced this before, but it's one of those moments where you see a duelist, you don't know his name, but you've seen that duelist 20 times before an event. You're like, this might as well be a friend. I need to probably ask his name to figure that out. But speaking of duelists, we actually have another match for you. Want to check it out?
Let's take a look.
Let's go take a look. So we've got Genesys round 5 here. Oh, 4, excuse me. Got to learn how to count. But for this, it's going to be Megalith versus Mimighoul. And Magnet Megalith makes a lot of sense. We got to see Magnets earlier on the featured match stage. And this deck practically does everything.
Yeah, so what's interesting here is it looks like Caleb, who won game 1, is going really, I'd say, low to the ground with just the minimum number of the Magnet Warriors necessary to pull off the full combo. So he's playing obviously the 3 Conduction, he's playing 2+, he's playing a Warrior, he's going to probably play a number of minuses, it looks like 3 minuses, and then certainly the Magnet Bonding, but besides that, his deck is basically all the Megalith cards. So he's going really low in terms of the quantity of the Magnet Warrior cards necessary to pull off this combo, but not going over the top. Like, for instance, he's not playing the card that searches Bonding. Duerion?
Duotarion.
The Duotarion, for instance, right? He's elected not to play a card like that. So certainly an interesting strategy.
Gives you a bunch of consistency, but I could see passing on that because you just don't want to see it. But speaking of passing on, let's take a look at Nathan's turn. I'm the wrong Steven to cast Mimigul, but let me tell you, this deck is really, really cool. Being able to set monsters on your opponent's field can be highly disruptive, and the fact that they can't summon monsters if they control face downs forces them to flip it up. So they're activating Mimigul Dungeon, searching at the Mimigul Dragon, normal setting the Mimigul Dragon. Now we're going to add another Mimigul monster from the deck to the hand. And those Mimigul monsters will power up on any turn that is not the turn they were summoned. So while it looks like 500, 2,000 for now, it's about to go up to 2,500 attack.
And what we see, which I think is a real testament to the nature of Genesys, Nathan is able to incorporate a card like Floodgate Trap Hole.
Oh, wow,
which is just backbreaking if you can't flip it up.
You're right,
yes,
because just like what I said, if you're stuck with the face down, you literally can't put it back up, then that means they just can't do anything. That's almost Mystic Mind levels of power.
Ooh, here's a copy of what I think is a Summoning Curse.
Ooh, okay. And that's really cool because you're making your opponent summon, and therefore they've got to discard cards. Yeah, worth the price of admission for sure.
I do feel like we need like a Kangas symbol that we can shine or alert out there so that he can always rush in whenever Mimigul is in the feature match area.
Calling all Stevens. I just love, when you fall in love with the deck, you think, okay, nobody's playing this. Maybe this will just be like my little deck for me, and maybe it'll get some, additional synergy later. But Mimigul is a real deck that I think, because of its level 1 synergy, I've seen Yummy Mimigul in tournament play. I've seen Snake Eyes Mimigul, obviously stronger when we had original Simple Spoils. But so many different variations of this, and the control vibe of this feels really good. I played on the Master ladder, and it's just funny to watch the opponent be like, wait, what? There's like that long pause.
Am I correct that he has to banish from his hand because of the Summoning Curse?
Yes, he does.
But when his opponent is the one that produces the summon?
Yes, because your opponent's still getting it, so you're just, Swords of Revealing Light. Yeah, he is hand looping.
He's basically hand looping him. Now he's playing Swords of Revealing Light.
And now we've got 2 Mimigul effects. We have Mimigul Archfiend and Mimigul Slime. Slime's going to get an additional monster and then pass over the board. And then Archfiend, I believe, allows for, I think, the opponent discards the owner of the Mimigul card, who is the opponent discards, and then you draw. And then they pass it back. So they're going to discard. Look at all the hand loops. -3, bro. And then you pass it. I don't want this anymore. Bad memories.
Is Caleb going to have a hand?
I think maybe a little bit. We're using the Mimigul Maker here to grab another Mimigul card, which means you could set that over on the field and then take another card. Man, this is devastating. Oh, and he had the Mimigul Charm. Wow, that's going to be the banish off of the cost for the Summoning Curse. Because it is a curse. You have to pay your own cost.
But if you're putting cards on your opponent's field...
Feels nice. Feels nice. And eventually they're going to have to play 2, and when they do,
if they're even able to.
There is the Mimigul Charm, whose effect is not as good in Genesys format. It prevents the activation of monster effects from the hand that turn. But in a format where everybody's playing something different, they may not do that at all. And so, there's another card.
So Caleb down to just a single card in hand.
That's going to be difficult with Magnets being a combo deck and Megalith being a ritual deck that needs at least 2 cards to play. That's rough. Swords Revealing Light. That's
wild.
That's historic. This is quality gameplay worthy of the 300th YCS and the Proto-YCS for Genesys format, because it shows you can get creative. You can play some wacky stuff here.
Is this reverse
I think so. What? So cool. It's just, flip effect decks, obviously, there's some of them that are starting to pop back into the format. Great example is Enneacraft, although Enneacraft can't be played here because it is a pendulum deck. But, man, Mimiguls, I'm smiling from ear to ear.
Honestly, I've just been taken aback by the interaction of Summoning Curse.
You really showed me the bulk binder showcase right now.
You guys didn't see it, but we were swamped or stormed in by Kangas, and he just thumbs up, nod, seal of approval, seal of approval. But yeah, the summoning curse is really good. I don't know how many copies you would run, because you want to see it a lot, but you also don't want to like stymie yourself. But just the one, I mean, it pays dividends. The other card, and we haven't seen it yet, is the Mimical Charm spell card. I think earlier I said Mimical Charm, I meant Mimical Fairy. The Mimical Charm allows you to steal cards from your opponent's extra deck when they summon, and that could also be really funny because you ignore like summoning conditions practically, and I've gotten everything from like a Borreload Savage Dragon when I didn't need it, or just other monsters from within their archetype. So weird things happen with Mimicals. Now let's see Caleb draw. He's got 2 cards to his name and 1 face down that he's stuck with until he flips it face up.
If this is any indication, though, of what Mimigul can do going first, I want as many summoning curses in my deck as possible.
Fair deal, fair deal. So minus 500 from the summoning curse, that's the payment for summoning curse. And that's enough. Caleb's like, I'm not going to try to play to that. What are you, crazy?
No, discarded or banished 4 cards from his hand.
It's good stuff. Oh, it was Mimical Room, too. Wow. Just having all the answers there, but while we didn't get to see game 1, we know obviously that Caleb can put a win on the board. So it's anyone's game here. As cool as it was to see that, don't just buy into the hype and start, collecting all the Mimical cards you can. Maybe you want to get into Magnet Megalith after this duel.
Yes, so I'll be frank, I'm not sure specifically what the Megalith cards are going to add to the end of the Magnet board, but I will say that in Genesys, what is different between the ending board from a standard Magnet combo relative to the YCS that's taking place this weekend is you're not able to obviously end on IP.
Yeah.
Typically you end on IP with the ability with Collusion to take control of one of your opponent's monsters because everything's been turned into an Earth. That's honestly, though, just gravy on top of already a really powerful field, because what we're going to see is between minus and plus, either protecting your Earth monsters or kind of making it so that you get to control the battle phase from the side of your opponent, all the monsters being turned into Earth, the take of your opponent's monster, the Naturi Beast that's typically there, right? There's a lot of things that the Magnet deck gets to do. The IP that it would summon in the traditional, typical YCS is just gravy on top. So I'm curious to see what the Megalith that will compensate for a slightly watered down build or a slightly watered down end board here in the Genesys format.
Well, there's also other things that you need to keep in account because obviously, certain monsters have points like Naturia Beast, so it's hard to get everything that you usually would do. And one of the greatest things that we got to see earlier in the tournament on the feature match stage is the ability for Naturia Beast to be brought out, but also for you to make both of your opponent's monsters Earth and get that Patrician of Darkness-like effect with your Magnet Warriors, preventing your opponent from attacking your weaker monsters like IP Masquerena and like Naturia Beast. So it might just be that it provides just some big rock monster on the field that kind of replaces that. Like, you're not getting the same effect, obviously, because, man, nothing replaces Naturia Beast. Spells and spells and spells.
Naturia Beast is only 50 points, if I'm not mistaken, and the actual Magna cards are completely free. Additionally, a Meta Researcher, which would be the tuner in that case, is also 0 points. It is the Megalith cards, though, that actually warrant the numbers. The Block Dragon's 33, Megalith, and Stasis is 33 points. So obviously the combination of those two already put you too far above incorporating a Naturia Beast. So it's interesting, right? He's actively deciding to forego summoning Naturia Beast in order to incorporate these Megalith cards. Because I've seen just regular Magnet decks out in the Genesys format as well.
Just some crazy stuff here, but it looks like both Duelists are ready to go here, and it'll be exciting. It is exciting to see Magnet Warriors. I think that the fact that we came into this format and we see decks doing well in both formats also tells its own unique story. That you can play Magnet Megalith here, or you could just play Magnet Fiendsmith in the main event, right, in advanced format. You can play Mimigul here. You can play Mimigul Yummy in advanced format. You can continue to play whatever Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that feels right for your style. Speaking of style, let's stand by main as we go for Caleb. Let's see what he does. I see a lot of blue there, though, so it could be some Megaliths.
I think there's 7, 8, 9 different Megalith names in his deck, let alone the multiple copies, so I can imagine his hand's going to typically be pretty blue.
Well, it's Magnet time here. Oh, excuse me, Megalith time here. And looks like we're going to go ahead and discard a card there, and Rich will
Something like 8 years before that.
Can't quite tell since
Fool's
it's
going to
upside
target
down.
Ophile, become level 4, add it back to hand.
Yeah.
Is that Fu? Like, Puel?
I'm going to go full effect control from deck.
We're going to go ahead and add another
Yeah,
Megalith.
it is Puel. Puel.
It's good to see these cards getting played. When they first came out, obviously it's neat. We've seen, the Megalith storyline from Master Duel, but to actually see them, just taking life points and winning rounds.
Anastasis.
Activate Anastasis. Anastasis effect, discard a Haggith for cost.
It's grabbing the Anastasis there. You mentioned 33 points, and that's very consistent across
yes.
all of the Genesys format. If you search a card, it's usually going to be 33 points, whether it's with Genesys or this or any other number of cards. Plymite Lordly Load is 33 points. It's a very magic number.
It is hilarious because literal pot of greed is 30. But it's like, yeah, you got to pay 3 more points just to get particularly what you want, though the risk is always there. You just play pot of greed and draw 2.
Well, let me ask you, Joe, you've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Long enough. What's better, 2 cards or 1 card you'll really need?
For a monster?
One card
you really need is my answer, too.
Yeah, that's why Pot of Prosperity for so long was perceived as more superior.
Please. Thank you.
Pot of Desires, etc.
The Desires has had a very historic place in Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. And could be good, too. We saw there were some Shining Sarcophagus duelists in there, and if you're running things like Grand Manju Daeza, you want the Pot of Desires, because it's just so strong. Draw 2 and banish 10.
Bethor.
But we continue the quest here. Looks like we're going to go ahead and add the Megalith Bethor. Statues are assembling.
Tech in the correct orientation, please.
Thank you.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and Ritual Summon here.
Haggith effect on Ritual Summon, add a spell trap.
And then add a spell or trap off
No,
of
the first effect's not one per turn on
Haggith.
Ritual Summon. The effect of Ritual on the board is.
You can just see both players clarifying the nature of the effect.
It's funny. I've heard that the Duelist is playing a rogue deck if they're explaining every single thing they do.
So I don't want to spoil who it is because they're in Genesys and they're doing really well, but I was walking towards the top tables earlier and I was watching Dark Lords with the brand new Dark Lords card played, and every single time a Dark Lord card was played, the player that I was watching just put it upside down and put it on the opponent's field on the assumption, okay, you're going to need to read this one.
Yeah.
And this one, and this one. And he stopped even just asking. He's like, I know you're going to ask to read this one, so I'll just put it in front of you for you. It's kind of amusing.
Now, you definitely know that your opponent doesn't know.
Which can be a huge advantage.
Thank you.
It really can, because even if somebody tells you exactly what the card does, it doesn't mean you understand the context of the card. Where are you going with this combo?
I can Ritual from grave using this as material. I can Ritual from deck.
To happen next.
Yes.
And now that we're, certainly Genesys Proto-YCS, this is the first of presumably many future Genesys Proto-YCSs. But because we're so early into this, YCS level format of Genesys, these strategies like Megalith, cards that have been around for a while, are going to probably be under the radar this weekend. And it's going to take a little while for people to really solidify an understanding of what is perceived to be quote-unquote top tier, and therefore decks that you would see virtually every event.
I wonder if the strat as a pro Genesys duelist, if you're just always playing decks that haven't been played.
I'm gonna go
like somebody plays your deck like, oh no, I'm a hipster, I gotta go find the cards that nobody knows so I can win just off of matchup knowledge.
I'm gonna target Bethor.
So we're going to target Bethor here, bring it back to hand,
Bethor's the one that
and I think we're going to pass.
Or is it in general?
It targets cards equal to how many ritual monsters I control, engrave and destroy them.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're good?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay, drawn for turn, there we go. Or drawing the cards for the effect, excuse me. So draw 2, discard 1. Is that a block dragon? It is a block dragon.
This is a 33-point block dragon.
Yeah, that's exactly what I went to the point list to be like, that's got to be big, and it is. It is. Point list pretty large, but it's not the forbidden limited list. It is not designed to just say no to cards. What it is designed for is to say no to particular interactions, or if you got that card, that's it. You're cut off, right? You've got enough power in your deck, it's time to stop. Definitely an interesting deck building philosophy. Have you played in any Genesys tournaments where the points are off scale, whether it's 0 or 200 or higher?
Not personally, but I can imagine what it would be like if it was ticked up a little bit higher.
Yes.
I did a 200-point tournament. I was already playing Plymite Dark Magicians and 3 Plymite Lord Lilids. I'm like, oh, I will just slip in this Red Eyes Dark Dragoon with my extra 100 points. Done deal.
To ritual from deck.
Oh, but there's the evenly
equal
matched.
to double, half the level.
So evenly matched good in whatever format it's in.
Yes.
It's relatively cheap, too, in the grand scheme of things. You're looking at 10 points per copy.
That is cheap, but I'll tell you, with evenly matched, you want to see it, so you run 3. So it's like the whole package feels like the power of 1 reinforcement to the army. That's another question. Would you rather get 1 card you need or consistently get rid of every card your opponent needed?
I feel like that's an apples and oranges
Okay,
question.
I'll stop.
I will say, though,
full
what
lockdown
Nathan is
back
able
in
to do is Thrust is another card that's relatively cheap.
It's already used its effect.
13 points each.
Okay.
So you can play 3 Thrust and 3 evenly matched, and you'll be
And fix the
at
graveyard and deck,
it's like
please.
69 points. You'll have 31 remaining for other cards.
Well, speaking about other cards, everything went away, and we are just now down to a lone Megalith Fool on the field. Now we're going to set 1 and settle a Megalith Fairy as well. Excuse me, Moogle Fairy, too many M names.
Sure.
Swords Revealing Light, let's flip them up. So Slime gives a monster, and then Fairy will lock you out of effects from the hand. And that might actually be pretty relevant considering some of the Megalith effects do activate the hand.
Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2.
It's funny to think just is Nathan
Chainlink 3.
going to get Swords
I'll
of
activate
Revealing Light,
Archon.
a Genesys value associated with it?
Well, remember in the blog they said if one person's doing really well with it, that's not enough for it to sort of like trigger the alarm. It's when multiple duelists start to storm the field with the same card that it starts to be like, maybe we'll consider adding points here. But you are allowed to just be the guy and just be that good.
Such an iconic card, though. It's just so amusing to see it.
It's beautiful. We were talking about like the Swords of Revealing Light, Mystic Mind being sort of a modern equivalent, but apparently the old one is still good.
I actually think there's a better old school equivalent of Mystic Mind, which is Clock Tower Prison.
Oh, you're right. After those 3 turns and it gets to the 4th counter, you can't do anything.
A former, at that point in time, national champion for the United States was going into a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series and told everybody he was playing a CC deck, which at that time everybody thought meant a cookie cutter deck, which meant a standard maybe Chaos Warrior beatdown strategy. But no, it was a Clock Tower Prison control deck, so Clock Tower control. And there was a deck with trying to protect it with cards like Magic Reflector.
Okay.
And then win with something like Wave Motion Cannon.
Certainly a strong card to sort of stall for time to do whatever it is you need. Well, not like unethically stalling for time. You're not like slow playing. You're just like, nah, you go. Oh, you can't do anything? Nah, you go. Oh, you still can't do anything. Speaking of doing things, we've got plenty of Mimigools on the field. Mimighoul Maker went ahead and grabbed the Mimighoul Dragon. We're going to normal summon that and grab the Mimighoul Dungeon Field spell. Dragon, certainly a very powerful card, and if it is set to the opponent's field, you know, it's also great too, because that's a 2-card combo that equals Raigeki, right? Give them the Mimighoul Dragon, activate the swords, destroy all their monsters, and take that thing right back.
Yep.
And it'll be Mimighoul Archfiend added there. Good heads up, by the way, I didn't stop to mention that Caleb did ritual summon that off, and that's really strong to be able to get out a stronger Megalith on the field before your effects resolve.
Round 5. You have 50 minutes. You may begin.
But now we're going for the Giant Mimighoul, using the Giant Mimighoul to go ahead and grab the Mimighoul Realm.
No.
So really just getting every piece of the combo here and going to go ahead and set the Mimighoul Archfiend.
I will declare effective
demonstrating that you don't need Curse.
You really don't. No, it's a 2-type deck. So there's a face down the field, so Giant Mimighoul is going to go ahead and destroy a card and do 1,000 damage.
I have to imagine he also keeps Curse in the side deck going second.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's good, but like I'll tell you from experience, I have drawn multiple copies, and it doesn't feel as great as it does to get that 1 copy in your opening hand and just devastate your opponent.
But it's also not going to be really beneficial in terms of breaking a board, and it's also conceivable that Caleb establishes such a overwhelming field, especially with this type of strategy.
Banishing 3 rocks
like that's just not particularly valuable. But it was fun to see in game 2.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
for sure.
Looks like we're banishing some rock monsters here, getting rid of not 1 but 2 Megaliths. What is our 3rd rock going to be? Maybe coming from outside the Megalith strategy, actually, a Magnet Warrior.
Anything here?
Lock Dragon's pretty good. You may want to respond.
Yeah, that guy could be a problem.
Special if he comes back again and again and again, but we're going to Mimigul room here. Special summoning a Mimigul monster. Looks like we're going to do it to the opponent's field.
Non-target book a monster on the field.
Yep.
Optional.
So time for room.
Special summon.
And we will set. Looks like he's flagging down Archfiends.
Dragon?
But no, we're going to go for the dragon instead. And it will flip the monster face down.
Yeah,
what
it's
does
the block dragon.
Dungeon
and if you
do?
can't get that off the board from face down, it'll stymie any future block dragon plays.
So Nathan just doing a good job. I mean, remember, this is round 4. Both these duelists are 3-0, which shows you a lot of strategies can have a strong start, but he may be moving on undefeated Mimiguls. We don't get to say that
I'm going to
that
activate Flag Effect or Ritual from hand or field.
Going to try to ritual summon with some face down cards, though. It works. Tribute. That'll do it. Special
I'm going to go full lock, add a Ritual from grave to hand, Chainlink 2 block dragon.
Not a lot you can do. Nathan's starting to slow down.
Yeah, that is an interaction that's a little unfortunate. The fact that all of the megaliths allow, not all, but they inherently allow you to ritual summon.
And
a face down block dragon's actually not as much of a detriment as you might anticipate in some other matchups.
So that's the question. Did he do it just a little too soon, or do you think he absolutely had to get rid of the block dragon before he did anything further?
Minus and a file. And then I'll full lock.
Honestly, knowing that the megalith
We'll
deck
add-
can ritual summon this way, maybe he keeps it there a little bit. Like maybe he keeps his room a little bit longer.
Well, he certainly has kept the Mimigul dragon set face down pretty lengthily on the field, so he could still use the effect of Mimigul Maker to flip summon a monster on his opponent's field to face up attack position. And then that could trigger the Mimigul Dragon, clearing out any of those monsters, or at least forcing the activation of some other card.
Freeze play, Genesys Proto-YCS Duelist. Freeze play.
I'm going to go full lock effect or Ritual from grave.
Ritual summon again here. I haven't seen this many rituals with the letter M since Mitsurugi.
Yes, using it as material.
It has to use itself?
Yes, hand or field.
Which we saw this weekend.
Which we did see this weekend, yeah. Every deck feels good. Like, do you like a
no,
single
it's a
Yu-Gi-Oh
summon
card out of the 14,000-ish Yu-Gi-Oh cards that exist?
Chainlink
Good news for you, you could probably
target.
Oh my goodness.
It just targets any number of cards?
Equal to how many rituals I control in grave.
Yeah, so big push here. So many rituals in
7.
graveyard. 6.
Chainlink 2?
Yep.
6 cards there.
Okay.
Chainlink 3. Master.
So Chainlink 1 looks like we're going to use another
flip?
Mimigul room here. And Chainlink 2 looks like we're going to use the effect of Mimigul Maker to try to flip down or flip up that face down dragon.
It's actually a floodgate trap
Will this miss
hole.
the timing?
Oh, it is floodgate trap hole. Okay, the lighting on that, but yeah, you're right. I can see the little sliver of light that's the top of the light of the floodgate trap hole, which also the little goblin at the bottom of the trap hole can see right before
What's
he
the question directly?
well stays
will
in that floodgate trap hole.
Will floodgate
for a
trap
long
hole miss the
time.
timing as this is resolving?
One by one. I will target.
Yeah, he didn't just say everything. He correctly said.
Because you went Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, and you're going Chainlink 3.
Okay.
So Chainlink 3 is Mimigul Maker, Chainlink 2 is the floodgate trap hole, Chainlink 1 of course is Bathor.
Then all of this is legal.
Okay. Thinking on Chainlink 3.
Thinking on Chainlink 3, Caleb, one last
You're doing
chance
this
to
to
jump
pop
into
it?
the duel.
No, this is getting flipped face down.
Okay.
This is getting flipped face up.
It's nice to see Megalith make another resurgence. It actually was really popular in Duel Links for a while, and
that's fine.
I think this is its moment. I think there's finally, with the new Megalith support, of course, enough cards to keep it going. But yeah, we are going to see all of this.
New
big
chain,
stack of cards go to the graveyard.
Archfiend.
I mean, I'm impressed by pop 5
And I believe the master.
Yeah, that's
yes.
Yeah, but Master
not
has
see
a
that every day.
clause to protect itself as long as there's a face down defense position monster on my opponent or a Mimigul.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Archfiend effect.
So Archfiend, Caleb's going to have to discard. And if you're cheering for Nathan, at least he gets to draw a card here. He is running down on resources. So drop off a Magnet Warrior into the graveyard, not the worst thing for those places. To keep your Magnet Warriors, consider you can banish a couple in order to special summon some monsters later.
We haven't really even seen the Magnet Warriors.
Yeah, this is a Megalith duel.
Yeah. I'm over here questioning, what exactly does the end board look like with the Magnet Warriors?
Magnet
Plus
Bonding, I'm going to fusion summon by shuffling from Banish, Grave, or Field.
Megaliths.
Well, you said the magic words, because now it is time to bond some magnets together.
Yeah, this is funny. We're not really seeing the magnet combo, but we are still seeing that bonding can put... Oh, what's this one called? This is the new one. Flux?
Flux.
It's got a weird second.
Oschenfeld, I want to say? Yeah.
Telezon and level 4. So level 5 or higher and an Earth.
What was the second one?
It's like a quick effect bounce to
File.
hand, if
Okay,
I
thank
recall
you,
correctly, with rock monsters and one of your opponent's cards.
Flux of Shine Fill effect. I will revive a.
Let's take a look at Neuron.
I can summon a
whenever
rock
we
monster
are
from hand or
in
field.
doubt. Something you can do at home too, of course. With Flux Oschenfeld, if fusion summon, special summon a rock monster from the hand or graveyard without any restriction there. But quick effect, you can target an Earth monster you control, one card your opponent controls, return them to the hand.
Okay.
Only use each effect once per turn and not more than one in the same chain. It is level 7
Use a
now,
properly summoned a file.
which can be a little awkward sometimes
You
with
did
the
on the
rituals.
field and let your hand go.
That is fine.
But it's a good time to be a rock duelist.
Full luck effect, ritual from Grave. Using itself.
So, you know, you might have thought for a moment that Caleb was down and out, but no, this is a full resurgence
A file
here.
effect, add a ritual monster.
And Ophiel coming back to add another
Sorry,
ritual
a
monster
Megalith
from the deck to the hand. That deck is getting real slim. Look how small the stack of cards looks like in his hand.
Yeah, I wish.
His deck is all gas. Just looking over his deck list,
yeah,
I don't really
Archon.
see anything in his deck that's going to put up much of a fight in terms of countering.
No
will
counterplay,
summon
just
Block
all
Dragon.
haymakers.
There's literally 3 Skullmeister, and that's it.
Okay. Which is good, though, because when you consider Skullmeister, got that Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion feel, but without the high point cost. So
Exactly.
Or any point cost.
It has
Effective
none, yeah.
ritual.
I mean, Rocks and Fiends. Is there a version of this deck that you could tech in, maybe like a Dark
Dark
Calling?
I was thinking you were going to say that, yeah.
Well, I do love Evil Heroes. You can just call me Evil Hero Pheromone. But it is true, I mean, but that's even more gas, though. That's even less
A Shine
stuff.
Fill effect. I'll target a file and the Archfiend to bounce.
Okay.
Yeah, this must be the Flux bounce here.
Yeah, and that's smart, too, because you've got nothing but attack position monsters to fight with, so you're going to do some damage. Got only 4 minutes left on the clock here, and the rules have changed. Remember, folks at home,
That's fine.
if this goes to 0, it is a double loss.
Cards in hand. 3. Battle.
So into the battle phase.
26.
2,600 off of the 1,800 from Flux Oschenfeld will be 800.
37.
Main event stage. Neuron.
37.
Sun.
19.
Neuron.
Yep.
Sun. If you're
Oh, and that's right. There's a face-down monster on the field, so I believe the Mimigol Maker is protected.
Please confirm life duelists.
26 minus 18.
No, it's 800. And then 1,700 was taken the second time, so 2,500 should be
Right,
lost.
so the
by
Master
blue
does
duelists.
say,
said 17?
cannot be destroyed by battle
this
or
is at,
card
uh,
effects
Oh, he's 37.
while your opponent
Yeah,
controls
37
any
over,
face-down monsters. Or
1900.
you control
Yep,
a Mimigol
and
monster
26
other
over
than Mimigol
18.
Master. So yeah, it's safe. And that actually means that maybe
2,700
these two
lost.
decks are
Okay.
so well balanced
So
against each other.
5,300
One able to
blue
get rid
duelist,
of all the resources, the
7,000
other
red
able
duelist.
to bring it all back.
53, yeah.
They have 3 minutes. I don't know
Me
if
too.
either of these duels makes that out alive.
Duelist informing you as well. You have less than 3
Here's
minutes.
the
of
Block
getting
Dragon.
Block Dragon.
It's almost a detriment that Caleb's deck can just keep going and going and going and going right now, because he's really going to need the turn to pass back to
I
Nathan,
will
and
pass.
Nathan have a very swift
Yep.
Stand by me.
draw,
Yep.
evaluate hand, realize there's not much
This
to
is
do,
only an
because
omni-negate if
if
something's
Nathan
targeted?
can make
No,
any
it's just an
substantive
omni-negate
play
period.
here,
It gets the
this
bonus
is
effect
gonna
if you
be
targeted a card on
double
my
loss.
The bonus effect is to
Certainly is.
Yes.
And we've seen some duelists, you know, get to that double loss posture and just say, you know, I'm not going to do that to my fellow
Yes.
duelist. I'm going to go ahead and get out of this.
So we have an interesting one here. It's a copy of Smith's Track.
Yep.
Yeah, it
Think on
is
res.
actually. Adding Santa Claus from the deck to the hand.
Yep.
Discarding the Floodgate Trap Hole. Who is Santa Claus going to take over right now?
I'll activate
I
Tron
thought it was
Effector Ritual.
Valentine's Day.
I know, right? That's so true.
A file effect?
Sure.
Oh, file Block Dragon, sorry.
Sure.
Well, you can't play Heart's Cryptor in this format, so.
Ah ha ha ha.
Yeah.
You can't play Malice. I still want to make a Malice deck that's all just equip spells because they put out so many bodies on the field.
file.
So Malice United We Stand in Solidarity.
Yes.
I see.
It's not good, but it is fun. And you gravity bind. We're all level 3.
This is true.
I am a toxic duelist.
Level limit area B.
Yeah, actually. But then I'm probably going to face the double loss that these duelists may.
See,
So let's see if they can pick up the Pegasus, and we get ourselves one winner.
Declare effect of Archfiend to summon your
There's Santa Claus on the field. Goodbye, biggest megalith.
Swords revealing.
Another set here. Swords revealing light. That's still not going to be quite enough.
Yeah, this is not looking great for these duelists because Swords of Revealing Light has an actual effect.
Chain 1.
And the effect says
Chain
the
2.
opponent cannot declare an attack.
1 minute remaining in the
3
match.
turns. But we are seeing another destruction here from the megalith. Or excuse me, from the Mimighoul dragon.
Activate.
And that could clear the field, so if you can make a combo in the next couple of seconds that does 7,000 damage, maybe we are going to make it, so clock's ticking.
I will surge.
We need the search off the maker here.
Declare effect of fairy to summon to my field.
Yep.
Grabbing the Mimighoul Fairy, brings out the Mimighoul Fairy. Got to pick it up a little faster than that, but switch to attack mode.
Attempt to enter battlefield.
Yep.
Swing for 25.
Yep.
25, 18. Little peck on the cheek for 100. And then maybe you can do it by making the giant Mimighoul and doing effect damage. 22 seconds on the clock.
Yep.
Giant effect to switch.
Yep.
Yeah, 1400.
Caleb being a great sport. Yep.
15 seconds.
Go and take that card back.
Activate maker.
Yep.
Grab our Mimighoul maker. See if we can make some Mimighouls.
Oh, this is so close.
Clock may be different at home, so if it gets to 0, don't panic. The judge has their own timer on the field, and we'll stop them when it's time.
That is time in the round?
Oh, and that is time on the round.
To destroy these two.
So wasn't able to get to it, I believe.
Okay.
It's 2,000. It would be the
For each card destroyed?
Duelists,
maybe.
As soon as the moment I called time, the match was over.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So he tried to get to it, just couldn't get to it fast enough. Nathan has everything he needs, but based on the fact that these decks are so evenly matched, they were unable to close it back. This is unfortunately a double loss. It happens. I mean, one of those decks you really have to keep track of. You don't ever want to be in that situation. We saw that he could have made it, but it's just one of those things when your deck just goes back and forth, you almost have to conserve your energy, make shorter turns so that you can get to that winning combo faster, or at least when there's still time on the clock.
I actually think Nathan was playing just about as fast as you could conceivably in that last couple of turns there. So
but not about playing fast, about playing shorter, less moves.
I don't know if there are any additional moves that he made there, though. It's just rough. It just is what it is. He needed literally 6 seconds.
True, and unfortunately he didn't have those 6 seconds. So let's take a little moment to breathe here, Duelists. There's still going to be great, exciting action soon, but we're going to go ahead and throw it to break for now.
So Yu-Gi-Oh! For me is just like the formation of my adulthood. I've been playing since 2005 or whenever the game came out. And I met so many long-term friends and relationships that I still have to this day. People that I see at every event that I go to, people that I talk to, text. So I owe a lot of my friendships as an adult to Yu-Gi-Oh!
All right, so what does Yu-Gi-Oh! Mean to me? So for the better part of my adult life, about 14 years, I've been playing this game. And from it I get competition, friendship, lifelong friendships I made along the way. And honestly, I wouldn't trade these events for anything. It really means a lot to me, whether it being seeing the same friends 6 times a year in every city across the country and world, or competition like playing at the highest level. It really has taught me like a lot of lessons, and I've really enjoyed every bit about it.
What it means to me is just this awesome space for people to get together, to get to know each other. There are people in here who I would have never dreamed of becoming friends with or getting to know personally when I was little. I don't really like to play sports. I'm not the athletic kid at school. So during COVID lockdown, I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! With my dad, and we slowly progressed from there. I mean, my first nationals in 2022, I topped, and then from there it kind of just took off, and I'm friends with a lot of people that are really nice and are amazing. So it's just this great space for people to get together.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a bond between friends, a great time to travel to events, enjoy time with friends. It's really overall the experience. I'd love to share it with my friends. It's just a great experience to me.
So to me, Yu-Gi-Oh is quite literally my entire life. I'm 23 years old now, and I've been playing since I was like actually conscious with my older brother. Fun fact, it was actually a big part of the reason I learned how to read. So I could learn how to play Yu-Gi-Oh with my brother, but I remember like explicitly him saying like, if you want to play with me, you have to learn how to read. And so at 3 years old, I learned like how to read to play with my brother. And this game is just so much to me because I've met a ton of lifelong friends, and I've had countless experiences that could never be replicated if I had never played this game. So it's quite literally everything to me.
All right, welcome back everyone to the 300th YCS in Richmond, Virginia. We had over 2,000 players here trying to compete and win on one of these historic milestone events. We have the Genesys Proto-YCS going on. There's more dueling action here this weekend than we've ever had before, and it has been such an exciting day. We've seen some incredible matches, and we're going to see some more, right, Asala?
Absolutely. There are so many fantastic duelists at this tournament, and I think a lot of them have just been doing incredibly well so far. We've seen some hits, some misses, but, you know, it's a long tournament.
Yeah, and we actually have some duelists that we're trying to keep our eye on through this tournament to see how they do. You can see my pick to win it all there at the top was our former world champion from 2024, Ruben Peñaranda.
See, I had to pick Rahan. He has been a little bit out lately, but he has already won an invitational, so he's trying to reclaim his fame.
So you see everyone's picks are in it to win it. The worst record there is X1, only one loss, which is going to be enough to get you to day 2. A couple of these duelists are at 4-0, or it looks like just one player left at 4-0, and that's Joe Bogley.
Yeah, Joseph's picks are already doing so strong.
Yeah, we saw him in a feature match round number 1, and you know, Joe Bogley, a world's competitor, excellent duelist, and of course our reigning world champion, Julian Keon, is X1 as well, 3-1. That's Darling's pick to win it. But you know, I'm still pulling for Ruben. I really hope he gets to walk away with it all, obviously, because you know, there's something about being like, yeah, I knew it all along. He is going to be someone to watch out, and so are all these other duelists. But let's go ahead and meet our players for our round 5 feature match. Kangas, take it away.
Up first in the blue chair from Plano, Texas, your reigning Pittsburgh YCS champion in his first landmark YCS event, Aditya Daria! And his opponent today in the red chair from Buffalo, New York, been playing 2 years and has one regional top. Shout out to the Buffalo crew, Kevin Aleko! Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. That's right, we have our previous YCS winner from YCS Pittsburgh at the end of last year, Aditya. He's also an NAWCQ champion, second place at the 2025 NAWCQ, multiple-time world's competitor, and he has brought the Magus branded Draco Tail strategy. You see that beautiful art of Spinta there on the screen, and he's taking on Kevin, who is another player that decided to give their shot at trying to play Malice still, like Xuping, but off to a good start at 4-0 with the Malice strategy, but he's taking on quite the opponent here in round number 5.
Yeah, just hearing their descriptions, it's a bit of a David versus Goliath matchup here. Lots of accolades on one end, and a regional top is nothing to scoff at, but, you know, it's a lot to compete with.
Yeah, but you mean getting Aditya on the feature match stage, you know, I talked to him yesterday. He plays a lot better when the bright lights aren't shining on him, as, you know, we've seen some slight missteps throughout the way, but he's one of those players that knows how to learn from his mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has those days, Asala, and he is able to learn from those mistakes and keep on going, and that's why he has yielded some of the most incredible results of any duelist over the past 3 years.
In such a short, such a short amount of time.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible, and, you know, he is from a city I used to live in for many years, Plano, Texas. So big shout outs to North Texas there. But Kevin, you know, 4-0, like you're feeling a little confident. You at least know you did something right in your preparation when you start off winning the first 4 rounds. You at least know that you have a game plan, a strategy that can get you there to day number 2. But that's only the halfway point of day number 1. We have 9 rounds of Swiss today, so he's going to have to play 5 more and keep up this record with the Malice strategy. And we saw it with Xuping. It's a little more glass cannon, a little more not as consistent and resourceful as it used to be, as you were mentioning earlier during Xu Ping's match.
Yeah, absolutely. Did lose out on all of that longevity.
Longevity, that was the word I was looking for.
Yeah, so I mean, 4-0 definitely a record. He's had to play against all of these decks, I assume, up to this point. There's a lot of popular strategies that you would assume would have a better matchup here. So I imagine he has cards in his deck to accommodate for that. So we'll see what he has for what I imagine is going to be one of the most popular matchups this tournament, and that is the branded Draco Tail Magistus strategy.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see the Magistus cards here because we've seen branded Draco Tail earlier on the stage, but we haven't got to see that brand new card, Spinta, the Magistus Sealer, and how powerful that card can make an impact onto this deck from Burst Protocol. And this is like the most high-rolly version of the deck. I say high-rolly, but like that means like it has the chance to do the most amount of things. You're not just going to have like a small board. It's going to be that full complete board. Zorora along the way, maybe trying to lock out your opponent. But if you're whether using the Zorora fusion monster to negate a card or the Zorora synchro to maybe stop your opponent from being able to link summon if you're up against something like Yummy or the Fiendsmith card, something like that. Or, who knows, Malice. Malice could be something.
Yeah, you can easily lock down any one of those extra deck types with the effect of the Synchro Zorora. But I think like the biggest thing with the Magic strategy is that it bridges all of the engines together.
Okay, so yeah, we're going to see if that's going to be the case here. I really do hope that Aditya draws that Spinta so we can see it in all its glory and action here in round number 5. I feel like every time we get Aditya up there, it's the same kind of Aditya. You got the hat kind of like covering the eyes of
his image never changes.
Exactly. Like growing up, it was always like the hood's up, like calculator case, like 2-player Spellground. And now Aditya's just, you know, hat, hoodie, like ready to go.
This is going to be one of those matchups where, for Malice, you really want to go first, but when you're playing against Aditya, I don't know, I just have flashbacks to Pittsburgh. If when he goes second, he just has every possible card going second. He has any Molcharmy, he has access to Fimena. We'll see if that can happen again.
Now, I'm going to like say my personal thing that I even told Aditya this and Pittsburgh. I've noticed he does really well when he has the Bestials in his deck. Not here this time, so it doesn't have the Bestial monsters, but we're going to have to see if he's still going to be able to have that same accomplishment that he's had in the past with those Bestial monsters. Not that he's bad with anything else. I just something I've noticed that he's always done really well when he's going second, and it's like Bestial, Bestial.
All just cards to put monsters on the field before it's even his turn.
Exactly. And Draco Tail is a deck that can do that if he's able to open up with like Draco Tail Fimena or something like that while he's going second. But going into the tournament, like it's tough to. You want to play the best deck, the strongest deck, but that also means you have the biggest target as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So he knows that going into the tournament, he can make that choice anyway, choosing to play the Magistus cards, which are more vulnerable to interactions from the hand because you are just leaving yourself open to interactions that you're normally not ever interacting with. But that looks like a 5 from Kevin and an 8 from Aditya. So Aditya will be able to start this game.
All right, that's where he wants to be. It's time to duel round 5, 300th YCS Richmond, Virginia, here on Valentine's
Draw
Day.
phase.
Very good.
Stand by main.
Yep.
We'll see how Aditya wants to lead here. Will we be activating Spenta? We'll be activating Branded Fusion.
Strong start here. No Ash Blossom. Not that you always want to Ash Blossom. A lot of times you just kind of have to hold it through Branded Fusion nowadays. So it's going to send the Fallen of the White Dragon. Kind of indicates maybe he doesn't play Fallen of Albaz.
I mean, just having it in graveyard might be useful enough.
True.
If you're going to be summoning...
I'll send Fallen of the White Dragon.
Okay, we're going to be sending Spenta as our light here.
Okay, Spenta does have a graveyard effect to banish to equip a Magistus monster.
I'll be on the Branded Dragon.
It really comes in handy with Moon Maiden.
Do you have anything on Resolution?
So now we're going to be summoning Albion the Branded Dragon.
Activate Spenta.
Using its effect
targeting
here.
Albion the Branded Dragon?
Or, nope, no effect. We're just going to be activating.
Yep, so he is going to use that Spenta effect to equip Artemis.
I will place Artemis. I'll activate the effect of Artemis.
Moon Maiden.
Yep.
And
this is going to let him add.
So originally this card was just, I saw it used just to send, you know, Alistair the Invoker of the Graveyard so you get the light for Invoke Macabre. But now it actually gets to use its effect to add
Crowley.
Crowley, which, like Snake Eyes Poplar, when it's added, can special summon from the hand.
I'll activate the effect
it also
of
has
Crowley.
A cool effect that lets you fusion summon for an invoked fusion.
Effect of Crowley on summon?
Yep, you're good.
Fuse.
And here comes Crowley. Mr. Crowley is going to use the effect to fusion with that Albion.
Let's see what he makes here.
I'll summon Zorua.
It's going to be
I
Zorora.
will activate.
All right, the Zorora Fusion.
effect of
This is
Zorora
going to
to
equip from the graveyard, and then while it has an equipped monster, it's able to negate a monster effect and then destroy a face-up card on the field.
I will activate Rahu Dracotail.
Next up, Rahu, opening Branded Fusion, Rahu Dracotail. Absolutely incredible, powerful spells coming down here for our most recent NA YCS champion, Aditya.
I like this use of Branded Fusion, just going straight into the Zorora to have a monster interruption to insulate the rest of your plays.
Mm-hmm. Definitely strong start, and we get to see like how the Magistus cards work well with the branded cards without even needing the Dracotails or needing to draw any of the Magistus cards. Really cool stuff. So if you're wondering like, what is the benefit of playing these cards in this deck, you're seeing it right here.
It looks like we're going to be activating Rahu, sending a Lucius from the deck as well as a Fuwalos from the hand.
Yep, no response.
Arthalion is going to target the Lucius in the graveyard to add back to hand, and then Lucius will be able to activate to set as well from the deck.
Now Kevin is playing Bestial monsters. Does he have a Bestial?
To use on what?
Oh, Lucius is an Earth.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's Malulu's the Dark, right? That's the one that you can really only get Bestialed.
Yeah.
But he could save the Bestial for the Albion, so he doesn't have to deal with the Fallen and Virtuous later on, potentially, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, there are instances he could have used, yeah.
He doesn't have it, probably.
Cutting off Fallen to Virtuous, I don't know if that's the ideal route, but it's, I suppose, good enough to a trade interruption for an interruption.
You get a monster on the field, yeah. But
like
now
Ketu.
it looks like the Lucius is going to set Ketu Dracotail.
Ketu. And then add Lucius to my hand.
The Arthalion's going to add back the Lucius.
Imagine we were going to be able to normal summon it now. We have not used that yet. And then, yeah, it looks like immediately... Oh, no, we're just going to be using Ketu first. Trying to protect yourself, again, from something like maybe Effect Veiler or Ghost Mourner. Having 5 mana in the hand already to back up the Lucius, so you don't even have to use a Zorora.
Nice, nice. Do you think the Lucius is going to grab something like Urgula?
I would have to be Urgula, right? So you don't have to waste the 5 mana?
Yep.
Or at least you have access to getting it back.
Exactly.
Now...
Could go for Pan, maybe, but yeah, it's going to be the Urgula.
Yeah, so this is where if you're going to activate the 5 mana, fuse with the Arthalion and the Urgula, or the Lucius again, sure, I guess, why not? We're going to use the Lucius here. Already used its effect in Graveyard, but this is going to go into Secretarion.
Okay.
Urgula.
Urgula effect to set from the deck. Lucius has already used its Graveyard effect. So we're just going to get probably Dracotail Flame here.
It looks like we have...
Oh.
Yep, there's Dracotail Flame. A very non-engine heavy hand here, because it looks like the Branded Fusion has given us every card currently on the table. And using Fuwalos from the hand instead of a Dracotail monster, I mean, very easily says that there's no Dracotail cards in the hand.
Yeah, he just had that one Rahu, and sometimes that's enough. So now the Urgula is going to go to the bottom of the deck to return the fine mana to the hand.
We'll see what he wants to use the Secretarion, if he even activates it here. So
yep, gets the special summon back, a dragon, and a spellcaster.
All right, yeah, going to be targeting the Fallen of the White Dragon and the Lucius.
So Lucius will go to the bottom. He's going to special summon the Fallen of the White Dragon.
And now Fallen of the White Dragon, when it's summoned, is going to be able to special summon an Ecclesia monster from the deck. This is going to summon Incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous.
I'm a big Sword Soul player, so I'm so happy that Incredible Ecclesia is like back in rotation. Even if it's not in a Sword Soul deck, it's still cool.
Being actually used as a tuner more often now is not something I ever expected from this card.
It's definitely something that the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon have brought into rotation. But he won't be able to use the Synchro Summon this turn, thanks to the Rahu and that Branded Fusion.
He has to be a little careful now. If he leaves this Fallen of the White Dragon on the field, and his opponent just happens to be playing an Abelonatus.
He just gets to send all the dragons. That would be quite funny. Oh, it looks like he might be accounting for that. He's thinking of going into his own Abelonatus.
I mean, you have to respect it, right? If it's not doing much else on this board, you might as well just fuse with that and the Arthalion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's heavily considering it.
I will go to the end phase.
And the Ecclesia on the field can turn into the other Fallen of Albaz at any point.
Looks like he decides not to summon his own Alba, and now we're at the end phase. The Albion, the Branded Dragon's going to set or add. He's going to add a Branded Fusion.
Okay, probably open multiple copies of Fallen the Virtuous. I mean, this was all off one Branded Fusion, so that's pretty cool.
Branded Fusion and Rahu, right? Yeah, he had both.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But still, a lot with a little.
Stand by main.
So he can negate a monster effect. He has the Dracotail Flame to negate a spell. We know he has Fine Mana, which is going to let him fusion summon. It's going to be a normal summon of Backup Ignister. Not where you want to be if you're Kevin as a Malice Duelist.
Yeah, lots of signs of weakness here. Going to immediately met with Fallen and the Virtuous. Oh, was the effect not activated? Looks like they was going to go into Lingering Bow immediately.
Yep, sends the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon to the graveyard for the Fallen and the Virtuous. Takes out the Backup Ignister. Now Allure of Darkness is coming down next for Kevin.
Now, there's not a whole lot of flame targets in the Malice strategy. Do you think you just go for it here?
I think you flame Allure, yep. Looks like he is going to flame the Allure of Darkness, so he's going to negate that and put a card back and draw a fresh one off the top. The Ketsu Dracotail limited to one, definitely want to recycle it.
Keep that in rotation for following Dracotail effects. Flame resolves as intended. And now a second copy of Allure. This one's going to resolve, I assume, unless the card drawn was maybe an Ash Blossom.
That's fine.
Draws one, draws two.
Is it a Dormouse? It's another okay.
Not even being able to trigger a Malice effect. Has to banish another copy of Backup Ignister, and now it looks like he's going to make the right play and concede to jump into the side deck. I mean, maybe he the misplay was trying.
Yeah.
He had a horrible hand. Like,
clearly.
It was Backup Ignister, Allure. I saw one of the traps. He drew into another one of the traps with the Allure that did resolve. Just absolutely brutal start there. But now DJ knows what he's playing against.
Yeah, I think it was definitely advised to not play a single card there, but I think that's where experience really shows, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a tough call too to like not try into like a field like that.
Because even if you did high roll and hit a Dormouse off the Allure and was able to banish it, were you able to compete with that field?
Definitely not. Yeah. There's so many like forms of interaction. I mean, just the Zorora would be able to negate the Dormouse. The Fine Mana threatens Arthalion. So many different things. And we also had another set face down with probably a Horn or a Sting or something like that.
I mean, he had access to Albaz off the Ecclesia as well.
Yeah, if he was playing Fallen Albaz, yeah.
I have to assume that he is.
Well, you know what they say about assuming, Asala. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. But no, you never know. A lot of the times you do see two Fallen of the White Dragon and the one Fallen of Albaz. I like personally playing the Fallen of the Albaz because it also gives you like that Rinbrum like access too. Like if you're able to go into Mirror Jade or something like that, you can send down the Rinbrum and just gives you a little more ways to like push through more disruptions with one card.
Well, at the very least, your opponent has to respect it, right?
Yeah,
with the Ecclesia on the field.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, at least it can terrify you.
Yeah.
A bit. But we just see them side decking here, and this is where things will get a little spicy. If you're not playing Branded Dracotail and you're playing decks that banish like Malice, there's been a card that's been in a lot of people's side decks, on a lot of people's minds as of late. And that's going to be Dimensional Fissure.
Yeah, any of those dimensional cards, you just don't want to see them when you're the Branded.
Yeah, I always have to take a moment like Dimensional Fissure, Dimension Shifter, like which dimension are we going to be going in? Are we going to be staying in the dimension we're in? Are we going to be shifted into a different one? Are we going to fall into the fissure?
Aditya wants to stay right here.
He wants to stay right here. He wants to win the 300th YCS and become a champion of a historic milestone event. He's already an NAWCQ champion, a YCS champion, and having those two things on your belt is very hard. Not many people have done it. There have been a few throughout the years, but if you could win another YCS year and be the 300th, that would mean everything to him.
Absolutely. But Kevin is here to stop him. Even though he has lost game one, he's able to take the going first in game number two. And looking at his side deck, he has a lot of options to make sure things go his way. He just has to draw playable.
Yep, that's the name of the game. Being able to play through. He's probably going to maybe try and find call by grave, triple tactics talent. There's tons of really cool tools you can use even if your opponent has those interactions from the hand. But Dimensional Fissure is definitely the one he's looking for the most. It's like Kevin's staring pretty intently down. Oh no, maybe just deep in thought.
Yeah, I think he's just nervous, like he's contemplating what to do during the games. Yeah. You can kind of see the nerves on him throughout.
Yeah, but I'm sure Aditya's going to give both decks a really good shuffle, make sure his deck's nice and randomized, and he'll make sure to randomize Kevin's deck as well, I am sure. Yep. Give it a good shuffle there, Aditya. Good job. And Kevin just cuts the deck.
He's giving it a good shuffle for sure.
I would too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just saying. Just saying, but not saying. You know,
Charming
one of
might
those
be my
kind of
Valentine's.
things. And now the deck's
Honestly.
back to Kevin.
All right.
And we are about to head into game number 2. So we talked about Malice. It's not the most popular deck, but people did bring it here this weekend. It has been weakened drastically, but it is
Good to
still
draw
very
hands?
good at going first.
I mean, yeah, this is the game to win for Aditya. If he's able to take down Malice going second here in game number 2, then I think that's the end for Malice's career.
Right.
Although
Good luck.
you would still be 4-1 for Kevin, so you're not too upset about it, but you definitely want to be able to win this game here. And there is already a really powerful card in his hand.
Stand by.
Yep.
You're good.
Yeah, I see a lot of side deck cards.
Do we have a starter, though? I'm not really sure.
I mean, my eyes just can't get off the Mistaken Arrest and Dimensional Fissure, but
Yeah.
I don't know what else is there.
Oh, start Allure.
Okay, Allure again. This seems to be the MVP of his deck.
Oh, it's going to be met with Fualos. Interesting. Oh, just to prevent an Ash Blossom being drawn off the Allure here.
But I talked about the cards. No, he doesn't Called by the Grave it?
Oh,
He has Called by the Grave.
Is he discarding his whole hand? Okay. No. There is a Dark Monster here, but it looks like he will have to pass here after activating that Dimensional Fissure.
Someone needs to tell Kevin you're supposed to banish the Malice monsters of the Lure of Darkness. Not that it's his fault, but unfortunate draws there from Kevin, setting 3 more cards face down, Dimensional Fissure, and a Hope.
He just knew that he wasn't going to draw playable and just kept the Called by.
That is what happened.
Yeah.
That's absolutely incredible. I was wondering why he wouldn't want to change the Called by, because Flawless is pretty strong against Malice in many different ways. So smart stuff here from Kevin. Holding on to the Called by. He also has Mistaken Arrest set and then one other card that we're not sure of what it is. But this we talked about the fragility of Malice now. It's been hit so many times on the Forbidden limited list. It's just tough.
A lot of consistency hits as well. Yeah. You don't have that many names anymore. So this is often something that happens.
You're losing cards out of the main deck. You've lost cards out of the extra deck.
Branded Fusion.
Now, how will Aditya-san going to activate Branded Fusion?
All right, that can still pose quite a big threat here.
I'll impulse the Branded Fusion.
Has the Dominus Impulse from hand.
Oh, kept that one in hand just in case.
Only defensive options coming here from Kevin.
Yep.
What will Aditya do? Dimensional Fissure has been on everyone's mind if you're playing the Brand Drake Hotel deck. So there has to be some solution in your deck, but it's a means of drawing it.
Lucius is perfect here. It's a big monster. It can at least attack.
Mistaken Arrest.
But Mistaken Arrest could come back to bite Kevin because it does last until the end of your next turn. So Kevin, not having any starters, won't be able to add for his hand. But he's going to chain the NTP 07, so he will get at least a Dormouse. Dormouse, you can navigate your turn without needing to actually add any cards from your deck to your hand.
I mean, yeah, for the most part, Malice never really needed to access its deck to add cards to hand, at least. There's very few cards that actually do that. It's usually just Red Ransom.
Red Ransom, Cyber's Wicked, Backup Ignister, but none of that is necessary. It's just kind of more important to get where you need to go. Malice is an easy way to put enough damage out without needing any of those cards.
Absolutely. And when you already have Dimensional Fissure on the field, it's really hard to access Cyber's Wicked and use its effect.
True. You have no monsters in the graveyard. True.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you drew another copy of Dimensional Fissure.
Yeah, absolutely did.
But now it's back to Aditya. How is he going to stop this Dormouse?
I mean, he looks like he has some kind of answer.
I'll activate 5 mana.
We're going to be activating 5 mana. It's a bit expensive.
But it might be enough if he can just...
Yeah, no response.
What is it, just Arthur Lion back the Dormouse?
Okay, it's Lucas and Bell from the hand here.
So that's one from the hand. Yeah, it's just going to be putting the Dormouse back into the hand.
The saddest Arthalion ever, but it could be enough. It was enough to make Kevin pass the turn before, but how is he going to find the rest of the damage to survive another turn?
Yeah, he needs to find 3,200 more. Just another Dimensional Fissure just for good measure.
All right, 3,200 more is what you need.
Normal summon?
Oh, that's a lot of damage. But you still take the damage. Fallen of the White Dragon, special summon from the hand. Special summons Incredible Ecclesia. It's Fallen White 1800, right? This is 63, I'm pretty sure.
This might just be enough, yeah, out the gate.
I'm pretty sure this is enough. Unless I'm mistaken about Fallen's attack points. Let me pull it up.
Battle phase?
18.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
It's
what I
exact
thought.
same stats, yeah.
That's what I thought. 15, 18.
It's enough.
You got Dimensional Fissure,
Call by.
no
Call by.
problem.
Yeah.
Aditya finds a
that.
way to
Oh
take
my
this
God.
game against Kevin, despite going second there.
I've drawn pretty
against
good the rest of the
Dimensional
early
Fissure,
day
against
so far,
Shared
so-
Ride. Sometimes when you side deck, you just see too much of the side deck. And those Allure of Darknesses just were not kind to Kevin either game. They didn't find any of the Malice monsters he was looking for. But that's the risk you run when you're playing a deck that's been so heavily hit.
Absolutely. And the weird thing is, in that position, when you're trying to draw blind off of alert, the only one you actually can hit is Dormouse, right? All the other ones don't get you there if you don't already have anything to play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at least you get like a monster on the field.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dormouse is the only one that will actually like advance your game state anyways. But it feels bad when you're banishing like Wizard Addict Mister out of your hand for sure.
You'd want to get some value out of it, absolutely. But I mean, if you didn't have the Dimensional Fissures, looking at Aditya's hand, he had the Fuwalis, he had the Fimena, he had ways to play. It was a hard game to try to win, but he just needed to have some kind of starter, and Aditya was able to pull through.
Yeah, and you have to think he drew that Fallen of the White Dragon, right?
Yeah.
So that's an excellent top deck. Because if he wasn't able to finish the game that turn, he might have lost. Like that one Dormouse resolving, like we saw how much he had to invest into the Arthline just to put it back into the hand. It could have really turned things around there for Kevin, but
Aditya knew that all he had to do was get rid of the Dormouse when already he had no way to play prior. I mean, he had one more card that he found. I don't know what it would have to be in that situation with a Dormouse in hand to fix it. I guess it would have to be March Hare.
yeah, it would have to be something like that. And but unfortunately, it was just that second copy Dimensional Fissure he drew off the top. And like, what's even cooler is like you need like the Arthalion specific kind of interruption, the return to hand effect. Because if it was anything like Fallen the Virtuous or anything that destroys a monster with the Dimensional Fissure face up, that Dormouse just comes right back. So like really heads up there for Aditya. And this is another thing I like about Dracotail, is it can output a ton of damage with very few monsters. If you get an Arthalion or two, that's 6,000. You just really need one more monster. Or as we saw there, one attack from Lucius, Arthalion plus Fallen of the White Dragon, and then it's just over.
I love fusion decks for exactly that reason. It's so easy to put out a lot of damage with very few actual activations and summons. And it's just one of their specialties. Just generate a lot of value, summon big monsters. It's a very fun strategy.
It really is. I mean, I guess that is why I gravitate towards those fusion decks, especially the fusion decks with the powerful spell cards. Like Branded Fusion and Rahu Dracotail are absolutely incredible cards.
Summoning a 3,000 attack monster, and you got like 3 more cards with it. You know, it feels pretty good.
Yeah, and Rahu, with Rahu Arthalion, you're basically searching your deck for any cards you need, making sure the Urgula is in there with a fine mana. You're going to get the missing piece. Maybe you need a Pan or something as well so that you can grab for Ketsu Dracotail. There's just so much going for the Dracotail deck that really is why it has the big target, and it is the deck to beat for this weekend. And probably we haven't got to see the full breakdown for the entire tournament, but I'd imagine it's probably the most popular deck. Maybe not with the Magistus cards included, but
like some variant of
some variant of Dracotail is the deck to beat for the weekend.
Absolutely.
And that's why we've seen people come in packed with Dimensional Fissure, Dimension Shifter in round at number 1. Cards like that, that's stuff for Dracotail to avoid, but not unwinnable. Because you can still use the Fimena effect from hand like that to fusion summon. You still have ways to play. You're just going to be a lot more limited and have no follow-up.
Yeah, you're just putting monsters on the field, and sometimes that's all that matters, right? You need to win those wars of attrition, because at the end of the day, 8,000 to 0 is the goal.
Always, yeah. As long as the simplest way you can reach that goal is what I'm all about. I mean, that's why I like playing the Yummy deck, because one card can lead to 8,000 damage. Like if you have the Mignon up, and you go into Lollipop Yummy Way, summon back 2, that's just infinite damage already, just from one synchro summon, right?
Yeah, exactly. All these decks lately have had really easy ways to put out a lot of damage very quickly. A lot of, not necessarily a lot of summons, so you can avoid things like Nibiru the Primal Being. That's something you really want to pay attention to. And I think it's kind of the reason why Nibiru has been less popular lately.
Yeah, definitely haven't seen as much Nibiru, but we're going to hear from Aditya. He's with Kangas. Go ahead and take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much. I have Aditya. Congratulations on your round 5 feature match win. Up on stage again for a post-match interview. I feel like at this point, this is your comfort zone, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it now.
getting used to winning. Quick 2-0. And I got to put you on the spot there because coming up, you said all of my rounds have ended in like 20 minutes or less. That was like 18 and a half minutes, so you're right on track for that one. What's been the reason for the fast success?
I mean, I don't know. The games just go faster now. That's really it. I like the games aren't as grindy right now.
And I even mentioned or noticed you were talking to your opponent on stage before we came on for the interview, talking about some of those game states. Were you doing a little bit of coaching, giving some advice?
Yeah. So like, I like to talk about the game with my opponent, like if he's open to it. And at the end, he had a 2-dimensional fissure, and I came to a realization that I wasn't going to win a grind game under Di-Fi. So my options were to lose the Fallen, the White Dragon, or the Bell to bounce his Dormouse. And I figured that even if I held the Bell, if he had the extender, I still wasn't going to win the game, especially under Di-Fi. So I just have to secure a game-winning play next turn.
Okay, interesting. I love hearing players talk with each other about those types of mentalities and stuff because he was very attentive and nodding along. So awesome that you're willing to do that. Again, you're very used to being up here. You're 5-0 now. A lot of tournaments still left to play. Any shout-outs you want to give for folks back home?
I have plenty of shout-outs, but I want to save those for when I win.
All right, you're banking them for now. Well, congratulations, Aditya, on the feature match win. Back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. Great to hear from Aditya. It seems like he's up here every time we have a YCS. He is our most recent YCS champion, and now running into the 300th, he has started off 5-0. You obviously couldn't ask for a better start. Now we're going to talk about something cool that you're going to not want to miss, and that's Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron. You get to take part in the Neuron Engage events at your local official tournament stores in North and Latin America on February 28th and March 1st this year. Duelists will have the opportunity to take part in an innovative tournament experience using the Neuron app. With Neuron, duelists can obtain or register a card game ID, register for a sanctioned tournament and sanctioned events, check pairings, drop and re-enter, track live points, and even report their own match results right from the app. Duelists in the Genesys Proto-YCS created and submitted their deck list through Neuron, so you can actually see those points in the Neuron app. It's really useful. You're going to want to make sure you check that out. And duelists taking part in the Neuron Engage event will also have the chance to earn exclusive prizes to mark the occasion. Each participating OTS will receive 2 sets of limited edition sleeves, one awarded to the tournament winner and the other given at random to a lucky participant in the event. To celebrate all those who join in, plastic Field Center cards will also be provided as participation prizes. So just for showing up, you're going to get something. And this gives the duelist an opportunity to walk away with a memento for this special event. And of course, it features Superstar Slayer Typhon, Sky Crisis sleeves, and the always amazing Divine Arsenal Zeus Sky Thunder Field Center while supplies last. So you're not going to want to miss out on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron event happening at the end of this month. Only a couple weeks away from that. I know that Field Center and those sleeves just look phenomenal. I'd love to have the Typhon sleeves on my extra deck. And yeah, Zeus is just one of those all-time great cards.
Yeah, very iconic extra deck monsters at this point. Those are the face of Xyz summoning at this juncture in the game.
Yeah, really, these two are the top. But we're going to actually go to an interview. I got to sit down with the champ himself, the man, the myth, the legend we just saw on stream from Plano, Texas. That's right, Aditya. So let's hear what he had to say to me yesterday. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 300th YCS. I hope you're enjoying the exciting action we have going on here at this milestone event. Right here before it started, I got to sit down with our last YCS champion, 2024 NAWCQ champion, Aditya. Thanks for joining me here this weekend. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Oh, I'm doing great. It's awesome to have a player of your caliber here, and then we get to hear from you and talk about it. So let's, jump right into the interview. So first question, you won the NAWCQ in 2024. That was an epic moment. Then you made it back to the finals the next year where you're almost able to take it down again. So you've been to the World Championship, you've won the NAWCQ, but then you finally won a YCS in Pittsburgh at the end of last year. Tell me about the differences between winning a YCS and then winning something like the NAWCQ and what that meant to you.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely with winning the NAWCQ, there was a lot more pressure on the line, especially towards the end, because you have that Worlds invite. And that was one of my biggest goals, was to just go to Worlds. It wasn't anything else. Like I set a checklist for myself at the beginning of the season. I want to win a regional,
I wanted to win a YCS. I didn't do it that season, but I got it done now. And then I wanted to go to Worlds. I had no plans to win the event, actually win the NAWCQ at the time. I just wanted to go to Worlds. And trust me, after that top 8 game, and I already have Worlds secured, the rest of the event just felt so carefree, just so fun to play, like no stress. I did what I wanted to do, and I had fun doing so. And in that respect, I ended up winning, and it just felt even better.
Felt amazing. So you mentioned that checklist where you had the win a YCS. You obviously probably thought the order was going to go differently. You would start with the YCS, then take on the NAWCQ, then go to Worlds or something like that. But it ended up being that the YCS was the last thing that you had to check off, pretty much, right? I'm sure winning the World Championship might be somewhere in one of those boxes too now that you've done everything else. But tell me what it felt like just to win the YCS, where you could finally check off that box. You weren't just like a one-time champion. You became a 2-time champion. Like, how did that moment feel? Did it like solidify anything to you?
It solidified what I wanted to accomplish for myself. I set my goals, I achieved them, and when I see the difference between winning a YCS and an NAWCQ, I always saw the allure of that Ultra Prize card from the Anotherverse series.
Yep, definitely. One person gets that ultra rare from the main event. Yep.
So that was always something different that I saw and something that I really wanted to strive for. So when I finally did it, it just felt absolutely surreal. And
you had all your friends there cheering you on. I know personally for me, I was like, I mean, I commentated obviously, but I was so happy to congratulate you because I get to watch from the commentary perspective and watch you over the past couple of years dominate event after event, and to see you finally get that, it was such an epic moment for me too. So I was happy to be there to congratulate you at the steps there. So yeah, it was definitely an incredible accomplishment to add to your repertoire of amazing Yu-Gi-Oh feats that you've already done in such a short period of time. So you're a veteran duelist, obviously now at this point. You've achieved the highest level. But going into the tournaments, how do you feel? Do you still get nervous, excited, scared? Are you just more confident? Like, talk to me about your mental state before something like the 300th YCS begins.
I think going into the event is when I'm probably the most calm.
Okay.
My rounds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, especially my early rounds, I am dialed in. I'm focused on my games. I'm paying attention to everything. I think when I get the most nervous is honestly when I come up on stream. It's a completely different environment.
Bright lights,
Exactly.
Big stage.
You're on the stage. Everybody's watching. It's pretty intimidating, and it is definitely something to get used to. And I've tried to get used to it, and I'm working on it as well. When I'm up here, I'm usually talking a lot more, and that's mostly to calm myself down.
Oh, okay, I see. So overall calm, but maybe a little nervous when the bright lights are on the big stage for sure. But yeah, that's interesting because I mean I know a lot of players like round 1 and 2 are the hardest, at least round 1 because they have like butterflies in their stomach or anything like that. But for you, it's the opposite.
I always look at my rounds 1 through 3 as the warm up.
Oh, okay, I can respect that.
So once my warm up's done, that's when the real tournament starts.
Cool. All right, that's good to know. Good to know. So we mentioned that you won the NAWCQ, but on top of that, for the past couple of years, you've been a part of the World's Qualifying Point Playoff, which means not only have you attended a ton of events throughout the year, you've done well at those events, and you actually came in the first spot the past 2 years, right? Out of all the players, if we take the top 16 and they do a playoff to try and get to the World Championship on Friday of the NAWCQ, but you've been number 1. Talk to me about what that took to achieve, and this year you're sitting pretty well. You said maybe around 10 or something, but tell me what it takes to put yourself in that kind of position. What kind of dedication did you have?
Honestly, a big part of it is going to a lot of events, going to a lot of regionals, going to YCSs, and another part is doing well at those. So you can go to every event and just play and play and play, but you need to do well, you need to prepare, you need to go with the intention that you're going to win every single one. Granted, it may not happen, but eventually it will, right?
Yep, keep at it, yep.
I think the biggest part for me was I was not going to events for the points specifically.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to go to events because I wanted to play the game. I wanted to play the game at a high level because that's what I love.
Nice.
So in the end, it just became love for the game. And somehow I ended up first in points for 2 years in a row. The second time was not intentional, but
But it just so happened,
Yeah.
you just did so good, you just happened to be on top, which makes a lot of sense. I like a lot of what you're saying, because that's, I think, a great advice to give people is, step one is to have fun. And then step two are the results. Like, you want to make sure you're having fun first, and then the results will follow, potentially. And
At the end, it doesn't mean anything unless it means something to you.
yeah, that's great words of advice, for sure. We're talking about, you've already won a YCS, you've won the NAWCQ, you've been on top of the points playoffs, but now we're here at a landmark event. This is the 300th YCS, happening all around the world. We got one here, we got one in EU, one in LATAM. What would it mean to you to become the 300th YCS champion?
Honestly, because this is my first landmark event ever.
Okay.
I didn't play in the 250th or the 200th, but I think this event means so much to me, not only because, again, it's the 300th YCS, because all of my friends are here now.
Yeah.
So all of the people that I know, there's nobody who missed out on this event, and I want to win it not only for myself, but for them as well.
That's awesome. Good. You sound like Yugi, like straight out of the TV talking to me, and I'm absolutely love it. I'm here for it. And then, yeah, we're just going to end with one question, and this is for all the people at home watching, who've been watching you for years now, looking up to you, wondering how you do it. What advice do you have for all the players? I mean, I feel like there's a lot of advice they can get from your answer so far, but anything else that you want to, like, say to people at home that might be thinking, like, man, maybe I just don't have what it takes? Like, what would you say to them to inspire them to keep on going?
I would just tell them, keep playing, keep finding new ways, keep your love for the game. If you're struggling at your local events, if you're struggling at your regionals, you're trying to improve, I think the biggest piece of advice I can give is that not everybody is going to play perfect. You are not going to play perfect everywhere. But what is important is not how you play in that moment, but how you recover after the fact. You see me on stream all the time. Like, I make plenty of misplays down in the crowd, up on stream. But what's important is not how you dwell on those mistakes, but how you recover from them.
Yep. Yeah, a lot to learn from. I think that's excellent sage advice. DJ, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you, everyone, for watching the 300th YCS. We have more exciting dueling action coming up, so you're not going to want to go anywhere. Stay tuned.
So to me, Yu-Gi-Oh means competition. It's like a healthy competition. You come out, you meet different people, you play a competitive game in which everyone is trying to win, but at the same time, we're all friends, you know? So it's weird in that sense that usually the people that you're trying to beat are the people that you're hanging out and eating lunch with and eating dinner with on Friday and Saturday afternoon, but it's all good. No matter win or lose, we're all here to play the game that we love, and we want to see Yu-Gi-Oh for 1,000 more years. Let's go, Yu-Gi-Oh! 300th YCS.
So Yu-Gi-Oh has mean a lot to me for my entire life. I started playing in elementary school, so like more than 17 years ago, and it allowed me to meet a lot of people and have all these friends and travel over the course of a decade. So like it's like a part of me. It will always be a part of me. Eventually I will retire, probably just play more Master Duel, but like the friends I made along the way and the experiences I had, it's something I'm always gonna have for the rest of my life.
So what does Yu-Gi-Oh mean to me? Well, honestly, it means a lot because it's more than just a hobby. It's also like what I do like full time. So it's really fun. Otherwise, I wouldn't be playing Yu-Gi-Oh in the first place. And YCSs especially, they mean even more than just regionals, locals, because I get to meet people from all around the world. I travel a lot. So it's definitely something that really means a lot to me. And just the fact that I get to also chill with my friends every single YCS, it's really nice. And I also like the other formats as well. Genesys is a great game. I wish more people were aware of like all the other ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And yeah, you should definitely consider treating like Yu-Gi-Oh! As more than just a game and also as a lifestyle, because that's what I do, and honestly, it's been working out for years and years, and I'm not seeing myself quit anytime soon, so yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the best.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Means to me, it's a community, right? It's a place where you can belong. I think it's a space for you to play competitively, just to have fun with friends. I got into the game with my partner, actually. I taught her how to play. She fell out of the game. I still fell in love with the game. Even like my brothers, they have 2 sons. One's named Tristan, one named Joey, after the original anime. Like, it's family. I remember seeing my older brother playing, and I was like, that's what I want to do. Like, I want to play.
Yu-Gi-Oh means to me fun and passion. I'm not a Yu-Gi-Oh player myself, but my husband really enjoys the game, and I think I really enjoy seeing my husband enjoy something, and also just bring some joy, being able to spend time with friends, make new friends. I love seeing my husband do these things, and I'm always here to support him. That's why we're here today. And I used to be able to play a few years ago, and I really enjoyed it as well, until things got too complicated for me. But my husband continues to play. And yeah.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
The 300th YCS here in Richmond, Virginia. We're waiting for the next feature match to start, so we're going to play some trivia up here on stage. I have two of the contestants from this weekend, Alex to my left, Trey to my right. Trey, what event are you playing in? Are you doing Genesys or Advanced?
Advanced.
Advanced. What about you, Alex?
Advanced.
Advanced. And how's your weekend going?
I'm going X1, so.
Not too bad, not too bad. What about you, Trey?
I dropped a hot X3.
Ooh, X3. All right, so you're going to keep pushing for day 2, or are you going to look at other public events?
I'll do 3v3. You know, 3v3 is very fun.
3v3 is very fun, and also some trivia is fun here. Rules are simple. I have 5 questions. We're going to determine who gets to go first and then alternate who I ask the questions to. You get a point for every correct answer. If you get it wrong, your opponent has a chance to steal, and whoever gets the most points wins. We're going to play rock, paper, scissors to see who gets it first, okay? And, oh, tie. And another tie. Wow, these guys are in sync. We're going to be here all day. All right, never mind. Alex does win it. All right, Alex, that means that you get the first question. And if he doesn't get it, Trey, you get a chance to steal. So, Alex, what 3 themes can you find in the upcoming Legendary Modern Decks 2026 that releases next month on 3/13/2026?
Oh.
Have you done your homework? Are you preparing for the next format?
Oh, I've died. I really died. You know, he dropped, so I'll let him try it. I'll let him try to steal.
All right, Alex is being gracious right now. Trey, 3 of the themes. The 3 themes around the modern decks.
Sky Striker.
That is one of them?
Oh, it's getting printed. Do I have to name all 3 immediately?
All 3 for the full points.
I know Sky Striker is one of them. Something that's getting imported.
It's okay. Do you think you got it?
No.
Unfortunately, you got one of them. Yeah. Sky Striker, X Saber, and Mitsurugi. Yeah. It's gonna shake things up, right? Yeah. All right. Well, Trey, that's gonna go to you next for question number 2. What is the name of the next core booster set coming out on May 8th of this year? Again, this is all homework questions. Yeah.
Blazing Dominion?
That is correct. Ding, ding, ding. Trey gets a point right there. Question number 3 for Alex. Maze of Muertos releases on February 20th and features new cards inspired by what monster originally released in Metal Raiders?
Pumpkin, King of Ghosts?
Pumpkin, the King of Ghosts is correct. 1 point to both competitors. Trey, back to you. Question number 4. The new extended art cards will be available for the first time in the TCG in what upcoming product this April? It's a big one. I'm excited about it.
I forgot the name.
Forgot the name? Okay, there's a chance. Alex, can you steal it?
Would it be Rarity Collection 5?
It is Rarity Collection 5. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations. There you go. All right. Final question. So I believe that's 2 points for Alex, 1 point for Trey, if I'm correct on keeping track of it. And Alex, it's back to you. So if you get this, you take it all. You win the game. But Trey, if he does not, you get a chance to tie it for a tie match. That'll be fun. All right. Question number 5, Alex. Fill in the blank of this card's name that is in the Legendary Modern Decks 2026. So back to the 2026 Legendary Modern Decks. Blank, no Mitama, no Mitsurugi.
It's not Habakiri, right?
It's not Habakiri, unfortunately, but you may be on the right track. Trey, what are you thinking?
Can you repeat the question?
Fill in the blank of this card's name that's in the Legendary Modern Decks 2026. Blank, no Mitama, no Mitsurugi.
Ame?
No, you guys were both. Oh, we're bouncing around it. It's Futsu. It is Futsu. Futsu, no Mitamo, no Mitsurugi. But that is Alex with 2 points. 2-1. Congratulations, Alex, on the victory right there. Any words that you want to say to anybody at home?
I love you, Mom. I love you, Dad. Go Birds.
Trey, how about for you?
I love Ray.
All right. Hey, there we go. That's why you got the Sky Striker. You got the one.
Actually, why I got it.
You're watch out for that one. Well, thank you guys so much for coming on. A handshake right there. We're going to throw it to a short break before we're back with the next round feature match. Sup, Duelist? Steve Kangas here at the 300th YCS in Richmond, Virginia. I got 5 cards with me. Let's see if you can guess them before anybody here. All right, I'm here with Armand. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Was it released after 2020?
Yes.
Was it released before 2023?
No.
So after 2023. Was it released this year? Or sorry, 2025?
No, not 2025. No.
2026?
Yes.
So it was released in Burst Protocol?
Yes.
I don't know the spells in this. I play Genesys.
You could.
Is it archetypal?
No.
Think
of the type of spell.
Is it a quick play?
Yes.
Is it Forbidden Crown?
It is! Well done. You play Genesys, though.
Yes, I play Genesys.
All right.
It costs too much for Genesys.
But you could.
I could. Thank you so much.
That was fun. Thanks, dude. That was great. All right, I'm here with Felix. Felix, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it 5D era?
No.
Dual Monsters era?
No.
Fusion?
No.
XYZ?
No.
Synchro?
Yes.
Synchro. Is it one of the main characters from 5D Synchro?
No.
No. Is it a level 6?
No.
Level 8?
No.
Level 7?
No. Keep going.
Level 5?
No.
Oh my god, you said no to level 8. Level 9?
No.
Level 10?
No, wrong direction.
Level 4?
No.
5? No. It's a synchro, my favorite synchro.
Think little ones, little synchros.
Oh, Cupsy Yummy. Cupsy Yummy Way?
There we go. Cups of Yummy Way. You got it. We'll count it. Well done. All right, in the spirit of Valentine's Day, I have Mitch and Melissa here to give a 60-second challenge. Can you get it before chat? Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
No.
Is it a normal monster?
No.
Is it level 4?
No.
Level 2.
No.
Level 5.
No.
Is it stuck in an archetype? Is it an
Yes.
archetypal card?
Yes.
Did it release recently?
I would say yes.
Okay. Is it in Radiant Typhoon?
No.
Is it in Draco Tail?
No.
It's gonna go through all the archetypes.
Yeah. Is it in Doom of Dimensions or from Doom of Dimensions?
No.
It's not in Burst Protocol then. It's not new. Is it from Duelist Advance?
No.
Oh my god.
Is it a Cybers?
No.
Reptile?
No. Not reptile.
Machine?
No. And again, when I say new, it's relatively new. Yeah, yeah. Don't think like immediate, but relatively new.
Is it a dragon?
Yes.
Is it the Blue Eyes archetype?
No. 20 seconds.
Dragon.
Is it in the Red Eyes archetype?
No.
Oh, it's not in Draco Tail either.
Red Hat Dragons? Is it
Is
in
it
the
in
red?
Dragon Maid?
No and no. Don't think dragon archetypes. That's my hint.
Oh my gosh.
It's a dragon in a different archetype.
Dragon in a different archetype.
Which is the one
Oh,
from
is it
Vanquish
Vanquish Soul?
No.
Ah, dang, that was a
That's good though. That's good.
yeah.
Okay. 5 seconds.
Oh man.
Think low level. Low level.
Troop Dragon.
Dragon, Parlor Dragon. What are the Dragon Maids?
It is Mimighoul Dragon. You play Mimighoul?
I do. Yeah.
Mitch.
I'm thinking dragons, not.
You know that's a
This is the best card.
It's the best card in the
love
deck.
this because he should have known it.
I think so. All right. Well, hey, thanks for playing.
Well, now we're getting divorced.
All right, I'm here with Ivy. You have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it a spell card?
No.
Is it a trap card?
Yes.
Is it a normal trap card?
Yes.
Was it released in the last 10 years?
Yes.
Was it released in the last 3 years?
Yes.
Is it a... Was it released in the last 2 years?
Yes.
Is it a Dominus card?
Yes.
Is it Dominus Purge?
No.
Is it Dominus Impulse?
No.
Is it Dominus Spiral?
No. Technically, it is still one of these cards, but yeah.
Song of the Dominator?
There we go. Yep. Counts the Dominus card, right?
Yeah, it does.
It's got that in the name. Well done, though. That was great.
Thank you.
Go fix the time. Start game. Pause it, and then change it to bench this. Yeah.
Finding online pairings.
Yep. Start your engines. If you're putting normal specials or monster, target 1, reveal 3. Oh, it's like my card, but you can't have this. Anything on res? No, you're fine. Okay. Exit a main phase. Sounds good to me. Yep. Pass. Yep.
Go back?
Draw for turn. Yes.
Quick report game?
No. Main phase.
Yeah,
Yes.
just like that. Push confirm.
Time to activate
Push players
product
ready.
read.
Yeah, it's a bug
Yes.
on there. Alright, click start game. And then now it'll be good.
Activate tenacity, reveal arrows. Yes.
What does that card do?
I wish I knew. Sorry, all my cards look the same.
3 revolt.
Yeah, that's the one that you discard to add one foolish to. Okay.
Anything on resolution?
No. Is it cost to discard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Activate revolt. Discard this.
Activate mistaken rest.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'll chain Cosmic target the set.
Yes.
Yeah. So is that 7,000?
Yep.
Huh? Grave effective revolt. Yeah, he Summon played a spire Cosmic. from my hand. Effective the name. Anything on resolution?
No.
Effective to Syrite before a triggered summon. Chainlink 1. Chainlink 2. Chainlink 3.
Advanced format competitors, welcome to round 6. You have 50 minutes. You may begin.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist, there is less than an hour and a half to get registered for our ongoing public events. You can register for any and all of our public events at registration.yugioh-card.com. If you have any questions, please head over to the public events page.
Freeze play! Genesys Proto-YCS Duelists, freeze play! That is time in the round. If your match has not concluded, the result is a double loss. If you need the assistance of a judge, please call for one. If you have a time extension, it begins now.
Does this do anything in the grave?
No.
Yeah, I'll do it. Make sure you switch your deck and your. Oh, sorry. Happens, don't worry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll go Grave Effective Eidos to reborn a Squire.
Yes.
Anything here? Oh, can you fix your deck?
Oh, sorry.
It always happens.
Good nip.
Yeah.
And then token. Yeah. Thank you. Right there.
Effective Prime.
Go DD card target prime.
Take it. Which side? You have 5 minutes, 37 seconds. Nothing left for me.
Pass?
Yep.
You already cut?
Yeah. What about the stats on the token? 9, 17, 17 defense, 27, 37, 47, 16 plus 28 is 54, 44 plus 9, 63. Okay. So 63, 57. Thank you.
Good.
Yep.
Strong.
So it's
Standby.
just Standby. His main phase.
Main. Pass.
Draw card.
Anything in draw or standby phase?
Nope.
Main phase. It's another one. It's another one. Activate roll. Nothing I can do about that. $63 attack?
Yep.
Battle.
It's his battle.
Pass.
It's his battle. He ends turn. It's his draw now.
Standby.
Yeah.
Main.
It's his main. No, it went to his battle. They're just it's going fast.
I'm faster.
Drop a turn.
Yep.
You're at how much?
AK.
Got to hit this.
You can have it. Yep.
Anything in rest?
Yep.
Activate. How much time?
2 minutes, 39 seconds.
You can have that.
You're at 8?
Yep.
$63.
Yep. 17.
Yep.
Yep. Pass.
Yep.
Alright. Draw. Standby.
Yep.
Main.
Yep.
Foxy.
His main phase. It's his
Good.
main phase. Yeah.
Genesys Proto-YCS Duelists. I'm looking for the following two duelists
Summon.
to the main stage.
Effect. Basics.
Santana
600.
and Ryan
11.
Roar.
Good.
Jacob Santana.
We'll add Rising. Effect. Finish cost. Pay 6. Special. So I'm at 5.
600. He's at 5. Yeah, he was at 16. Now he's at 500. Cool.
Summon.
Yep.
Summon Punisher.
Yep.
Effect of this, target this. Make it gain 6.
Sure.
Exit main.
Yep.
Battle phase effect. Gain.
So you'll gain 75?
Yes.
Or no, 65.
Yeah, 75. I'm at 500.
I'm at 7.
Oh, yep. Yeah.
So 65.
Be at 9K.
9.
Attack.
So 9 is...
What's this one at 29?
It was at 53, 63. So it was at 10, you said?
Yep.
So I'll take the damage slightly.
Yep. And then
Yeah.
game. This is at 27.
63 minus...
We can do the math and see if it's game. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
This thing is at 35.
Yep.
And to gain X amount off that.
Gain
It still comes at 63, right?
Yeah, gain 65.
Okay, so this is basically hitting for 37, and then whatever Deerno hits for.
37 plus 27.
3,700 plus 2,700 is 64.
Alright, so you're at 6.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then that's time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead and sign the slip.
Yep.
So click report game.
How
Or
through
no,
like
sorry, match
into.
completed.
Ooh, that was brutal. So sad.
Confirm. Click report game. And then
Say hello to Dark Magician Girl!
Hello guys and welcome to YCS 300 in Guadalajara, Mexico. I'm Maximiliano Sea and I will be your host this weekend. Duelists from all over the world have come here to Guadalajara to participate in this event and find out who will be crowned champion at the end of the event. Let's have some fun together. It's time to duel!
And we're back, and it's so good to see that everybody at the 300th at Guadalajara, Mexico is having a good time. I saw from some of the duelists there, talking. I think they had about 1,200 in attendance. It's pretty big when you think about everybody being all over the world, from Richmond to Dortmund and Mexico.
Yeah, it just illustrates the worldwide global nature of this game. Some of the other iconic events that we've had, it was just all in one location. I remember YCS Long Beach with over 4,000 players.
Don't remind me, where they had to literally rent out additional space in the venue because everybody was so excited about all those game mounts. And it is cool to see that, well, we thought that was the biggest Yu-Gi-Oh! Could be, and now it's bigger and broader all over the world.
Yeah, we see attendance in the thousands all over the world, which is, again, just as you illustrated, a good demonstration of just how popular the game is.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, like, if you've ever had the privilege of playing a duelist who doesn't speak your language, and you both speak Yu-Gi-Oh!, you know what's going on. You're just like, you just kind of know just from, like, the vibe of the cards.
Absolutely.
Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Well, speaking of good stuff, why don't we check in on some of our duelists to watch, some of the duelists that we sort of pre-called in the tournament. I'm going to start off with mine, actually. Looks like Julian's doing pretty well with 4-1, our prior 2025 world champion who's been playing for less than 2 years. What about your duelist to watch?
It looks like Joe Bogley, sharing the name Joe with me, is also 4-1. We saw him on the feature match area not too long ago. He actually commented on the fact that he collects Ultimate Baseball Kit for a son, so we heard that from him personally not too long ago.
Yeah, sweet stuff. And it looks like everybody's doing pretty much the same. Ruben Penaranda, Billy Breaks, duelist to watch, the 2024 world champion, and a jump rope champion, still at 4-1, so hanging in there, as well as Asala's Choice, Rahan, remote duel invitational champion, and recently married with Valentine's Day, so he's playing the 300 YCS over Valentine's Day. Don't worry, we all know his true love. It's you. Gio. But jokes aside, we also have Ryan Yu, the 2017 Dragon Duel champion and 2024 Master Duel champion. He recently had a loss. I think he lost to Elfnote Fiendsmith last round, so he's still got a chance to make the top 8, but it's going to be uphill from here.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting deck to see this weekend, Elfnote Fiendsmith.
Certainly would be. It just shows you that there's so many different duelists from so many different walks of life. I mean, just look at that. People from Toronto, people from Nice, France, right? People from different parts of the United States, and also, of course, Toronto, Canada as well again. So many different duelists from so many different places. I love that, too, because a lot of people do travel. I think it was YCS Anaheim. I think it was the first time I experienced duelists coming from Japan here, right? We all love Yu-Gi-Oh! We know that it originated in Japan, so usually you look that way, but it's so cool for them to come over here and enjoy the YCS experience as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've interacted with players from Japan before, so playing the game for as long as you have, you get to not only meet players, certainly in your local area, as you're becoming more accustomed to competitive play, but once you start getting to the YCS scene, you're absolutely correct, you start to meet players from all around the world.
Bigger world, smaller cards. Gosh, it's just so neat that we're in round 6, of course, that we're coming into, but there's so much story still left to tell, because there's still so many different decks out there, so many different duelists. We haven't really figured out, what the format's completely about. Obviously, from that last round we saw, we know Draco Tail Magistus is obviously still very, very good.
I think one of the things is now that we are cutting to a top 8 as opposed to a top 32 or top 64, a deck that's even X1 right now isn't necessarily something you're super confident in. You really want to be as undefeated for as long as possible to give yourself a good illustration of actually making it to the top 8.
Well, speaking of the journey to the top 8, your day 1 is going to be 9 rounds of Swiss, 50 minutes, best 2 out of 3, and of course that day 2, 6 more rounds of Swiss at 50 minutes, and then the top 8 and the top 4 are untimed, but remember, you still have to keep a reasonable pace of play, so don't think you could just take a nap there just because it's untimed, and same as the final, best 2 out of 3. And those untimed matches really give duelists a little bit more time to breed, to make combos, to really think up cool strategies, so it'll be nice to see it once we get there. But it also could just be a 10-minute shutout, right? That match with Aditya just completely blitzing through Malice. Glass Cannon that the deck is, it still has some life in it, but it was not to be in that match.
And then let's take a look at the prize pool. The first place prize pool itself takes up an entire page here this weekend. We have the ultra rare YCS prize card, Another Verse Straterius. We have that beautiful 300th YCS trophy. We have the Steam Deck, Steam code for Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection. And then, of course, for the 300th YCS, you have a 300 YCS Premier Messenger Bag, metal dice set, sleeves, game mat, not to mention the Yu-Gi-Oh! X King Ice Millennium Ring necklace. Have you seen that yet this weekend?
Oh, yeah, those King Ice pieces are nice. I might have to go rock one of those out sometime. It's just so cool that there's so many different prizes, too. Because, a lot of people, they think about the prize support as being the main prize, but really, for most of these duelists, they can just throw all those prizes away. They want to be the #1 champion. That's all that's on their mind.
I think I would agree the glory beats everything, for sure, but that gigantic list, we didn't even get to the bottom of talking about a giant card itself at the end of that. Those are nice, too.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Certainly a thank you for all those competitors who put so much time and effort into the game. And a lot of duelists, we've seen people who have won multiple YCSs. Sometimes it's just like another ring on them, and then they're off to the next one.
Yeah. So I think we also have some community highlight players. So beyond our players to watch, we've got a big list of players that we've been looking at this weekend.
Let's take a look at everybody we got here. Jesse Cotton, 4-1, one of those duelists who's won multiple YCSs. Pac, no need for an introduction there. He is 5-0. Ruben Penaranda, 2024 World Champion, we just talked about, 4-1, still in contention. Jeff Jones, 4-0, it looks like. That may need to be updated, so I imagine that he probably won just there.
Well, you actually take a look. There's a symbol next to that. He's in the Genesys field, actually.
You're right,
yeah, I know.
You're right. Oh, which means he's undefeated in the Genesys round. And speaking of other YCS competitors here, we do have Lucas Sacco at 4-1, so we'll be paying a little more attention. We've also got Aditya 5-0. We did get to see him. Kamal Crooks Valdez, 4-1, still in contention. And now that you mentioned, I do see that Genesys logo. So Edwin from Middletown, New Jersey, 4-0, undefeated. Charlie Futch, a champion in his own right, both of the YCS and of the Dragon Duel World Championships, 4-1. And then Nicholas, 3-1, so still doing very well in Genesys.
I know, we did a pretty good job with these community highlights.
Yeah, I think we picked him right. It's funny that nobody has more than one loss except for poor little Ryan Yu, but don't worry, he's won plenty of championships. He will run it right back.
Yeah. I think we're hearing that the players are getting on stage, though, for our upcoming feature match here.
Well, speaking of run it right back, why don't we run it right back to the stage and see who we've got for you.
Up first in the blue chair from Alexandria, Virginia. Shout out to his friends in Honduras, his brother who came to support him, and most importantly, his girlfriend who let him play on Valentine's Day, Jason Sierra! And his opponent today in the red chair from Bolton, Massachusetts. Shout out to the Massachusetts homies, Tucson, and also Jason's girlfriend for letting him play here today, Urkham Yilmaz! Duelists are ready on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for duel number 1.
Yeah, Urkham is another one of those players from the Massachusetts area. I'm so partial to those players from the Massachusetts area. There are so many over the last couple of years, honestly, whose progression, Logan Shepard, Jose Santiago, there's just an endless list of them. Richard Serrato, Urkham, another one who has had constant success at the YCS level. It makes me very proud to be from the state of Massachusetts.
Well, speaking of hometown heroes, Jason is from right here in Virginia. He's from Alexandria, but I think the real heroes here are, of course, their partners who love those partners as much as they love you. Gio, right? Happy Valentine's Day to all the friends watching at home. You got to find somebody who just loves you as much as you love dueling. But speaking of dueling, we are going to have to see if it was worth them skipping Valentine's Day for them to be here, because one of these duelists is going to advance with an unblemished record.
I know, and I kind of alluded to it earlier in the transition between that, but we actually knew that Jason was in fact going to be playing Elf Note, so we will be able to see that Elf Note Fiendsmith deck that we commented on a moment ago.
It's a really interesting strategy, and it's a deck that I think flew under a lot of Duelist radars, with so many great new cards that supported existing decks in Burst Protocol, whether it was the next chapter of Draco Tail or Fallen of Elbaz or Canine. It was harder to focus in on an existing storyline, and the Elf Notes actually are part of the Medius the Pure lineup. So it'll be neat to see this deck in action. Obviously, the Fiendsmith connection typically comes from Armada's Keeper of Boundaries, and if you don't remember, that is a light fiend monster and a pretty strong one there.
I'm going to be honest. I think Elf Note so far is the most impressive Medius the Pure deck that I've seen. I like Archmage quite a bit because I'm really partial to heavy spell decks. But I actually think the Elf Notes have the best potential to take advantage of the Medius story arc.
Yeah, you know, they come right out of the box, like almost already assembled. I played a lot of Archmage myself, and sometimes I'll try to do some Archmage hybrids, including with the Dooms package. But Dooms, people are still kind of finding their footing. Sometimes it's played as like a one-turn knockout deck using limited removal. Other times a little bit more control-y. With Archmage, it's hard because it's a huge combo deck, almost the likes of like Punk or Gold Pride, but it falls to things like Nibiru the Primal Being, Ash Blossom, etc. But Elf Note has resilience, it has protection, it has that intersection with Fiendsmith and other decks, so I think you might be right. I think Elf Note is about to put on a good show here, and hopefully we get to see all of its cool new cards.
Yeah, so Elf Note's going to be one of those strategies that just tries to incorporate the Fiendsmith cards, and it's really one of those grindy, utilizes a lot of hand interaction decks, and we've seen these before. We've seen, you know, Kashtira Fiendsmith over the years, but we've seen these strategies where you're going to play 12, 15, maybe even 18 hand interactions, and then just jam your deck with a bunch of one-card starters. The Fiendsmith cards have always lined up well with a package of a lot of hand interactions, and I think the Elf Note strategy as well just kind of incorporates itself there because it can access, as you mentioned, Armades from the extra deck.
It's going to be so wild to see such a classic card at a historic YCS being used in new and different ways. But this is also a good class for people who don't know how to play against the deck. Elf Note is all about putting your monsters in the center main monster zone. They get beneficial effects, but if they can't get to the main monster zone, because for some reason maybe there's a Nibiru the Primal Being token there or something like that, then it could be difficult. So it'll be interesting to see the ins and outs of the deck, both the highlights and the lowlights. Looks like Duelists are getting ready to go. Both seem pretty happy to be up here, right? And let's go ahead and get things started. Round 6, Game 1 of the 300th YCS Advanced format.
I'll be honest, Nibiru is at its lowest popularity, I think, in recent history. So that could be an advantage for any Elf Note strategy.
Yeah, it seems like most people, and we saw that in the duels that we casted earlier, you just deal with the field that's there, and if your field is dealt with, the other duelist like, yeah, I'll just put that back up again. So maybe Nibiru is facing out. Maybe the duelists that were like, oh, you know what? Bad cards are good cards are bad. Maybe they were right. Maybe this is a complete reset of everything we know about this game.
Okay, best of luck, man. Good luck, man.
But maybe that's just a little puffery there. We got to find out. So let's go ahead and draw 5 and see what's going on.
Looks like Jason might have a copy of Theo Realize in his hand. I'm curious to see how that is utilized.
Oh, it's so good in this deck. So, I'll wait till he activates it, but let me tell you, it is the Fiendsmith combo by itself.
Oh, okay.
And normal summon Noroi.
But it does look like Urkham is the one that will be opening up, and he has Noroi, which is a fantastic normal summon.
Unless
met by a copy of Infinite Impermanence.
Yep, that's good.
And Infinite Permanent's so huge right now because with a decent amount of canines out there, you do want to try to stop interactions with spell or trap cards from the hand, not so much monster effects because you don't want to blow your opponent's strategy, well, not necessarily wide open. They're going to blow you wide open because you've enabled them.
Yeah, this is, again, though, that one-for-one trade style deck, the Elf Note strategy. So we see the Pot of Prosperity. I actually already see that Jason put a copy of Ash Blossom and Joy Spring to the top of his hand. And from there, I think Urkham just has some own hand interactions himself, so this might really line up well. Jason, one-for-one trades, one-for-one trades. And then you said Theo Realize. is the Fiendsmith combo itself.
So good. It's so good. I don't want to spoil the surprise till it happens, but effectively, let's talk about what the card does since it's likely to be activated earlier. It allows you to send Medius the Pure from your deck to the graveyard and then look at the top card of your opponent's deck and either place it on the top or the bottom. But you can also banish it from your graveyard in order to target a monster you control and then change its type and attribute.
What does Neuron
And you're not going to be Divine Reptile, you're not
to
going to be Fire Pyro, you're going to be Light
Okay,
Fiend.
you're right, you're right. Does it trigger itself for cost?
Yes.
But that also will put Medius the Pure in your graveyard,
three in
so
hand?
you
Three in
can
hand,
return
yep.
a
I will
monster
drop a
card
card.
from your hand back to the deck in order to special
my
summon it
face?
out.
Yep.
So let's see what he does
Main
here. I
phase?
feel like
Yep.
Theo Realize has to be the first card he plays. Because it trips the wires, it tests the electric fences. But he might be going for something different.
It does look like he used Naroi to peek at the hand.
Mhm.
Okay.
That way he can use the Mulcharmy in his hand.
Oh, that's smart, actually, to clear your own field and to be able to chain a Mulcharmy. Now might not be a bad time, as we see Fiendsmith's Engraver.
Of course.
Discard
Three in
it.
hand, right? That's correct.
So that'd be interesting, too, because if you don't need the Theo Realize in order to get the Fiendsmith combo, and you are getting Fiendsmith Tractor, I wonder if he's got any other ways to get maximum value out of the card's ability to change type and attribute.
I should point out, it's very kind of that unusual circumstance where you
anything
just have
on
Naroi as the only thing on your field. So it's really heads-up play, like you mentioned, though, to set it up so that he can actually still activate this Fualos. I think some players might have been pretty demoralized to think, wow, my Pot of Prosperity was negated by Ash, my Naroi was negated by Infinite Impermanence, and I have two hand interactions in my field, plus a Fualos, which ... is dead, but not really if you actually are fully aware of all of your K9 plays.
No, good looking out from Urcom there, and the great news is, considering that it is K9 Vanquish, so you draw a couple of cards. No, you're in a good spot, actually. You might win this duel.
Especially because he actually does have hand interactions to back this up, so he now actually wants to see some engine.
Well, let's see some engine now. It's Theo Realize time.
All right, so you explained how Theo Realize works. Let's see. It looks like Urcom needs to take a quick peek at it.
Little theory crafting there, right? There's also Theo Realize Overdrive, which works kind of similar, but allows you to banish it to change levels. That's more in combination with the Doom side of it, and I can't wait to meet the Galaxy Brain Duelist that plays Archmage, Fiendsmith, or excuse me, Archmage, Elf Note, Dooms, and all of the storyline deck, almost like if you played Monadium with the Scare Claws and everything else. But it hasn't happened yet. It's not on the feature match stage, so...
Yeah, there's a period you could basically play Kashtira, Manadium.
Just gonna read this.
I don't know how many tier elements are in that strategy, but it was close enough.
I mean, V's the Starfrost. He's an honorary member of every family.
Yeah, true.
But we are going to send Medius the Pure to the graveyard here. And Medius really, really good in a lot of different strategies, but what he's really doing here is he's an alternative way into the Fiendsmith combo because you'll summon him, and possibly we end up with the Power Patron
I will keep it at the top of your deck.
The tuning here is going to be Power Patron of the Elf Notes. Let's see, we're just kind of slowly putting this together. Oh, interesting. He might actually discard his own Mulcharmy for Wallace. No, oh, summoning to the main monster zone. It's Elf Note time.
This is Trinia?
Believe so.
Tinia, rather. I think this one searches the spell, the continuous spell, and places it on the field.
It does. So my memory is blue spells, red monsters, yellow traps. Although that doesn't really match up color-wise. It's just easy to remember. So yeah, of course, you special summon it from your hand to your main monster zone, so we're going this direction first, not using the Theo Realize just yet, and you don't really need to.
And then it looks like he's going to place a copy of Elf Note's Welcome Home.
It's got two effects. One will allow you to protect the card in your center main monster zone from card effects, from being targeted with card effects, if I recall correctly. And then also you can discard a monster and then I think grab an Elf Note with a different original attribute.
Yeah, so it's actually send from hand or field, so it is possible to use on the field. And then it special summons it from the deck, of course.
Oh, that's huge, too. Okay, so that actually means you can clear your own main monster zone. And pardon, first day on the job here, we don't get to see this level of high-level Elf Note gameplay every day. It's only been legal for a week now.
Yeah, it does lock you into Synchro monsters, though, so it is important to note that if you were planning on utilizing the Fiendsmith cards, it is for the rest of the turn, so you do need to utilize your Fiendsmith first, and then, of course, go into your extra deck.
Oh, but he doesn't want to do anything further because the Mulcharmy Fualos.
And he actually knew that there was a Fualos on top of Urcom's deck from the effect of
Theo Realize. That's kind of neat because it almost gives you more information than the K9 to Roy. I know he's not going to have a great turn. I know I can stop whatever he has. I'm just going to leave it here, keep his resources limited. He didn't do anything other than the K9 to Roy. And now I've just got a bigger monster, and he doesn't really have much except access to a Rock of the Vanquisher.
Well, he did draw that Raisin, I believe. Or maybe he had it in his hand prior, and Arai was his opening normal summon, but it was, regardless, met by effect failure. So we're seeing that just one-for-one trading that I commented on has really been popular in a lot of the low-to-the-ground Fiendsmith, kind of these mid-range strategies.
Definitely a real treat for me. A lot of people on Elf know, but I just haven't had a chance to play against it. So again, this is a great showcase of what this deck can do. And this is a very limited game state, but honestly, being protected from card effects, having a decent-sized body, and the follow-up for next turn, it's honestly not bad.
Curious if he's going to attack the Rock of the Vanquisher into the Tinea to take 2,400 points of damage in order to open up the Mulcharmy in his hand again.
He is hard committed to getting a Mulcharmy effect to resolve, and I think at this point, Jason, considering he will get a battle phase next turn, is going to have to just try to push. Let's take a look at the graveyard.
Yep, main phase.
Are we going to get rid of that Theo Realize?
Activate Fiendsmith Tract.
Oh, we're going to use Fiendsmith Tract here. Or are we, considering there's an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in Urkham's hand? Choice is yours, Urkham.
So Urkham's in this weird spot where he wants his opponent to special summon to make the Mulcharmy not only live but actually meaningful, but he doesn't have enough life points to survive a battle phase.
Well, we will see.
2 in hand.
How he survives the Ash Blossom.
I think you might have a copy of Call By.
Oh,
he sure does.
He's thinking about it. Didn't commit it quite to the field. Showed it to us in the audience.
I will call by.
Yeah, we're going to call by the grave that, and there is not much that could be done there. So let's access the deck here, and still just getting.
I will search Engraver.
Fiendsmith Engraver there for the discard.
And I will discard Engraver. Okay.
He does play Lurie, so that is
you can go next game.
A peculiar selection. I will trust him. But I thought he had another copy of Engraver in Graveyard already. Maybe not.
But that was enough just to get the concession from Urkham. He knows the bodies are coming. He knows the attack points are there, and it's just not going to be enough. Even if he is able to draw with his cards, it's not going to work out. So we didn't necessarily get to see the full power of Elf Note, but it does win you a game, so at least that's an upsell for the duelists who are a fan of this deck.
For what it's worth, we did not actually see Elf Notes, as you are correct, truly do its strategy in terms of the actual engine itself, but we did see what Jason has brought this weekend, which is a really high hand interaction count with the intent of just going 1-for-1 trade, play low to the ground. And even if his low to the ground play is getting interacted with, he's going to kind of have such a deck oversaturated with those hand interactions. I think he wins out most of those battles, which is just basically what happened there.
Yeah, certainly a welcome home for our Elf Note deck here. It's kind of funny if you ever take a look at the storylines, you're looking at the cards art and whatnot. This is basically, the Archmage school, right? And how all the Archmage characters, they have a different thing that they're into. This is Archmage Latera going home to her Elf Note friends and asking for help and pleading for help.
Oh, okay.
That's why she's different. If you notice, everybody else is like a person. She's kind of a fairy, and that's because she's an Elf Note. Honorary Elf Note. Now she's an Archmage. She's getting her college degree.
Yes, okay.
Just fun stuff, when you spend a lot of time staring at the decks.
I love the Fallen of Albaz lore.
Oh, yeah, especially now that we got to see it in the Chronicles animation.
Yes, just make that a feature-length television show for me to watch.
Just watch all 6 episodes in a row.
I want a 6th season.
Okay, you want hours and hours of Albaz, and I don't mean a long guide.
No. I think the story is so rich, you probably could.
Oh, yeah, you could. You could write I could start talking about Albaz now, never take a breath. We would get to the 500th YCS, and I still would not be able to tell you everything about the storyline that is contained in those cards. But speaking of cards, looks like duelists are accessing their side decks now, and it's kind of difficult because what do you side deck against Elf Note?
I'm trying to think this from Urkham's perspective.
Common choices.
So, a card like Dimensional Fissure, which is pretty popular this weekend, does a decent job against some of the hand interactions just inherently. Now, certainly some of them don't need to go to the graveyard, but Effect Veiler does, which we saw in that previous game, so that might be one indication. I'm curious because he saw Theo Realize, which puts Medius into the graveyard. Additionally, the Fiendsmith cards typically need to go to the graveyard. Inherently, that's their objective. So I think one of the assumptions here is that I think Urkham, between knowing there's hand interactions that it lines up well against, the Fiendsmith cards, And then at least the fact that Theo realized puts Medius in the graveyard, it didn't seem like he knew why, you know, right? He didn't really get to the why.
He didn't even showcase the Medius, which is actually really good gameplay to be like, I'm not going to play into anything. I'm just going to kind of get this duel won and then just close it out. Because, you know, we see a lot of duels, they'll concede before they show a single card to their opponent to hide that information. Jason kind of showed us a new trick. Just win low to the ground, and you never really showcase the strategy.
Yeah, clearly he has a card in his deck that wants to put Medius in the graveyard. Therefore, that could be something that is countered, even if Urkham doesn't know exactly where that result goes.
Well, we'll find out soon as the duels go ahead and draw their cards, present their decks, and they're ready to go. I'm hoping, not to be a little selfish, but it'd be nice to see a couple of Elf Note cards here.
Order.
But either or, I think this is going to be a good duel, especially considering, you know, K9 Vanquish Soul has so much life left in it after the new Forbidden Limited list. So two great decks go in, one Duelist comes out. We'll find out what happens soon.
Life left. I would almost argue life injected into it.
Yeah, okay, that's fair, that's fair. Well, let's see what that life injected into it does as we enter Game 2 here in Round 6 of the Advanced format.
Can I draw the cards to my hand, or do you want me to fan them out on the... Just draw them normally. Okay. Good luck.
All right, now we're going to draw our cards.
I see double Mulcharmy New Year's.
Oh,
in Jason's hand.
Must be nice, some duelist says somewhere.
It's a nice looking hand though from Urkham. I see Reinforcements of the Army, Call by the Grave.
Standby phase?
The Call by the Grave is going to be huge. But we'll start with the Mulcharmy Purulia. That feels pretty good with the Call by the Grave. You're going to summon so many monsters from your hand.
Ooh, a Dimension Shifter too. Wow, these are just two very loaded hands.
Yeah.
So I think you probably go Shifter, Chain Call by.
I love Urkham having the conversation in his head with this Inuyama Yugi just pointing to the board. If I do this, then I do that. Then I Call by the Grave and I target his Mulcharmy Purulia.
That is okay.
So we're going to banish that.
Chain Dimensional Shifter.
Oh, and chain the Dimension Shifter before the Call by the Grave resolves.
Yes.
It's one of those things you got to ask your opponent before you resolve the card effects. They may have another thing to do. So definitely have the Dimension Shifter. Now we got the Reinforcements of the Army hitting the board in the main phase. Grabbing Razen, one can only imagine.
Talk about 3 power 1-ups.
Dude, and I definitely saw Dimensional Fissure in the main deck there. This is Banishment and Banishment Services.
Thinking here.
So he deduced, you know, I think it's not that surprising knowing that the Fiendsmith cards were there, that it makes sense to have those that package in the Fissure Shifter package.
Get rid of the graveyard, and it is not a problem. So Urkham considers his next card here.
I have 4 in hand. Okay.
Confirming known cards in hand and hand count. Is he going to share any of that information with the rest of the class? Let's see some cards played. It's K9 the Roy here for the normal summon to special summon a K9 from the deck.
I will try to activate Fuwalos.
And here's Fuwalos. That's good. It's not going to be, for 2 reasons, another Call by the Grave. 1, it's limited, and 2, the Fuwalos actually just got inherently banished.
So. You can't banish me if you already did. But let's see what we're going to special summon on the K9 side, and if this is actually going to slow Urkham down, because you know that your opponent is going into their next turn as a graveyard-based deck without a graveyard. But it looks like we're going to draw off the K9 Lantern here, and I don't see anything too threatening from Jason's hand.
Now I'll go search a copy of Case of K9. I am really curious to see how much further he's going to go. Obviously, he's going to play a case for K9. Does he think he can potentially win just with, you know, K9s and not the extra deck? It's really something I'm curious about. You know, does he think Shifter buys him the turn and he shouldn't play into Fuwalos further? Okay, so the Ripper is not free necessarily, but at least replaces itself. So it's kind of a 1-for-1 trade. You draw a card, I search a card. I also pick up an additional hand interaction, so I can totally see this be a viable play here, especially because he knows how many hand interactions Jason has in his deck. I would, though, be surprised if we see too much from this point going forward.
Well, there's an alternative version of the case for K9 that because you know your opponent doesn't have access to their graveyard and you've seen them on things like Effect Veiler, you just push and push and push and you don't care how many cards they have in their hand. And then when it comes back to your turn and yes, they have access to the graveyard, it doesn't matter at this point. You have a fully established field. But let's see what he does.
But I think just setting the quick play rather, plus getting the additional search for follow-up. Right now he has Forced Release set. He has the follow-up. He knows he has a turn in which Shifter's active. I think he's probably going to pass here.
Well, I think you're right because he's also down a game, so it's not like he has a game to just kind of experiment. So he does pass the turn. Yep. Let's go ahead and see Jason draw. Looks like a spell card, and I think it's Elfnote Welcome Home.
That is 23. Currently, yep.
But this is not a warm welcome. If you come back to Elfnote Town, we've abolished graveyards, at least for this turn.
It does look like reading Elfnote's Welcome Home. It says you can send one monster from your hand or field to the graveyard as a cost.
That's not going to help you here.
That's not going to help.
Activate Elfnote's
That's Welcome Home. I think we're about to hear some rulings here.
This is 23 attack points, correct? Currently, yeah.
Because you're not able to send, and if you're not able to send for cost, then you're not able, period. But there's Latera, by the way, as I was pointing out. You can see her in the center of the artwork there with all the other elf notes.
You're good. Special summon Lucina.
Oh, but we do get a monster in the main monster zone. It can't be targeted by card effects. So we are going to see Lucina.
Lucina is the one that adds an elf note monster. It also has 2,500 attack, which is nothing to laugh at either. These kind of remind me a little bit of Kashtira. Just big monsters.
Yeah, it is kind of Kashtira too because it's a very small package of monsters. If you actually look at the entire Elf Note list of cards, it is 4 monsters that go in the main deck. It is 2 monsters that go in the extra deck. It's 2 continuous spells and 2 trap cards. That somehow makes an entire strategy by itself. And that is very much like Kashtira, right? Because when we got Kashtira, we just had like Unicorn, Ogre. We didn't even get Riseheart until the set after Photon Shockwave.
You're missing the best one, Fenrir.
Yeah, Fenrir. I know. I was kind of dancing around that. He's still around. He's an honorary. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and use K9 X Force Release.
So probably put Werewolf on the field. Oh, no, he's going actually for Jack.
Okay.
May I read Jack's? Go ahead, yep. I'll declare his effects.
And that is going to be able to destroy the Elf Note Welcome Home with the Force Release because it does get the additional destruction.
Target Lucina. To pop it? To pop it, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so he's able to clear it out.
You're good to continue.
Kind of in sequence there.
That may be it. Taking a moment to read another copy of a card here.
I think it's the second copy of Lucina to see if he's able to do anything with the second copy.
And you can only special summon Elf Note Lucina once per turn this wave, reading right off the card text there, so she is no help. So we'll get Fabled Lurie, normal summon on the field. You know what that's for. This is almost the world's most expensive Fiendsmith combo, considering that none of those great cards are going to go to the graveyard.
Yes.
Yeah, especially because it looks like he has a copy of Nibiru, which Urkum played around well, and then a copy of Effect Veiler, which obviously was turned off by the Dimension Shifter.
My bad, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
You know, earlier as I mentioned Urkum having the choice to go forward or not, it does make sense that he held off considering, you know, the Nibiru, the Primal Being, could be drawn by those extra cards. It looks like he's going to pass, so I guess it makes sense you're going to use the quick effect of your Fiendsmith's Requiem in order to special summon, you know, could be a range of Light Fiend monsters. But you also have the Nibiru, the Primal Being in your hands, so maybe you feel safe, maybe you're able to get through this after all, especially considering K9 Ripper is off the field.
Yeah, he was insulated from Nibiru on the first turn because of the Ripper, but here, theoretically, right, that Nibiru that was played around in the first turn, it will be important for Urkum to be wary of that again here, because certainly if you play around it one turn doesn't necessarily mean it's suddenly gone out of the hand. So he needs to also be cognizant that if he makes it up to that 5th summon, that he's able to insulate himself with Ripper again.
Yeah, Ripper's popular, but not running 2 in the extra deck. Yeah. In like your main list popular.
Yeah, I just peeked at that myself, actually. There's only one Ripper. So it'll be interesting to see how he navigates without another copy of that in his extra deck.
Well, Duelists have done stranger things before, but looks like we're going to go ahead and activate the effect of the Vanquisher Razen, revealing Zhao Long as well as Joe Cool. So, man, this is going to be a pretty devastating turn. You just have to hope that the Nibiru Primal Being can get it done.
He's just quickly reading Jax.
You don't see it like all the time. It's a very commonly played card amongst the K9 strategy, but it's just not always there. But it looks like we are picking up cards here. But actually, it's just a special summon. Okay, so we are attributing the Fiendsmith's Requiem.
That's fine.
And special summoning Fiendsmith. Well, it's going to be Lacrima of the Crimson Tears. Always treated as a Fiendsmith card. And then I'll send a Graver to the graveyard, hopefully for a follow-up turn if you're cheering for Jason.
Yeah, you're good. I'll go ahead and use
Jokul.
Meticulous play continues. Let's reveal for Joe Cool. And the 5 is Xiaolong.
Anything on open game stay here?
You're actually good.
I'll go Jokul effects.
Yeah.
So Jason's still holding in there. As Urkham, you almost imagine, why is he still here, right? And he sent Fiendsmith Engraver to the graveyard. That almost does telegraph the Nibiru the Primal Being because your opponent hasn't disappeared on you yet.
Yeah. I mean, again, he played around it in the first turn, so he didn't necessarily check off that it's not there. He presented a scenario in which would make it so that it simply would never hit the field. He might be potentially considering going to battle phase here.
I mean, those are some big monsters. Not quite big enough to close out the game considering we still have 8,000 life points. But he does seem a little worried about going any further than this. Maybe this is an argument for a second Ripper, actually.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play the Nash Knight combo, that just takes up the 4 cards itself. So the extra deck, you have space, because, I mean, you're literally playing Pot of Prosperity, so you can afford some space, but maybe not such that you can incorporate 2 copies of Ripper.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, too, where you don't have to do all the damage via battle damage in K9 Vanquish Soul, because you still have access to Heavy Borger. 1,500 points at a time, you can get that done that way, but it looks like we are going to Xyz summon here. And who are we getting out of this big stack as we build the overlay network? Urkham takes a look at his hands, considers his Xyz monster choices carefully. I think he almost skipped a step there as he grabbed the CXCs. Gotta be something. It is a tough decision. That is what Urkham is telling us. This is hard.
That's 30, 56. You have 3 in hand, sorry?
Up, down, all around. And survey says we are just going into the Nash Knight.
It's one of those things, too, where when you're playing against a strategy that has such a high density of hand interactions, it increases the likelihood that Nibiru is incorporated in that deck list. Some of the decks this weekend that are only having, let's say, 9 slots for hand interactions, you go 3-Mil Charmy, 3-Mil Charmy, maybe from there Ghost Bell, so you just never get to the point where Nibiru is even on the table.
Well, touch on something we talked about earlier. You know what another deck was that barely had any monsters and was able to play a bunch of hand interactions? Kashtira. It's the same concept. You get that really good core engine and elf notes, but you have all this space for everything else.
May I read Nash Knight?
But we're going in
Yeah, go ahead.
as we make Nash Knight and then go ahead and stack up onto the CXC's Nash Knight.
I mean, you were just saying, Fiendsmith has been incorporated with both Elf Note here, but also Kashtira in essentially the same style of deck.
Yeah, you're right. It is kind of that same style of play.
Yeah,
use the Fiendsmith to see what's going on, and then use your big bodies to show up later. I have to say I'm voting for Elf Note in terms of very powerful spell and trap cards. Kashtira Birth does kind of rhyme with Elf Note's Welcome Home. Has a little bit of a protection effect or some counterplay, and also has the special summon there. But there's the Nibiru the Primal Being, and we're going to go ahead and chain Rock of the Vanquisher to try to bring back a Vanquishable monster out of the graveyard.
Then he also has the Holly Sue in his hand, so
Holly Sue?
I believe that's
Winning out just here, that would at least put a game back on the board. 25 minutes left on the clock. We might be able to close out a game 3 as well. Have had a couple of double losses. It never is good.
Oh, go
ahead.
I wonder if he's going to use the Effect Veiler as well to stop the Rock.
I think that's worth it. I think that's certainly worth stopping any follow-up play, especially because you know that Holly Sue could be around.
Yes, you agree? Of course.
You don't want to give him any additional attributes to reveal.
And you've used Requiem effect this turn?
I did.
Funny question.
Huh.
What zone is Jason not going to put Nibiru in?
Ooh, that's interesting, yeah.
He's not going to put it in his center column,
You
which is
can't-
funny
yeah.
because I feel like instinctually a lot of people just put it there. Because it
Yeah,
feels so
it just feels like the rock comes down, but no, he's putting it in the far right there. There's a Fiendsmith player at heart.
I have...
No, he's an Elf Note player at heart.
Well, yes.
Would you mind telling me the stats of your token?
I was thinking Moon of the Closed Heaven, right? The only safe monster
Oh,
zone is
I
the
see.
far right. Yeah, but you're right. The lesson is learned either way. Stay out of the center.
So it would be
Yeah, when you're playing Elf Note, leave it open. When you're playing against Elf Note, the Nibiru token that you get to select the location of goes into your opponent's middle column.
Get out of my lane. But remember, you actually can't swap too. That's the other thing that the
Sure.
Elf strategy has. The monsters have quick effects to swap them into the main monster zone in order to get their powerful effects. But the main monster zone needs to be empty for them to special summon themselves out. So that is kind of a tricky question too, because you need a monster in the main monster zone to switch with.
I definitely think you leave it open because they themselves allow you to search cards that manipulate their zone. But if you can't put them on the field in the first place, you're playing behind.
So I wonder if we're going to see like a cool S-Force deck using the card that you discard from the hand in order to move one of the monsters to a different zone. And you're like, get to the center main monster zone to lock out this Elf Note player.
Of course.
So it looks like Jason just pointed at the Lacrima, so he's going to be putting Lacrima back into his deck and then summoning the Requiem from the graveyard. Ooh, never mind.
Yes, that's fine.
That single copy of Magnamut.
Still good. And in Canine Vanquish Soul, obviously it's a Dark to Reveal, and it searches Caesar Velius.
Requiem or Lacrima? It would be Lacrima, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's all one effect, so I think.
Interesting match here, but we're going to need to close this duel out relatively soon to have enough time to finish up the next one, especially if it's going
Call by
at this pace
Shifter
of
Mag.
play. Nobody's just sitting on their hands here, but there's so much for both
we had
decks
a
to
good
do,
game.
especially on Urkham's side.
I also called by you like last in the game. Yeah, it's only fair. Requiem, that's right.
It's funny, we wanted it to be an Elf Note showcase, and Jason's doing a great job, but it's not merely by synchro summoning and synchro summoning and synchro summoning.
That's just hand interaction.
It's playing good. It almost kind of reminds me of, Cool Tune is another great deck that, because it always is looking for tuners, has so much room for points of interaction from the hand that sometimes you do just get hands where you're like, well, I'll just stop them until I draw a Cool Tune.
I think they're just clarifying something here on the timing of the Magnamut.
It does not. I think it's all one effect. Yes.
Because the Magnamut effect can only be activated when your opponent controls a monster, so if the way he did it was he chained to the Nibiru the Primal Being, that's one thing, but if he did it after the Nibiru Primal Being resolved, then of course there is Nibiru on the field.
Which would be fine.
Yeah, that works exactly as intended.
Chainlink 1 Lacrima targeting Requiem, Chainlink 2 Mag targeting Requiem. So Lacrima will try and resolve as much as possible, shuffling herself back, but it won't summon because it's obviously changed positions.
Or maybe they're discussing, was he Magnamutting on Lacrima or Requiem?
Lacrima.
Oh, that's also interesting too if you just say Bestial Magnamut on Fiendsmith, right? Communication is very important. And sometimes duelists, they just want to take shortcuts, they just want to point at cards. And we talked about it earlier, how early duelist knowledge is. It's so primordially in your brain. You see the picture of that smiling face on Pot of Greed and you know that that's what it means to draw 2 cards. But don't worry about the clock moving. It is being paused just for a quick ruling question, so we'll get the answer on this fast. And of course, our beautiful staff will be able to take care of that and let us know what's going on once they know. But you can't just say Bestial Magnamut Fiendsmith if that is what occurred, because there's many cards that meet that requirement, meet that name.
I think they're trying to determine, is there a cost associated with Lacrima? Is the Requiem...
Oh, like, does it still get
shuffled
shuffled
off?
off? Yeah.
It still get shuffled in? I think that's what they're trying to determine. Does the Lacrima still get shuffled into the deck? Because it is a singleton copy.
I find myself doing that in a lot of my Fiendsmith builds too, like Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, great card. But I'm kind of organically only using one.
Yeah, so I think typically that deck only does play one copy of Lacrima. There's been a few with multiple, but I think the one makes a lot of sense because you can just recycle it.
Yeah, Ryzeal sometimes you wanted the extra level 4s. That didn't feel too bad. You could keep pushing and pushing, but yeah, not so on this, so I guess we'll have to find out what's happening soon. But until then, we'll just hang out and talk some Fiendsmith.
And I do love the cycle of Requiem where you can use its effect more than once. You just can't summon it more than once. So you can special summon it during your end phase with Lacrima, use its effect, and then summon it again because you hadn't actually summoned it during your turn and get 2 Requiem effects in one turn.
Well, speaking of going back to turns, why don't we go back to the gameplay? Looks like they figured it out. It is resolved.
And it looks like Magnamut's on the field. It looks like Requiem is in the graveyard, and it looks like Lacrima is in the deck.
Probably. Strange, but we got there somehow. So it looks like Lacrima, the Crimson Tears target, was banished, but the monster is still returned to the deck. So banished, the monster was trying to special summon, but she's still gone.
Ah, so maybe it was trying to summon the Engraver? Or it's hard to gauge.
Or maybe the Lurie, actually.
No, the Lurie.
Yeah, okay, if it was a snake, it would have bit us. Staring us right in front of us. But speaking of graveyards, let's send another monster to the graveyard. It's going to be Canine Lupus.
Am I losing attack because of K?
These are getting 9.
This is all after
K9s
the
are getting
Nibiru.
900. Let me just do math real quick, sorry.
Yeah, I think that we're going to go to a third game here. Little bit of seconds put back on the clock there, so we still got 21:54 and counting down.
84.
There's a chance you'll have your wish, which is to actually see the Elf Note cards do Elf Note things.
Well, I don't think I'm alone in that. I think a lot of duelists at home would probably want to see it. But here we are in the battle phase.
I will take 100.
Do some big numbers here. The Roy gets over Nibiru, the Primal Being, likely due to some attack manipulation there of some kind. Lantern, Magnamut.
Attack with Mag with 25.
And from that 25, he's just like, no, this one's attacking.
Requiem. Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
No worries, no worries.
There we go. Okay, so now that makes so much sense. It wasn't the Fabled Lurie. Let's clarify for everybody at home. The Fiendsmith Requiem was the one to be banished, so the Fiendsmith, it should be Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, still goes back to the deck.
That makes all the sense in the world, because that's the
Everything
loop.
makes sense. Yeah, that's the loop.
Yeah, you
We're all on the
special
same
summon
page.
Requiem back, you put Lacrima back in the deck, you use the Requiem, summon the Lacrima from your deck, you dump something. Not a yeah, that's the loop over and over, where you start your turn with Requiem on the field and Lacrima back in your deck. So it was kind of, yeah, a little bit confusing there, but we figured it out.
Yeah, we got where we need to be, and Urkum getting where he needs to be. Now he's our Game 2 winner. Everybody's got a point on the board, so we got ourselves a match here. K9 Vanquish Soul, is it going to be able to conquer an uninhibited Elf Note board? Or is Jason just going to draw no Elf Notes and not be able to play here because we know he's got a lot of points of interaction from the hand in his deck? This is really anybody's game.
Well, this is one of those one-starter 18-hand interaction decks, so sometimes all it takes is just one single starter. Are there any of the Elf Notes specifically that if you open with would produce the most ideal end board in your opinion?
I mean, Lucina obviously is the strongest because she gets another monster. But then again, Tistia also gets another spell card that gets you another monster, so you're fine. And considering how many attributes you have from all those different hand interactions, you obviously can get the alternate thing. Now, the weirdest thing to be is, remember, you do have to get one that it's not the attribute of. So if your hand is full of things that aren't Ash Blossom and you need Lucina, then you can't get the fire monster. So that could be like a weird combination of cards, but there's no version of this where Elf Notes get you in trouble. It's just the rest of your hand might. At least that's some theory crafting, but you'll have to ask Theo Realize for the real answer.
It's interesting. It's like Elf Notes Welcome Home is the reverse Stake Your Soul.
It is the reverse Stake Your Soul. It's kind of like Vanquish Soul Start and Stake Your Soul kind of fuse.
Yeah,
polymerization of spells. Oh, goodness, though. It's still really cool to see this deck doing this well in the tournament. There are a lot of Elf Note duelists out there. Maybe Elf Notes wins other YCSs, too. We got to see what was going on in Guadalajara, but we don't know what their coverage and decks are, so it'll be neat to see who our YCS champions, plural, are over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, I'm not sure I saw any of them. You know, we really are so focused on the event here, but it will be great to be able to go back to the hotel later tonight. You know, personally, one of the things I always do is see the coverage of the other events. Just, you know, kind of gives us an illustration. Are the things that we're seeing here in Virginia relative to maybe the environment here, or is there a consistency found where maybe there's Elf Note decks finding their way to the top tables all around the world this weekend?
Math wrong.
Definitely some good stuff and lots of surprises still to behold. And then next week we get new cards. New spice added to the format. So this format is only just beginning to take shape. And before you know it, we'll get some brand new stuff in Mesa Muertos. But that's them. This is now. Focus on the task at hand, just like these two duelists are doing.
Is it fine on top?
Urkum and Jason deep into their side decks, trying to figure out exactly what it's going to take. How many Milcharmies go in? How many Milcharmies come out?
Well, if they're going first, they're all going out. And if you're going second, they're all going in. That's the shortcut with those.
True.
Especially with Crossout Designator at 1 now.
Oh, yeah. Crossout Designator, I used to love, and I know there's some duelists who are not going to like this, but I love the hype of Crossout duelists. Right, crowd? Right? We're hype. We can get hype, crowd. Come on. Yeah, there we go, some duelists. But the hype the crowd used to emulate when you used to see somebody do cross-out designator, and then the other duelist would do cross-out designator of the cross-out designator. But I understand why it's at 1. That's fun for one person, not the other person.
Fair. So going back to the task at hand. The task at hand is to see an elf note combo.
Yes.
That's my objective here.
Yes, I will leave here a happy duelist, and likely so will Jason, if he's able to put some elf notes on the board, whether it comes off a Theo Realize or maybe nothing. It's difficult, though, because, you know, you're playing against so much that your opponent could have. Maybe they've got the Holly Sue. Maybe they have all the different types of canines. Maybe they just have a good card.
Maybe they have a Zuna.
Yeah. Isna could really shake things up, and there's a lot of things that could stymie this deck because it is a combo deck that doesn't necessarily have a lot of follow-up. Its combo is the follow-up. So if you don't get there, you never get there, which sounds very cyclical, but that's Elf Note.
I think the follow-up is compensated, though, by the Fiendsmith cards inherently. The Fiendsmith cards just give you that grind game. So I think over really the last year or two, the Fiendsmith cards have been incorporated into a lot of strategies just as the follow-up.
Well, duelists of all ages, we're going into game 3. 16 minutes on the board. We got plenty of time. Let's make this a good one.
Fiendsmith do a great job insulating you by going into High Caesar, High King Caesar, but then also providing you plenty of follow-up.
Oh man, speaking of some interesting cards in hand, we'll start with Purulia. How do we feel about that? Do we use the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring or hold it for maybe a Molcharmi Fuwalos?
Arkham's probably like, I've seen a couple of these elf notes. I don't know what they're going to do in totality, but Purulia, you probably are going to summon at least one time from hand.
Oh, it's Ash Blossom, but there's another Purulia coming down. I mean, at least you've slowed down the bleeding just a little bit, but you're right. Every one of those elf notes, special summon to the main monster zone, is going to be painful. Are we going to burn what appears to be Called by the Grave?
It actually looks like a tract.
Oh, it is a Fiendsmith tract. Okay. Shades of green, but looks like no, we're just going to have to start trying to summon from the hand, although this is going to summon from the graveyard if it is just Fabled Lurry. Let's see what he grabs. Last time he did not grab what he wanted. Didn't find it in the top half of the deck, but there's the Fabled Lurry.
Arkham is just sitting on double Ash Nibiru, so he really, really wants that Purulia to draw
yes,
a little bit of action.
Try to
the problem here
anything on the
is
summon of Lurry.
this Lurry can single-handedly threaten an actual field without summoning from hand.
At all. So we're going to go into Fiendsmith's Requiem.
And this will probably get met with Ash Blossom. Now, if Jason has a starter, he's pretty pressured into playing it and allowing at least one Purulia draw.
I know I saw a Droll and Lockbird, but I don't know that I saw anything that...
No, actually, I see a Solemn Warning. There's a universe you set the warning to first play. Arkham's not going to have a lot of cards in hand. And if you have a starter, you play it on the turn that follows. Because right now the Purulia hasn't actually replaced itself. So you might be willing to play super simplified.
Total denial of any cards to your opponent's hand?
That's what he's thinking about. Does he give him the one Purulia draw?
You know, the Droll and Lockbird will be pretty effective against both K9 and Vanquish Soul. There are plenty of searches in both sides of that deck.
Exactly.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
One other caveat
the pass.
is if he did summon a monster and it got interrupted, he would drop below the 2 cards in hand threshold as well. So there is some possibility there that, you know, because he has 2 cards in hand, if Arkham is able to draw a K9, he could take advantage. Let's see what he drew.
I see Nibiru. I see Ash Blossom, Joyous Spring. Oh, is that a double pass? It is a double pass.
Standby phase.
I mean, but let's say Ash Blossom and Nibiru is no slouching hand. So we're going to start with Lucina.
Try to activate
Special summon. Going to try to search. I'll be met with Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. No extra monster for you.
On resolution.
We just drew a Jiaolong. Has to be one of the worst draws in his deck.
Yeah. Maybe you get lucky, you Nibiru your opponent, and you tribute summon Jiaolong, and then you rock the Vanquisher. Oh, but it's Medius the Pure. Great normal summon. Let's go ahead and either add to the hand or special summon a Power Patron monster. And that is going to be the Elf Note Power Patron, a level 1
Anything on rest or
like all the Power Patrons, they allow you to, upon their use within their specific extra deck mechanic, search a card within their archetype. And it is an Elf Note card, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a monster. He would be able to search Elf Note's Welcome Home, or perhaps some of the Elf Note trap cards that we've yet to see in this match.
So we've got 2 directions he can go. You can get Seraphim, a level 7, or you can go into Armades, a level 5. He may be wanting to set up here, but he's already got 3 summons on the board, so you don't really have a clean way into Nibiru the Primal Being here.
Let's try to
activate Power Patrons effect to
we are going to
modulate the
activate
levels.
our Power Patron.
Would you like to read it?
Does it target?
It does not.
So he's
it's
gonna
actually only
increase
the
the level by
center.
The monster in your center. Okay, that does target though. Okay.
Oh,
so
and
that actually could get your 10 right there.
Go to 10, yeah.
Increase its level. So you're trying to increase.
Because a lot of
That's
duelists, they look at
That's
Medius the
So
Pure
that's
and the Power
9.
Patrons, and most of the time you summon Medius the
This
Pure
will
in
be a
whatever
level.
deck you're playing,
Yep.
you get something. You need a little bit more extension in the Elf Note deck, but that's exactly what we're doing as we're getting a
I'll make
10
a
here.
synchro
Is it
play.
Junora or somebody?
Probably going to be Genora.
No,
oh
it's
no, it's
Fable!
Fable.
I will go player
Leviath. This one's
priority, Power
an older
Patron,
one. It's like
select one,
Levia Zabul.
Yeah, and I believe it's a Snatch Steal, but it's also a big ol' Light Fiend.
You can target. Okay, so he tributes.
This is
himself
also the
essentially to
4th summon,
Snatch.
so I have to
Opens
imagine
forever.
there's the possibility that he just
Okay, so it
searches
takes
off
over
the Power
forever, and
Patron
it's
and then is willing to pass
Yep, that's
back to
fine.
Urkham.
And then
Because he
search gets
knows
you,
that the cards in Urkham's hand are probably hand interactions. Nibiru is amongst one of the highest likelihood ones because nothing's been activated thus this turn.
He does have that Solemn Warning, though.
Oh, that is so true.
That's interesting.
That
He-
is an
he could
interaction.
feel safe.
I'm so used to maybe Solemn Strike.
Yeah, yeah.
Stopping Nimir, Solemn Warning is not an interaction.
One in hand,
It's one that's
you can
possible.
trigger grave while you're searching.
Okay. So as we continue here, we're on the 4th summon. This is where you got to get brave.
It's a light fiend.
I will say, though, I still think it might be okay to not summon into Nibiru and just leave the Nibiru stranded,
Yeah.
knowing that you have warning for
Adding
the
off the Patron.
draw that
That's right.
Urkham has, because I think you have him in a kind of the hard lock here, where you have hand interactions that don't do anything, and all you have to do is deal with Urkham's top deck. So
rest are open
I
against it.
agree that he has that option, and I guess he'll play into the 5th
Oh,
summon.
he's going. So I
thinking
guess
on
we'll
the
see the
Resin
Nibiru, the Primal Being, because
Trying to
only
use Nibiru.
one of us knows. And Jason, you
Yeah,
got to
Nibiru.
do it, fam.
Yeah.
Pay 2,000 life points or else. Taking a look at the effect real fast. I guess he wants to make sure it doesn't tribute for cost. Can you imagine if it tributed for cost?
That would be wild.
To be like, sorry, the token is optional, but the fact that you're losing your field is not.
Yes.
So he
Think
takes a look
here.
at his graveyard. And minus 2,000 or not? That is the question. 2K or not 2K?
I will try to chain.
Uh-uh.
Solemn Warning.
And it's 2K. So paying 2,000 life points here.
Paying 2,000, of course.
Yep.
Hold on to your duel discs. This duel may get blown wide open. I think he's going to try to push for game here because you really need to at this point. So that's
Yeah.
going to get the game destroyed, but this is his chance.
That was the point I was trying to
will
make earlier. If you're
think
using
here.
the warning, you have to win this turn.
Yes.
Otherwise, I think
will
staying at 4
try
summons
to
and
enter the
warning the
battle
top
phase here.
deck monster would be the best approach here.
1,800 with Meteors.
But he isn't trying to be conservative.
Puts you
He's
at
trying to go for
62.
game, but is he just going to attack? Oh, I
24
think he
with,
is just going to
Tinian.
attack. Maybe it's
42,
it's
30,
conservative at a
38.
weird time. Maybe he had nothing further, but he did want to do with the additional points of damage. He does get the continuous spell off of Tistia.
750.
So that's 42 minus 400 is 38. And then 3050.
That's
That's
usually it.
interesting.
Yeah.
Or Tinia, excuse me,
Yep,
Tinia.
that's what I'm at. Yep.
750, that's right. Main phase 2.
Yep.
Main phase
Tinia's
2,
effect.
going to use her effect, going to go ahead and get a continuous spell here. Some duels pick the whole deck up. Some duels pick up half and then find it on the bottom half. And so Welcome Home activated again. Maybe he discards a card. Guess he wanted to just be a little shy here. But now we're going to Link Summon. Oh, it's 2 monsters, including a Light Fiend. Frees up the main monster
Yes.
zone as well.
Yep.
So recycle both pieces of Light Fiends. Leaving the Fabled Lure, just not worried about it right now.
Looks like we might see Lacrima.
Yeah.
Thinking if I want
Remember when that card was the shortest lived?
Oh, yes.
Best monster in the world? Time rules changed. 1,200, not a big deal anymore.
I will not.
It was
be
banned and
activating
Fiend Smith
effect.
was still
Anything on
probably
Resolution
the
or
best
Open Games.
strategy
Oh,
or
yeah.
engine at the time.
Link off again
My
for
chain links
SP
are
Little
1
Knight
Lacrima
this time.
to burn for game. Little Knight.
GG's, man.
Good game, bro.
Oh, okay. So that
For
this
the
is
1,200.
Yeah, for the 1,200.
Okay, so there we go. Round of applause, Duelist, if you couldn't follow that, by sending Fiend Smith's Lacrima to the graveyard. It gets the 1,200 done. It wouldn't matter if it was SP Little Knight or any other monster. As long as it's a legal summon, you'll shuffle a Light Fiend back, and that's game. Elf Notes gets it done. Kind of a strange way to play, but they got it done either way.
Yeah, I think you just kind of trust Jason there with that Solemn Warning. the options were either you win the game this turn, and therefore hitting the Nibiru makes all the sense, or you stay at 4 summons, play under the Nibiru, keep the Solemn Warning a top deck monster, and I think that wins the game also. But it worked out. He knew he was able to deal 8,000 damage. He knew his extra deck had that additional little burn damage. So there we go, 6-0.
Yeah,
Elf Notes.
6-0 Elf Notes. I wonder if every one of his games has been as, like, not Elf Note combo as that, right? He's just trying to struggle through it. But it shows you this deck, if you think it relies just on its combos, you're wrong. It's a deck that can grind out just as well as almost any historically good deck we've seen. So I think you're right. Maybe this is the strongest out of the gate Medius the Pure deck we've seen.
I think just the tried and tested, you play 15 to 21 hand interactions with the Fiendsmith cards. The question is, what is the sub-engine? And we've gone through ebbs and flows throughout the last year or so as to what that sub-engine is. Maybe Elf Notes is the sufficient sub-engine for that strategy right now.
Well, I mean, we've also seen people play K9 like that, where just every card I can activate from the hand, and I hope I win this duel by shutting you down. But we'll find out, but Jason is our match winner. That is really neat to see this deck in action and getting it done. So great stuff, right? Great stuff to actually see it played out.
I really love mid-range style decks, those decks that really just try to nickel and dime, 1-for-1 hand interaction, Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence. Those are strategies that I really enjoy watching.
Yeah, it kind of takes me back. You know, we were talking about historic YCS at the beginning of this tournament. I remember playing in the 2008 Houston YCS equivalent, and it was Gadgets. And you played Hero Beat, too, so you know all about how 1-for-1 trades can get you to the top. You had a top 4 finish at your event.
Yeah, it was actually exactly 200 YCSs ago. It would be the 100 YCS in Long Beach.
That's good, man. That is a historic top. Oh, I'm in the company of greatness. My apologies. But there's still so much, I think, that we can learn about this format if these big explosive combo decks can make it, but these fly and low to the ground deck 1-for-1 trades can make it too.
I mean, I even think probably the most popular deck this weekend is just Draco Tail and its corresponding variations.
Yeah.
There's a combo heavy version and a lower to the ground version, so it really is that question. Are we combo driven this weekend, or are we more mid-range?
Well, let's find out exactly from the Duels 2-1. Throw it to the stage with Stephen Kangas.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Jason. Congratulations on your feature match win on stage. You got a big crowd that was cheering you on during that match. And I want to start off with the deck choice. Elf Note, we haven't seen it yet. What made you want to play this deck, and with the Fiendsmith on as well? There's people laughing over there.
It's super funny. I was playing Yummy for the longest, but then I haven't really been playing actively for like the past 3 to 4 months. And Yummy got destroyed in the ban list. So I picked up an Elf Note deck from my friend Renee, shoutouts to him. And I wanted something that I was comfortable with, which is the Fiendsmith cards. I've used them all of 2024 and 2025. And I like the Elf Note monsters. They do a lot. Fiendsmith can bait out a lot of interruptions. And it's a very diversified end board. And I kind of just clicked with the deck from the very beginning. So I figured I'm good with it. It's comfortable with my playstyle. I can fit a lot of hand traps. So why not give it a try at the YCS? Plus, you know, new cards just came out in Bosch Protocol. We got to show what the new cards can do.
Exactly. So it sounds less like innate synergy between the two and more so just your comfortability with it.
Oh, don't get me wrong. There's an amazing synergy between them. Like, for example, the level 10 Fabled monster play that I used, as well as just Medius the Pure summoning the Power Patron to make Armades, which is a light fiend, and get all the playstyle from there. Then, you know, Power Patron, when it's sent to graveyard, the synchro material gets you your Elf Note engine rolling.
Okay, well, maybe some more synergies than I gave credit for right away. But now coming up onto this stage, first off, how many feature matches have you done? Is this your first one?
This is actually my first feature match. This is barely my third YCS. I've always wanted to be on feature. I figured my best shot at being on feature was today because I was playing a deck that is known but is not as commonly known to be good in the meta. So I figured if I was having a good run at the YCS, there were a lot of chances that I was going to be on stream today.
It's a good way to get on stream. Well, you also had a lot of shout-outs when you were coming up on stage. Any in particular, now that you're on camera, that you want to give out for anybody back home?
Shout out my opponent, of course, first of all. Super respectful. We had an amazing game. It could have been anyone's game. Shout out to my friends who are here watching me and supporting me. My friends in Honduras, of course, Team Stone Combo, as well as my brother who made the drive from where he lives just to see me play. And all my friends around has been giving me a lot of support. Of course, lastly, Maria, thank you for letting me come here to play on Valentine's Day. The run's going pretty good, so we'll see how it goes from here.
Will you dedicate the rest of this run to her at home?
I don't want to jinx it, but I'll definitely try to do my best to try to bring it home, not just for my dear ones, but also the people from Alexandria, Virginia, where we play, Springfield, Centerville, and all of us. We just want to keep going and do as best as we can.
Awesome. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people cheering you on. Congratulations on your feature match win. Back to the casters.
So I just got to say, first and foremost, thanks, Maria. Let's all say that in the chat, too, because we appreciate being able to see a quality duelist like Jason, who first thank you he has is to his opponent. Mad respect, mad respect.
Love great sportsmanship. Absolutely, just incredible.
It really is. And I also like that he just gave out free tips to everybody for all of the cool, like, Elf Note aspiring duelists, and it shows you that you can just jump into the game if you feel comfortable. Sometimes being comfortable with the deck is more important than, like, crafting the best deck that could possibly be. It's just like, I know how to play this deck, and yeah, I'm doing okay. So good stuff. He is winning.
I think he, in many ways, is picking probably one of the better Fiendsmith-based strategies this weekend. He's comfortable with the Fiendsmith cards. He's pointed out the interactions and the synergy between the new Elf Note cards and Medius the Pure with the Fiendsmith cards. So I think he's really aligned well, and he talked about being able to play a lot of hand interactions, which the Fiendsmith decks have historically aligned really well with.
Well, I know there's a lot of duelists out there that may not be as winning as Jason, but that means there are plenty of great public events that you can check out. And speaking of public events, why don't we take a look at that great win-a-map that we have, because there is more than just the cool participation maps you get for this event. You can win this beautiful win-a-map that's going to be exclusively available at the 300 YCS. And if you haven't noticed, the participation map for Richmond, Virginia, red, white, blue, because we're in the United States, Guadalajara, Mexico, it's got the green, white, red, obviously for Mexico, and then Dortmund, Germany, it's the black, yellow, red. They do have some of those in public events, but exclusive to the win-a-map is going to be this one that just doesn't have any countries, any colors. It's Duels Without Borders, and it is a gorgeous map with all the names of the previous events, some of the ones you topped.
I love mats that really capture the essence of the game's history. I know there was the prize card mat once before. That one's absolutely beautiful, where you have the crush card virus and the gold sarcophagus. So I really do appreciate celebrating the game's history, encapsulating it on a mat like this. Things like the pot collection do that as well. It's really been, over the last couple of years, something that's so near and dear to my heart, celebrating the game's illustrious history.
Yeah, you know, if you had to ask me, I'd say that Yu-Gi-Oh! Means community, and I think that's really demonstrated. It doesn't mean anything when I say it, but when the duelists out there are saying it, it really reinforces and echoes that it's not just about being here, it's about the people you meet here and everything. And speaking of duelists that we've met, and one of the greatest duelists of all time, why don't we tune in and take a look at Michael Kohanam, Gladiator Beast's strongest soldier, with an interview with him.
And a YCS champion.
And a YCS.
Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying the live stream coverage here at the 300th YCS. I can't believe we've already had 300 Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series tournaments throughout the years, and I'm going to do something really special. I'm here with Michael Kohanam, who is a commentator. He does written feature matches on the blog. You want to check those out? But more importantly to me, he is not only an SJC champion with Gladiator Beast, he went to the World Championship with Gladiator Beast, and he, I would say, is the best Gladiator Beast player in the world. Michael Kohanam, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me, Billy, and I am so excited to show you the new one-card combo made possible by Tri-Brigade Springen's kit in the new core set.
And I'm excited to see it. Like I mentioned, you are the best Gladiator Beast player. We do something called Duel the Master at like San Diego Comic-Con, New York Comic-Con. We have a chance to play some legendary duelists like yourself. And you always bring the Gladiator Beast deck, no matter what kind of form or shape it's in. You find a way to make it competitive and relevant. But what a common occurrence is, you'll duel against an opponent, they'll walk away defeated and be like, man, I didn't know Gladiator Beast could do that. And now that we have some new cards, as you mentioned, we get to see how you've adapted your strategy once more, and you can show off this cool Gladiator Beast combo. So I'll go ahead and let you take it away, Mike.
All right. So just for starters, the bread and butter of the deck is Gladiator Beast Gistel, which was released in Supreme Darkness, and either Gladiator Beast Aderix or Gladiator Beast Noxious, which basically serve the same function in the combo.
Okay.
So when you have these two cards, there's a lot you can do. You can build a field full of monsters that are able to stop effects on your opponent's turn and put you in a pretty good position on the first turn.
Okay.
But thanks to Tri-Brigade Springen's kit, you now have a one-card combo starting with Tri-Brigade Fractal or Fire Formation Tanky.
Okay, I got to stop you right there because I got to let you know I'm a big Tri-Brigade fan. So the fact that these work with your Gladiator Beast cards, I'm already on board. You've already sold me.
And without drawing any Gladiator Beast cards, you can build a pretty awesome field on your first turn.
Amazing.
Just starting here.
Okay.
And there's also some awesome cards with Rescue Cat as a one-card starter. But we won't get
Another
into those
one of my
yet.
favorites.
We'll keep it with the Fractal.
Okay.
So, starting with Fractal, you activate its effect.
All right.
All right? we are going to send Tri-Brigade Nerval to the graveyard, whose effect will activate and allow us to add a Tri-Brigade monster to the hand, so we'll get Kit.
All right.
Right, we'll use its normal summon on Kit, activate its effect to banish from the graveyard, and don't worry, this is the only meta card we're going to see. Yummy Snatchy to the extra monster zone.
Another deck that I play right now, Yummy. So you got all my favorites all in one.
He just happens to be a Link 1 beast.
Okay.
So then we are going to send Kit and Snatchy to the graveyard. And that will allow us to summon, there it is. Tri-Brigade Farragut the Baron Blossom, which allows Kit's effect to trigger.
Okay.
Now we are going to use Kit's effect to send a Tri-Brigade to the graveyard. It being the Spriggan's Kit that is so key to this combo.
Is that brand new one out of Burst Protocol? Yeah.
Its effect activates, allowing us to special summon Fractal back from the graveyard.
Okay.
And then we can use Fractal's effect to banish 2 Beast Warriors or Winged Beasts from the graveyard, and special summon a Link 2 from the
Okay.
We're going to get Gladiator Beast Dragoseeds.
Oh, I see. Okay, this is how we get our first Gladiator Beast on the field when we don't start with any Gladiator Beast.
That's
okay.
right. So this is how we're going to bridge into the Gladiator Beast part of the deck.
Okay.
Next, we're going to use Fractal and Farragut as Link materials. To Link summon Tri-Brigade Arms Mouser. And we will activate the effect
Another
of
new
Arm.
card.
Yeah,
Relatively new.
I love how Gladiator Beasts have gotten all this stealth support over the last couple sets.
Every time you see a new Tri-Brigade card, yes, my
yeah.
Gladiator Beast grows stronger.
Yeah, I love it. So now we can activate the effect of Arms Mouser. You can also use Farragut's effect to draw a card and put one on the bottom. But since this is a 1-card combo, whatever I draw will end up on the bottom because I have no hand. But you know, in the course of a duel, you will often have a hand, so that allows you to take a card.
Okay.
But Arms Mouser is going to send 2 Tri-Brigade cards from the deck or extra deck to the graveyard. And here we're going to send Tri-Brigade Arms Bucephalus II and Tri-Brigade Shureg the Ominous.
All right. 2 big Tri-Brigades.
2 big Tri-Brigades. Their effects will activate. Bucephalus will allow you to send a Beast Warrior or Winged Beast from the extra deck to the graveyard. Shureg will let you add a level 3 or lower, since you have 3 banished, Beast Warrior or Winged Beasts from you. So I'd probably make Shureg Chainlink 1, Bucephalus Chainlink 2.
So you don't get
make
your
sure
Shureg
resolves.
Yeah, don't want the Ash Blossom coming down on the Shureg.
Just in case. But we're going to send Gladiator Beast Geyserist to the graveyard with the effect of Bucephalus, and then add Gladiator Beast Gistle to the hand with the effect of Shureg.
Okay, cool. You have 3 banished, level 3 monster.
Yep, level 3 monster. So we're just trying to get deeper into the Gladiator Beast action.
All right,
because
like it.
Those are the cards I really like. Then combine Dragoseeds with Arms Mouser. Just also important, because we used Arms Mouser's effect after we summoned it, we can only summon Beast Warriors and Winged Beasts from the extra deck. So this is how...
So no SP Little Knight, nothing, no IP Masquerena.
Yeah, so no SP Little Knight is a big deal, and no Gladiator Beast Domitianus, which is what you would normally summon after opening with the Gistle and Adderix. But having a 1-card combo comes with a cost. So if you draw the 2-card combo, you can do that instead.
Okay, and this 1-card combo just gets you to that 2-card combo, kind of.
It gets you to 2-card combo while locking you into the Tri-Brigade, the Beast Warriors.
Yep.
So we're going to use Dragoseeds and Arms Master as link materials to summon Test Panther.
Okay.
Whose effect will then activate on the field to give you another Gladiator Beast card.
All right.
So we have the Gistle in hand.
So we're going to... 1 of 2.
Yeah, so we either need the Noxious or the Adderix to make the combo work. We'll just get the Adderix here. Okay. But also important to note, if you have a Gladiator Beast card in your hand already, when you do this, you can instead get Lavian Colosseum of the Gladiators. Let's find that card. The field spell for Gladiator Beast that was released in Supreme Darkness. You can instead of getting the Adderix, discard a Gladiator Beast using its effect to get an Adderix. And that will actually let you end the combo with actually not only an extra Claudius on the field, which you'll see later, but also Gladiator Beast Charge or War Chariot face down. Because you special summon from the deck, and this lets you set the end phase.
War Chariot's an OG card. Yeah, I remember that one.
So this is ideal if you have it, but if we're keeping it as strictly a 1-card combo, we're just going to get Adderix.
Okay. But to know, this is all just, one card. If you have more Gladiator Beast cards in your hand, the more you can do with your field.
And it only takes one, and it can really be anyone.
Okay.
So we're going to use Gistel's effect. He's like a canine Joker.
Reveal itself with another.
But not limited.
Ooh.
So he reveals himself and Adderix to special summon Joker.
Okay.
And then you can use their effects that are activate when they're summoned by the effect of a Gladiator Beast. So it's Chain Link 1 Gistel, Chain Link 2 Adderix. Adderix will send as a cost a Gladiator Beast from the graveyard to the deck to copy its level.
Okay.
And then Gistel adds a Gladiator spell or trap from the deck to the hand, so you can get Gladiator Beast Comeback, which is a spell card that lets you special summon from your hand or graveyard a Gladiator Beast with different types from the monsters you control.
Okay.
So we'll activate the Comeback to bring back the Vespasius, which we sent to the graveyard with that.
Okay.
Then we'll fuse level 7 Adderix, since it copied Vespasius's level, and Vespasius.
Yep.
And they go back to the deck.
Return them to the deck to special summon
to
a
the
fusion
deck.
monster. A lot of people would call that contact fusing throughout the years.
Fusion. Yeah, they call it actually contact fusion in Duel Links.
Or in Rush Duel.
Duels,
Yep,
yeah.
yep. So definitely, it definitely came from this, yeah.
So summon Tamer Editor. So you only need any 2 level 5 gladiators to summon him, and then his effect lets you just slam a Gladiator Beast fusion monster from your extra deck onto the field.
That's powerful.
We are locked into the Beast Warrior and Wing Beast though, so we will get Gladiator Beast Claws.
And you're only locked into those from the extra deck.
From the extra deck for the turn.
Yep.
So then we'll use Test Panther's effect. This is like Test Tiger from back in the day. So it has the unsummon effect and an effect that lets you send back a gladiator you control to get a special summon a new one from the deck.
Awesome.
So we're going to send back Gistel to get Gladiator Beast a quest.
Oh, okay. I love a quest.
Yeah.
I love when the classic Gladiator Beast make an appearance. I'm still looking like, where's Lakari, you know?
So a quest is actually not a once per turn effect. So in the 2-card combo, you're actually going to be looping its effect more to end up on like an even more impressive field.
Okay, cool.
But because we locked ourselves into the Beast Warrior Wing Beast from the extra deck, and we're doing this with exactly 1 card, we're not going to do as much as Glads can do with a little more. So we're going to bring back the comeback.
Okay.
Next, we are going to send the Panther and the Tamer Editor to the graveyard to summon Dureos, which basically just gets us another name out there.
Okay.
And now we're going to send all 3 Glads on the field, plus the 2 gladiators in our graveyard, back to the deck to summon another Claudius.
Okay.
Now, this is where what I was talking about before. If you had the gladiator to discard with the Flavian, you'd be able to keep Claudius on the field.
You just have the one more monster to put back.
Right. So you'd be able to keep the Claudius on the field. But since we don't have that, we're going to send these back. These, including the Claudius.
Yep. 4 to the extra, 1 back to the main deck, 5 total Gladiator Beast.
And a quest to the main, that's 5. And we're going to summon Claudius.
Yep.
So now that it's been properly summoned with the 5, we can activate its effect. We get 2 battle phases on the next turn. The next time we have a battle phase, we get 2.
Yeah.
So if it's the first turn of the duel, on my next turn, I would get a second battle phase.
Which is great for Gladiator Beast. You get to attack, send them back, bring out new ones, and attack with them again. Like, absolutely phenomenal, yeah.
Right. So the reason we need to do that is because we needed to get the Dureos off of the field. And need to get the Tamer Editor into the graveyard. Because you can't have a Beast Warrior on the field if you're going to use Comeback to bring back since it's Beast Warrior. So I know it looks like we got rid of a lot of monsters and just replaced it with him, but there was a reason to do that. If you had more space in your extra deck, you could do you can link away to get the Beast Warriors off of the field.
Oh, yeah.
But the extra deck space is pretty tight.
Okay.
You're using Tri Brigade cards plus Gladiator Beast cards, so this is how I built that. So now I get to special summon the Tamer Editor and activate Tamer Editor's effect again because it's not once per turn.
Nice.
It's a soft once per turn, so to speak.
Every time it's summoned.
Every time it's summoned, you can use its effect again. And that lets us summon Gladiator Beast Heracles.
Oh, I've been waiting for him to come out. Yeah, and as long as you have cards in your hand, you'll be able to negate those spell and trap cards.
Yeah, so he's a Beast Warrior. So this is where we're ending after that 1-card combo. We have Claudius, Heraclinos, Tamer Editor, and 2 battle phases the next time on our next turn. Claudius's effect, if the opponent activates a monster effect on my turn, I get to special summon a Gladiator Beast from the deck. If they activate a monster effect on their turn, I can then special summon a Gladiator Beast from the extra deck.
Ooh, there's a lot of good ones.
Yes, so even though we were locked out of summoning Gladiator Beast Domitianus because it's a Sea Serpent on our turn, once the opponent uses a monster effect, which is basically inevitable, you can then summon the Domitianus.
So what you're saying is you are inevitable.
Inevitable. And Domitianus has an effect. It negates the activation of monster effect that destroys it, and allows you to choose your opponent's attack.
Which is also, you can negate a monster effect, negate all the spell and trap cards as long as you have cards in your hand. And obviously, if you only use one card to get all this, you're going to have plenty of cards in your hand. Really cool stuff. Yeah, I really like it. And, made possible by that Tri-Brigade Springin's kit right here. A really awesome card. I remember when they first, revealed this card, you talked to me and were like, you didn't tell me that they were releasing the best Gladiator Beast support of all time. You already saw the writing on the wall of what you're going to be able to do with it. And I love that this is a deck you've been playing for so long. You're a dedicated Gladiator Beast duelist. You're always finding ways to have it evolve and use new cards to incorporate it into your strategy. And yeah, it looks like a lot of fun. And I can see your passion for it. And I really, really love it. Anytime I can get Gladiator Beast advice from Michael Kahanam, I'm definitely going to listen.
This is my favorite deck. There might be better ways to do this combo. If there's more space in the extra deck, you could do a lot more. But the extra deck space is so tight, and we went through almost all of them.
Oh wow! Yeah, I didn't realize
because we've already seen we've seen these already and the Geyserus. So it's really just the Domitianuses that we didn't use. So tight space is pretty tight.
But Gladiator Beast through and through. I mean, you start with Tri-Brigades, end on the Gladiator Beast. All Beast Warrior, Wing Beast kind of work together here in a way. And yeah, really awesome stuff. Thank you again, Mike. I'm going to be looking forward to your coverage this weekend. I hope you guys are enjoying the YCS. It's the 300th YCS. It's a celebration. I hope y'all are having as much fun as we are here. We have a lot more exciting action coming your way, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Hello and welcome back, everyone. Billy Break and Asala Wathutanjage here, and we are at the 300th YCS. It's been such an epic tournament so far. We've seen some excellent players, some cool decks, a little bit of Dimension Shifter, a little bit of Dimensional Fissures, but those decks kind of being overcame, and it's been a really good day.
Yeah, it's been a lot of exciting duels, a lot of really quick ones, and then some surprises from a lot of decks that I wouldn't expect to do this well. Elf Note, definitely surprising.
Yeah, Elf Note 6-0. Who would have thought? It's definitely a deck that's going to get better with time, but definitely a threat that you need to be considering in today's format. So it's been a long day, round 6, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And no, round 7.
We're in 7 now.
We're in 7. 6 just finished. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the players that we've been watching throughout the tournament through 6 rounds of Swiss. You get to see some of these players are in Genesys, like Jeff Jones decided to play Genesys, and he started off 4-0. Absolutely incredible. Pack down there in the main event started off 5-0. My pick to win it all, Ruben Peñaranda, is X1. Only one loss so far.
Aditya, unfortunately, has a loss now, 5-1. Kamal as well with a 5-1 record. It seems like 5-1 all the way down with Lucas Sacco as well as Jesse. And Charlie struggling a little bit with 4-2, but again, they have so many rounds left. None of them are out of this tournament.
Yeah, that's really awesome that all of the players that we're kind of keeping an eye on, all still in contention, whether it's Genesys in the Proto-YCS or in the advanced format that we're playing here. Everyone's still doing well, still hanging on. Jesse Cotton only with 1 loss. But yeah, that's tough that Aditya, he started off 4-0. Yeah, I think we saw him 4-0, 5-0, and then eventually took that 1 loss in round number 6. But these are Swiss rounds. We're playing 9 total rounds of Swiss. We're about to head into round number 7. So it's going to be an exciting one, and we're going to see how many of these players we're actually going to see make it to day number 2 and then maybe in that top 8. So let's go ahead and jump into it and meet our players for our round 7 feature match. Kangas, take it away.
Up first in the blue chair from Elmont, New York. Shout out his OTS, TCGU, and all of Houston, Carl Menegat. And his opponent today in the red chair from Manchester, New Hampshire. Shout out his team, Aguacate, Orlando Rivas. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. That's right. We are having Carl Menegat, an excellent player, a veteran duelist, brother of Pascal Menegat, YCS champion.
You're Pascal's brother now, unfortunately demoted.
He knows that's where he belongs, and Orlando is going to be his opponent from Manchester. Not from Orlando, even though I would have loved to see it. But it's going to be Yummy taking on Branded Dracotail. It's going to be quite the matchup.
Yummy versus Dracotail is a matchup we've seen quite a lot, but neither of these versions have been, well, I suppose Branded has definitely been in the running for Dracotail, but not this version of Branded, right? It's a lot more Branded stuff happening this time around.
Yeah, a lot more Branded, a lot more Yummy. I'm really excited to see this Yummy deck and the variations, how you were able to adapt after that Forbidden Limited list. A lot of people thought that deck was probably hit the hardest because it had not only the pure Yummy deck that was doing well, it had Mitsurugi Yummy, so it lost Herald of the Arclight, which hurts both versions. Yummy Snatchy going to 1 is difficult. That means you have to manage your resources a little bit better. Luckily, you can still rely on other Link 1 monsters. We've seen players use cards like the Fiendsmith Engine to really make it better and excel, so we're going to have to see how it's going to play out here with just like the pure Yummy deck, which is going to be this is the deck that I've kind of been using recently. I mean, I was using it before the Forbidden Limited list, and I've still been like messing around with it since the limitation of Snatchy. You're a little more susceptible to things like Nibiru, the Primal Being. You don't have that Herald of the Arclight as protection, but you still have that pure like punching power. You're able to utilize a lot of those cards in your deck that you can use from your hand to stop your opponent's turn. Stuff like Ash Blossom, Effect Veiler, Ghost Spell, Infinite Permanence, Dominus Purge. There's plenty of those interactions, and if you use enough, your opponent will pass with a very weak field. And with just one card, the Yummies can really snowball into a field with a lot of damage really fast. So
yeah.
It's kind of a new way to play it.
Yummy definitely can take advantage of playing off of one card extremely well, but I think if you look at this matchup historically, Dracotail was already favored. The one thing that Yummy really had going for it was the Arclight on the field. It made it really difficult to get value out of the Dracotail cards because they were no longer able to go to the graveyard, but losing access to that, there's not a whole lot that Yummy can do by itself to actually stop Dracotail or stymie any of their plays. You're really focusing on that non-engine. And I wonder, even if Orlando does go first, Dracotail might just be able to power through everything they have, because even though they had some restrictions in the Forbidden list, mostly they've just been bolstered by Burst Protocol.
Yeah, they lost a little, but they gained a lot, and it was already like a notoriously rough matchup for Yummy. Yummy Mitsurugi, kind of a different story, but pure Yummy versus Dracotail, like when these decks first came out, it usually favored the Dracotail matchup, and we're going to see if that's going to play. But you mentioned Carl. If there's one thing you can always know about Carl's decks, they're never going to be like the standard list that you're used to. I remember him topping like the championship, I think, with offerings to the Doom in his Sky Striker deck. He's always trying to find that cool technology. So we're going to see what Carl is bringing to the table here in game number 1, round 7, the 300th YCS here in Richmond, Virginia.
All right, just taking a peek at Carl's deck list here without even going into it. There's 47 cards.
I would expect nothing less from Carl, you know? I mean, if it's a good card, why not include it in your deck?
Yeah, if I want to see it, I'm going to see it. Let's find out.
Yeah, this is the most interesting Dracotail deck. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't even call it a Dracotail deck. This is a Dracotail branded deck.
This is actually branded Dracotail.
There's something glaringly missing from this Dracotail deck. I don't want to spoil it, but I'm sure as the game plays out, we'll see, like, questions will arise.
Like, draw? Yeah. This is a Carl special for sure.
It's always exciting to see what kind of decks he brings to the table. We were looking at his deck list, so we kind of maybe missed the die roll there, so we're going to see which one of these players is going first. I know you home saw it, and Orlando is going to start things off with that Cupsy Yummy.
I don't get to say this very often, but I don't think this dice roll matters.
We're going to have to see what. This is such an interesting deck. I wish you guys could see the deck list. So hopefully we get to see a lot of it as we play through this matchup. The Cupsy Yummy is going to add Yummy Surprise. Very classic ad here. Now we're going to link summon Yummy Snatchy by sending the Cupsy Yummy to the graveyard.
This is going to be able to place one of those Yummy field spells. Most likely going to be a copy of Mignon. There it is.
Yep. Attempt to activate Minion.
Yummy Amusement Minion.
Special. And that's the one that specials and game
Going
attack.
to be able to use the effect there since he controls a Link 1. Can special summon a Yummy from the graveyard.
Yes. Opting to already use Mignon here, not extending from the hand any further. A little surprising, so that might mean that there's no other Yummies in the hand currently.
All right, Cupsy Yummy Way is going to come down in attack mode.
I mean, why not? It's not going to stay on the field that much longer, right?
You'd hope so. But then Cookie Yummy, Marshmallow Yummy going to be added to the hand, and now Orlando's going to have to send a card to the card graveyard.
We'll see if he opts to just get rid of the Marshmallow. Yeah, like Marshmallow's just going to go ahead straight to the graveyard.
Yeah, that's a scary thing when you're playing against Yummy. Just for the pure fact that means they have like no dead cards in their hand. Usually. Because you'd much rather just get the free summon from your hand, and then you can summon it back from the graveyard later on. But Maybe I'm a little
Special
surprised he
Mhm.
didn't discard that engage there. I saw Sky Striker immobilize engage, which he opted not to start with because, like you do when you start with engage and try to go into Cup's Yummy Way, it makes Ash Blossom a little stronger against your deck since you won't have the Yummies in your graveyard to tag out. But I think I would rather maybe kept the Marshmallow than the engage. But maybe that's the follow-up for the next turn he could potentially save. So there's lines of play for each. But now Link Summon for Link Karibo. Cookie and Link Karibo will be synchroed away for Lollipo Yummy Way.
Lollipo is going to be able to summon back 2 of those Yummy monsters from the graveyard. It's going to be going for Cookie as well as Cupsy.
Is that okay?
I think Lollipo Yummy Way might be my favorite of the 3 Cupsy synchros, just because not only does it advance your plays offensively to utilize your extra deck more, it also just puts so much damage on the field with just such a little bit.
I mean, yeah, it does the most impact on summon, I would say.
Mm-hmm. And then you see the 2 monsters being sent back to the graveyard to Link Summon IP Masquerena. This is close to what my infield usually looks like here for Yummy. But yeah, you want to go ahead and use that free surprise, bring back Marshmallow Yummy, return the surprise to the hand.
Really no reason not to. It's just a free card at this point.
And this is actually just, even with just the field that there is right now, is a ton of interactions. Yep, this is pretty much where I go with my pure Yummy deck too, and then I usually get Nibiru'd, and I'm sad.
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty unfortunate. I don't necessarily think that's what's happening with Carl here, but I don't think Carl will have too much difficulty playing into just what's face-up on the field, but it really comes down to what's not face-up.
Okay. Let's see what the first play is.
Activate branded
Gonna start with branded opening.
Draw phase opening.
I just can't wait till he sends a Draco Tail.
Yeah, that's fine.
I hope he sends enough Draco Tails to the graveyard to reveal his secrets, as it were.
I imagine this is just a branded, like Dogmatica deck that has Draco Tail cards in it.
That is what it seems like looking at the deck list. This is mainly branded and Dogmatica with a little splash of Draco Tail. So the branded opening is going to summon a Luber Jester of Despia, and then he's going to activate the effect of a Luber. Orlando is going to return the Cupsy Yummy Way to the extra deck to special summon back 2 monsters and chain Infinite Impermanence to negate the Luber Jester of Despia.
All right, getting a lot of value there.
Yep.
Going to cut off something like a powerful branded fusion thus far. And now you can trigger both Snatchy and Cookie if you want. Cookie is going to be able to destroy the Aliber because it was summoned by the effect of a Synchro, and Snatchy is going to be able to replace the Mignon with a copy of a Croaky.
Strong stuff here for Orlando.
All right, Imperm used, Cookie used. Now we have to deal with the Croaky. Let's see what powerful cards Carl has at his disposal.
Yeah, he's got to worry about a Croaky, SP Little Knight.
Eventually there will be Way.
another access. Right now he has access to Mary Melfi. Or I'm pretty sure that's the name of the one. Let's see if he's using it. Okay, well he's not. Oh no, he is. Mary Melfi's. Yeah, it is in there because he has the 2 ones in the level 2 synchro. He can use the Yummy Snatchy to synchro those all the way for a Mary Melfi's, and that gives you another point of interaction to return the card in the hand. But Rahu Draco Tail's coming down next for Carl.
And this is a strong one if it's able to resolve, but it will not be. Ash Blossom meets the Rahu here. That could stop Carl short. Usually Rahu is one of the things you do toward the end, as we've mentioned earlier.
Definitely. He did not want to see that Ash Blossom in hand, but that's like the ideal thing for Yummy is that they're able to have so many of those interactions in their deck because they only need the 1-card starters. And as I mentioned, seeing that Marshmallow being discarded means the rest of the cards are probably pretty good.
All right.
Fallen of the White Dragon is going to be activated next. He's going to send...
I'm surprised he opted to lead with Rahu there, but I guess when you have less Draco Tail cards in your deck, it's less important to resolve.
Yeah, they could be using the Draco Tail part as the bait.
Special is fine.
This is prompting Orlando to think for a minute. Fallen of the White Dragon touches down.
Opting not to use the effect of the Lollipop Yummy Way.
Yeah, that's fine.
To preserve the option for the Mary Melfi's, as you mentioned, but it looks like we're going to be using IP here into Gorgon.
The Gorgon of Zilphonia.
Remember this?
Yeah, of course. So since it points to the Fallen of the White Dragon, it's going to render it useless.
Negated.
That's the way to put it, yeah.
That's the way I like to think of it. Anything that it points to is just rendered immobile.
Okay. That's Gorgon.
It's going to negate the effect, so we won't be able to special summon from the deck.
Yeah. Oh, so he can't. You might not be able to link 3. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Oh wait, he placed the field spell,
I think
right?
so.
Oh, it's Link 3 or lower.
Yeah, okay. Ooh.
So he's fine,
Alright.
right? It's not Link 2 or lower. Is it Link? Can you not summon Link 3s? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no. He'd have to go into SP Little Knight.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
resolve.
yep.
Because he decided to place a field spell with Yummy Snatchy.
Oh, I activated
Not something that
IP.
comes up
Yeah,
too
I'll
often,
have to
but
resolve.
that
Like
does
ever.
matter here.
It really only matters if you play Gorgon as Zilphonia in your extra deck. And I guess if you were playing Master Duel, there's WP Fancy Ball.
Oh, yeah, true. Not here yet.
Not yet, no.
Special.
So it is going to be SP Little Knight, which is going to get a similar job done, but not quite the same impact.
Yeah, especially into this field, if we're able to... Incredible Ecclesia is going to be able to hit the field here. SP Little Knight will be able to banish something. You're likely going to have to choose the Fallen of the White because you're not going to target the Ecclesia.
He's targeting the Titanic Cloud, it looks like, trying to cut off access to
That makes sense.
the end phase Quim or Fallen in the Virtuous.
Now we just need to get rid of the Little Knight and we can get access to Albaz
Yeah,
to try to
Incredible
fuse away the board.
Activate Snatchy on rest.
Yeah.
Can't threaten the battle phase because of Snatchy
I am
here. Or
assuming
is that what we're trying? Are we attempting to go into the battle phase? That would prompt the effect of Snatchy to synchro into Cookie Yummy Way.
Attempt to activate Cookie. Target both of your monsters to put them face down.
It looks like Cookie Yummy Way is activated, targeting those two, and then we're
Yep.
going to be chaining Incredible Ecclesia to special summon from the deck.
Fallen of Albaz.
And the thing is, there's no way you... I mean, I suppose you could activate it here. You'd have to discard a card and bait out the SP Little Knight. But then where do you do from there? The last card needs to be pretty powerful.
Yeah. So it is going to be Fallen of Albaz. He's going to put the Fallen of the White Dragon, which is technically Fallen of Albaz as well, face down.
And now, will he activate this Albaz? Just to force the SP Little Knight.
Okay. Maybe not. Maybe just go battle phase. Oh, it looks like he's thinking about Spriggan's Kit. No, yeah, he's just going to special Spriggan's Kit and use the effect here.
That's pretty powerful. It gets you Branded Fusion.
Grave or deck. A branded
So this is mainly a branded deck.
Orlando still has two cards that he hasn't used yet. One of them being the surprise that we should know about, unless he opted to keep it in hand. And then, if you were correct, it was just a copy of Engage in hand.
Yep. He definitely had the Engage. Okay, so now comes back Cupsy Yummy, Snatchy. Spriggan's Kit's going to resolve to add the Branded Fusion and put the other card back to the deck.
Now, do you think he's going to try to go into the battle phase here or just
On
activate
rest,
the Branded
yeah,
Fusion and
effect
just let
effect
him
to
use the Little Knight on whatever hits the board? He doesn't
He
have another card in hand, so we can't use the belly on here.
I think you have to use the Branded Fusion. I don't think you get enough out of the value of the battle phase just taking out like the Snatchy and the SP Little Knight or the Cookie. Any combination just doesn't work because there's still something else. So you might as well just keep trying to push. Trying to find a way like Albion the Branded Dragon into like Mirror Jade.
It's going to be difficult. I don't think he's going to be able to summon Mirror Jade off of that.
Eventually, right? Oh, because he sent Frixel and... Oh, no, because the Titanic Clad's banished.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot he doesn't even have the fusion.
So yeah, he can go for Albion now. If he opts to activate it...
He can go for Sanctifier, I suppose.
Albion
he can use the Albion itself, too. But then the SP Little Knight checks it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing the layers. But, I mean, Orlando has to know to check the Albion on the field with the SP Little Knight. But then he still resolves the Albion to summon Sanctifier, which is a little brutal.
Yeah, like we're getting places. It's not over. And now we can resolve Frixel as well for Ketu.
Vanishes from Grave.
I'll tell you what he's not going to get with the Frixel. I don't think he's going to get Draco Tail, Flames, Sting, or a Horn.
Now, how could you possibly know that, Billy?
I just call it a hunch.
47 cards, those don't fit.
You would think when you play like that many cards it's so you don't draw the traps, but you can't draw the traps if there are no traps. There are no traps in the 300th YCS.
All we need the Draco Tail cards is to fuse.
If it was summoned by a
They do have some powerful
synchro
spell cards as well. I mean,
effect,
Ketu
I
being able
could
to
add
access
one
5
from
mana will be
that.
useful too as well.
I have to set it.
So I'm going
What I love about this format is there's just so much creativity. Like there's a lot of like established decks, but there isn't like an established list for those dominant decks. Everyone has their own take. Not like it's like they're like kind of like snowflakes. Not a single one of these like branded decks are like really the same.
There's a lot that hasn't been agreed upon.
Yeah, I mean it's still early in the format, and that's kind of why it's a lot more enjoyable when there isn't like results to like copy a list from, and you have to kind of innovate and find your own way.
Absolutely. Now Orlando has most of his interruptions used up here. He still has a potential another Synchro summon off of this Snatchy. He has Surprise, but this SP Little Knight could likely be forced here by the effect of Albion, or maybe that is just incredible bait here because it will still resolve anyway, as you mentioned, being able to summon other powerful fusion monsters.
I'm shocked he didn't use SP Little Knight.
I think he'd rather have him summon Mirror Jade at this point.
Maybe, but he's just gonna lose it now. Like
he's gonna summon Sanctifier anyway.
Yeah, but now he has more monsters to attack over everything. He just loses it all. I guess did he use the Akroki effect yet? No, right?
No.
He still has a pop, a destruction effect.
Yes, but keep in mind he has Branded Opening in the graveyard,
so he can protect.
He can protect the fusion at the least.
Yeah. We'll go. Surprise.
Oh, and he has the surprise still, so he can do it. This is one of the reasons why I play Yummy. It's the surprise, target your own Snatchy and another monster, target two of your opponent's cards, and then you can chain the Yummy Snatchy to Synchro Summon, so you don't lose anything, but your opponent loses 2 cards. And he's going to be able to go into Cupsy Yummy way here, so he can draw, get access to some follow-up. I'm sure we'll see that engage go to the graveyard.
Yeah, well, I think one of the reasons to not lead engage with a hand like this is because you just don't want to give your opponent any value off a card like Fualos.
Chaining 1 Cupsy.
That makes sense.
Chaining 2
Fualos and like Ash Blossom is a little stronger against that deck.
Yeah, just safer to normal summon Cupsy.
And then the Akroki is going to take out that Ketu Draco Tail.
Very unfortunate that Ketu could have done a lot for him here.
Now he's resolving the Cupsy Yummy way, adding Lollipo and Cupsy Yummy. Now he's already used the effect of Cupsy Yummy way to return to the extra deck, so that won't be happening again this turn. Oh, he had a Fualos.
I think he drew it off of the Cupsy that was summoned from the grave.
Cupsy Lollipop.
Must have been the case. Because yeah, that leaves him with the engage plus the 2 Yummies he just added. Okay, taking a second to look at Albalanatus. I think they can attack all your opponent's monsters, right? I think it has that.
It's very rare.
Hidden effect. Let me pull up Albalanatus. Can attack monsters a number of times each battle phase up to the number of monsters used for it. I knew it could do multiple attacks, but it's all dependent on how many monsters you use. And
so just 2 in this instance, but that is something.
It's not nothing.
Contact fusion? Yeah.
I mean, Orlando has a lot of follow-up here.
Enter battle phase.
A lone Frixel in the grave for the Sanctifier. Not getting a whole lot of value here, but you do have a card in hand now, and you do have Albaz in the graveyard.
One of my monsters leave by my opponent, except during damage step, I could special one from
I mean, his only interruption is he has to kill the SP Little Knight, take out. This is tough, yeah. I mean, Carl did a good try, a good effort, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
The defense, all these have...
It's regular.
Regular, okay. Yeah. So let's swing over SP.
Sanctifier attacks over SP Little Knight for 1,400 points of damage. Now Avalanatus can attack 2 monsters. It's going to take out Cupsy Yummy way.
That's 25. Yeah. And then he gets an extra attack since I used 2 materials.
Yeah. I mean, Carl did a good job cleaning up the board here, but unfortunately, Yummy has so much follow-up, and it did have an Impermanence as well as an Ash to go ahead with the field to make sure Carl could not get anything forward.
I mean, this is so much, too. Like, really showing you the power of the branded cards.
Fusion was sent to graveyard, so
we're going to the end phase. The Incredible Ecclesia is going to go back to the hand.
Draw for turn.
He has, Sanctifier for Albaz.
I mean, Sanctifier is not easy for Yummy to deal with. A card that just can't be targeted?
Yeah, they have to definitely amass a ton of monsters with Mignon at minimum. And there's plenty of ways for you to kind of disrupt that. Because, like the Albaz into Mirror Jade takes out a couple of monsters. Like, you get the first one with the Albaz, and then the Mirror Jade will take out another one.
So now there is a Mignon in the graveyard, right? So you could use its effect to put the Snatchy back in the extra deck to get access to it again.
Yep, that's always something useful.
I already used my Link for Evil. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, forgot Snatcher was at 1 for a second there.
Let's go Link
did.
Rebo effect.
Yeah.
We're going to be using Link Rebo in the graveyard to tribute the Marshmallow's cost to summon itself back. Now you can special summon any of the yummy monsters from your hand here.
For attempting a summon. I haven't received any penalties now.
I think the judges might be telling him committed to the extra deck summon.
Is that
No?
It might just be a warning.
Yeah.
If anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's completely fine.
If Carl has nothing to say about it, then it's all good.
Like, that's the way I feel about it. If my opponent's cool with it, then yeah. But no, he was just thinking about his plays. He still sent the monsters to the graveyard to do an effect.
Light Beast.
So he's going to add. Is that the second copy?
Yeah, it's a second copy of Surprise, right?
I kind of like playing two. I mean, you need something to go with it, but it's really, we were talking about it earlier, not a bad card to draw on Yummy. It's a way to extend past something that might stop your normal summon.
Gives you a different search. Because a lot of the time, you want to focus your interaction on the Cupsy, because that is the one card that can access the Yummy Surprise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely cool. It's definitely a card you can consider playing too.
Can this be targeted?
This can be targeted.
We go Chainlink 1,
now,
Chainlink 2.
Lollipop Yummy Way is going to be Synchro Summon, Chainlink 1, Lollipop Yummy Way to summon 2 from the graveyard, Chainlink 2, Yummy Amusement, a Croaky to destroy a card on the field.
Lollipop.
Looks like he's going after the
Chainlink 1, Lollipop,
Alba
Chainlink 2
He
this.
can use the branded opening to protect it, or he could opt to let it go to the graveyard if he assumes he's going to find another turn, so that he gets the additional follow-up from Alba in the graveyard.
Yep, and looks like that is the case. He's going to let it go. He's going to save that branded opening.
That's the one that brings back, right?
Yeah, their effects are
he's
negated.
Just banking on the Sanctifier being enough here, because as soon as he gets access to Snatchy again, he's going to replace the Croaky with Mignon, and then a powerful Fallen of Abas could hit the board, getting rid of 2 monsters, like getting rid of 1 monster on his field to summon Mirror Jade, and Mirror Jade getting rid of another monster, and it should be very difficult for Orlando to close out the game.
Yeah, timing is going to be key here on the Sanctifier effect activation.
You have to really dodge any effect of Lollipop to be able to go after the Albaz in the graveyard.
Yeah, and the thing that you mentioned, the Albion, the Sanctifier Dragon can't be targeted. That's huge for a lot of reasons here, because Orlando has that Yummy Surprise, which would be something that could normally stop something like Fallen Albaz from fusing with one of your monsters. But Carl does not have 2 cards to target with that Yummy Surprise, so it won't be able to stop the Fallen of Albaz.
It's going to put one of monsters
but
in your
now
graveyard,
the Yummies
or 1 card in
start
your graveyard
swarming
back
the
to your
field.
deck. I'm gonna
He might just go straight into the
Albaz,
battle phase
the OG Albaz.
if he's threatened enough.
He's looking to see what Sanctifier can do. He points at the Albaz like, okay, this one's a problem. I mean, if there's a way... Oh, so... Yeah, there's no way really, Orlando. He needs to summon the Snatchy so he can get Mignon. Oh, I mean, looking in hindsight now, it might have been better to put the Mignon back, because the way he can beat the Sanctifier is without putting an extra deck monster on his field, right? So he could have Marshmallowed back the Mignon instead of looking for it with Snatchy, and then he just summons a bunch of monsters with the Synchro. Oh, he did it last turn. He has the Mignon in hand. That is what he did last turn, so he doesn't have to place the Link. So now there's not going to be a good time for Albaz to come down. Because if you use a Sanctifier, you tag out the Lollipop, you just get non-links, and he won't be able to go into Mirror Jade. He could go into... Does he have 2 cards in hand?
He does now, because he...
So okay, that's useful.
Because he got back the Incredible Ecclesia. I believe he got a free card from... I know there's 2 cards in his hand.
Yeah.
I just don't remember how they got there.
Yeah, so he will be able to summon Albaz, go into Lubellion. Or no, they're all lights. He would have to go into Albion, which is gone.
Does he only play 1? I suppose he...
Aluber's going to activate and damage stuff.
Okay, so Aluber... I guess he went to battle phase and just attacked over the Albion here?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, we are in the battle phase, and now Aluber's going to come back and be able to negate the Lollipop Yummy Way.
All in the damage step. Can't chain it here.
26.
Just hoping to survive. Still has Surprise.
Lollipop takes a swing with the Lollipop. Sending Aluber straight to Candyland in the graveyard.
Just has to find the damage.
Can he just surprise back a monster, and that's enough?
I think it is, right? Yeah. Well, 2 attacks are gone.
So, but yeah, 3 attacks with 5 monsters is enough, especially if one's cookie. Because that would be 35, 25 plus 800, 33. Yeah, 35, 33 plus anything is game. So the surprise is somebody. Oh, you can't attack with the monster he surprises. Right?
Not directly, right?
Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure Yummy Surprise has that. That's the one drawback on Yummy Surprise. pretty sure. Hopefully he doesn't attack with it.
I feel like Carl
would know that,
yeah,
I think.
Carl has been playing around the surprise in every way possible, so...
Yeah, he can't attack directly. Okay, so he's not going to be able to have enough for game.
35.
Let's see if Orlando and Carl know that. I mean, assuming so, because he wouldn't have summoned the Cupsy, which has the least amount of attack of pretty much next to Cupsy in the graveyard.
Then 31.
Yeah, just going for value here.
Oh, sorry, this guy. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, the only monster that can attack is the Cookie and the Marshmallow.
And 35.
And 35, okay.
It's going to be a hefty amount of damage.
Marshmallow
but
is 800
you're getting
and 25.
a nice set off of this Albalonatus.
Yeah.
And then you got to draw for
33.
turn.
Yeah.
Carl down
So
to
he'll be at
1,000
1,000
life points and a dream. I think I saw him just look to the crowd, just looking for Pascal to see if his brother's there cheering him on.
Is Pascal not in the tournament himself?
No, I'm sure Pascal's doing great. I know he's here. I saw him. He needs that energy, that brother power.
I don't think they're allowed to do well at the same time.
It's one or the other. Yeah.
Main phase 2.
Yeah.
We'll activate a Croaky.
All right, now we're going to be using a Croaky in the graveyard to put back a
this
copy
to
of
put
Cupsy as well as the Snatchy. Now, will we be Link summoning for the Croaky? Seems like it. We're going to be...
Two useless cards in Orlando's hand.
I believe we do know them. Yeah. Oh, okay. Did he get access to Surprise again, or no? He's
Nope.
just... Okay.
High Spirits. It's a fusion.
So, okay, Brandon High Spirits is able to go back to hand as well.
Brandon High Spirits is going back. He's going to get a set from the
Albalonatus
Albalonatus.
He's going to start with a new hand. He's going to have 5 cards going into the next turn.
You have to think Orlando forgot for a moment. I mean, I forgot for a moment, too, that you can't attack with the monster that got surprised. Because otherwise, like, yeah, why would you not just save it to use it defensively? That Cupsy Yummy's not doing anything on the field.
I mean, it's going to turn into 2 more guys.
I guess you could summon Mary Melfi's.
Yeah, a lot of options here because of the Snatchy. There is still interruptions available.
And branded in white. That's cool. That's like a miracle fusion for branded. And he's branded fusion. His hand is actually pretty crazy.
Yeah, at this point, it's all like...
Okay, what does Carl got up his sleeve here? This has been an epic game. Going to lead things off with branded fusion. See how Orlando's going to handle this.
I imagine we're going to be trying to find our way to Dragon Devours the Dogma, just get all of our resources back.
Doesn't send back any of the synchros. Wants to wait and see where he's going.
Oh,
and send Malulu! It's a dark and another copy of Alba. So
he plays 1 white?
I got to take a peek at this deck list.
Oh, no, he put it back, right?
Oh, yeah, he put the Albaz back. Okay. I was like, there's no way you're playing more Fall to Albaz than White Dragon. And now Lubellion is going to come down, so he'll be able to discard a card from his hand and fusion summon using materials from his graveyard or banishment.
To Malulu.
And field, too, I think.
This is going to force a lot of everything from Orlando because of the Malulu.
Yeah, no cost.
And that Malulu's also going to grab him a Rahu.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Ketu is gone.
For good.
Yeah.
One and Malulu 2.
There won't be any way that Carl's going to be able to replenish it this game.
That's not necessarily true.
Prove me wrong.
There's a new Dracotel fusion monster. That does
oh, you're right. You're right. You did it. Okay. Is it in his? Okay.
I don't think he plays it.
Almost. You almost got me there. Not gonna lie, you had me in the first half. All right. Now it looks like the effect of Cupsy Yummy Way is going to make its way back into the extra deck to summon back 2 Yummies from the graveyard.
It looks like, are we chaining Snatchy as well?
The 100 life points at a time.
You're going to give Carl some options as to what to negate with this Malulu.
And it's going to be the Cookie.
Yep, Cookie hits the board here.
I imagine that's what the Malulu is going to negate.
Maybe not. We'll see what the other monster summon back is.
I guess maybe Lollipo could cause issues if it puts something he needs in his graveyard back, but so that would be on a new chain, so it wouldn't do anything with Lubellion.
Yeah, I wonder if...
mean, you're not gonna want to negate a cookie. Like that's not gonna do anything. It's gonna be
Okay,
cups. Yeah,
okay,
you're gonna go
okay.
after cookie yummy way for sure. Or no, the Snatchy's back on the field.
Yeah, like I would think maybe you go for the Snatchy, but like
that would cut off Mary Melfi.
if you're going to summon Mirror Jade anyway, I don't think it really matters.
Negate Snatchy.
Or he looks like I couldn't tell which if he pointed at the Snatchy and Cookie because they're right next to each other.
I feel like because you don't really care what gets set, because you can still fuse with set monsters anyway.
True. But if you target the Snatchy, yeah, I guess you always just go for the Snatchy. No Mary Melfi's.
If you really wanted to limit all options, you could go after the Cookie.
I
Or
think
not the Cupsy, just no draw. But
So Titaniclad going back. Fallen of the White Dragon going back. That's an extra deck monster and a Fallen of Albaz. So we know the myth, the legend, Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon.
Mirror Jade going to finally hit the field here. And can't forget, he did
Ultra
activate.
rare Carl?
What did he set with Malulu? It had to be Rahu, right?
It's not a trap, that's for sure. Yeah, I think it was probably Rahu. Yeah, the Ketu's gone and it wasn't a trap, so it's definitely Rahu.
Okay, so we've used a Rahu and a Ketu already. So there still should be one card in the deck, so we can activate one more Draco Tail effect.
So that's
incredible.
Ecclesia.
Exactly. This has been an awesome game.
I'm telling you.
But this is why Carl is up here.
Yeah.
He's just one of those duelists that, like, not only does he bring something innovative, he usually plays, like, out of his mind, too. So it's all a lot of fun to watch him.
All right.
Carl's beaten me in a feature match. Destroyed me, actually. But I had a lot of fun.
Carl's had my number for a while.
Wow, not many people have your number, too. That's pretty crazy. Can I get your number? It's Valentine's Day, bro. I'm just kidding. Okay, but it looks like, yeah, those monsters are going face down thanks to the Cookie Yummy. The Snatchy was hit from the Malulu. Rahu Draco Tail is going to be activated next. Dude, you talk about stoic. Carl Stoic Mana God.
I mean, he knows what's happening. He's probably played all these decks. Like, every time he enters a tournament, he has put so many hours into the decks that he's playing.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have him on the live stream. And Orlando, like, is no slouch. He's been playing out of his mind, too.
Yeah.
These two players are showing why they are sitting with... Are they undefeated? Yes.
They're both undefeated.
Absolutely incredible.
So Rahu is resolving now. That's likely going to be able to send a copy of Urgula. Just get rid of the last unknown. Oh, yeah, Urgula, and then we're going to have to use a card in hand here. We have an Incredible Ecclesia that we can use from hand as a monster, but see if there's any other options. Oh, yeah, we're just going to be using... Is that Ecclesia? I think that's the alternate Ecclesia.
It is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So now I think we can go for Secretariat. If I had to guess?
Activates?
No.
Does this do something when it's destroyed?
No.
I just want to find a way to turn this Mirror Jade back on. Okay, no, we're just going to go for Gulamel. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Chainlink 2.
So now we can activate Urgula Chainlink 1. If there's no response, we can activate the Gulamel, but there isn't a chain here. We can summon back one monster off of the Cupsy here. Now Cookie can destroy.
See, I still think I would have liked to negate the
when your monster gets destroyed by battle,
just because, I mean, the Mirror Jade being face down is problematic.
And attack points.
Or, I mean, sorry, negate the Cookie Yummy way. I mean, the Snatchy, what is the Snatchy threatening? I guess it's threatening a Croaky, which is a destruction effect, but you have Branded Opening. Like, there's really nothing else it's going to do. If anything, you want the Mignon off the field.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting another copy of Rahu here. Every Cookie can destroy a card. I think he's going for the Gulamel. You're just going to use Branded Opening there to protect that.
Yep, indeed. Branded Opening will protect this fusion monster.
You've been saving it for a point where it would actually make a difference.
Now let's hit him with the Miracle Fusion. Branded in white. Can banish the materials from the graveyard as long as you're summoning a fusion monster that mentions the boy.
So what does that do?
I mean, this is a very comfortable position to be in when you're called, and you know your opponent has a bunch of cards, but they don't actually do anything anymore.
Yeah.
And you're using an Albaz.
I can.
Engrave?
I
he needs to find a way to get rid of this Mignon. It'd be a little sad if he went through all this work and just couldn't quite finish it here in the end, but...
Yeah, because the monsters are huge.
Yeah, that's what I love about Yummy.
Yeah.
So he's going to go ahead and use the Cookie, too, send it back to the extra deck, summon back a Cupsy.
I mean, he knew that he opted to pop or go after the set back row instead of the Mignon, so I imagine he has a plan for this. Because he could have gotten rid of it if he wanted to.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, because that's always treated as Albaz.
Finishing Fallen of the White Dragon, and Albion the Sanctifier. Oh, it's going to be wait, 4, 5, 6. Wait, is this Alba Lenatus? 7?
Does he play 2?
No, he put it back, I think. Right? Oh, it's Chaos. Or no, it's... Oh, wait, this is the other Alba. Hold on, this is the Dogmatica system. Hold on, we got to pull this up. Oh, man. It's been... I've never seen this card
Alba
summoned.
system Dogmatic Calamity?
Yeah, I've never seen this card summoned. So it takes Fallen Albaz plus 6 monsters in your graveyard with different names. I was like, that is 7 material.
Anything protected by battle?
Must first fusion summon, can attack all your opponent's monsters once each, cannot declare an attack unless you send one card from your extra graveyard. Once per turn, if you control this fusion summon monster and have 6 or more fusion monsters in your graveyard with different names that mention Fallen Albaz, you can send all cards you players extra to the graveyard. It has 4,500 attack. It can attack over all of his opponent's monsters. He just has to send. This is amazing. I'm so glad we got Carl on the stream. Alba system, Dogma
Calamity.
I'm too excited. I'm too excited. Alba, that's insane. The most incredible game I have seen in some time, and it does not surprise me. It was from Carl Manigod.
It's never a normal card from Carl.
It's never a normal game, never a normal card. And the fact that he just he knew that all along.
He knew where he was going.
He knew where he was going from the beginning of that turn, and he's not even smiling.
He's like, he's played that game before. He's done this before.
This comes up from time to time.
Yeah. I've actually meant to do that. I do that every game.
I do that every game. Absolutely incredible play from Carl Manigod. Oh my gosh. I didn't even see it on the extra deck list. It's right here at the top, of course. Alba system. Oh my gosh. Dogmatic Calamity. Just incredible. I'm reeling right now, folks.
I'm sure Orlando is too. He's never read that card before in his life.
I mean, I've read it before and thought this is going to be really hard to summon.
Yeah.
That's just, oh man, just so good. So, Fallen Albaz with 6 monsters in your graveyard with different names.
Yeah, it's a very specific requirement to summon it. Exactly designed for a purpose like this.
I'm blown away. Incredible. But unfortunately for both players, that game was long.
I mean, that's what happens when Yummy is allowed to do exactly what it wants to do. It has the non-engine to back it up, but you're able to crack that field. And that is what, I mean, Dracotail has been able to do historically. Branded also just having even more ways to push through. There were 2 turns he survived.
You're in for a surprise every time Carl steps onto the stage. He always has something special cooking, and it's usually really good, too. Yeah. That's just absolutely amazing.
It's the 47 card magic right there. Now, I mean, if you're Orlando, I don't even know what you plan to do going into that. Do you think just having all the normal tools against Dracotail will be enough here, or do you have to really go after the branded side of things?
I don't know. If I'm Orlando, I'm thinking about what happened? He played it so well. We can't take anything away from Orlando. He played that magnificently, except for maybe the turn with the surprise back on the cup to Yummy. But even still, that mattered in that game. He needed to send it back to keep summoning his monsters. But
I will attempt to take first.
I mean, it was an amazing game. I wonder if you're Orlando here, you have to think, oh wow, I can win game 2 now. Now that I know what I have to answer. How do I win game 3 going second?
To you.
I mean, yeah, I think the biggest thing is you got to get to game 3 before the clock runs out. Is a big deal. It was a long game. Both players, playing at a good speed, but that was just an incredible game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
I mean, Carl just identified exactly what he had to do with the tools that he had. He did not use the branded opening until he needed to. He did not use the Aliber until he needed to. He knew he had to survive that turn in exactly that fashion. Played around surprise as much as he could, and now we get to start game number 2. We'll see if he can do it again.
I need to Urgla clear this back row before I summon my Alba system dog. Absolutely amazing. Love to see it. It's game number 2, though. Orlando's going to get another shot at going first, but we are down to 14 minutes. So
14.
Neither player wants to have a double loss because it's better to have a loss to a person who wins for your tiebreakers.
Yeah.
So we're going to see how it's exactly going to play out. A double loss it could be brutal here, though. But it starts with Marshmallow Yummy.
I mean, that is a fine start. Any Yummy will do. There's no reaction from Carl here, so no Mulcharmy.
Yeah.
Play proceeds as normal here. You're able to go Snatchy for a copy of Mignon.
I'm shocked that he's not playing with a little bit more haste.
I don't think
he's the one who needs to win this game fast if he wants a chance at winning. He's in a losing position. Okay, now he's picking up the pace a little bit. Going to go into Cupsy Yummy way.
I mean, both players need this game to go fast.
Yeah. But I mean, especially Orlando, if he wants to have a shot at winning. Yep.
I wonder if he even had the time to take a look at the clock. He might just be a little concerned at how that game went. Okay, but we're just doing this normally, not touching the other cards in your hand, playing off that one card, going to be discarding the cookie. Cupsy is going to add a copy of Surprise. Marshmallow is already in the graveyard.
I'm shocked he has triple tactics talent in his deck here in game number 2 after seeing like how he went uninterrupted game number 1.
I mean, yeah, you basically saw there was only spell cards in Carl's deck.
Special.
But I mean, if you know your opponent is playing Dracotel cards, you kind of assume there's a 5-mana in his deck, right? There probably isn't, but...
Oh, there is.
Oh, there is.
Who knows what's in Carl's deck, though? I have no clue. It's you're always in for a treat. Yeah. But yeah, so he's going to do the same play we saw in game number 1. Really solid. That's the one thing about Yummy is consistency is strong.
I mean, I imagine the board is going to look the exact same.
I guess talent does make sense because you might be considering your opponent always siding into Nibiru against you since you're playing Yummy, and that's one way you can kind of counter it, like a bit. Yeah, okay, a quick turn 1. We still have 12 minutes. Carl's going to have to play quickly.
I mean, this is the exact same board we dealt with last time. We know there's a surprise set, one mystery set. Could be talents, could be infinite impermanence again.
Yep.
We're going to start with Rahu Dracotail. Let's see if there's an Ash Blossom again.
If there's not an Ash Blossom, this game gets so much easier.
I don't think there is.
We'll chain Cupsy.
So he's going to send back the Cupsy. You know, if I'm in Orlando, even if the time starts winding down, sorry, I'm so excited. I'm getting my tongue all twisted. Shout out to Tongue Twister. Awesome Yu-Gi-Oh card. But if I'm in Orlando's position and because of that game 1, if I'm not going to be able to win this match, I think I'm still giving the win to Carl.
Yeah,
you deserve it, bro.
I don't think the double loss serves either of them, so...
It's always better to give the win, yeah.
We're going to use a Frixel from hand, so already having access to a second Dracotail name.
And then this...
That could be really powerful here, but I imagine you're sending a copy of Malulu just to go ahead and go after that Snatchy or that IP.
Malulu!
He's eyeing the Urgula. Maybe he cares more about what
the surprise.
Yeah. No, it is going to be the Malulu.
Malulu and Frixel, so it's going to be Arthalion.
Yeah, just
there could be Gulamel.
I think for his strategy, Gulamel honestly does sound a little bit better because he knows he's going to set a Ketu off of one of these, and then the Ketu will add the Urgula to go after the next card. But you just want to deal with Snatchy or the IP right now. And then you can go after both back row on the following turn.
Let's go.
Or like the following play.
Okay, let's say following turn. Hopefully we don't get that far.
So
it's going to be Frixel effect to set, Malulu effect to set and negate. And then if there's no chains, the Gulamel will go after a card as well.
I assume there's going to be a chain of some kind.
Yeah, you don't want the Gulamel just going after your cards for free.
Whether it's you use the IP, you use the Lollipo.
Effect to...
You probably don't use the Snatchy.
Oh, man. We'll go effect of Cupsy, Chaining 3.
Oh yeah, of course the cookie has to trigger here as well, or the Cupsy was summoned off the graveyard from the Cupsy Yummy way. So now we're going to be activating Chainlink 3, the Cupsy, and
probably Chainlink 3. Oh yeah, Cupsy, and then Yummy Snatchy Chainlink 4.
I'm not sure if he activated it or not. I think he thought about it. Was that a Forbidden Crown in his hand?
It is. And that's going to freeze the Snatchy.
All right. Well, I guess that makes this a little bit easier.
So Forbidden Crown, brand new card burst protocol. It's in a ton of decks. We haven't got to see it in action just yet, but it has a number of effects. The main thing here, you can't respond to it with monster effects, so you won't be able to like return the Yummy Synchro. But the monster you target can't be used for like any sort of material for the extra deck. Its effects are negated. Can't be destroyed by battle. It's just going to be vulnerable there in attack mode. But Orlando does change.
I'm really surprised you would go for the Crown there when you're resolving a Malulu. You just negate whatever comes out and you save the Crown for the IP, right?
Or he's just doing a flip-flop of what you just said.
Oh,
so he's just going to Malulu the IP or the Lollipo.
Okay, so that's not on the chain. Okay.
Oh, because Crown doesn't target either.
Yeah, neither one targets,
You can't target Crown?
Oh, yeah, so that's another thing we should mention. Even though we're saying he's crowning the Snatchy, he doesn't pick until resolution, so they can still go after something else.
Yeah, I guess it's the exact same thing. Both cards are going to be negated at the end of this chain.
Let me pause the clock.
Malulu and Forbidden Crown in the same chain's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. We'll
see if the Gulamel survives this chain as well. I mean, this game could wrap up very quickly as long as these chains resolve properly.
Yeah. And there also could be like a 3-minute time extension
And then the
or something
other
that we don't know about.
field spell, it's
Also
when
exists.
something's summoned. How does it work?
Oh, when the monster is synchro summoned, I get to target a card on the field.
9
and
minutes is
destroy it.
also a long time. Maybe not in Yu-Gi-Oh
Okay.
time, but we're not down
to
to
play
the,
one game, it's plenty of
Sorry?
time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe not for Carl. But Carl thinks a lot.
Sometimes.
But clearly it's worth the thinking's
Yeah.
worth it after what we saw in game number 1. Has to be my favorite game I've seen on a feature match in quite some time.
So
There's always great matches at a YCS tournament.
Especially with Carl. Never have a bad time picking him for a feature match.
All right. So
Can
I
we
guess I'll use
please
the
resolve
field card.
So field puts another field.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay, so are
Because
these, the
I
chain
could-
links are resolving here? Or
Yeah.
It looks like they're still
Add it to
talking
the
to the
hand.
judge,
Yeah,
trying to
cool,
like
cool,
figure
cool.
out.
So you can
something.
put a different field spell. Or
I'm not
put
sure
the
what the
same one.
question
Okay,
is.
cool.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And
Is
then
he using
Let alone the
Snatchy?
answer.
Yeah.
We're not even in the building.
Snatchy's 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
Snatchy
Good?
was using its
Yeah,
effect
that's
to
fine.
place a field spell
Take
on the
this,
field
place it,
here.
And then synchro
Did he
with this
chain the
guy's-
effect of its to
Okay,
synchro
so
as well?
He chained the Snatchy to the surprise.
Okay.
Snatchy's going to resolve. I don't know what he targeted with the surprise. I guess he's using the surprise to summon because he doesn't have 2 monsters he can target on
Cupsy,
Carl's
is that
side. Or
up
2
to
cards he
two?
can target
Up to
on Carl's
2.
side of the field.
Okay.
And then
So he's going to
now I'm
synchro for
resolving.
Cookie, which is going to
You're
get
resolving
negated
Crown?
probably.
I mean,
I'm
the
resolving my
Cookie and the IP are going to be
Crown
negated by
first,
the end of this
then
game.
Yeah.
Malulu, then Frixel, then Malulu.
So okay, we did
So
get just
Crown is
information in
going
our
to-
ear that he did try to use the surprise to target the Gulamel and Forbidden Crown, but Forbidden Crown is not a legal target.
It's marked for destruction, unfortunately.
Yeah, so now he's forced to use the
Malulu's
surprise, so
gonna
they were just kind of going
negate
over that. That makes a lot of
Yummy.
sense.
And then I'm going to set 2.
That should lead to an extension for sure. Now we're going to be resolving the Frixel as well as the Malulu in the graveyard. It's going to set a Ketu and another copy of Rahu here.
Interesting, he wouldn't
what's
grab a Dragotail trap.
Yeah, I wonder where they are. I mean, he's trying to end the game this turn, probably.
His deck is so good, he doesn't give his opponents a turn to use the Dragotail traps.
I actually don't know what he does going first.
that happens first.
Like,
Okay.
he probably just does a bunch of branded stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's still probably the same thing, you just don't have plans.
Okay.
That's a pretty big deal.
I was working on it.
Well, in game
Sorry,
1.
yeah, so result is first.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm like, what?
So the
Okay.
crown is going to be placed
got summon
on
first.
probably the
I guess
IP.
we did.
It's,
Okay.
it's weak.
This
Oh, if he
is
places it
on
on the
crown.
IP, it stays on the field and you can
And-
just attack.
Cool.
Because it turns the monster into
Yep.
like a Spirit
Three
Reaper that
cards.
can't be
Now
destroyed
I'm
by
gonna set
battle.
Well, that's pretty
my
significant.
cards.
Unfortunately, all these
Ketu.
monsters in his extra deck, they're going to attack a bunch of times. It's
this
going to
is
attack a monster
negated
once
and this is
each.
negated.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not as useful.
All right. Cut.
Alba system, man. That's crazy.
Activate Ketsu.
All right, now we can activate Ketu. If there's no response, we can go chain the Gulamel here.
Sure, one of these synchros has to be live, right?
Chain
Yeah,
Lollipop.
the
Yeah.
Lollipo.
Yeah, gonna be able to use that Lollipo here. Unfortunately, not getting any value out of this Gulamel. This is going to summon back a copy of Snatchy and Cookie. Cookie's gonna be able to destroy a card as well.
But that Gulamel will be able to return to the field if Carl finds a way to fusion summon and send a couple of monsters at the same time to the graveyard.
Yeah, likely going to be adding a copy of Urgula from the deck to the hand here.
Time.
You called it.
620.
Now this is going to be
620.
going after that mystery
Urgula.
set, as well as whatever else comes from the hand.
Oh, so he's going to use the effect of
Send
Ketu to
Urgula and Widow?
fuse.
I'm going to fuse.
Oh, he's going to use
use
the...
that guy?
Yeah, that makes sense. Just use the Urgula as
Yeah,
well
I
as the
left the Urgula to
Gulamel.
hand
This
with
can let you
Rahu
make
and then
Arthalion
fuse
or
with
potentially
Urgula
Secretarion. I think
and
Secretarion might be a little bit better.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Carl's game.
It is definitely in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, if I'm Orlando, I'm conceding. But I guess he still has a few more minutes to see where it's going to go.
Secretarian.
Yep, there's the Secretarion.
And
Now
this
we can
is
activate Gulamel.
Secretarian off Ketsu.
Or
Secretarian.
not
Dragon.
Gulamel. We can add the Urgula
This is
in
one
the
that
following
you target
chain.
two, summon one, and put the other one
Yeah,
at the bottom.
exactly. And then
Yep.
new chain.
Urgula effect.
Yeah.
It's going to be
We'll be able to take out that other spell and trap
Goes
card
Urgula?
while
Yep.
also grabbing
Um,
another copy of
we'll
Rahu
go
Dracotel.
Just for vibes.
Yeah, why not?
chaining 2.
So now Cookie will be
Target.
able to go after Secretarion here.
If he summons Alba System
That's
Dagger
destroy.
Climatic,
Dogmatic Calamity.
Dogmatic Calamity. It's the Dogmatica combining with Calamity. That's hard for me.
Yeah, it's two different words, but
and it's a very just long word.
Or it was in fact.
I can say Dogmatica. Nope, Calamity. Nope. Calamity is the one that's getting me. Which is, I'm not going to go into it.
Dogmatica, Lamity.
Dogmatica, Lamity.
Yeah.
No, with it. Nice. With the speech lesson from Asala here, I'm able to say it. Dogmatica, Lamity. That's insane that works. I feel like I'm saying two words, but when I say them together, it becomes one. Yes, insane.
That's fine.
My speech therapist. Now a Synchro Summon is going to happen. The Snatchy and the Cookie will be sent to the graveyard. And Cupsy, Yummy. Wait, nope. Looks like he's thinking about just summoning the Lollipo back.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to just wall up here. Carl doesn't have any monsters on the field currently. He's going to need to fight for it. But the Urgula adds back the Frixel. Okay. We have not normal summoned yet. All we've done is activate the Rahu, right? Rahu and then Chain Crown.
Basically, yeah.
Yep.
We haven't played that many cards from our hand yet.
Oh, the Bell's huge.
Ooh. That could be rough.
But he has Spriggan's Kit. That's going to let him grab Branded Fusion.
Yep. Now, did he have to normal summon that, or was there a card that mentions that?
It was a normal, yeah.
Okay, okay. The Branded Fusion finally in hand now. And we're going to have to discard or send back one card here for the Spriggan's Kit.
Okay. I can't tell what that last card is in his hand. It looks like maybe the Incredible Ecclesia. Couldn't quite see it.
I thought it was two other or
it's definitely a I mean, to me it looks like Tri-Brigade McCourier, but I know it's not that one.
Thank you. That's what
It might be.
It is McCourier. Does he play it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and he does play McCourier. I was like, I swear that's McCourier.
All right, now we're finally able to activate Branded Fusion. Correct me if I'm wrong, there's no more interruptions left. Okay, there's the Croaky, right? Because the Lollipop can still... Or is it something?
No, he can't. The Cookie's frozen, right? He's already used the Lollipop to tag back.
Okay.
He has no more interruptions.
Okay.
And then
a race to the finish line here for Carl.
No.
Can he attack 7 million more times?
I think he's trying to summon the Alba system again. Oh, he put back the Brandon in white. Never mind.
Okay. It would definitely take some steps to get to Brandon in white at this point.
Jesus.
So, okay, we're going to send a copy of Cartesia as well as, I think that was Fallen the White Dragon?
Yep.
And then it's going to summon Albion.
Yes.
Now, Albion is another card that can summon
attacks or anything.
He just needs to summon enough monsters to attack into this IP Masquerena.
Okay.
I mean, doing 78 is still a lot.
And each one, IP is 800 attack points, so...
Oh, okay, he's banishing a lot. That's that.
1, 2, 3, 4... Okay.
I'm sure he had 6 monsters, but yeah, so now we can go into the Calamity.
And then this
we're going to go into the battle phase. He's going to attack all the monsters in the back and then attack the IP 3 times.
Yeah, I got Link Karibo.
Is it the Alba system ending the game again? So if Carl did say, oh, it comes up all the time, he would be telling the truth.
Yeah.
Like, this is not like a card he might summon. It seems to be like...
a win condition.
I wonder if he chooses to go second. Oh, so he has Link Karibo.
I mean,
but what is Orlando trying to achieve here? He cannot win this match.
I mean, he's just trying to play the game as much as he can.
Yeah,
we're going to have to sacrifice Spriggan's Kit here.
It's worse for him. He's going to get the loss no matter what. You might as well have your opponent have a good tiebreaker. I don't know what is so hard. Like, that's not a hard, tough concept to understand. But our players just continue to not get it.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of slow rolling here. Now, I mean, clearly the plays are very face up as to what's going to happen next.
Yes. Like, not only are you losing this game, you don't have a chance to win the match. The only way that the only thing that's beneficial to you is your opponent's tiebreaker being good. You gain nothing from it.
Okay, so how much attack power does?
He's 4,500.
Yeah.
No, the cookie.
Attack.
Oh, this might just be game anyway.
I think it's just game anyway.
The IP doesn't die. The IP doesn't die.
I mean,
or whatever was Forbidden Crown stays alive.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's 45 over that, 45 over the IP, and then 25 into the IP.
Yeah.
I mean, that should be plenty of damage. You've activated 2 Snatchies. I mean, the 200 might matter here.
I think you did, 2 or 3 Snatchy.
Yeah, I don't think I can.
It's just so brutal that, like, you're just now not understanding how the tiebreaker system works in the game.
I took 45 over 26, so it's 29.
And he's taking so long to do math too. Like they're
25 over 8.
Like it seems like he's almost doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
It does feel that way.
Well.
He has nothing, no playable cards, pass. Hopefully there's a time
first.
extension.
Oh.
Yeah, he has to resolve 4 different effects in the end phase here. And honestly, at this point, Carl, you might just have to forego it.
I mean, if there's no time extension, it's too late. And Orlando's just sabotaging himself. But it is what it is, I guess. And like most of that time was spent on Orlando's turn. Maybe the judges are taking a moment to like consider it. Like Orlando was the one taking a long time for his plays, but no, it's just going to be a double loss. Time expires. Orlando's tiebreakers are terrible. Yeah, really unfortunate thing for there. But yeah, Carl putting on an excellent show, showing his deck is strong and why he's here to win it. Yeah. But you got to feel kind of bad for him, like that. Yeah, Orlando's decided to take them both out instead of letting Carl move on with the win, which would have been beneficial for him.
I mean, it was a good showing for both decks here, but we really saw why Carl's deck was special, why he was undefeated up to this point. He's able to crack fields extremely well. But, I mean, going second into these decks and allowing your opponent to play out the turn, it takes a lot of time.
And, like, yeah, and especially since, like, most of that 10 minutes during even Carl's turn was spent with Orlando considering his options and thinking for an extremely long amount of time. I would have liked to see a slow play warning to give us 3 more minutes in that match. But, you know, I'm not the judge. I'm just the caster here watching the game. And, you know, but it's something that the time rules that players just really need to understand. Like, if you're in a losing position and you're going to lose no matter what, it is only beneficial for your opponent to win. The tiebreakers come down to your opponent's win percentage. So when you're taking down your opponent with you for pretty much no reason, when you can't win the match and they're clearly going to win the game, it only hurts yourself as a player. Like, you are making your job to try and top 8 the tournament that much harder.
Yeah, you don't want to sabotage yourself.
Yeah, and if you watch players like Josh Schmidt, if you watch him on the Eastern, there's been times where he was even like in a winning position and his opponent wasn't going to concede. He just had to concede because he was going to lose either way. So the options are we both lose or like I have the good tiebreaker there. And like especially when your opponent's in such a dominating position, you have to be able to make those calls. That is a skill in itself of playing in a tournament. Knowing when to concede, knowing when to give up, and knowing when like you've been beat. If you're not able to recognize that, that will come back to bite you.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of turning left. Neither of them are out of the...
True, yeah.
Yeah, they were undefeated up to this point, but, I mean, it was pretty clear Carl was going to win that game. Unfortunate to see. But they're both going to just have to learn from this and play out the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's right. But, yeah, X1, 1 loss, not too bad. Still have a lot of Swiss to play. But, yeah, so we're probably going to go to a break here shortly instead of going. We'll have another match for you, actually, a Genesys match from the thing that's coming up here shortly. But yeah, incredible match though. I'm really glad we got to see the Alba system. I do think that there's no way Carl's not choosing to go second, right?
Yeah, I feel
it
like
has
he
to be a blind second deck.
Yeah,
right?
looking at he's just trying to.
One of those things where you hope you lose the die roll.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of things. But I really hope he's able to bounce back from this unfortunate loss and find his way into the top cut. Orlando, unfortunately, I don't think he'll. I mean, it's going to be tougher for him. He's like these are the kind of like decisions he's making, like to make the top 8. And we'll have to see how it's all going to play out for day number 2. But yeah, we are waiting before we go to a pre-recorded match from the Genesys Proto-YCS that's going on for the first time this weekend, and it's been incredible. I've been watching some of these Genesys matches. They've been a lot of fun.
The Mimigal one was crazy.
I was about to say there was a Mimigal one using Swords Revealing Light that was absolutely incredible. And that's something that's cool about like having different ways you can play Yu-Gi-Oh. You get to see decks that maybe in Genesys that maybe not will have the same success in advance, and it gets you some more things. So let's go ahead and jump into the pre-recorded Genesys match.
Get you. That's good.
Secretariat.
Yep. You'll be taking 3K.
Yeah, that's fine.
I need you guys to update your own life as well.
Effective Secretariat, targeting Lulu and Lucas.
That's fine.
Effective Lulu.
Good.
I haven't used Urgla or Friction, right?
Correct.
Correct. Can you also make sure it's like straight in the zone?
Yeah, sure.
Yep. Thank you.
Chain Link 1, Urgla, Chain Link 2, Friction.
Yes, that's fine.
Is that Sting still here?
Flame Horn Sting.
Yeah, I'll flip them up for you.
Also, can I have your graveyard here?
Yeah. Up top or?
No, the other way. Yeah, you're good.
Let me shuffle for you. Effective Urgla targeting Friction.
That is fine.
Here, I will attempt to end main phase. Pass.
Okay, stand by, man. I will lead 7th Ascension. Revealing for cost my Battling Box of Star Senses.
Chain Flame target.
Yes.
Turn off Allium. Draw a card.
Yeah, that's fine. May I read Flame?
Yeah.
I will go normal summon Astrotopia.
Does it do anything on summon?
No.
Unsummon. Foreign target.
You got game.
Cool. So we'll proceed. Once you guys are done siding everything, let me know. We'll pause and then let you know when you can start the game 2.
Got it.
Physical wouldn't have a no pass on the other. So they make present, spread top 5, and then we'll let you know we can start. All right, 3, 2. All right, you guys good to start?
Good luck.
Step my man.
Sure.
I'll activate Gaga Gambara Knight.
Heck, that would be music.
Be my guest. Reveal Magician of Action deck.
So it just summons itself and summons one from hand?
Correct.
And then it adds a Gaga.
If it's attached, correct.
Go. Okay, that's fine.
Hang on, someone?
Last time I summons back from the grave if you control like any of them. Yeah.
Hang on, someone?
You're good.
Effect, cost.
Sure.
Have Unbreakable Exceeds Break.
Just detaches one.
New chain, Gambara Knight.
Yeah. That one is itself and summons one from back.
Correct.
And then that one also searches with detached.
Yes. Normal summon? Effect.
Sure.
Summon Dwarf. Dwarf effect.
I didn't read that one. What does it do?
Special from hand.
That's fine.
Gambara Knight. Nozu Baba Knight.
Sure.
Thank you. Photon Dragon effect. Cost.
Attempting to do what?
Attempting to add a Tachyon card from deck to hand, or a Galaxy card from deck to hand.
So just remember, like I said, they don't know, the audience doesn't know, make sure we're playing our effects.
I'll add Galaxy Tachyon Primal. New chain, Zubaba Knight.
The 9 is letting you do what?
Letting me add a Gaga card.
Okay.
He had to attack you on this engine.
Correct, yes. I will special summon Galaxy Tachyon Dragon, because I control a Dragon Xyz monster.
Yes.
We'll go Chainlink 1 Primal, Chainlink 2 Photon Dragon to change Primal to a 4.
Nothing locks into 4s?
No. Just Xyz.
And then he changes himself into a 4?
No. Photon Dragon changes him into a 4.
It was an attack position, right?
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
coat.
So what is happening? How is it able to special summon itself?
Because I control a Gargoyle monster.
Okay, cool.
Overlay my 2 monsters. Make Eclipse Twins. I can do that because I just said so. Overlay my 2 monsters. Make number F0 Utopic Futures Exile. We will activate Gargoyle Coat effect, target Goblinberg to reborn it. We will activate Glove, because I control a Go-Go to reborn it.
Sure.
Overlay. Make Utopia double. Utopia double effect cost.
Sure.
Add double or nothing. And rank up. Judge, I'm not 100% sure I have not triggered Goblinberg, have I?
I think that was one of the first things you did.
I believe earlier you did add a Dodo monster.
I have not added Dodo this turn. Actually, I know I have not activated Goblinberg.
Is it your first time detaching this monster?
Correct.
How did you get Amatage?
Amekane was special from hand from.
It was special from hand,
right,
correct.
Yeah. So that one wasn't searched. So confirm.
I'm 90% sure I have not searched with Goblinberg.
Yes. But this is also why I mentioned that you need to be declaring everything your effects do and like how you do them, so there's no confusion moving forward. Okay.
Right.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Thank you.
And that's this guy doing this?
Yes, Goblinberg is searching this.
Yes, that's chain link 1. Yes.
I'll attempt to use it, detaching for cost, to equip a Zexal weapon from my deck or extract to it. I will equip Zexal weapon Pegasus Twin Saber. I'll attempt to activate Automata Kage to summon it from the graveyard, so I control a Dororo. Overlay, make Gargoyle Magician. Gargoyle Magician activates, detaching for cost, target girl to reborn it from the grave. Extra summon. Touch. Make another F0.
Advanced format competitors, I need the following players up to the main stage, please.
Tap 1. Tap 2.
James Arthur Strasburger. James Arthur Strasburger and Jason Robert Keats.
Attempt to pass.
James Arthur Strasburger and Jason Robert Keats, please come up to the main stage. If you do not come up to the main stage, your match will be a double loss and you will be dropped.
Stand by me. I'll special summon Gamma Seal Distributing.
That is fine.
Activate Shell Fusion.
Bell Fusion is fine.
Send Frixel and Dragon.
While you're resolving, I will be reading Dragon.
Yeah.
Understood.
Special Construct.
And I'm also reading Construct. I'll send a shut off card from next grave.
Chain Link 1. Just gonna read these guys before I display anything.
Be my guest.
Chain Link. This is only on field, this negates, right?
Correct.
1 being Frixel, 2 being Construct, 3 being Dragon.
You cannot target my back row because of F0. F0 says you cannot target any card on either field besides itself.
Okay, great. So just 1, 2.
Thank you. Both resolve.
Send Hedgehog and resolve Frixel.
Yes. And read Hedgehog while you're doing that.
Send Ketsu.
Actually, all monsters from deck to hand. Okay. Anything in a new chain?
Hedgehog.
Hedgehog resolves.
Beast. Resolution.
Yes. On resolution, I'll activate Cosmic Cyclone, target Rikitu.
Sure.
Make sure updating live to pay 1,000. Can you have your Graver back over here, please?
Yeah, so I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good. Extra deck needs to be where the deck zone is.
That's good. Rahu.
Married Construct?
Yeah.
Is Shadow Fusion a once per turn?
It's once per active. You can only activate it once. Did you negate activation?
I did not. I didn't negate it at all.
No, you did. Yeah, you're right.
I'll chain a Breakable Exceeds Barrier. I'll detach Photon, Dragon, and Girl to also pop her.
Sure. This gets destroyed.
Correct.
This goes to grave. Effect of Construct.
Yes, that's fine.
I have extra love fusion.
Are you not going to resolve Rahu?
Isn't it negated?
I negated it.
So it attaches to negate the Rahu.
Correct.
Okay. So it negates and pops the monster?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's one to be sure. All right. Thank you.
Roman summon?
Yes.
Effect?
Thinking.
Sure.
I know Beast in hand, nothing else.
And Shadow.
Beast Fusion, right. Chainlink 2 Future Zexal.
Sure.
Attach for cost.
No response.
I will take the Malulu.
Sure.
Then on resolution of the Malulu, I will Twin Saber. It negates on resolution like Rizio Cross.
I was activated on my opponent's field. Okay, I think that works.
Yes.
May I read that card, please?
Be my guest.
You guys are going to proceed. I'm just reading.
Yeah. You got this one.
Yeah. Indeed, likewise.
Freeze play, advanced format duelist. Freeze play, advanced format duelist. That is time in the round. If your match is not concluded, it is a double loss. Please sign the match slip and bring it to the main stage. If you need assistance, please raise your hand and call for a judge. If you have a time extension, it begins now.
Yep, just spread 5 is fine. We'll let you know. All right, good luck, guys. You may start.
Good luck. Start. Stand by me. Lugius effect. Res good? That's fine. Chainlink 1 Arthalion, target 5 mana, Chainlink 2 Urgula, Chainlink 3 5 mana.
You're straight in the extra deck.
Thank you.
Yeah, just keep it straight.
Yeah.
What was your Arthalion target?
5 mana.
Where read Urgula?
Yeah, go ahead. Go, sorry.
And a Malulu in the hand?
Yeah.
That's fine.
So, Urgula set, 5 mana, set, Horn, add back, 5 mana. Activate 5 mana.
That's fine.
APS and Google into Secretariat. 1 and 2. Effect of Urgula, targeting 5 mana. Set 1. Pass. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Standby phase? Main phase? I'm on a pickup.
Taking a rest.
Yeah, you got it.
Also, don't get up yet. We have to make sure that we're good to get up. But make sure it's time to slip.
Hey Duelists, welcome back to the 300th Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. We've had a lot of fun here, but I want to give you a quick update on round 7. When the judges reviewed the tape, it was confirmed, and we actually got a chance to look at it too, that actually Carl completed enough game actions in order to win that duel. You can actually rewind the VOD yourself and see that each of his attacks actually reduced his life points of his opponent, Orlando, to 0. The judges have corrected that result and made sure that it likely will not happen again, so don't worry about that. But I just want to make sure you at home knew that we were paying attention, we got it fixed. So I know the chat, certainly we appreciate all your comments there, but everything is as it should be. Your winner for round 7 is Carl, and let's go ahead and move on to round 8. You ready, man?
I think I am.
Let's do it, let's do it. So it sounds like our players are actually already ready on the stage, so why don't we go in tune and see what we've got for our round 8 feature match.
Up first in the blue chair from Commerce City, Colorado. Shout out to the squad, all of Colorado, and go Chargers, Warren Bonner! And his opponent today in the red chair from Toronto, Ontario. He picked his deck 2 days ago when he planned this trip, Vincent Liang! Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, great energy. It's time to duel because we've got, well, Lunalight coming in from Warren and a little sprinkle of Fallen of Elbaz in there, but the opponent on a legendary deck. I know you were a water fan, Joe.
I absolutely am a fan of water-based strategies like Vincent has brought here today. The Mermaid Atlantean deck is one of my favorite ones to watch. I just think it's approaching the format in a really unique way. You're looking over here at Vincent's deck list, and
oh my gosh,
I see just this overwhelming amount of monsters.
Did he remember to fill in this full deck list? Is this 40 cards?
It's actually over 40 cards, even though there's a singleton spell and only a handful of trap cards. It's just an interesting strategy. It's also a strategy utilizing First Penguin.
Oh, okay.
I'm not joking when I say this. I mark out for penguins when I go to the zoo. And the Boston Aquarium, where I grew up, is notorious for having an amazing penguin exhibit. So the fact that First Penguin is incorporated into this deck and is actually the very first card listed on Vincent's deck list, which I don't think is an accident. Really excited to see that brand new card.
I'm going to start calling you Penguin Strongest Soldier the way we call Michael Kohanam Gladiator Beast Strongest Soldier. But let me say I'm a huge Lunalight fan. I know the chat is just full of groans now, but it's a really cool deck that can squeak out wins if it has the perfect run, because the deck, you know, it feels like a deck that plays better in Master Duel or almost Duel Links because you're just going back and forth and back and forth and you're not necessarily getting like quantity of wins over quality of wins, right? But this Duelist, right, Warren is up here giving it his all in round 8, still doing well with Lunalight, so let's see if he can drop another great Lunalight Liger Dancer or multiple Lunalight Liger Dancers onto the field. That monster has a huge reputation, but it's not like it's invincible. There's a lot of ways actually to get out of it. First off, you could just be bigger than it.
No joke, Great Fly is actually incorporated in the Radian Typhoon deck, partially because it can enable you to eventually attack over Liger. So we kind of joked about Great Fly earlier today when we watched Joseph Oakley in the feature match area, but that card's incorporated in the extra deck for a very particular reason. I've also seen some branded strategies allow you to actually send a Kaiju to the graveyard, and then Arthelion back the Kaiju to your hand, and then Kaiju over the Liger Dancer. Yeah, so there's some interesting combos out there. And if you're coming into this tournament, really any tournament in which Lunalight is a viable option, you need to know exactly what your deck needs to play to. Because all of a sudden, when Liger hits the board, the entire game simplifies down to, can you deal with Liger Dancer?
Yeah, you know, I almost think that if you're playing another game, Lunalights are almost like the grappler characters of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, because if you're playing the same way you normally play, you are not going to win that game. You've got to change up your spacing, you've got to change up what you do. Let's see exactly what Vincent does here on Game 1 of our Round 8 featured match.
This is obviously one of those where both players probably want to go first. Vincent is including cards like Testudo Erat Newman in his deck, a replacement for the Water Barrier statue.
Okay,
so the fact that that's included in his main deck makes it such that I think he would select to go first if he won the die roll. However, the Mermaid Atlantean strategy incorporating cards like Poseidra notoriously plays well going second.
And we got to see a lot of that really throughout. Since Rage of the Abyss dropped all these Grand New Water cards, we've seen how consistent this deck is because it did well at the Team YCS in February, Las Vegas last year. It did well. Adichia made a top 8 finish at YCS Houston. Water continues to show up, so it's not like this deck ever dropped off the map. It might just be that some duelists, you know, they got discouraged from some of the cards disappearing, but it looks like he's letting his opponent go first after winning the dice roll.
Standby phase?
He may have just...
Oh, he just hard bricked.
There's no way, right?
No way. Well, you know, when I see that hand, maybe he thinks... Okay, so Warren went first, and so he just doesn't want to play any of the Lunalight cards. He wants to sit there and hopefully, if his opponent doesn't finish him, win out from there. That makes perfect sense.
It looks like he does have a copy of Fuwalos in his hand, so maybe he feels protected by that.
And I also saw there was heavy polymerization in Gold Leo, so there is a version of this. If you don't finish your plate, Vincent, man, you may be going to the Shadow Realm because Lunalight, it just gets so much done with so very little. It has multiple ways to start the combo, and if you stop one part of it, it's not going to shut the whole thing down.
Vincent's going to be able to put 8,000 damage on the field relatively quickly, though.
I guess he didn't realize he was playing against water, though. So Vincent very quickly getting all of these cards to the field, including Deep Sea Minstrel, grabbing another Poseidra here. So, maybe not. We're going to change it up to
Shadow Squad to my hand.
So he's going to have Mermail Shadow Squad and then Deep Sea Minstrel. So the Minstrel allow him to peek at Warren's hand, and he's probably really quite curious what possible 5-card combination there is. Especially because there wasn't a Mulcharmy used in the draw phase or the standby phase.
So look at your hand.
Which honestly I think is a pretty common play this weekend.
Does he concede here, though, to conceal the information? He's thinking about it. I mean, he has not revealed those cards yet.
He's got what, Dominus Impulse?
Oh, he's just going to chain the Fuwalos. Okay.
But now he's going to be able to steal.
Here we go.
Something interesting
Lunalight, Kaleido Chip, Lunalight Tiger, heavy polymerization. Yeah, let's get rid of the Dominus Impulse for now.
I will go.
That changes a lot of this duel because once you know that you're against Lunalight, you can at least prepare, or again, you have to finish your play, deal 8,000 points of damage now, especially when your opponent has no interactions.
And I think he's going to be able to do that fairly easily, right? He's going to just limit the number of draws. It looks like he already has access to Abyss Shrine, and if you haven't played against this more modernized version of Murmel Atlantean, a lot kind of centers around Abyss Shrine being able to put Super Ancient Deep Sea King Suelacanth on the field. I remember commentating a feature match at some point last year where
Dragoons for cost? Yes.
that one resolution at any point was basically just instantly game.
Oh, yeah, Neptibus coming down here, too. Neptibus really... It almost feels like the Luna Light Gold Leo, right? You see that, you know how many combos are going to get started. But I guess Warren just kind of studying his opponent, figure out what he's going to have to go against here, not burning too much time off the clock, considering this may be a battle phase and we're done with game one.
I also love how all three Atlantean Dragoon effects have been activated here in the opening play sequence.
Oh, look, there's the first Penguin underneath that Dominus Impulse. Oh, and another first Penguin underneath another Dominus Impulse? That's ironic.
See, the thing is, he has actually a copy of Dominus Impulse himself, so even if a card like Nibiru, which would be a highly unlikely card in Warren's deck, were to be drawn off of Fualos, he has the hard counter there, so I think even though he knows Warren might get a draw too, that he's going to be confident enough in his ability to put 8,000 damage on the field this turn. Because now here, like I mentioned...
Go Poseidra.
Oh, no, he's going to go with Poseidra. So this is just another kind of low-to-the-ground way of putting... Okay, I think he's kind of changing his...
Summon?
Okay, so he's going to go Poseidra from hand to summon the Poseidra. I thought he was going to potentially use his Neptibus on the field. See, he's just limiting, really totally avoiding special summoning from the deck or the extra deck. I still think it's worth to potentially use the Abyss Shrine, though. Yeah. See,
he agrees.
Yeah, he has the impulse, so he's not afraid of Nibiru.
It is true. You know, I've seen a lot of duelists. They see Deep Sea Minstrel, and they're kind of shaking their boots a little bit because, yeah, it does take away a card from your hand, and it gives away all this information, and you're not even able to activate it this turn. But it hasn't necessarily changed that much of the game state because, of course, Fualos being dropped down, all we're seeing Vincent do is just kind of dodge it.
Summon other Teas.
It's interesting. Maybe he doesn't have Suelacanth in his deck. Maybe it's in his hand.
Neptibus effect, target Poseidra to summon.
But this is going to revive the Poseidra from the graveyard, and presumably this will be enough damage. Oh, yeah, he actually does have that. It was an ultimate rare copy. It's hard to tell. Sometimes the ultimate rare Deep Sea King Suelacanth, but he had it in his hand. Not that it ended up mattering. So.
Yeah. So we're going to the next game here, so Vincent does take it. And yes, Deep Sea Minstrel certainly a strong card, but let's see what Warren does. I feel like with Warren, you know, we saw that he won the die roll and he was willing to go first. That is information from a Lunalight duelist, because sometimes some duelists want to just go in for Liger Dancer kills. Here, I guess he was hoping to get a Liger Dancer and then maybe just pass, and that might be his game plan going into this second game.
Yeah, I wish I could have seen the entirety of his hand. It is kind of curious. It is possible, though. I mean, Lunalight's a well-respected deck, but the reason why it's probably not the most popular deck here this weekend is it is vulnerable to not drawing the most ideal combinations of cards.
You know, you say well-respected, but when I see duelists talking about Lunalight, they're usually like, well, I'm not going to run into Lunalight. That's not a real deck, so I'm not going to prepare for it. But you're right that you need to at least have just one card. Please, duelists, just one card that will get you out of a jam against Lunalight Liger Dancer. Just one. What's your answer to Lunalight Liger Dancer?
Well, it always depends on exactly what deck you're playing.
True.
You do need something.
I'm a big fan of Underworld Goddess of the Closed World because it's not really taking up that much of a spot. It's a great link monster. It's an answer to a lot of threatening cards. So, you know, just link it off. Get 4 monsters or maybe less, depending on what the field looks like, and say goodbye to her.
I think Vincent's feeling really great here. As I mentioned, the Murmel Atlantean strategy does so well going second with the ability to actually resolve Poseidra's full effect. It's a deck that incorporates the Mulcharmies really well. So heading into this game, he's going to have the full suite of Mulcharmies. He's going to have the Poseidras that now suddenly are way more live. And now he can trim cards like the Tostada Erat Newman, which are primarily there for going first, really kind of hyper-focus on which cards maximize the likelihood of victory going second. It's one of those things where it's what this deck can do with a combination of Dueling Glacier and Tostada Erat Newman makes it such that it's so hard to go into an event saying you're just going to choose to go second.
Same here.
But it is one of those decks that whenever you lose the die roll, you're like, it's really not that big of a deal. My deck is so well suited for breaking field just inherently with Engine that now he gets to put Dueling Glacier on the side, put Tostada Erat Newman in the side, perhaps put some cards from his extra deck, from his side deck like Gamma Seal, for instance, into his main deck. So
that is water.
Oh yeah, he is well positioned now to really illustrate why I think Mermail's one of the best going second decks, Mermail Atlantean, in the format.
Well, we'll see if Warren could show us how he got to 6-1 with Branded Lunalight. And it is a very powerful deck. You just have to have that perfect run, though. That's the issue with the deck. It has a lot of opportunities to kink up. And it doesn't necessarily interact with the opponent that much. It's really just trying to break through, push that combo through as many chances and as many times as it gets. But you got to respect a Duelist for that, because they're committing their entire tournament life on just being the guy, just pushing through and making that combo happen.
Another reason why I really like Mermail Atlantean as a going second deck is it's one of the few decks this format that I think really takes advantage of anti-magic arrows, which is a card that lines up really well against many of the decks in the format, honestly. Think about, Radiant Typhoon with a Mystical Space Typhoon set, theoretically maybe with Draco Tail with all their traps. You start off with with an anti-magic arrows and a strategy that I think does a really great job pushing through the board in main phase 2. This is one of the strategies that allows you to really utilize that. And then in addition to blowing up the field and pushing through, then in main phase 2 you could establish Moonlit Glacier to Stato Route Newman if you ended up deciding to keep a quantity of those.
Well, it looks like we're going to our next game here. And, interesting. So we get the Branded Fusion was negated by the Dominus Impulse, but we're going to Lunalight Masquerade. I imagine we got to be sending Silverhound to the graveyard with the Masquerade. And it's been a minute since we've seen Lunalight on the top tables, right? A lot of great cards came out in Duelist Advance last summer, but here we are. Send Silverhound to the graveyard, buy a card effect, activate effect, and a beautiful Starlight Gold Leo hits the field.
It's interesting. I know Dominus Impulse on Branded Fusion has historically been kind of an instant response, but I wonder what you think Branded Fusion is going to accomplish in a Lunalight deck that you're worried about in comparison to the actual Lunalight cards themselves.
That could be what Warren was banking on. He was just like, I'll just play this scary card, and that's enough to get stuff out of the way, so then I can Lunalight.
Yeah.
So added and then sent to the graveyard, the Lunalight Fusion. Now we got Kaleido Chick using a cost, so we're not going to get whatever Lunalight effect out of here that we want. But the card we sent to the graveyard is going to be a Black Sheep, actually.
I mean, your Branded Fusion can send Fallen Valbaz, and then obviously potentially one of the dark monsters within the deck. So Branded Fusion is like a pseudo-starter for the Lunalight strategy, but I'm curious if it's better to hold that for some of the actual Lunalight effects. It's an interesting question, because I think Branded Fusion is a relatively newer inclusion into Lunalight strategies.
We took some shortcuts there, but if you didn't catch it, Lunalight Gold Leo put the Black Sheep back in the hand, which we immediately pretended was discarded to grab the polymerization that we're using now, likely to make Lunalight Perfume Dancer.
Chain links.
So now we've got some fun things we can do. A couple of chain links. Going to go ahead and use the Kaleido Chick to get back polymerization and then add Luna Light Perfume. Not Luna Light Perfume, Luna Light Perfume. That's the whole reason you got to have Perfume Dancer to search it. It's not a Luna Light card.
I love your pause.
Yeah, that's how you know. Luna Light Perfume, just like the pause I've been using all day to tell people I love you. Gio, because it is Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, Duelists. Thank you for spending your day with us. But good stuff so far. I mean, most of the combos here. Little weird to see the Lunalight Fusion go to the graveyard. I'm not familiar with where we're going with that, but there are plenty of ways to get Lunalight cards back. We're going to use Lunalight Perfume, Luna Light Perfume to bring somebody back, so Kaleido Chick back in action. I imagine this is where you've got, oh no, we're not going for the Leo Dancer. Who are we going for? Yellow Martin. We haven't used it yet. So things go pretty well. Warren's got a Call by the Grave in the hand, so if he doesn't use it now, he might be able to use it against one of those powerful water cards that activates its effect based on being paid for cost. So this actually looks like it's going his way. We might have a full game 3. So go to game 3. So Liger Dancer.
There was another shortcut, just real. I think he bounced.
Yeah, you bounce the Kaleido Chick, you bring back the Kaleido Chick with the Perfume Dancer, and you're right, that's how you put the Leo Dancer. But you're right that he's not playing the full thing. He's not showing us the movement.
Yeah, he just moved it from that second zone to the fourth zone, depending on how you count it from left to right. And it just took a second to calibrate. Wait, what's happened?
What happened? That's why you got to know all the cards here. There's some crazy stuff going on in this game, but it looks like we're going to discard one card there for the effect of banishing Luna Light Perfume. And he almost did the Call by the Grave, but he changed his mind. So he's keeping the polymerization, he's keeping the Call by the Grave, he almost got rid of the Tiger.
At this point, you'd have to think the Call by the Grave would almost be working as a defensive card, because in the Mermail matchup, you're expecting the Charmies, but the Charmies have not yet been activated. You're expecting Impulse because it's obviously a water-based strategy. I'm not sure how many more hand interactions you'd be terribly afraid of. Maybe Droll and Lockbird, but I think also you would have been able to check that earlier in the turn.
Now that's interesting. Discarding a Lunalight Tiger to grab a Lunalight Tiger. Unless that's a wolf, I can't quite see it off. We'll have to have the judges straighten out the graveyard there, but just in a second they will.
I think it is a wolf.
Okay, so it was a wolf. Gotcha,
yeah.
gotcha.
Tiger
Pendulums.
See, like we've already checked for Droll, so I think at this point the Call by the Grave might actually be used more defensively.
I agree.
Not to say you should have discarded it. I just think you
no, it's good stuff.
Checked all the hand interactions.
Then we'll do
so it looks like we revived the Black Sheep, then we used the Yellow Marchant to return from the field to the hand the copy of the Tiger. And then now we're going to go ahead and polymerization here. Keeping a card in the hand. Did not
we'll go
make any
Chain
mistakes
Links.
here because you've got an opportunity to discard one of your cards in your hand to activate the effect of Lunalight Masquerade, to bring back polymerization, and then basically get a free Miracle Fusion the next time you activate polymerization for Lunalights.
Sorry, what's up? Oh, sorry.
And they were finally straightening out the graveyard, which is...
That's a lot of cards.
I do appreciate straightened out, but re-fanned out.
Is that a little better?
Just so we can know,
Just
but
so
it
we
doesn't
can
go
see
off
it,
camera.
though, yeah.
Thank you, judges. We appreciate that. Thank you, Warren, for complying. But now we got one Liger Dancer. That's already a lot to deal with. And
we'll
let's
just do
remind
Black
fans,
Sheep,
they might be like,
target,
what does
Wolf.
Lunalight do that's
Sure.
so scary? Okay, let's talk Liger Dancer. Unaffected by card effects other than Lunalight effects, which is really funny in the mirror match. Quick effect, send a Lunalight card from the extra deck to the graveyard to destroy all of your opponent's special summon monsters.
Wolf effect.
And can attack twice. That's pretty good. That's all you need. Especially with the sack.
Do you want to tell them about the synergy with your own Nibiru?
That you can activate the effect, but then you can't tribute for effect the Lunalight Liger Dancer, so you keep the Liger Dancer, you lose everybody else. Yeah, there's some really cool stuff you can particularly do with this deck. Now, here's a heads-up play, by the way. If you have any card in your deck that can send things from the extra deck to the graveyard, you can send a weird copy of Lunalight Perfume Dancer from your extra deck to the graveyard and banish it from your graveyard to reduce the attack of the Liger Dancer because it's unaffected by card effects, except Lunalight cards. Not that I think you would have that in a water deck.
Probably not, but it is an option.
Sorry, when you play a lot of Lunalights, you learn all the things that can make you crash
Declare
out.
the effect of Neptibus.
And speaking of crash out, man, we
I
may
will
have
count
another one here as
for
Vincent
cost.
starts out with Neptibus.
Dragoons.
So pays the cost, gets the Dragoon on to the,
chain.
right to the graveyard. But now we're going to have the
Target.
Call by the Grave. Like I mentioned, it was that point in the previous turn where it's pretty evident that this was going to be used as a defensive card. And I'm surprised Vincent's not calling it there, honestly.
Yeah, I guess he has plenty of time on the clock. He won the first game. This is a game he can experiment with, right? That's the privilege you have when you win the first duel. You have plenty of time on the clock. You can just figure things out for next game.
Maybe. I don't know if I want to play a game where experimenting without Dragoons with my Mermail deck is happening now.
Well, you got to figure out what you're going to do against Liger Dancer. If you don't have a plan, now is the time to figure one out.
Your plan is to kind of already predetermine it heading in and stop it from happening in Game 3 early enough, I think. Because
That's fair. Preventive medicine, right?
I just think it's going to be really hard without ever resolving Dragoons for the rest of this game. I mean, he could certainly...
Cider to my hand. Sure.
I'll put it this way. The Mermail Atlantean deck has so many cool extra deck cards that are unique to this strategy. It could happen. It actually looks like he does have a copy of Genesys on there.
By the way, Joe, there was a lot of pessimism showing he banished Call by the Grave, which only negates the effect of that Dragoon for 2 turns. And you're like, for the rest of the game.
Well,
I'm teasing, fam. I'm teasing.
I'll put it
this
this
way. Gamma Seal.
If Vincent cannot fully break through both Liger Dancers, the game is this turn.
No, you're right. You're right. But he's broken through one. Take a look at the card in his hand. I don't recall what it might be or what it could be, actually. So we're just going to let that resolve.
I'll go Poseidon effect, target the Gamma Seal.
This is certainly a very interesting matchup to watch in this posture, right? You know that Warren's either going to make it or not, but there is a real possibility that Vincent could just crawl it all the way back. What do? You recycle another Gamma Seal?
Yeah, he's going to have to somehow try to recycle his Gamma Seal. He has ways... So there are ways of putting that Gamma Seal back into his own hand.
Okay.
Right? So he has access to, I think it's actually the new Poseidra extra deck monster, right? That, I think, is a way of doing it. The problem is, though, he has to do it with Liger on the field, and the 2 cards he has in hand is a Droll Lockbird and a Molcharmy. So he's playing completely with just what is on the field here. So there are some avenues, but I think it would require him to have gas in hand, and he just doesn't have any.
No, he does not. And that Liger Dancer, all it has to do is just clear the field, and Gamma may not be a Lunalite, but it'll win the game just the same alongside Liger Dancer. We are going to send the Mermail Shadow Squad to the graveyard. That is enough for him, though. Warren going to go ahead and send a card to the graveyard. It's going to be Saber Dancer, Perfume Dancer. There's always an age-old question for Lunalite Dancers, and it's going to be, oh, actually just another, is that a Cat Dancer?
Yeah, this is the problem. Like, he was trying to get into Poseidra Abyss, as I was mentioning. That would have allowed him to send a water from hand or deck to the graveyard and then bounce the Gamma Seal back to hand, and then Gamma Seal over the Liger Dancer. But now he's stuck with very little.
Oh, it's a Panther Dancer. Okay, had to just kind of zoom in a little there.
Like, he gets to summon from his deck with the Shadow Squad, but I just don't know what that's going to be.
Well, still 32 minutes left on the clock. Again, Vincent keeping up a great pace of play, but exploring things. And the Liger Dancer's effect is basically now null and void in the sense it's already been used.
Mind if I see your graveyard?
So, I mean, there really is a version of this where maybe.
Do any of these have effects in the graveyard?
As of right
is
now,
off the
just
field, so you could. I mean, a monster reincarnation would probably
on your turn. Is there any that give you follow-up?
This will reduce all your monsters by their defense. The Perfume Dancer.
I guess the Lunalite Fusion was sent to the graveyard earlier by Warren just because, you know, you're going first, you need it to be in the deck, but you don't really need it anymore, so you want to prevent yourself from having to draw it again, especially when you don't really have too many other options. But that's interesting that he is running the Panther Dancer.
Abyss Shrine.
Sure.
Well, to each Lunalite Duelist their own, but as far as the water effects go, it is another Gamma Seal. So no more Liger Dancers, and now this is Vincent's opportunity here. Sort of a wild game, too. Judges taking a quick chat with our duelists.
Good. Okay.
Looks like nothing important there, so we're going into a Link Monster here. You're right,
Link
though. I
2
mean,
for
that
the
hand doesn't do
Persuasio?
much, but
Sure.
at least it will slow down the next turn, considering that both Liger Dancers are gone now.
I will attempt to enter end phase.
Good. Draw turn.
Yep.
All right, looks like Warren gets a draw for turn.
Stand by and main.
Can't get over the Gamma Seal, but Gamma Seal solves some problems there.
The concern is that he has the follow-up with the Wolf.
Effective Wolf.
He does have the Wolf. He could just use it, and
That's
maybe
fine.
sending the Panther Dancer to the graveyard was the play, because let me tell you, Leo Dancer ain't bad either, so banish these 4 monsters, keeping all of the live ones. Oh, is that a Saber Dancer then?
Leo Dancer.
Oh, no, that's the Leo Dancer. Okay. And if I recall correctly, I think cannot be targeted by card effects. And I think also gains some attack power. And not being able to be targeted by card effects, if that is correct, it's already strong enough on its own. It's the reason why you do see Lunalites get to the top cut, especially in Draco Tail format, including at YCS Pittsburgh. We did have a Lunalite Duelist make it all the way to top 8, because they're kind of well-spec'd against things that target, and obviously Draco Tail does a lot of that.
Effective Masquerade to add
And at
back.
least in game 1, it can be challenging to deal with Liger Dancer.
Yeah. It just
Just
says if I conduct a
confirming,
feat
yep,
summon.
your opponent cannot target this card with card effects, and it cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card attacks or card effects, and it also
that's
gets
fine.
that second attack during each battle phase. So,
Grab Poly back.
still pretty good on its own. Grabbing back the polymerization here.
Poly back. Think on if I discard.
And this may be kind of a grind of a match,
decline
but
to
even
discard.
Warren has time to run it back twice.
Activate Tiger.
So now we're going to go ahead and
That's
use
your
the
graveyard?
pendulum
Sure.
scale. Gonna take a look here in the graveyard. There's really only one target. It's just Silverhound. I guess you could bring back the Perfume Dancer. It was properly summoned.
Sure.
Just the big problem, I think, for Vincent going forward is that Warren has already established consistent streams of advantage every turn going forward. And Vincent's sitting there with 2-hand interaction, so I'm not sure how he's going to be able to compile enough resources, because so many of the water cards
Tiger
require
effects.
additional cards in hand. Granted,
For Silverhound.
depends on what Molcharmia that is.
you.
It might be Perulia, though it kind of looks like Fuwalos from here, so he just doesn't have any water in hand.
You usually never see Silverhound come out of the graveyard, but with a deck like Water that is mostly monsters, I guess it's fine for it to be out there. When it's sent to the graveyard by a card effect, of course, you know it can go ahead and special summon another Lunalight from the deck. That includes polymerization, but I'm not quite sure where we're going from here.
Sent to the grave by a card effect? It does, right? You're good to proceed.
Okay, that's fine. Play proceeds. We got a polymerization. We got an Emerald Bird in hand. Let's see what we do. I think we're going to activate polymerization and just do another big combo by fusioning off the Emerald Bird and the Silverhound. So we will at least get one more Lunalight name out of the deck.
Chain links.
More perfume.
We'll go.
And I'm sure there's going to be a controversial duel because there's either people in the chat saying, yay, Lunalight, or they're saying, nay, Lunalight, but it's one of the two.
Well, it was interesting to see two Gamma Seal activations, or like two Gamma Seal summons.
It's just good stuff, and both of these decks are like these sort of like really big, high-ceiling combo decks who their journey through tournaments is basically nothing bad happened to them. And when there are over 2,000 duelists in a tournament, at least 2 duelists are going to have a good time, right? And that seems to be how both of these got as far as they did, although they do have 1 loss apiece on their record. X2 can still top. You probably want to have those losses as late into the tournament as possible for your tiebreakers, but there's still a lot of gas left in the tank here as we're going to special summon, and I think we're going to special summon Lunalight Leo Dancer. Oh, maybe not. Never mind.
Go Leo.
Okay, never mind. Leo Dancer back on the field. Going to go ahead and add a Lunalight from the deck to the hand, and then you got to discard 1 card. Everybody plays this deck slightly differently, so you can never quite tell where someone's going to go. And really, the joy of playing this deck is that every duel isn't the same. You're always trying to find a road to Liger Dancer, but here, Liger Dancers are used up, so we're just finding alternative win conditions.
Add Collateral Chick.
Yeah, it is interesting to see turns 3 and 4 when the Liger Dancers have been dealt with.
Yeah. It's still a pretty fair deck, but again, unable to be targeted, unable to be destroyed by card effects. That is a lot of the tools in the toolbox, so if Vincent survives this turn, he's going to need even more Gamma Seals as his own Gamma Seal stares him down.
See, there's the concern here that I have again is I don't really know what he can draw off the top of his deck. That instantly gets him back into the game, and he has to deal with the Wolf and Tiger constantly sitting there on the field in the pendulum scales.
Well, I hate to make a water pun, but do you think this is a fishing expedition to find out information about how Warren plays this deck?
Maybe potentially trying to find as many cards out in the extra deck as possible.
Yeah, it definitely gives you a lot of knowledge there, and now at least you know your opponent would have put another Liger Dancer on the field if they had it, and they haven't, so at least you know that it's 2. That's all I got to live through if I'm Vincent. 2.
We'll just.
All right, looks like we're going to link 7 here. Don't forget to give it back to your opponent. There you go. Thank you, Warren. And the materials are Gamma Seal. Oh, but it is a monster from the extra deck. If you banish a card, though, you're not able to attack directly. I don't know if Warren wants to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he does want to deal with the Abyss Alasia. The Abyss Alasia does potentially give Vincent some avenues to get back to water effects. So I'm wondering here if Warren is prioritizing countering Abyss Alasia's effect.
Oh, looks like we're going to do another. No, Exceed Summon. This probably is. Oh, surprised me. I was going to say Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Tiger King. We're kind of late in the duel, so makes sense to just do a Dagaris the Timeless, discard. Are we increasing attack power? I think we did increase attack power because I didn't see any cards drawn. Instead, we're going to use Tiger. To special. Oh no, Yellow Martin to put the Tiger back in hand. Okay.
He still has the ability to put another couple bodies on the field.
Perfume, targets, Perfume Dancer.
So we'll use the Luna Light Perfume to bring out the Perfume Dancer.
And we'll.
Oh, and here comes the banish, but does that even work?
So all your monsters will
Technically,
lose
Link monsters don't have defense.
Okay.
End of main. Battle.
Yes.
7,000 into 16.
7,000 to 16.
At that point, I don't think it matters because we're just going in.
So it should be 54.
So good of these duelists to go ahead and bring out the pen and paper, which is in the tournament policy guidelines, by the way. You should be keeping track of life points on pen and paper, and I think we found out today how important that is. While these duelists are writing things down, we'll take a quick look at Perfume Dancer to see how that interacts here. So again, lose attack equal to their original defense. but a Link monster only has a Link rating printed where its defense should be.
I will tend to use the Abyssal AC effect.
See, the issue here, though, is I'm curious if just using SP was proper on the Abyss Alicia,
right? Because it can't do an event damage stuff.
Abyss Alicia has an effect.
And it could be pretty impactful here.
Back to hand.
You see the discard there.
We'll chain Little Knight.
Gonna go ahead and chain the SP Little Knight.
Oh, okay, that works too. That works too. So he's still going to get the effect to search his deck for a Mermail, but he's not going to be able to, when it's destroyed by an opponent's attack, to send a water monster from his deck, especially summon a water monster from his graveyard.
Certainly would be a huge comeback there, but it looks like Warren was able to find a way around it, so I don't want to call the game too early. We've seen some very surprising stuff today.
So here he uses Abyss Shire to draw a card, but now also trigger his Shadow Squad.
So I attacked into this. He activates effect on
a little clarification here about the attacks and the order.
To tag it out. Yeah, we're still in battle.
Everything's fine. The attack, the effect of Abyss Alicia was activated.
Not yet.
Which lets him send any card not a water, which may have been one of the points of clarification, at a Mermail. So then he's able to use the Abyss Shire from the graveyard to discard the Shadow Squad,
when it battles on
draw a
monster,
card.
kill all your monsters.
Now the Shadow Squad's effect is resolving.
Yeah, you got this one. Scary.
Okay. So from what I see, I don't think that this duel is over.
No, I think they just realized maybe the damage was sufficient.
Yeah, that maybe that was enough. Because the Dugaris, we didn't see the draw, so that was certainly an increase there. So yes, Warren is your Game 1 winner. Lunalights put some numbers on the board, big attack numbers, and now a smaller number, but one win is a pretty important when you only need 2 wins to get through. So this is really going to be the game to define all games. Of course, you know, the third duel is always the most important one. Both players go in with infinite side deck knowledge, infinite main deck knowledge. They know what they're playing against. They can make these last choices. And Vincent's coming in, getting a chance to either go first or second. We know that Mermail has the options to do both. I wonder if he almost surprises his opponent, like, joke's on you, you're going first.
I think he's going to go first.
Probably.
Yeah, it's too tempting. I think he has a good understanding here that it's proper to go first.
Well, I do see side deck patterns that indicate that, friend, so I think you're right.
Yeah, you can see him signing out all his Molcharmies, potentially copies of Poseidra. Back goes in Moulin Glacia, back goes in all the first Penguins, back goes in the Butatunaful Princess, my apologies, which is another starter that's more ideal when you have the opportunity to go first.
Both duelists definitely locked in because there's really no telling who walks out of here fine and who has to go into the next round. Just hoping to make it to day 2. Here we are in round 8. Up next will, of course, be round 9. And then tomorrow we got 6 more rounds of Swiss. It's a long tournament, 15 rounds.
And then cut to a top 8.
Yep. It's going to be legendary. It could be either of these 2 duelists just squeaking in.
So technically we haven't seen Vincent actually go first, although we saw what seemed like him going first in the first game. So I'm curious to see what pathway he has. There's so many differing avenues that this deck can take. Does he prioritize Super Ancient Deep Sea King Suelacanth? I feel like some of these water strategies, it's all in on getting that to resolve. Other ones have ways through maybe Deep Sea Prima Duna and more of an emphasis on Deep Sea Minstrel, which is often then sided into the deck to bring that count up to 3 for sided games. And then that's some of the pathways that you do to get into, for instance, Tostado or at Newman. There's so many different ways that this deck can actually navigate the opening turn. So I'm really curious to see, you know, he's 6-1. He's, I think, the highest rated Mermail Atlantean player in the tournament right now, what he has been electing to do in the post-sided games going first.
We'll definitely get a master class on all things water, but from Warren's perspective, you know, you don't really have as many different things to do. You really just want to get the same thing done again. How you get it done, that's up to you. You see a Liger Dancer on the field, mission mostly accomplished, but he's going to have his work cut out for him because as we saw those side deck patterns, the Molcharmies did come out. We shouldn't see them. Although it's interesting, you know, any deck where the Molcharmy is better because it's an in-archetype monster, right? Purulia is water. That actually could be helpful for certain weird hands kind of locked up there. But from seeing that deck list, I don't think there's going to be that many weird hands.
No, not likely.
Okay, I'll go first.
All right, Duelists seem locked in and ready to go. Judge is making sure we're all ready, and I hope you Duelists at home are ready. It's been a long day, but let's go ahead and start Game 3 of Round 8 at our 300th YCS Advanced Format Tournament. All right, let's see what happens. Not a bad hand there, by the way. Plenty of water and an Ash Blossom to help protect you.
From that exact card there.
Yeah, there we go. We talked about water monsters. There's Purulia.
Main phase. Good.
Do you go for the Ash Blossom or let it go?
I think he's just going to let it go, which is reasonable.
I'm impressed.
Good.
Yeah, he can basically just entirely focus on summoning from his deck / extra deck going forward for now.
So used to saying Dragoons.
Right.
Right, it doesn't look like he's going to utilize the Pistius
Yeah,
at
I was
all.
just thinking in my head, like, was that a quick effect summon? No, okay, he forgot to draw. There we go. So Warren back on. Again, it has been a long day. You wake up early to be here. Maybe you're not in your locale. Got off a plane.
Shadow Squad.
Maybe
Yeah, it
that
happens
same
to
morning.
all of us.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, in Game 1, I was making a comment about Dominus Impulse stopping Nibiru, and then, like, 5 minutes later, I was like, oh, yeah, no field.
Whoops.
It's a long day for all parties involved. But here's the Dominus Impulse.
There we go.
Activated because there's a monster on Vincent's side of the field.
You have to be ready for it, but looks like still a couple of decent options. Vincent playing around with 2 of them, thinking about his next move. Every duelist thinks a different way.
So that Impulse was activated on the Shadow Squad.
Yes, that's correct.
I will Minstrel Pitch Pike.
Okay, so now we're going to have Minstrel, but it's using Pike. Gives them an opportunity to peek at the hand.
Not the best Lunalight hand. I think the Lunalight Fusion obviously is a painful card to deal with, but I think you just banish the Droll and Lockbird because if I recall correctly with Minstrel, it's only until the end of the turn, right?
Yeah.
So you do have some information, and
get rid of the Droll.
It's going to take a lot, really, to get through with that hand. You have to draw either Lunalight Masquerade, Lunalight Gold Leo, possibly like a Foolish Burial or something like that, and everything has to work.
Yep.
But again, that's the story of a Lunalight Duelist anyway. And by the way,
this game is over.
Yeah, it's fish time.
So one thing I was going to say is the priority is always to stop this card. You Impulse this card.
Yes.
This is the #1 card that you have to stop. Any card that says put 4 monsters from your deck on the field needs to be stopped.
And this is a very, I know that the name is literally super ancient, but I mean, this is one of the earliest multiple special summon cards in the game. And it's still good.
He might not actually have a lot of fish left in his deck.
Oh, no.
So he is able to special summon back with Glutonia. So he is able to put a 3rd body, but normally you get 4 out. So this is actually quite interesting to see what he's going to choose to do. He did, I think, actually go through 2 pikes, which would be some of his other fish. So maybe it's not quite game over. Usually if this card resolves, the game is over.
Oh, yeah, definitely the catch of the day.
Yeah.
But for now, with so many limited fish there, not the feeding frenzy he was hoping for.
Yeah, he's only playing 2 pike. Wow, okay, that changes a lot of my perception here about this.
Monoceros.
So there we're going to have Monoceros.
Use the
Monoceros.
Target the
If you want to know a shortcut with a lot of the Mermaid Atlantean cards from the extra deck, a lot of them just summon back from the graveyard. Monoceros summons back from the graveyard.
Okay.
This fellow summons back from the graveyard.
A shrine?
Sure.
So we got to our fish, just we had to literally like reel them in.
Yep, exactly.
But now things are looking way different here, and very explosive plays as we bring out our Drake
Lay
here.
Virtue.
Pike to my...
Gotta wonder with Warren, I mean, you must be praying to your favorite Egyptian god card at this point because you run a lot of multiples. There's definitely a possibility that draws it. You've got some good options in your hand, but it's really going to take some kind of Lunalight combo starting card. And depending on what happens, that may be it.
Sorry?
Judge taking just a moment.
Yeah, one of my concerns is about Suelacanth. It negates the effects. So the Glutonius that hit the field, sometimes you can use Glutonius, but you sometimes have to circle through some of the extra deck monsters so that the Glutonius is summoned back from the graveyard before using its effect, and I think he shortcutted that. He could probably get to a very similar field, but the actual Glutonius could not revive from the graveyard there, so I think we'll have to rewind a little bit.
Well, good looking out. It does look like the timer is paused if you'll direct your attention to the top of the screen where it says 14:19. So rewinding the game state, it happens. Don't worry, nothing bad. Maybe a warning for a procedural error minor resulting in a card effect the way you were not supposed to. Both players are certainly supposed to be aware of that, but I could see being Warren just being like, just fish, man. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, usually you can go in through Marincess Coral and then go from Coral back into the Glutonius out of the field, and then that's a way that you can resolve the Glutonius effect, but obviously he didn't do that. So he's going to have to rewind a little bit here to the field where he had Glutonius, the BU Tuna full princess.
You tunaful princess.
A tunaful princess. And I think that was actually the only 2 fish that he got.
Well.
But then he can go the 2 water monsters into Marincess Coral. Coral can bring back to the Glutonius, but he's going to be doing that without being able to use his
it looks like it was
decide.
fine, though. We didn't rewind in any way.
Okay.
So whatever it was, we caught it, we confirmed it, it's fine. We'll stack another Xyz summon on top of it, but after ranking up, it's time for our Coral and Enemy, just like you mentioned.
Poseidon Abyss effect.
And now he's going to be able to discard a card, and this is going to allow him to revive 3 level 3s from his graveyard.
All right. Water monster roll call. Who are we bringing out? Seems like the stage is set.
Let me think.
Now, is it 4 level 3s or 3 level 3s? Because he's got 4 fish on the field.
I thought it was 3. 3 level 3 or lower fish, sea serpent, or aqua from your hand or graveyard.
Perhaps there's another effect. Oh, no, okay, we left that. Maybe he was just trying to select. Maybe it's easier to pick what you want if you can see the whole menu.
Minstrel has another effect here. It's kind of an interesting
it mills
one.
3 and then I can place one on top.
Instead of excavating, it's one that comes up so infrequently.
Top or bottom. Okay, sure.
Well, it looks like he's going to go ahead and excavate a few cards here. Dominus Impulse, but... Oh, no, excuse me. Excavate and send to the graveyard here. If you're Warren, you're still just hoping, right? And time is not of the essence for a Lunalight Duelist. You do need a little bit of time to get the combos done, but you can definitely get it done fast for certain. But it looks like Poseidra is the choice here.
Sure.
Stack that back on top of the deck.
Yeah, so if Minstrel is special summoned, you can send the top 3, target a level 4 lower water, place it on the top or bottom of your deck.
Which makes perfect sense considering you're sending so many different water monsters to your graveyard for cost. So putting it on the top or bottom of your deck is just fine. But oh no, it's Trishula.
Declare the effect of Trishula.
Wow, this is an iconic one.
No response.
Yeah, well, it is the 300 YCS. Wouldn't be the same without a few classics. Banishing a card
1, 2, 3,
randomly
4, 5,
from the
6,
hand. So we're going to dice roll for it. It's a 5. That's going to be that last card. And oh, there goes the Lunalight. Excuse me, Lunalight Perfume. Still not necessarily combo destroying here because that wasn't necessarily going to be the thing that got him back into the game. You could always grab another Lunalight Perfume with Lunalight Perfume Dancer, but the ask hasn't changed. It's still what does Warren draw, and depending on what Warren draws, that's where we're going with this duel. Now, I hope they remember to go ahead and get back the Droll and Lockbird from the banishment before drawing. They didn't, but I'm sure somebody will remind them.
Yes, sir.
And it's Branded Fusion, but hold on,
so
friends.
This card is a Y control and Ice Barrier.
It doesn't matter, there's the Warlock on the field.
Oh, you're right.
It's like anti-spell. Holy.
Takes one more chance to read it. I think you're right. This may be it.
It's kind of like an anti-spell fragrance-esque effect.
And it appears that our feline friends hate water just as much as real felines do.
That's tough.
But theoretically, he should have that draw back in hand, like you were saying. I'm not sure it's going to effectively matter because Warlock
Am I dying next
is
turn?
incredibly powerful. I guess one.
Draw back as well.
Oh, there we go. We got it. Okay, back to normal.
Very good.
Bring you back to our regularly scheduled programming now with Joel and Lockbird in the hand. Not doing much. But I think Warren is just kind of checking out the fact that maybe he doesn't have a way out of here. Just wants to be a fully informed Bills. And I'm not cheering against him. I am not. But as a Lunalight fan myself,
I
I'm
might
struggling to
live.
find a way out. But Warren made it to the top tables.
Let's find
see
out.
if he knows the cheat codes.
He might be able to just survive, though, because
3 sets.
Oh, you're right.
The Coral can only summon to zones it points to, so unless Vincent's willing to...
My turn?
Yeah.
Get rid of his Warlock, maybe link away with the
Standby?
Trishula. I'm not sure what he has
Main phase?
Yes.
in his extra deck for other Link monsters that would be meaningful here, but would also open up a zone. I don't think there is realistically one.
So unable to branded fusion, and now just deciding, what am I going to do to survive? I'm just going to hope to survive. But it looks like we are going to tribute summon, and I think we're going to tribute summon elsewhere, not where Coral and Enemy is pointing to.
I'll declare the effect of
Yeah, this is a special summon for the Poseidra effect.
Oh, that's right, of course. And so, little dice roll.
Sure.
Yeah, so this is why Poseidra and just this deck in general going second is so powerful. You know, Poseidra's ability now to send a water from the deck like this can be absolutely backbreaking when this deck goes second. So he sends it a Lanyon or a Mermail, and then he gets to target a card on the opponent's field and return it to hand.
Dragoons.
And that Droll and Lockbird, not very helpful considering that there have been many lines under Droll for this deck for a long time. Before Droll and Lockbird was a 2. And now that even though it appears slightly less frequently, the knowledge is still baked into Vincent's mind.
It's
I
just
don't
once
think he's
return
going to
ignition
trip that,
effect.
and if he does, it'll be just the card he needs and nothing else.
He did send Dragoons to the graveyard, so theoretically we could see that Droll activated, but at the same time...
Chain droplets.
Well, there's the Forbidden Droplet, and he could send almost all of his cards here to the
one.
graveyard to negate, and reduce attacks, but it looks like just one for now. Maybe a second one. Does he get rid of the Droll, thinking that his opponent's not going to worry about it anyway?
We'll just send
reduce
for
attacks and
one,
survive through this duel?
And we'll hit the...
Yeah, he's just going to do it on the Coral, stop the summon from the graveyard.
Sure.
So the Dragoon's going to resolve, though.
So Warren's victory condition has not changed. It's draw a Lunalight starter and just pray to Obelisk that you can take the life points he deserves. Oh no, spinning the cards on the table, never a good sign. The Duelist just kind of waiting. I just need a draw. I just need to see it. But speaking of seeing it, Vincent going back in the deck here.
He's trying to see what can win me the game. Oh, here's a check for the number of waters. Way more than 5.
Yes.
Okay, no Mooling Glacia.
That's not going to be a good look.
Just negated this.
Yeah.
So he could tribute summon if that does anything. Another level 7 on the field if he needed to.
Well, it'd also be a bigger monster in terms of attack since Coral and Enemy's attack was halved. And what, 2,900 from Trishula?
This is probably better, just to go to a Bishire and then tribute something off.
So many options. Which one of them gets you out?
He still has his normal summon. He has so many options. It is true.
At least shout outs to First Penguin on the screen.
I know. We haven't seen our friend the First Penguin on the field, but he's been there in spirit.
I feel like this is that Elf Note duel that we casted all over again. Elf Note won, but not because of the thing we wanted to see. It just won because it was a good, consistent deck. And Vincent, similarly here, cresting on victory. We certainly wanted to see those First Penguins. He's running 3 of them. Taking a look over his shoulder at those decks. But
you have a target?
We're not getting to see the First Penguin.
I do.
We're just getting to see good water Yu-Gi-Oh! Still hasn't made a decision, though.
He's swimming in options here. It's
yes,
just
swimming in options. He's drowning in how many great cards he can play. It's a flood of, no, we're not going to do that to you all day, chat. Don't worry.
I know. The puns will stop raining down upon thee, I promise.
And then it'll be a drought of puns. I'm sure somebody in the chat's like, nah, they would never do that. That sounds too fishy to me.
55 plus 1,000.
Wow, I was willing to stop.
Hey, the good news is, Duelists, this will be the last round I cast today, so you won't have to hear my voice at all after this.
Sure. And 10 a.m. tomorrow, 9 a.m. tomorrow, somewhere in that vicinity, the puns will be back.
Okay, I'll keep it. I'll keep it to like a 1 pun per round limit.
Okay.
I said I'd try, by the way. I'd try. Thanks, Pete. But speaking of success, Vincent still hasn't picked a card here. Needs to do something. Looks like we're going to grab the Deep Sea Minstrel. I think we might be issuing a slow play penalty here.
On the previous.
Can't quite hear them, but that would be what I imagine the interaction with the judge would be at this moment.
Yeah, we were making a lot of puns about just the nature of this search, but it was taking a little bit of time.
Yeah, if the casters could sit there and talk amongst themselves as you're searching out a card, there may be an issue.
I think there's like an 8 pun limit per search that if you match, that might be potentially something to talk about.
Well, it looks like things will get some information in a bit. But Vincent is still looking at the graveyard there. Never made a selection, so we'll find out soon. And not saying I'm just going to do a couple of more fishy jokes there. Again, chat, don't worry, I promise. I hate it just as much as you do. But jokes aside, it does look like we have a little bit of a judge interaction, so we'll find out in a moment. But I think this still is Vincent's game to win. As long as he figures out whatever it is he needs, he probably is looking okay.
Yeah, I definitely would agree there. It's a tough search because you feel victory in your grasp.
So close.
But in the back of your mind, you're fearful of what a Lunalite top deck starter would do. So you're just going through every iteration. Can I deal enough damage to win? Can I deal enough damage to win? I think he has to deal up to full 8,000 this turn.
He does,
so,
he does.
Sometimes when it just gets so close to the finish line, it may make you literally overthink just slightly.
Yeah, it's certainly decision paralysis, right? You have so many great choices. Which one do you choose? Let's do a little pre-talk, though, if it is a slow play penalty. What that means is the judge will ask you, and this will happen to you, Duelist, at some point in your dueling career as well, have you received this penalty before? If the answer is correctly and honestly no, then the only thing that happens is a 3-minute time extension and everything goes back to normal. And you can't get any more time than you would ordinarily have, but the good news is there's more than 3 minutes on the clock. But that's the most thing that happens. It's just, you have to remember, it's not just about being good at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. You are participating in a tournament. This is a competition, so you got to be good at those rules too. But enough about the water. I'll jump off my soapbox here.
Which also involves the speed at which you play. That's also part of it being a successful player.
You do, and the way that I do that, I don't know about your practice sessions, but you know, a lot of people talk about playtesting. I usually just I'll put the deck in front of me on a table and I'll just start practicing out the combos so that when I'm actually at the event, it's not about thinking what to do, it's a just about okay, I gotta pick one of these things, but I know what to do, let me just go grab this and I'll do it.
I notoriously had the problem of trying to think about steps 1 to 15 in their totality. So it might appear like what would be defined as slow play, but I'd always tell, a judge okay, but don't walk away. Watch how fast I'm going to do what is following because I have actually tried to think far enough ahead that, okay, give me that 1 minute. And in some cases, I was willing to take the slow play penalty, the slow play warning, because I knew that by investing the time, I would be confident in being able to play very swiftly kind of through the decision tree. So that was always a notorious problem that I had, is that in those more complex game states, wanting to front load the thinking, and sometimes that's not necessarily perceived as playing at a proper pace.
Well, playing at this level is certainly, it's a whole different ball game, right? It is certainly complicated to keep track of your own effects and your opponent's effects, but we also don't know if that's the issue too, so we could just be talking ourselves off a cliff here and just be like, oh no, we actually forgot to search and that's all. But it does show you how great duelists are. And so if you hear me just glazing as many duelists, reputations as I can, it's why, because they get up here and they travel and they pre-plan and they do it, and they are just as cool as Seto Kaiba staying up all night planning, oh, I'll get Yugi with this crush card because this is the percentage of cards that affect his deck. Or, Merrick planning his schemes and everything, because there are these anime analogs to the players out there that we respect, and you may not be able to see that because you can't just see it because it's not cartoons and flashing and lights and stuff like that. But these guys are real-life anime characters. They put in just as much work and deserve just as much respect.
Mermail is a deck, the Mermail Atlantean strategy, that's really conducive just to kind of sitting down and burning a half hour, drawing hands and seeing which hands would lead to what.
Yeah.
It's really quintessential. I like to call these the solitaire style decks.
Yeah. It sometimes is a dirty word in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game because everybody has they want to be able to play, but then you just need to play a deck that happens to have interactions from the hand, and there are plenty of decks like that.
I think you can solitaire every deck. I think it's healthy to sit there and just see, okay, this opening hand going first, what was my impression? Going second, I think it's just really healthy just to sit there because, sometimes it's just opening those hands and visualizing and seeing wow, it feels like I'm not drawing enough starters. Maybe the percentage, maybe the fact that my deck's only 85% consistent going first really is detrimental, and I'm really feeling it, and I want to get closer to something like 90. So you can actually just sit there, even if you're not playing through a combo uninterrupted in this philosophical world, just drawing through your opening hands over and over. I always used to do that before events.
Well, it does look like the slow play is being upgraded to a game loss, unfortunately. So we talked about that. If you get that question, hey, have you had this penalty before? Then it can be upgraded, and it looks like that is what happened. So Warren is actually your winner here. I did see him sign the slip over there. See my eyes off to the side. We've got a B-feed. And yeah, that's a win for Lunalite. Maybe not the way you want it to go, but again, this is just a friendly reminder for everybody at home maybe take a second to read those tournament policy guidelines, because it's not just about being good at the cards. You got to be good at the rules of the tournament. And that can change things for sure.
Yeah, which is disappointing. I'm a huge fan of the Mermaid Atlantean strategy, so seeing a player go X1, maybe X1 for the end of the totality of day one, really excited me as a prospective player into the top 8. He still has a chance, though. He's only X2.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely still got a chance.
I have to be honest, from the mentality of you're right there on the precipice of victory. You're playing around a top deck, by the way. Like, you actually have covered all bases relative to what is known for Warren.
Yeah.
You're trying to over-consider what the play is to play around the top deck. So the percentage is already in your favor that you're going to win, and then it just gets lost there at the end.
We did talk about this earlier. Sometimes it's not about playing faster, it's about playing more efficient, so you're taking less time overall. And some people say, well, then I'm not optimizing my combinations of cards, but sometimes you just need to put something on the board. But we don't have to be completely mellow about the whole thing, right? That duel's already over. Congratulations to Warren for sure. And it does mean that, another Lunalite tournament, or Duelist enters the fray. X1. Maybe those duelists who thought that Lunalite isn't out there really need to watch out, because Lunalite is out there, and he is not the only duelist in the tournament playing that strategy. So good stuff, good stuff. But so now that we're so far in, you got to remember, we are going to be back tomorrow. What do you think of the Swiss round so far? Like, what do you feel like is the vibe of Burst Protocol? We're still pre-Maze of the Muertos. What is going on with this format?
I think the Draco Tail strategies have really risen to the top.
Oh, yeah.
I think so far, looking at the top deck lists, it does seem like more players have played just the branded variation and not the Magista stuff. I've looked and seen the name here or there, but I've seen primarily just the more dedicated branded Draco Tail deck when you actually look at it by the numbers. But it is still a little bit early on. If the percentage is so discrepant between the two, that even at this point, the field may not have really settled. A couple more rounds from now, if it's still evident that the branded Draco Tail decks have risen to the top and the Magistas maybe not as much, I think it's pretty clear that this weekend it was better to play more in that mid-range and not so much for the ceiling.
Yeah, because, I struggled. I was thinking, what deck do I end up bringing, or what deck do I end up wanting to play? I never pulled an Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon out of Burst Protocol, so I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm not playing branded Draco Tail right now. But as I thought about the deck theory, and I did end up trading for one here, what I would play, the Magista stuff is really good, but you open yourself up to stuff. But I did see that beautiful duel that Adichie did earlier in the Swiss rounds, and just making the simpler one, just getting to the Zoro Effusion and getting Celine onto it, that felt pretty good, because then all you had is just a single negate. That's all you needed. And that might be a way to include the Magistas, but not try to go for the Galaxy Brain level combos where you're getting everything going on. But speaking of decks, why don't we take a look at a Genesys deck profile from somebody you might recognize.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 300th YCS. Can't believe there's been 300 tournaments, and now we're finally here with so many duelists to play Yu-Gi-Oh! The trading card game. But there is a new way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! That's right, it's Genesys. Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesys is a different way to play, where you're going to be able to play with forbidden cards that are forbidden in the advanced format, but everything uses a point system, and I'm going to let Stephen Darling get a little further into that when he's showing off his deck. But this weekend, we also have the Proto-YCS for Genesys. That's right, the first ever Proto-YCS for Genesys. Absolutely incredible. We're going to be being able to see who's going to win that first Genesys YCS. But before we get to all that exciting action and the amazing YCS live stream, we're going to talk about this deck profile we have with Stephen Darling, who plays Genesys all the time. Tell me about it, why you like playing the format, and why you're using the deck you're using here this weekend.
So the thing I really like about the format is, because the point stuff, really the big things at Genesys, no links, no pendulums, and then cards of a point value, kind of like some of the old Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games. And what that means in a practical application as you show up to duel is everything resolves, because some of the most powerful common cards we see among the advanced format, like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, Call by the Grave, etc., those have point cost to them. So if you see your opponent has that, you're like, oh, then they don't have a lot of power. They have a lot of breaks to stop you, but they don't have a lot of gas to go. And so I do go to my card shop, and I actually have played at a locals with this deck. And what was really fun about it is I got to basically bring out my inner character themes, because I've always been a character deck enthusiast. I play really good stuff too, but I liked this because you have a chance to play against things like Cool Tune and Hecka Hands and all these really recent decks with cards that are a billion years old. But tell you what, why don't I show you? Some of these are a little newer than that. So this is Dark Magician. And what I love about this is the cards really, really work in this format. And I've got, the Adidas Dark Magician, a DDS Dark Magician, the Ghost Rare. I love
3 different ones.
Yeah, well, I love the purple art, like most of all. I kind of remember the anime for that. But on top of that, I'm also running Red Eyes as an additional Primite target, but it's a level 7. So it just gives you like a different look sometimes when you need that. And it's also a dragon, which does a lot of different fusion stuff.
And, it was Yugi's card that he gave to Joey, so awesome to see it included in here as well.
Yeah, speaking of dragons, I'm also running Timaeus the United Dragon. And by the way, none of the cards, for the most part in this deck, have points. When we get to the points, it'll be really obvious that I spent all my money on one place, but it's fair, it's fair. So beyond your fusion materials and your ability to use Timaeus, of course, you've got 3 copies of Magician's Souls. Magician's Souls is so good, even in the TCG Advanced format right now. I'm also using 3 copies of Apprentice Illusion Magician, who I think is going to have a great year as well.
Oh, definitely.
Dark Magician Girl, the synergy here is threefold actually. I'm using, and when we get to the spells, you'll see, but various cards that still use Dark Magician Girl and require her as a name. And because the format is a little slower, I'm not saying you're going to automatically win with all your favorite cards, but you have a chance to show them in a way you've never had before. So let's talk about those Primite cards. I've got my 3 Primite Dragon Ether Barrels. And there's some really cool combos you can do with this. Beyond normal summoning this, instead of setting Primite Lordly Load, you can also set Primite Fusion. Then you can use the effect of the Primite Dragon Ether Barrel, send Dark Magician to the graveyard or Red Eyes, depending on what you need, and then flip Primite Fusion to make something like Dark Magician the Dragon Knight, and a lot of different fusions you have. Even Amulet Dragon works.
Oh, cool.
Other normal summon is going to be Magician's Rod, gives you access to pretty much everything you need in the deck. And then this is where it starts to get a little weird. So I'm running Magician of Chaos and 3 copies of Illusion of Chaos here. And the reason why is we all know how good Illusion of Chaos is. But when you're actually ritual summoning in this deck, sometimes you do just want to be able to destroy a spell or trap or some card on the field, depending on when you activate stuff with Magician of Chaos. But this is where I spent all the points. Primite Lordly Load is 33 points each.
So 99 points right here.
99 points right there. And it's so worth it because being able to activate this and then get to your Primite Dragon Ether Barrel and get all those combos makes Dark Magician feel a little bit better than it ordinarily does. I think in the advanced format, obviously there's new Dark Magician cards coming out later this year, so you don't necessarily need to stick to this, but this gives you just a source of recursion and a lot of play action. You even could get the attack boost from having different cards in the graveyard. And then the Primite Fusion and the Primite Drill Beam as well as Primite Roar. Different targets for that card to make sure you always have value out of it. It's not just that you're like activating it and it's a consistency card to get to it. You're really doing something with it.
You can get the one you're missing, not always just getting the same copy of a card you already have. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it's nice too because you want to activate spells and traps in this deck, so having the extra quick plays are fun. 3 copies of Soul Servant. It's
classic Dark Magician card.
Classic Dark Magician card. And when you're running Dark Magician Girl, you are getting that extra draw off of the Soul Servant, so that feels good too. And then we've got Secrets of Dark Magic at just the 1. Most of the time, you're using this for fusion, but you can use it for ritual as well, just in case that comes up. But I am running Chaos Form. Just banish one of your extra Dark Magicians from the graveyard in order to go ahead and ritual summon, or tribute Dark Magician, so that when you're ritual summoning Illusion of Chaos, it bounces to your hand, and then the Dark Magician's still there to special summon. I'm using 3 Dark Magical Circles. This feels so good in this format because, again, if everything resolves, it's a grind game. And nobody grinds like this card. Being able to banish stuff. This might as well be Zodiac Trident incarnate with a banish. But now we get to some of the weirder choices. I am using Magician's Salvation as well as Dark Magic Attack because I'm using Eternal Soul. So being able to go like Magician's Rod, grab Magician's Salvation, set Eternal Soul. Maybe they don't really do anything with their turn. They go set, because that does happen in Genesys. Then you can go ahead during the end phase, search out Dark Magic Attack. My locals, the official tournament store, set points to 200. So I actually ran this exact same deck and then added the 100-point Red Eyes Dark Dragoon into the extra deck, which is so much fun.
Yeah, that's something we could talk about with Genesys is while like the standard is the 100-point, like we're playing in the Proto-YCS, it's going to be a 100-point limit. At your local OTS, you can adjust the points accordingly. You can go higher if you want more high-power decks. You mentioned you take this deck, Add Eyes Red Dark Dragoon. That's
so
a big power boost, right? But you can also go the other direction. Let's say you want to tone down the power level at your local store. You play a 0-point tournament, a 50-point tournament, and that kind of alters how you're going to have to build your deck and be creative with it, which is something I really like about Genesys.
Oh, yeah. One of the things I want to do at a 0-point tournament one of these days is play Malice with United We Stand, because all the Malice names are at 0 because you're not going to link summon, so what are you going to do with it? But they put bodies on the field so well, so you put that with some equip spells, maybe you got yourself a deck.
That's interesting. Cool.
Closing out the main deck, though, because I'm using Dark Magician Girl, I do get access to Magician's Combination. It allows you to tribute Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl, negate a card effect that was activated, and then special summon the other one, which is a lot of fun. And then Magician's Navigation for pretty much the same thing. Also, I can use that to get access to things like Apprentice Illusion Magician to add Dark Magician. So that's why there's 3 Dark Magicians in here. You really use all 3. You need all of them.
Yeah.
But that's the main deck.
Okay, Arcana. No, you don't have the Arcana Dark Magicians.
No, not that
You're a good guy. You're not the bad guy.
I
Yeah.
try to be. I try to be. There was that one Bakura phase I had.
True.
But the extra deck is pretty much some standard Dark Magician stuff here, so I'm piling it out onto the field, and we'll just kind of talk about it.
Okay.
On the Xyz side of things, you've got Ebon Illusion Magician, who requires 2 7s, but the cool thing is it can also be special summoned by transferring the materials of a rank 6 spellcaster. So you use Narita,
okay.
the Moral Leader, who you can make out of Dark Magician Girl or Apprentice Illusion Magician, which is fun. Big Eye, same deal. You can go ahead and just get rid of that extra red eyes and use that for that. But dragons are actually a really big part of this deck, and so that's why having access to a normal dragon's important. For things like Secretarian or Mysterian, we know how good those are in the advanced format. They're still pretty good on this. Having extra normal monsters to pile into the graveyard for Primite Dragon Nether Berzelius, who prevents your opponent from activating effects of, well, you don't have to worry about the link rating, but certainly the level or the rank of monsters based on the number of normal monsters in your graveyard. Another use of 3 Dark Magicians and the Red Eyes.
Cool.
Also, the Dark Magicians, I mean, this is such a good card. If you play Duel Links, you know how good this is for setups. And then finally, we've got Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight, and Dark Magician, the Dragon Knight for fusions with dragons, as well as Amulet Dragon.
My favorite part is, like, you have, like, all these cards in your deck. You have the Timaeus in your deck. You have a Dark Magician Girl in your deck. You have the Dark Magicians. You have them both together, and then the fusions for these. The only thing you're missing is the Cursed Dragon here.
Yeah, I know. We'll save that for next time. It is a Primite target, though, so I mean, you can use that.
Never know.
Master of Chaos is also really cool, too, because that's the thing. Genesys, you know, some people think of Genesys as like, oh, I'm going to come into this tournament, I'm going to get a free win because none of the threats are out there. Not so, but you do get a chance to play with decks that you wouldn't ordinarily be able to play at. And, like, our locals was wild. I played against the Tombkeeper deck with all the different cards that are themed off of Odeon strategy. Somebody was playing Super Quantles, and I actually got hit with, like, the big
good.
monsters. Yeah, so good stuff. And it's so cool and refreshing to see these decks that people may not, like, feel comfortable playing in the advanced format for whatever reason. It works in Genesys, so this is not just like a fake format. This is a great format to play in. I'm so excited to see what everybody brings here because it's the first Proto-YCS, dude.
Yeah, and it's going to be part of the live stream. If you're watching the live stream right now, maybe you've already seen a Genesys match. You're like, what is that? Well, we got a little more information here. This is, like you mentioned, the first Genesys Proto-YCS happening this weekend at the 300th. You see some awesome strategies like Primite Dark Magician. Hopefully we'll see some more from the tournament. Thank you for joining us. I'm Billy Brake. This is Stephen Darling. Thank you for watching the 300th YCS. We have more exciting action coming up, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, here to the 300th YCS in Richmond, Virginia. I'm Billy Brake. This is Asala Watutanjige, and we are here to close the tournament for day 1 with our final round of Swiss. It's been an incredible day with some awesome duels, and I've had a great time. How about you, Asala?
Yeah, it's been very exciting. We've gotten to see a lot of interesting strategies, things I never would have saw coming, and I'm just excited to see how we're going to close out today.
Definitely. Now, before the tournament started, we definitely have a list of some players we wanted to keep an eye on throughout the event to see how they were going to do. So let's go ahead and take a look at our duelists to watch, our picks to win it. My pick, Ruben Peñarada, the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion, is sitting at X2, 6-2. So that means he needs to win this last round to make it to that day 2 cutoff.
And mine as well. Rahan is 6-2. He's holding on. He hasn't played in quite some time, or at least in many major events, so it's still a strong record so far, and I think he can take it all the way. I know he's put in the time.
Yeah, it looks like everyone is still in contention, including Julian, our reigning world champion. That's Darling's pick. But unfortunately for Kengis, Ryan Yu taking that 3rd loss means he's probably not going to be making it back to day number 2. But he did qualify for the Master Duel World Championship already, so he has something to look forward to in the future. And you see Joe Bogley hanging in there as well. So these excellent decorated duelists are still going to be vying for their spot in day 2, where we're going to come back tomorrow to play 6 more rounds of Swiss.
6, yeah.
That's incredible to say. And before we cut to a top 8 playoff, and eventually we'll find out who's going to win the 300th YCS, the historic, the milestone, the ever-important YCS in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy tournament here. That trophy, I don't know if you've noticed it, but the pillars just look so cool on it. I don't think really compares to the one from the 200. They look similar enough, but the ones from this one are actually just more marble, like more like rock.
Yeah, definitely. It's really beautiful. My favorite part is like the glass cut out with the YCS logo is in the shape of that shield that the YCS logo is on. I think that looks really cool. Yeah, so whoever gets to walk away and hoist that trophy into the air is going to be incredible. And I don't know who it's going to be. I do think it's going to be Radiant Typhoon. Even though we haven't seen a lot of it today here in the feature matches, it's definitely out there. Cards are getting destroyed in the Spell and Trap Zone by that mystical Space Typhoon. So at every YCS, we have bounty duelists, and the more they play, the more they win, the more packs they get. But at the same time, if they lose, their opponents get to take all of their packs that they've saved up throughout the tournament. So let's go and take a look at how our bounty duelists are faring. Aditya is sitting with an X2 record, so he's got some packs waiting for him. We already saw Ryan, 4-3, not where he wants to be. Gabriel with 15 points, also with 3 losses, is tough there. Oh, so it looks like Ryan probably dropped after that third loss in round number 7. Pack, though, with 7 wins, 21 points. He's opened a lot of booster packs today.
Yeah, he's doing really strong here. Steven Santoli also unfortunately eliminated with 15 points there. Mario holding strong at 21. Cam also holding fairly strong with 18 points. Unfortunately for Brian, with 9, you're out of the tournament. Justice with 15 and Jung with 12. They are not going to be collecting any, or they could be playing it out just to collect some more packs, but they're going to be not likely to make day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be tough with those losses, but definitely a lot of our bounty duelists still in contention to make it. Mario, Cam, Aditya, Pack. Yeah, and those are pretty much the ones that are, still in the running there. It's going to be Cam the Man Neal. I feel like I got to throw that in there. Every time I say Cam's name, he's going to be Cam the Man Neal. UDS champion, YCS champion. He could come home and win that 300th YCS here. Any one of these players that are still in contention could end up walking away with the trophy and all the awesome prizes. But without further ado, let's go ahead and find out who our last round 9 of the day feature match is going to be. Kangas, take it away.
Up first in the blue chair from New Jersey. Shout out to everyone at Konami. It's Pakawat Pamunsud. And his opponent today in the red chair, all the way from Brazil. Shout out to Team Quadmatica Beast, Joao Silva. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for duel number 1.
Brazil! He came a long way to play here in the 300th, and this is an epic final showdown for the day. Both these players do only have 1 loss, so either way, they will probably be making into day number 2, but going into those last 6 rounds with only 1 loss is huge.
Yeah, you're never going to be guaranteed to make it into that top 8 from this point on, but you want to have as many options to lose from here on out, right? You have 6 more rounds to play. Any cushion is going to be warranted here.
Definitely. We see that Pack is going to be on the branded Magisys Draco Tail deck, and his opponent is going to be playing Radiant Typhoon. We told you they're out there. They're at the top tables, and now we're going to see how these 2 decks line up in this matchup here in round number 9.
This is the matchup we've been looking forward to the entire weekend, right? These are the top 2 decks, and we have the Magistus cards in pack strategy as well. This was the debate between a lot of the Draco Tail players. Are you going to play the Magistus cards? Are you just going to stick to branded? Are you going to play for the higher ceiling and then afford losing to certain interactions? Or are you just trying to go and have that bridge that connects your entire deck together? And Pack, he's a player that's been very meticulous with his deck building, and he chose to have the Magistus cards here.
Yeah, and we also saw our former NAWCQ champion Aditya also packing the Magistus cards in his Draco Tail strategy. So there might be something to look at if some of the top players are playing it. It might be that most powerful version, might feel the best to actually play. You want to have strength. I mean, you want to stay low to the ground to play around those interactions from the hand, but having just, the burst potential, just how powerful Spinta is, how many pushes you have, it makes your deck, no matter how many in-theme cards you draw when you're going second, the ability to play through those fields, that can be a lot. Because, that's really where your deck can shine, is how well can your deck perform going second with all engine in your hand.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of, at least when I ask these players why they chose to play Magistus cards instead of not playing Magistus cards, one of the most common answers they tell me is, okay, if I open, not even all Draco Tail, but if I open all branded, my end board is not usually strong enough. If I play into the mirror, they can power through. So the Magistus cards allow me to actually do something and make a much stronger field.
Yep, so he kind of works on both sides. Stronger going first, having more ways to extend going second could be why we're seeing it. But Zhao, on the other hand, here playing Radiant Typhoon, which is kind of I would say the second most feared deck in the tournament, the second most expected deck going in. Because of like cards that are going to be able to counter the Draco Tail strategy, you're always looking at Dimensional Fissure in the side deck potentially. Maybe not in this matchup, but they also got a lot of new cards out of Burst Protocol. Sheena, Twin Tempest of the Celestial Thunder is an excellent card. Being able to return monsters, let your monsters dodge effect negation while clearing board fields and breaking lots of those monsters that your opponent can throw out turn 1. And on top of that, they get the Link monster of Rune. That has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Varun, the Marine Eidolon, similar to Varun in the main deck. Same monster.
There's two Maroons.
Yeah. But just giving you another way to access Mystical Space Typhoon without having to activate a card effect, while also being able to put Mandate directly from the deck onto the field. A new form of interaction that is really a bolster to the strategy.
All right, game number 1. We're ready to duel. Let's go ahead and jump right into it and see who's going to win the die roll here. Joao, all the way from Brazil,
representing.
Definitely.
Good luck.
When there's 3 YCS happening in the same place all around the world, if you're going to travel, you kind of have your pick. And he wanted to come all the way to Richmond, Virginia to prove that he has what it takes to walk away with it. Both players roll 7. The odds are you're actually going to tie there.
Looks like that rolled a little higher.
2 8s? I mean, that's the second most likely number result from 2 dice.
4.
4.
5.
5. 1.
Just enough.
Just enough. And Pac looks like he's going to start things off.
I'll go first.
Yep. Now, Radiant Typhoon going second against Draco Tail, they have some tools that a lot of other decks don't have. Mystical Space Typhoon.
Trophies.
Right?
Yeah.
So you're going to be able to deal with something like Draco Tail Flame, because you can activate maybe one of your Radiant Typhoon quick plays. They try and flame it. You can Mystical Space Typhoon your own card. The Flame won't be able to negate it, and then it can reset itself with its own effect as well. So there's lots of cool tricks that Radiant Typhoon can do.
Not to mention that all the Radiant Typhoon cards, if they're destroyed by card effect, they just reset themselves anyway.
Yeah, that just comes right back. So Ketsu Draco Tail is going to be the first activation.
Going to be grabbing a copy of Lucas here. Interesting start from Pac.
This is where Joel and Lockbird would come in handy.
Yeah, not something that's typically strong against this matchup, but when you're playing all these other sub-engines, it becomes much stronger.
Brandon Fusion?
But looks like everything's resolving so far. We've tried to get the Ash out of the way, but Brandon Fusion is actually going to be resolving. So now with Urgula in the hand, he's going to likely just send a copy of Fallen of the White Dragon and Spenta. So this can allow him, we'll see, actually it can kind of do anything. We'll see if he chooses to make the Zoroa like we saw earlier.
The DJ, yeah, it looks like he's doing the same kind of play. Summon the Albion, no effect. Spenta effect to equip from the extra deck. This is exactly what a DJ did earlier, actually.
I think when you have other Draco Tail cards to play with, this is just a little bit safer. You go ahead and set up some form of interruption.
Okay, now things are taking a different path, adding the Spenta to the hand with the Artemis Moon Maiden.
Just to have it in the grave for follow-up, like in later turns. I mean, you just essentially skip this step by adding Crowley directly, but you might as well.
True. So yep, the Spenta's going to be able to discard to add the Magistus Crowley. Crowley's going to special summon, allowing Pac to fusion summon.
I think the only reason Aditya didn't do this is because he hadn't checked for Droll yet.
And Pac's already passed the Droll check. Yep.
And now we're going to be fusion summoning for Zoroa.
Yep, and that is going to be on the field in the extra monster zone.
5-mana effect.
And now we can activate 5-mana here. Having that insulation with the Zoroa, he can negate any monster effect. He's going to be using the Lucas and the Urgula. Both of these are going to be able to activate. The Urgula is going to be able to get back the 5-mana. And it looks like we're going to be using a Duelist as well, just for, like removing dead cards in hand to get better cards.
Swap them out for something useful.
This goes to the graveyard.
When you use 5-mana to fusion summon, you usually might want to swap out something like a Mulcharmy so you're able to add back that 5-mana you discarded for the effect. And then you can send it back later on with a Rahu, then add it back to your hand with an Urgula.
Now, because the Lucas did hit the field, we lost the Artemis that was attached to it. So Zoroa is not currently able to use its effect. So we're going to want to be able to equip something later down the line.
Urgula, Chainlink 3, Lucius.
Yep, we're going to be adding back the Fallen as well as the Phimena, and then Urgula as well as Lucas are going to trigger in the graveyard to go ahead and set. We've already used Ketu, so we're going to be accessing likely Rahu and one of the trap cards here.
It's really cool that Branded Fusion eventually lets you access the Fallen of the White Dragon from your deck when you're adding it back with the Arthur-Lion. Love to see it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, now we are locked into fusions, so we're not going to be able to synchro into the Ecclesia here, but we're going to be activating Rahu next.
Yep, we're going to use the Phimena from hand, and he already has Urgula, so maybe something like Dracotail Pan or Frixel.
Just get them in rotation.
Or Malulu.
Right?
Yeah, Malulu's probably the smart one. Nope, this is going to be Pan.
And now we're going to be able to activate...
It's kind of... Go ahead.
We've got to summon something first.
Yeah, it's nice to have Pan like online and accessible through an Arthur-Lion, so you can use it to take out an opponent's monster for another form of disruption at some point.
Chainlink 2, Pan.
Yeah, so now we get to go ahead and activate both those effects, get the other two trap cards here. We'll see how he opts.
If I want to pop or not.
Oh yeah, he could choose to destroy a monster here with Pan.
Yeah, I'll resolve Pan to kill my own Arthur-Lion.
Okay, getting the Arthur-Lion
Then I'll resolve the...
in the graveyard.
Set Horn.
Interesting. We'll see where this comes into play later. So now he should likely be activating the effect of Fallen the White Dragon. Oh, no, it doesn't seem like it if he's going to be giving his opponent his deck.
Targeting Phimena.
Yep, here. The Urgula is returned to the bottom. Phimena goes to the hand.
Interesting.
Yeah, I really want to know what the benefit of destroying the Arthur-Lion with the Pan. I know there's the reason behind it.
Effect Zoroa, targeting...
Zoroa's now going to use his own
Artemis?
effect to equip.
Okay.
Getting the Artemis back on.
Attempt to leave main phase.
Good.
Proceed to end phase.
I wonder if it's to play around Super Poly?
Yeah, that very much could be getting the dragon off the field.
Effect Albion?
Yeah, I think that has to be what it is. I was just sitting here trying to think about it for a minute.
I mean, you might as well, right? You want to limit your opponent's options as much as possible. It's not really doing much on the field.
It really doesn't. And it's going to come back. You can choose basically when it comes back in the Dracotail deck. You just have to do a fusion summon, sending two monsters to the graveyard at the same time, and it'll come right back to the field.
There you go.
This is a monster negate, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'll draw for turn.
Yeah, nothing else in end phase. Pass turn.
All
All right, that's 4 sets directly from the deck.
The draw phase, I'll try to...
Now it's time for Radiant Typhoon to play.
It's going to be Manifestation as the lead here. Are we going to be using the effect to add Mystical Space Typhoon or send a Radiant Typhoon card from the deck to the grave?
That's good.
It sounded like he was going to use the send effect, but I imagine you are just going for the MST here. Yeah, we're just going to grab MST.
Nice ghost rare.
Yeah. Needs to be conscious of Dracotail Flame.
Also, Manifestation, typically not the strongest effect, right? Getting one in the graveyard is something you want more so later, just to be able to summon back a copy of Phoenix or Vroom. It looks like we're going to be resolving Crusea next, because a quick play spell was activated. Will we be using the Zoroa to negate this? It seems like a good use of it. It looks like it. Oh, no. I thought he said no responses. Oh, no, okay.
To do what?
To draw, sorry.
So he's going to try and use Radiant Typhoon Visions here to draw a couple cards.
That looks like it's going to resolve. Obviously, you don't want to chain anything here because you know he has Mystical Space Typhoon.
So, can I cut your deck for the draw? Sure. Thanks.
Crusea, one of the most important cards in the Radiant Typhoon strategy, being able to activate or access a Mystical Space Typhoon as well as another name. All right.
Draws another copy of Crusea, and it looks like the Fallen and the Virtuous. Has to discard a Radiant Typhoon card. Going to discard one of those Cruseas.
Might as well get rid of the cards that are known.
Now the other Crusea that he eventually used. So he chained the Vision to the Crusea effect.
Okay.
Thinking other triggers.
Interesting.
So now he can add two. He can add a Mystical Space Typhoon and a Radiant Typhoon card, maybe?
And because another quick play spell was activated, he can activate Varun. Stretch himself from the hand.
I mean, we're seeing why Radiant Typhoon is strong.
Now the Varun, once it hits the field, will instigate Zhao from monster effects.
I have 5.
Mystical Space Typhoon is not in the graveyard yet, so it does not negate and destroy.
Do you think there's any merit just to activate Mystical Space Typhoon like on the Draco Tail Flame, just to get the Typhoon in your graveyard and deal with the Flame?
Well, at that point they can chain and draw it.
Yeah,
right. Not give them a draw.
So he's trying to like maximize his value, but it also is going to keep Mystical Space Typhoon out of the graveyard. But now that he has 2, he could potentially get rid of it and prevent the draw.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think there's any, like, as long as he has it in his hand, he can't use the Flame anyway, so he might as well hold that. And the longer you wait, the more access you have to something like Phonics, and then that allows you to have more push. So you want to at least be able to resolve Phonics if you're going to have to use a manifestation later in the turn.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
but
Looks
like a Link summon.
It was in draw phase, yeah.
Yeah, one sec. Thinking
I was thinking before.
Sorry.
He's trying to summon that Radiant Typhoon, Varun, the Marine.
Eidolon.
Eidolon, the last word is tough. Eidolon.
I'll target.
All right, we're going to be starting with Sting. That's usually the card that you would use Mystical Space Typhoon on early, just to get it out of the way.
Good. So they can't banish something from your graveyard.
Yeah.
Now the Gulamel.
No response. You're going to be able to use the Gulamel here. That's going to force out the Varun unless you want to summon it back from graveyard later.
Nope.
Yep, he's going to preserve the negate because you have the Mystical Space Typhoon to bring it back.
The Ketu's going back to the bottom of the deck, and Pack will get to draw a card here.
Yep.
All right, 2 interruptions from Pack used up here.
Main phase?
Yeah.
Sure.
I wonder what he intends to hold the Zoroa for. I think he just wants to wait until there's a better card to destroy, because it doesn't have to destroy the card it negates.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we're going for Fallen the Virtuous here.
Sending for cost.
Sending a copy in Albion, the Branded Dragon, going for the Zoroa, trying to force it out. I mean, yeah, like at that point, what do you... You're just going to have to let it walk. Not much you can do about it.
Good.
Yep, and you see the thumbs up.
Resolution.
Have nothing.
Albion can come back because...
Trigger, Pan.
Oh yeah, Pan, because the Fusion Monster was destroyed. Now you can summon back a Spellcaster from the graveyard.
Chain chip.
It's going to chain Mystical Space Typhoon. Going after... That's the Flame, I would assume.
I mean, yeah, he does know which one he needs to go. He knows where all 4 are.
Yeah,
no
he knows
mysteries
the
here.
Fallen and the Virtuous, the Horn, and the Flame.
Chain, target.
Oh, so he went after the Horn.
Okay, so he's choosing to... Oh, because he's chaining it on the effective Pan, so he can't add back whatever Pan summons. Any point. So now the Gulamel will leave. Sting will go back to the bottom of the deck. He will draw another card, and then Pan will resolve.
Then
yeah, the Pan's not on the field, right?
Yeah, no, the Pan is just... It has to put itself at the bottom of the deck, yeah.
It's just waiting to be resolved, yeah.
And that's going to summon a copy of Lucius.
Lucius effect.
This could add a copy
your
of...
turn, player, sorry.
Yes.
I have a trigger here.
Now, because Mystical Space Typhoon was activated, you can bring back the Varun from the graveyard. The effect in hand and the effect in graveyard. 2 separate effects there, both once per turn.
Chain Link 2 Ghost Spell.
Okay, so he's going to forego the Lucius effect here to Ghost Spell the Varun to keep it in the graveyard.
You're good.
That seems fairly worthwhile
Chain
if you have
Link
the pieces you need. And then we're going to activate Fallen the Virtuous.
Oh wait, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Yeah,
sorry,
he doesn't have Ecclesia on the field, so he cannot use the Reborn effect.
Sorry. Yeah. That's
Attempted to activate the wrong effect, so technically illegal activation.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Still get a warning.
So just spell.
No problem.
Okay.
Yeah, resolve goes.
Yep. No.
Resolve goes spell and then resolve Lucas, right?
Yeah, resolve Lucius. No. I can't use Lucius. I'm using Bella. Because if I use Lucius, I won't be able to.
Yeah, I knew he skipped it.
Yeah.
How many cards in hand?
Master Duel will teach you that real quickly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Then I will...
Pack not to try to take any chances here. He is very honest with his opponent.
Effect.
All right, Eldum is coming out next.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, because Mystical Space Typhoon is in the graveyard.
Special summon Radiant Typhoon. Eldum.
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah. Eldum's going to be able to add a Radiant Typhoon monster.
Likely going to be a copy of Swen. Or no, it's going to be Magala.
So he's trying to go from Magala into Swen, potentially.
Thinking on resolution.
No problem.
Holding on to that flame for dear life. I guess trying to find a good time to activate 5 mana as well.
You're good to continue.
Okay. Then I will do a link chip.
Yeah.
Factual MS chip.
It is good.
Varun is finally coming down. The Link Varun, and that's going to be able to place Radiant Typhoon Mandate or add Mystical Space Typhoon to the hand here.
Yeah, you get to add Mystical Space Typhoon on summon.
It's good here, yes.
It also has another effect that targets 2 face-up monsters in the field, including a Radiant Typhoon, and place them into the spell and trap zones.
Ooh, yeah, that's definitely a cool one. Now, Magala is going to be special summoned from the hand. Mystical Space Typhoon is going to be activated. Let's see if he's going to go after the flame. Looks like he is. So that's going to prompt Pack to chain it, targeting Space Typhoon.
No response.
And then he's going to chain the Fallen and the Virtuous to go after the Magala, so it won't be able to special summon a monster from the deck.
I'll target this.
Now, the Varun is able to chain as long as, or after the chain, because a quick play spell was activated, it can place the mandate on the field from the deck, but just getting everything out of the way before the mandate hits the field.
Yep, and the chain's going to resolve. So Fallen the Virtuous is going to take down Magala. The Flame is going to negate the Mystical Space Typhoon, put a card to the bottom, let Pack draw a card.
Getting the value from all 3 trap cards here from Pack, not using the Flame until all the Mystical Space Typhoons were gone.
Yeah, what triggers do you have?
Does effect show?
Yep, just the Varun now because Mystical Space Typhoon was activated.
MST, I know.
Or the
2
Virtuous at this point. Either will work.
It's good.
So Mandate is now on the field, but if you don't have any more quick play spells in the hand, it doesn't really mean much.
Yeah, it definitely took a while to get onto the field.
Now you're going to be able to use Mandate's effect to go ahead and put 3 cards back.
Draw a card.
Good.
Now 5 in hand work.
5. Yeah.
Still a lot of cards in hand for Pack. Has not used 5 mana yet.
Okay.
I think might be just waiting.
Special summon effect?
All right, now we're going to be able to summon Swen. Swen's going to be able to add another spell trap here. Well, spell.
Spell. Well, technically you can add a monster. You get Chant, and then you can get a Radiant Typhoon monster, potentially.
Looks like we're going for Ascension, trying to get back a monster from the graveyard. Ascendance.
Okay,
Close enough.
Thinking. You're good.
Good.
Yeah.
Now Pack just with that Lucius on the field. He has the 5 mana in hand and 4 other cards. Jaw's doing a great job here of breaking through everything that Pack had. I mean, he had the 3 Dracotail traps, Fallen in the Virtuous. He had a Gulamel on the field, and all of that's gone now.
I tried to activate.
I mean, yeah, both players just showing why their decks are strong. Pack just getting all the value he can from those spells and traps.
Anywhere?
And now you see him using that effect that you just mentioned to send both of those monsters into the spell and trap zone.
To summon, right?
Yeah.
Now he's going to use Ascendance to try and special summon from the graveyard.
Let's see what he goes for.
Okay.
Magala still hasn't used its effect yet.
Nothing on Rose.
Yeah, he's going to want to... No, nothing on Res. He's just going to let him go into Chant.
It's good.
Chant is able to resolve here.
Radiant Typhoon is such a cool deck.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
I mean, people keep saying it's very similar to Sky Strike. It's so strong at cracking fields.
Yeah. I was like, oh my god, how many MSCs you got?
This is the 3rd Mystical Space Typhoon that he's added to his hand this turn. Just want to point that out. He shoveled some back with Mandate as well. But
all right, now Magala is able to activate here to summon one that he doesn't already have.
Phonics, yep.
And there's the Phonics.
Phonics.
So you have 2 MSCs, 1 unknown. Yep.
Yeah. Phonics is even great at picking apart a field, but by the time the Phonics came out, the field is already cleaned up.
And now we're just going to overlay into a rank 3.
It's going to be... Oh, Gossip Shadow to stop the Fine Mana.
It's good.
I don't think Pack saw that coming.
I didn't see it coming. And I have the deck list right in front of me.
Leave them in face.
Thinking.
Absolutely incredible plays here from Joao from Brazil.
Yep. 3,000.
The one thing is, like,
yeah,
he doesn't have enough damage yet.
So I'm at 4,700.
So Pack just has a full hand. He's going to get another card off the Albion in the end phase.
Then I will go to main phase 2.
Yeah, game's definitely not over just yet, but I feel like you have like a little moral victory here. Like, could Pack have even had like a better field than what he had? Like,
yes, he could have.
Oh yeah, he was missing the Fallen of the White Dragon at the start, so he didn't get access to the Synchro.
So we both got one.
Having to start with Branded Fusion or Rahu kind of like limits what you could have. Yeah.
Nothing.
But it still is a pretty incredible field.
Yeah, he got as much of the Dracotail cards as he needed. Okay, so
1 Arthaline.
Sure. I'm trying to leave them in phase.
Yep.
End phase, I have effect here.
all right, so Fimena's effect was transformed
Okay.
into draw 1 card, and then because 2 materials were sent from Gossip Shadow to the graveyard, Arthalion was able to come back.
Okay.
Fallen in the Virtuous. Okay.
Yeah, they still count as monster card, not as Exceeds materials, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please.
And it checks in the grave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
You
I'm thinking like Dimensional Fissure. How
draw.
They didn't, it doesn't matter where they come from, right?
Yeah, the
Semi?
monster there, the monsters hit
Main.
the graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and during the end phase, Zhao set another copy of Fallen
Target
Virtues
these
as
two,
well.
and I'll target
We're going to start with Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon in the graveyard. Go ahead and recycle some of Pax cards while also getting rid of some resources from Zhao.
Return to deck.
Shuffle back deck.
Thinking.
I missed it. Which card did he go for? Is he just going for the Fallen and the Virtuous? Yeah, just, okay, forcing it out right now.
Send?
Send, for sure.
He's targeting
the Phonics?
Not the Arthalion?
Or is he chaining the Phonics?
Okay.
Oh, okay. Just the.
That's right.
No,
Yep.
he is targeting the Phonic.
Okay, because that means if he activates that Mystical Space Typhoon later, he can summon it back. He just wants to leave it. He just doesn't want to have it be vulnerable, I suppose.
But Arthalion seems like such a good target.
Effect?
Fallen in the Virtuous.
Normal summon,
It just
effect,
gets banished,
targeting
yeah.
5 mana?
And now we're going to be normal summoning
trying to
Frixel,
respond
targeting Fimena. It's going to be met with Mystical Space Typhoon, and then
Resolve.
if there's no chain, Mandate is going to chain to
Resolve.
the Frixel to negate it.
Resolution, do you have some trigger?
I have no triggers.
I have chain.
What did he hit with Mystical Space Typhoon?
Here and
I
chain
think
link to
Lucius, I think.
Well,
Chain Bell.
and now we get to Bell the
Phonics.
Phonics.
Okay.
So Varun's going to come out. That's going to help him negate a monster effect.
Jizz gets destroyed, right?
Yeah.
Or so it was his own Varun, the Link monster that he destroyed with Mystical Space Typhoon. Makes more sense to leave the Lucius on the field.
Looks like he was eyeing the Spenta to get access to the Magistus cards again.
Banish Spenta. Target Arthaline.
No problem.
Okay.
Spenta going ahead and equipping.
Thinking
Okay, this is the one that I believe goes
Do I have how
after
many hands?
spells and traps.
4.
4 in hand.
It's the Ninaruru, the Magistus Glass Goddess.
I'm trying to activate the effect here, targeting this.
Now he's using Mandate's effect to put 3 quick plays back to draw a fresh card.
Yeah.
Both these decks just generate value so well.
Yeah, this is the 2 top decks of the weekend going at it here in the final round and just being played excellently.
Just targets.
And it's just really fun to watch.
For a monster or spell trap?
Spell trap.
Spell trap, sure. I'll have a draw.
I mean, this game one taking quite some time. Both players having full access to their engines.
Okay.
Okay.
Effect, target this and this.
Okay, gonna go ahead and get rid of the last set here.
I'll activate
It's
this.
Mystical Space Typhoon. Looks like he's going to chain it. There's nothing really to negate with the Mandate.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. I mean,
might as well just negate the Arthaline.
He's like, sure.
Why not?
Now, we already activated the Phonics at Graveyard here. So the only thing online now for Zhao is that Varun on the field. And with a Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard, that is a negate and destroy for monster effect.
All right, Branded Fusion is the next card. Met by Ash Blossom.
Oh, Pack doesn't seem happy about that. Does he have any more ways to extend? He's already normal summoned the Frixel. He doesn't have the 5 mana anymore.
Oh, that's why he destroyed his own Phonics. It was to make sure that the Varun would hit the field so he could chain block it from something like Ghost Bell, and that is exactly what happened. Really smart stuff from Zhao. That just like clicked in my head right now when I was looking at the game state.
You have 1 MSC, right, Engrave?
Yeah, both
I knew they're both excellent players.
Yeah, they're here for a reason.
It's incredible. Like the layers, like it's beautiful to watch.
And now Varun will be negating and destroying the effect of Fallen of the White Dragon in the hand to summon itself. And that's going to be the Magistus Torozo.
Oh, this card makes me hungry, Asala. It makes me crave some breakfast burritos, I'll tell you that. But yeah, Magistus Torozo is a really cool card. It actually saw like some play during like Snake Eye format, since it has multiple ways that you can like summon it. It's a tuner.
Oh, sorry. I can't do this. Yeah.
Oh, you can't summon it.
It has to be Waterline. Oh, wait, no, but this is summon from the thing.
He has to use a Spellcaster and a Dragon.
Yeah, I can't send. Yeah, I can't do it. Sorry.
No. But he has to put them in the graveyard, so Arthurland can't do it because it would be banished.
Enter battle.
Battle phase, okay.
Attack.
Okay, we're just going to be clearing the Gossip Shadow here.
This deck.
Pass.
All right, just a pass back. Okay, this should be fairly easy for Zhao to wrap it up. He just needs to summon, or he just needs to activate a quick play spell.
He takes no damage.
Yeah, I mean, Mandate's also going to give him another card. But he would lose all his Mystical Space Typhoons out of the graveyard if he did that, maybe. I mean, his hand's not great. I see a Mulcharmy and Ash Blossom and one other card.
Excuse me?
Yep.
I love this. They both like switched graveyards and look through each other's graveyards.
Seeing what resources have been gone through. Like both players like very deep into their engines here. I think it's double Ash and Fualos in his hand.
Three, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's double? Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's good.
But he's going to get to draw another card. Very runic-like. Being able to put back your quick plays and draw cards every single turn.
Let's see what it is. Oh, it looks like a
Just
monster.
Green? Oh, I thought it was green. Is it Eldum?
I mean, that's
Swin.
That's green.
Yep, in main phase. Sorry, normal summon effect. Yep.
Alright, in main phase.
So Swin's going to be able to add a Radiant Typhoon spell.
I mean, that has to be a normal summon, though, right?
Yep. He had to shuffle back all his Mystical Space Typhoons with the Mandate. He's going to get Chant.
And now we're going to be link summoning the Varun into Varun.
Actualize it in MS2?
Yep. I'll concede.
Yep, I'm just going to go ahead and save time here.
I'm going to give a clap to that game. Zhao playing phenomenally.
Yeah, just powering through the exceptional field that Pac was able to make, and Pac wasn't making the mistakes either.
No.
He
just kept putting him in positions where the Draco Tail traps were never optimal to activate. Just incredible heads-up play. Pac did, in fact, get another minor warning for the illegal summon of Torozo. This is like, when you're going to make mistakes like that, it's going to happen in the last round of day one. These duelists have been playing for almost 12 hours.
Yeah, it's definitely been a long day.
But it does help the fact that he's the one that caught that he couldn't do it, and
yeah, he never committed to the mistakes. He already corrected himself. There's no benefit for him doing that to put himself in that position. He was being honest. It was just a simple mistake that he caught himself making.
Definitely, it's not like he's trying to get away with it here. But Zhao, just phenomenal play, and even when he did the Fallen of the Virtuous on his own monster, it didn't look correct. But I knew there had to be something to it because of how well he'd been playing.
Draw the Ash off the
It's just so next level.
It's
sometimes when people are so good, it's hard to even be on that same wavelength as them, especially when you're not as well versed in the deck that they may be using.
Ash was too good.
But that shows you how much practice he's put into the deck. How many times he probably didn't do something like that, and he just lost because his rune got ghost belled or something like that he knows that it's way more important. Because the Phonics effect isn't going to be necessarily as important as the Varun, especially when you're reducing the amount of cards after everything's been played through. And he had the Ash Blossom for the Branded Fusion, so he'd have the Monster Negate for something like Frixel or anything like that. Just phenomenal play from Zhao.
Yeah, absolutely. Those were the decisions that made or break this game, and it got him through. Had that Fallen of the White Dragon been able to resolve, Pac might have just been able to have that push he needed, but he's able to take back after going second into that game.
Beautifully played from Zhao.
I mean, this is what we're talking about with Radiant Typhoon, right? A deck that doesn't necessarily care about whether it goes first or second. Both these decks have really strong play going first or second, and that's why they are the decks to beat this tournament.
All right. the Duelists are shuffled up. You see Pack locked in. He knows that game was a long one. He got to go first, had a really strong field, but wasn't able to walk away with the win there.
But now he gets to try again. And both players have access to their side deck now. I know there's very specific hate cards that both decks can use for each other.
Definitely.
I mean, you have to assume both these players going into this tournament, this is the matchup they were looking to.
Yep, definitely. They're mirror matches and then playing against each other. I think Radiant Typhoon may be more focused on the Brandon Dracotail matchup, but it's game 2. As you mentioned, the side decks have been utilized.
Draw semi main.
Draw phase.
Pack is going first here.
Oh, Perulia.
Standby.
That didn't used to hurt.
But now there's so many monsters you summon from your hand. But he's just going to go straight into Femina.
It looked like he did have access to Fall on the White Dragon, but at this point you're just going to forgo it.
It's not worth giving Radiant Typhoon cards. He's going to send Malulu and Lucius to the graveyard to summon Secretariat.
That was a lot of cards that you could have given value for Perulia, but it looks like we're going to be able to put back the Malulu, or rather trigger those effects in the grave, and then use Secretariat to summon out that Lucius from the graveyard as well.
So it gets to go a roundabout way of dodging that Perulia.
And likely we're going to put the Malulu back to the bottom of the deck to summon the Lucius. Maybe just add it back to hand.
Yep, could be the case. You get to have access to Ketu and Rahu now.
Eventually there will be an Urgula to add back the Femina in grave. Are we going to start with Ketu?
Good.
That looks like the case here. Now we've already used Femina, so we'll see what he wants to go for. Just going to grab the Urgula now, and then we're going to go straight into the Rahu. Or do you want to activate the Secretarion first?
Affect Secretarion.
Yeah, just to load up the Arthur line a little bit more.
Sure.
If the Malulu is going to go back to the bottom of the deck, summon out the Lucius.
Could be the other way.
I mean, both ways are functional, but
they're both strong. But I think, yeah, the Lucius makes it.
I mean, it seems like the ways to fusion summon have resolved so far. Oh, no, like we're going for the Malulu.
Maybe that means he wants to fusion summon again, because Lucius, what's he going to grab you? Like a 5 minutes you've already used, potentially?
And we do get to play around the Ash Blossom here as well by summoning the Malulu.
Three in hand, correct?
Three in hand.
Effect.
All right, Malulu's effect is going to be activated here, so he's going to be able to use 2 more cards from his hand. Does he have another Draco Tail? Ooh, that's a good Draco Tail to have in your hand when your Rahu gets Ash Blossom. He has the Urgula already.
That's the one he got off Ketu.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So that's why he had it, of course.
And we saw the Fallen of White that we mentioned earlier. I mean, the Perulia did do a lot of work. He's not giving him 0 draws, but it cut off him normal summoning the Lucius and special summoning the Fallen.
Cool. This is really neat. Because we were saying, like, oh, Perulia's strong against the deck now, but there's still ways to navigate through it.
I mean, his board would have been significantly stronger had he not been Perulia, but you are still opting to give him 0 cards and make a semblance of a board.
Attempt to leave main.
I mean, this is definitely way worse.
Yeah, not as strong as it could be, but only having 4 cards in the hand for Zhao. It's going to be tough for him to do what he did in game number 1, but he's going to start things off with Radiant Typhoon Eldum. It's going to be met by an Effect Veiler right away.
Anything here?
And yeah, it looks like he's trying to go to a game 3 as quickly as possible, but there is a Mystical Space Typhoon.
I mean, you're just going to chain it. Just try to get a draw here.
Yep, flame the Mystical Space Typhoon.
Put the Ketu back. And now we'll see if we're able to summon one of those monsters from the hand because Mystical Space Typhoon was activated.
Sure.
Oh.
I think he has Ash Blossom and another Eldum in his hand. It looks like he's going to Malulu now.
Good.
Yep, it looks like there's nothing in chain there. Yeah, just going to go ahead and send the Urgula as well. I wonder what you're doing this for. Okay.
Chainlink 1,
going to add
target
back
Veiler.
The Veiler.
Veiler, okay.
And then you're going to be able to trigger both of those in the graveyard for fun.
Yep. Maybe set Ketu and Rahu.
I think it's a little vulnerable to set Ketu again right now. I wouldn't set it when you only have 1 copy.
It's not as free as it used to be, definitely. Just grab Sting and Horn.
Getting the trap cards online. Like, if there was another copy of Mystical Space Typhoon, it probably would have just been used to deny the flame.
Special summon.
All right. So he does have. It was another copy of Eldum, so he has 2 level 3s on the field at least.
Another Eldan.
Another Eldan.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't do too much. You can go into Rune, and again, that doesn't really do much either.
No, we might be going to game number 3 here pretty quickly.
I mean, Zhao's still playing. Okay.
Oh, he's
okay.
going to fusion summon for
negate
Zoroa.
activation or just effect?
Effect.
One of them.
Sure. Nothing here.
No.
The fusion one. It's the one that's hard, with the hard name to say. The Magistus Verathranga?
Verathragna, yeah.
Thragna.
Yeah.
Verathragna.
Thinking what summon. You have Unveiling in hand, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's game.
Okay, yeah, next one.
All right, so yeah, going to game number 3. Zhao not able to push as hard as he was in game number 1. He had the defensive options. He had a Perulia. He had an Ash Blossom. But unfortunately, he had another Ash Blossom. And then he had the Radiant Typhoon Eldom. But unfortunately, he had another copy of Radiant Typhoon Eldom. So like the hand not diverse enough for when you're investing 2 cards in your opponent's turn and not getting any value back out of that. But that's heads-up play from Pack, knowing how to quickly navigate through a Mulcharming Perulia.
I mean, that was one of those decisions that they had to have made when building this deck, is you know that you're giving yourself vulnerability to a card like Perulia, but if you know how to make the sacrifices to go around it, then it makes the card a lot easier to deal with.
Definitely. I mean, this has just been a phenomenal match between 2 excellent duelists going at it, and that's why they are both X1. Only one loss here going into the final round. They'll both be back for day number 2, but one will be in much better shape.
I mean, that's what we come to expect at these later rounds at such a high-level tournament like this. The play is just exceptional.
It is. I love the last Swiss rounds of a tournament, especially for day 1. Even though, the players are getting a little tired, a little fatigued, maybe a little hungry. Sometimes you eat lunch, breakfast, but you don't get the dinner that you need right away. But
you can expect mistakes to happen.
Definitely. Sure. But this is going to be the first time we're going to be able to see Zhao going first with Radiant Typhoon. We've seen what he does to try and break fields. Now we're going to see what the deck does going first and trying to establish fields. There's cards like Dimensional Fissure. A lot of players have been side decking for the weekend. We might be able to see it, being able to back by a Totem Bird. But there might be some other cool tech cards. A lot of technology that a lot of players have found that are unseen up until this point. So we'll see if we see any of these cards here from Zhao.
I mean, yeah, a lot of players have talked about how potent Dimensional Fissure is in every deck that's trying to combat the Draco Tail strategy. But because of that, Draco Tail has been making moves to specifically target down Dimensional Fissure, which has now made players try to think, okay, what can I do that's like Dimensional Fissure, but not Dimensional Fissure, so it can't be targeted down?
Yep, you have the counter, then they counter your counter, and then you want to counter the counter.
How many steps ahead can you be?
You just got to keep going. It never ends. You just got to hope you hit the right part of the wheel. All right, the players have drawn their hands and are about ready to jump right into it. It's going to be our final game of day 1 here in Richmond at the 300th YCS.
Yeah, sure.
Pac versus Zhao.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
New Jersey versus Brazil.
Oh, God. 14 minutes.
Who can take it down?
His deck is grindy. Yeah, a lot of back and forth.
It's tough. It's tough.
Oh, yeah, a ton of back and forth for sure. Fist bump, good luck. Game 3 is underway.
Draw face.
All right, it looks like Pac has a really important card. It's the same one that I can't tell if it's Flawless or Perulia. It is Perulia.
Yeah, Perulia is the one that you want to have in this matchup.
Yeah. So first it's going to be Radiant Typhoon Chant to probably add Swin or Eldom. Or Mystical Space Typhoon. That's interesting. That means he probably doesn't have any other Radiant Typhoon quickly, right? Because Chant's the one you usually don't want to grab MST.
And there is the Crusea.
And then I would
does he have called by? Nope, it's going to be Ascendance.
Get an MSC? Yeah, that's good.
And then I would
just to grab another copy of Mystical Space Typhoon and then chain Mystical Space Typhoon on the Ascendance to go ahead and destroy, and then Ascendance will be able to reset itself.
And then you summon, I draw.
You draw for
Draws one for the Crusea. Oh, was that another Perulia?
And then
that's another Mulcharming. I don't know if it's Perulia or Fua.
You know, Pac has really changed something about himself. Not playing the Starlight or the QCR Fua or Perulia that we normally see from him. Usually his deck is completely maxed out.
So you have MST.
Yeah, those legendary 5Ds decks containing those common Mulcharmings, you know. Maybe he hasn't been able to get his hands on any of the secret rare versions.
Thinking semi.
Sure.
Who knows?
Maybe it was a last-minute decision to put them in this deck.
Yeah, and he just had to scramble, and maybe he just went and was able to buy the 3 legendary 5D decks and get those awesome common versions of the Mulcharmies.
Oh, it looks like we're just going to be setting the rest of the hand here.
Yikes! So now it looks like Zhao's trying to do what Pac did and not play into a Perulia.
Stand by.
The Mourner met the Cresea. So we'll see how he has the tools. There's no Dimensional Fissure on the field, so Pac does feel good about that.
And there's no cards in Zhao's hand, so the hidden technology
probably
will be there as well. Unless he could have a quick way to add something to his hand or something.
He might do some hidden technology, yeah. Okay, we're going to be starting with a normal summon of Cartesia, followed up by an activation of Rahu. There is no Ash Blossom this time, so we're going to be using another copy of Perulia from the hand. Along with Urgula. Urgula makes a lot of sense here, just going after one of those back rows randomly. And then we're going to be able to summon Arthalion here. And what do you think you're adding back at this point? Just the Mourner?
Chainlink 1. Target,
yeah, probably.
Mourner.
Yep,
Chainlink
going
2,
for the Mourner, and then Urgula, Chainlink 2 to just get rid of one of these 4 sets here from Joao.
Chainlink 3 here.
We're going to be chaining Droplet, getting rid of the Cresea. So no monster effect in this chain.
Yep.
Unless Joao chains more, which he's thinking about it.
Probably not a good idea with the Blazing Cartesia on the field.
No. Yeah.
And then
but he does change Ascendance to special summon from the graveyard or add an MST.
I mean, now he can, as you mentioned, just easily chain the Cartesia.
But maybe that's what Zhao wants?
Yeah, so that he just gets to,
it's the bait?
To stop whatever he summons.
This could be the bait.
I mean, I don't know how important this Mourner really is.
Pac has to be thinking this is bait.
Joao has not made a mistake yet, so...
That's good.
Yeah, he lets it resolve.
Now he has to choose. Is he going to get rid of the Arthalion, or is he going to get rid of the...
Oh, he really wants to force out this Blazing Cartesia.
And send
He's going to go after it with the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Well, this Urgula got rid of all 4, so...
Yeah, this Urgula put in a lot of work. I mean, is there any reason not to chain it now?
I mean, anything...
For like Secretarion or something? I don't...
Well, what do you... It's just going to get negated by the Droplet, right?
Oh, yeah, that's why he's trying to force it out so hard, so no matter what, it'll be negated. But, like...
How much do you value this Mourner? Do you even care?
I mean, is it better just... Yep. Yeah, he's going to let it go. Is it better just have the Arthalion on the field and change the MST?
Sure. So at least he gets to keep something.
He used all of his
4
face-down spell cards. The Fallen Virtuous takes down Blazing Cartesia. The Ascendant summons back the Cresea.
What's that? Yeah, set.
What does he send?
Urgula has to set.
Oh, Urgula setting. Okay, I forgot Urgula was even in this chain.
Yeah.
It's
wait, another copy of Rahu? That's surprising.
Last was MST. Yep, and then you only get this. Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
What does that tell you about Pac's hand?
Yep.
I mean, I guess it just means it has Ketu in
it definitely means he has Ketu.
Yeah.
That seems fine. Like.
So the Ascendance resets itself. The Cresea is going to add a couple cards, but
that doesn't matter.
In terms of defense, it's all gone.
Yeah, everything is face up now for Pac. Now, Cresea can add back from graveyard as well. Does he want to add back? I mean, it wouldn't make sense. Yeah, like.
But no, you might as well just get another copy, or just get Eldom, MST. Yeah. You want to leave them in your graveyard and get more copies, so you're just filling it for mandate to shuffle back later on.
Ketu?
And now we can activate that Ketu because you put the Cresea back on the field.
And this is looking bad for Zhao.
I mean, well, hopefully Pac has more monsters in hand that he can use for this.
I mean, maybe he... So if he just adds Lucius, right, and does Infusion Summon, summons... he normal summoned Blazing Cartesia,
yeah,
right? So you have to Fusion Summon. So maybe you just get 5 mana and Fusion Summon and add it back with Urgula?
Yeah,
he's going with Lucius.
Add Lucius Fuse.
Okay. So he's going to go for Gulamel here.
Maybe Secretarion now so he can summon it back.
Oh, that's why he got the Lucius. Yeah, 100% Secretarion. That's what I thought he was going to summon earlier, but now it makes more sense. So Secretarion...
I'm just wondering why he went for Rahu instead of one of the trap cards.
He went second, right?
Yeah, maybe he decided them out?
Could be the case.
No triggers.
Yeah, no, I think he just drew them all.
I don't think so.
Like, he said no triggers.
Yeah, I think he sided them all out. He has an infinite impermanence in his hand.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
I know he didn't draw them.
Effects, targeting.
Bold move. I mean, we saw Carl Menegot not with 0 of the drafts in his main deck, so maybe that. But he was playing more of a branded deck.
So he sides down to 2 Rahu, 1, or I guess that makes sense to just keep at least 1 Rahu in the deck to be able to activate something later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You don't need to set 2 on the field, especially against the deck that's Mystical Space Typhoon.
Yes.
We're going to be able to bring back the, or we're just going to put back the Arthalion summon back the Lucas here. Lucas will be able to trigger.
5 mana.
I mean, he'd rather put back that than the Urgula, right? Has to put back a dragon.
I mean, unless he finds a way to do 8,000, but yeah, if he can't do it, then he'd much rather have the 5 mana. But he needs to clean up if he's not going to finish him off.
I mean, he has no other monsters accessible, so he couldn't be able to finish him off, right?
Yeah.
Both players are playing with limited options.
You have Fallen Virtuous, right?
I have a.
Yeah, but the Fallen of the Virtuous is going to cycle itself. That Synth Albion, so he's going to have another copy of Fallen of the Virtuous. He has the Ascendant set.
And oh, this is rough. Okay.
Doesn't even attack. Oh, man. Tough
And
break.
then I'll trigger my Cartesian too then.
No problem.
Yep.
Blazing Cartesia back to the hand at the end phase.
Pass.
All right, this might be Zhao's game to win.
Draw phase.
Making sure to leave the Crusade on the field just so that you can play around the Ascendants. We're going to be sending the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon here. It's going to be able to get rid of another card. We're going to immediately destroy the Secretarion with Fallen of the Virtuous.
Stand by main phase.
Yep.
Now he's going to follow that up with activating the Ecclesia in the grave, putting back itself in the Albion.
And then targeting here.
And hitting the Rahu?
Okay.
Sure.
And yep, you shuffle. Resolution. 5 mana.
Now we're going to be able to activate the 5 mana here.
Going to fuse with the Blazing Cartesia and the Lucius.
That's 2 spellcasters. You're just going to make another Arthalion?
Yeah.
And then just go ahead and use Lucius to reset the Rahu.